Speak. Prosody. P. Chapter 300 to 294 The Lesser Poor _1 Chapter 300. Chapter 294 The Lesser Poor _1 Su Dayuan didn't pick up the thread and glanced at the time on his phone. It had already jumped to 23:27. By then, he also felt the formidable nature of Wang Hongzhan and raised his hand in his direction. Yufei, pour Wang Hongzhan a glass of water. I'm going to make a call. There should be news from the municipal bureau by now. Accompanied by the sounds of the door closing and opening, Su Dayuan came in quickly, grabbed the mineral water in front of Zhou Ning, twisted off the cap, and guzzled down fiercely, while Mr. Chu subconsciously moved a meter away to the side. This guy is a madman. Talking to him made me feel a chill down my spine. The more I talked, the more uncomfortable I felt, as if he was controlling the pace. Mr. Chu, check into it. Aside from flights and trains, like driving or long-distance buses, is it possible to find information from last August? Mr. Chu spread his hands. Director Zhou just had me check. The highway records are only saved for a month. If it was the time of the crime and we were investigating, we might have been able to find information, but now it's impossible. At this, Mr. Chu cast surreptitious glances at Zhou Ning and then at Su Dayuan. So, both Director Su and Director Zhou suspect Wang Hongzhan? Su Dayuan humped twice and plopped down next to Zhou Ning. This man's mind is extraordinary. Mr. Chu leaned in closer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Just now, Director Zhou said that he didn't mention Ho Dongmei in every single word, but every description made it possible for the owner of the password key to be Ho Dongmei, and with the child not being his, he led all the evidence towards the man related to Ho Dongmei. However, there is one thing I don't understand, which I wanted to ask Director Zhou about, but I didn't dare to when I saw the look in his eye. You tell me, if according to what Wang Hongzhan says, the man involved with Ho Dongmei is the killer, why would he kill the child? Isn't the child his? Su Dayuan glanced at the interrogation room and rubbed his chin. Stop digressing. Had I figured it out, I wouldn't have come out. I just interrogated Wang Hongwen, and I felt that when he heard that the child wasn't Wang Hongzhan's, he was very obviously stunned. Okay, Zhou Xiao, hurry up and call Mrs. Cui to see if the report is out yet. Zhou Ning pulled out his cell phone, and before he could dial, the phone rang with Cui Lily's name flashing. Zhou Ning answered immediately. Sister, the report is out. It has been sent to your email. The male DNA sample you submitted matches the DNA found inside the glove, and it confirms a genetic father-son relationship with Wang Jiahan. Additionally, the last analysis of the material under Wang Jiahan's fingernails only found traces of Ho Dongmei's blood. I didn't give up and changed the collection method. This time I was lucky and found Wang Hongwen's DNA in there. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Out of 20 samples, only one had it. I thought I should still call you about it. Okay, I'll take a close look. You go get some rest. We'll talk about everything tomorrow. It seemed that Mrs. Cui didn't have the energy to scold anyone anymore. After hanging up, Zhou Ning had Mr. Chu log into the email and look at the report. The first one showed that Wang Hongwen's DNA matched the male DNA found inside the glove. Moreover, the outer surface of the glove tested positive for soil, metal fragments, petroleum jelly lubricant, and some components of basic copper carbonate, which matched the composition of the rust on the safe's combination lock exactly. As for the petroleum jelly lubricant, it was consistent with the residue found on the protective part of the dagger. In the latter part of the report, Mrs. Cui made marks, indicating that if Wang Hongwen had always been at the Wang family's, or to put it another way, if he had touched the body after Wang Jiahan's death, his DNA could be on the remains. However, now they needed to verify with the forensic doctor, Dr. Bai, whether anyone had seen the body after Wang Jiahan's death. Su Dayuan also furrowed his brow as he looked at the two reports. I'm so confused now, but this report could prove that Wang Hongwen is the murderer of Ho Dongmei and Wang Jiahan, right? Zhou Ning nodded. Together with the surveillance, it certainly points to Wang Hongwen being a major suspect, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. However, I think it's essential to see if the gold bars can be found, or evidence of fence selling. After all, the motive for the murder was stealing the gold bars. If Wang Hongwen didn't fence the gold, then here's where it gets interesting. Mr. Zhao glanced at the time. It was already 21:17. The leaders of Heian City's No. 6 elementary school hastened over, exchanging a few courteous words with the local detectives before opening the office where Wang Hongwen was located. Yang Xuedong, accompanied by Sun Gaodai and other local detectives, went to Wang Hongwen's house. Zhu Xingxing followed Mr. Zhao, and when all the lights in the office turned on, Zhu Xingxing asked, "Excuse us, could you come out and indicate which desk and cabinet belong to Wang Hongwen? Also, this bunch of keys, what do they open? If anyone knows, please put on gloves and help us unlock them." The English teaching research group leader, who had just been introduced, hurriedly stepped forward, took the gloves from Zhu Xingxing, trembling as his own hands. With so many police officers present, including 2 dressed in such a particular manner, it was clear that the situation was serious. However, the police hadn't said a word about the specifics, and the more they kept silent, the more anxious everyone became. "Just a moment, let me try." He adjusted his hair, fumbled for quite a while before properly fitting the gloves, and Zhu Xingxing kindly reminded, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Teacher, once you've put on the gloves, try not to touch yourself, especially your hair, otherwise you'll leave your own skin flakes. The man nodded, walked over to a desk near the window, and pointed out, "This desk is Wang Hongwen's. Do I need to open the drawers?" Mr. Zhao waved his hand and pointed to a row of coat cabinets against the wall. "Does this include Wang Hongwen's locker?" The teacher fiddled with the keys for a long time, even dropping them on the floor once, but finally got the locker open. Mr. Zhao stepped forward while Zhu Xingxing had already asked everyone to step out, signaling the investigator to chat with the head of the teaching and research office before returning to Mr. Zhao's side. With a UV light in hand, Mr. Zhao carefully examined the inside of the locker. It wasn't large. The top was for hanging clothes, with 2 drawers in the middle and 2 layers of shoes at the bottom. It was the very faint brown trace on the last layer that caught Mr. Zhao's attention. "Hand me the luminol spray." Zhu Xingxing quickly passed it to Mr. Zhao, who sprayed evenly onto the bottom compartment. Sure enough, the very faint brown trace glowed, and an even more startling footprint appeared beneath it, exciting both Zhu Xingxing and Mr. Zhao. "Blood trace." Mr. Zhao nodded, his gaze silencing Zhu Xingxing's excitement. He took out a photograph of a footprint from the scene for comparison. The size and pattern matched perfectly, and Mr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Why are you getting so excited? "I'll collect the samples first. Give me an evidence bag." Mr. Zhao took out 2 pairs of shoes from the bottom and placed them on top of the evidence bag. Zhu Xingxing drew closer to assist Mr. Zhao, spraying the shoes with luminol, but this time, they weren't so lucky. Upon closer inspection, there was no glowing reaction. "Huh? There's no blood on the shoes? Are you dumb?" In the surveillance footage, he knew to take off his blood-stained t-shirt and use it as a mask to cover his face. It's unlikely he'd keep the shoes. Although they might be expensive, destroying these things is key to saving yourself. Look at these traces, they're at the top of the divider. He must have accidentally rubbed against it while putting the shoes in. Even though he wiped the bottom of the divider and treated the shoes, the bloodstains were still left behind. Such faint traces would have been even harder to detect at the time. "Let's check the drawers above." As he spoke, Mr. Zhao stood up, pulled the key out of the locker door, and, after trying a few times, finally found the key for the drawers. Upon opening them, one contained various credentials, teacher certification, and certificates for various exams. In another, there were all sorts of miscellaneous items, such as chargers and fans, and 2 envelopes. Mr. Zhao pinched the envelopes open, One contained 3,000 in cash, and the other held 4 or 5 supermarket gift cards, each with $1,000 value. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao turned and looked towards the door, calling out loudly, "Call the head of the teaching and research office and ask if the school gave out shopping cards or gifts for the new year, and if there have been any cash bonuses." The head poked his head towards Mr. Zhao and waved his hands hastily. "No, our school's funds are tight. For the new year, we only distributed rice, flour, and oil. There were never any shopping cards or bonuses. However, some teachers voluntarily tutor children who struggle with their studies, and many parents express their gratitude. We just don't advocate it, and the Education Committee hasn't expressly banned it." Mr. Zhao nodded, took evidence photos, and then checked the desk drawers. They appeared to be rarely touched, and after a quick search, he found no gold bars, large sums of cash, or bank cards. Zhu Xingxing helped Mr. Zhao restore everything to its original state, and they then left the office. "Thank you for your cooperation. We'll be leaving now." The head extended his hand towards Mr. Zhao to halt their departure, brought his hands together in an awkward smile, and asked, "Officer, I'd like to know, has something happened to teacher Wang Hongwen?" Mr. Zhao shook his head. "Don't overthink it. We are just conducting a routine investigation." As he said this, Mr. Zhao paused briefly. None of the local investigators had taken the initiative to come forward and ask, which also made Mr. Zhao scratch his head. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhang Chuanbua seemed capable enough, but why were the people he brought along so passive? "I'd like to ask about teacher Ho Dongmei. Is she also a part of the English teaching research group?" The head nodded. "Yes, she's also from our office, just like teacher Wang Hongwen. They both teach English to 4th and 5th graders. Please recall, in the course of your work before, how is the relationship between Mr. Ho and Wang Hongwen? For instance, help each other with substitute teaching, giving rides home, having meals together, and so on. Were they particularly close?" Upon hearing this, the head glanced subconsciously at the vice principal behind him. Mr. Zhao coughed, pulled down his mask, and smiled at the head and the vice principal. "Folks, it's already past 11 at night. We don't want to keep everyone much longer. We just want to get to the truth of the matter. Surely we don't need to ask for permission from the leadership for this?" The head's cheeks trembled embarrassingly, as though he wanted to smile, but genuinely couldn't. Gritting his teeth, he spoke very quickly. "Let me put it this way. I moved here from number 3 middle school at the beginning of 2009. At first, I thought these two were a couple because they came and went together, even ate lunch together, and got along as if they were one person. They didn't avoid anyone. I later found out that Mr. Ho was already married, and her husband wasn't local. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Ho told us that Wang was her husband's cousin, and since they had started working on the same day, they were close. We didn't think much of it. After all, her husband had asked Wang to look after her." Mr. Zhao raised an eyebrow at this explanation, which left him speechless for a moment, as he hadn't heard this when they found Wang Hongwen before. After exchanging a few polite words, Mr. Zhao and Zhu Xingxing headed downstairs to leave when Su Daiwan's phone call came through. "Boss, you miss me already when you can't see me for a moment? Quit your nonsense. How's the investigation going? /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 301 to 295. What would you do if you were him? _1 Chapter 301, Chapter 295. What would you do if you were him? _1 I just finished up here. No gold bars were found. However, on the bottom layer of Wang Hongwen's locker, I discovered a blood trace that had been wiped and a faint shoeprint that reacted to luminol. After comparison, it's a complete match with the shoeprints found at the first crime scene. I've taken pictures and samples and am heading back now. No rush. Call Yang Xueding to ask if they've found anything. If so, Arrange for someone to send it directly for testing. Mr. Bai is waiting at the forensics lab. There's someone on duty over there. Mr. Zhao was just about to argue when the phone call abruptly ended. Holding his cell phone, he ground his teeth in frustration. What's the matter? Mr. Zhao sighed and looked at Zhu Xingxing. What can I say? Hard work is our fate. The boss wants us to see how Mr. Yang is doing. If there's anything found, we'll send it for testing together. He also said Mr. Bai is waiting at the forensics lab. Poor Mr. Bai, I bet he's taken over our office, probably sleeping on the couch. With the stench of his feet, we might have to get rid of the couch when we get back. Zhu Xingxing laughed with a snort and punched Mr. Zhao. She couldn't help but think that even with such a hectic schedule and deep into the night like this, she didn't feel bored at all, thanks to Mr. Zhao's company. Stop complaining and hurry up to the car to make the call. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P Zhao hummed twice, grabbed the investigation kit, and got in the car. Then he dialed Yang Zitong's number, which rang 7 or 8 times before the call was answered. Are you done at Xinli? My goodness, Mr. Yang, you haven't finished surveying Wang Hongwen's house yet? I've finished. There were positive luminol reactions on the doormat by the entrance and on top of the wardrobe. I've taken the samples, but you can't see any blood traces on the surface. Not sure if the results will show up. Wow, not bad findings. I've found something here too, so let's meet up at the Criminal Police Brigade and have them send it together to the Technology Department of the City Bureau for examination. The boss just called and said Mr. Bai is standing by there waiting to receive the samples. Yang Xuedong was momentarily stunned. Haha, poor Mr. Bai. March 10, 2012, early in the morning, Mr. Zhao yawned as he walked into the office. Lu Yongxin was inside, taking medicine. Mr. Zhao hurried over to take a look at the medicine bottle. Uncle, you're really working yourself hard, popping pills and still getting up so early? Lu Yongxin swatted away Mr. Zhao's chubby face, clearly disgusted, and looked behind him, searching for the presence of his beloved apprentice. Cut the wisecracks. Where's my apprentice? Don't worry, your precious apprentice is fine. We just slept a bit late. He's too fussy and has to gargle as soon as he wakes up. Then he brushes his teeth after every meal. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P right now, he's in the restroom brushing his teeth, and he'll be in soon. Lu Yongxin breathed a sigh of relief, as Mr. Zhao had already made his way to the computer. He logged into his email, but there were no unread emails in his inbox. He shook his head and glanced at the time. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, I can't rush them. As he spoke, Zhou Ning and others gradually walked in. Zhou Ning placed his backpack on a chair and, seeing Mr. Zhao checking his email, tidied up his hair and moved to the side. They'll send it over in 5 minutes. Director Su spoke with the forensics lab first thing this morning. Mrs. Cui had someone on duty, the guy you know. They'll send it over as soon as the comparison is done. Mr. Zhao shook his head. Poor guy, working overtime without anyone to deliver a late-night snack. Mr. Bai wouldn't have thought of that. Speaking of which, has Mr. Bai come back yet? Lu Yongxin pointed downstairs, where several people were standing outside the window, including the very Mr. Bai Mr. Zhao was talking about, as well as Mr. Zhang, Lu Yufei, and Tao Zhinshan, all appearing to be talking about something. Zhou Ning was staring at the screen when an unread email flickered. He quickly opened it. The reports from the samples Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang took last night were already out. The blood sample comparison showed a DNA match with Ho Dongmei. Relieved, Zhou Ning stepped aside to let Zhu Xingxing click to print. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P Xia Momo also walked in, placing a bag on the table and distributing its contents. They were insulated mugs, identical except for the patterns. Looking closely, they were cartoon caricatures with glasses and surgical scalpel, dressed in a white coat with a police uniform shirt underneath. Puzzled, Zhou Ning shook the mug as it seemed to contain liquid. Did you hand-draw these mugs? What's inside? Xia Momo smiled and rolled her eyes at Zhou Ning, huffing and saying, "Poison. Are you going to drink it or not?" Zhou Ning laughed, not saying another word. After all, more words meant more mistakes. Mr. Zhao leaned in, peered at the mug's image of small eyes and a plump face, opened the lid, and sniffed. "Ginseng tea, huh? This is pretty high-end. But Mr. Xia, where did you get all these insulated mugs from?" Zhu Xingxing looked mysterious, bumped into Mr. Zhao, and glanced at Zhou Ning as she whispered, "Mr. Xia brought them in her suitcase. She said with us staying up late and under such pressure, we need to take care of our health. She checked with Dr. He, who said drinking some ginseng slices would be just right." Mr. Zhao raised an eyebrow. Dr. He isn't a Western doctor, so why does it seem like he's selling medicine? Zhu Xingxing glared and punched Mr. Zhao a few times. The thudding sounds indicated the punches were quite heavy. "It's like playing the lute to a cow. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't drink it, give it to me. You don't need supplements, you need to lose weight." Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao looked aggrieved and clutched the thermos tightly. "Didn't you hear Zhou Xiao say that this was hand-drawn by Mr. Xia? It has great sentimental value." Zhou Ning took a sip and, to his surprise, found the taste mild and acceptable. He nodded towards Xia Momo, thanked her, then set the cup on the table and picked up the report. "Enough with the idle chatter. Take the report to Director Su." Mr. Zhao took the report and headed out. After a short while, Su Dayuan came back with Mr. Zhao, the report in his hand. Su Daiwan's eyes were bloodshot, indicating that he hadn't had a good rest that night. "The evidence of Wang Hongwen killing Ho Dongmei is complete. I've asked Mr. Tao and Zhang Chunhua to check the bank information of Wang Hongwen and Wang Hongzhan. Also, we searched Wang Hongzhan's home, used metal detectors. We were just short of ripping up the floor tiles, but we still haven't found the gold bars. Their workplace won't open till 9, and as for Wang Hongzhan's car, it's in their company's garage. I'll have them send a video for the inspection later. You can watch it." Honestly, I thought about sending Mr. Zhao on a trip, but the back and forth would take too much time. Mr. Zhao shrank back and quickly waved his hands at Mr. Chu. "No need for that, a video call will do. I'll have Mr. Chu download the plugin right now. It'll be ready in no time." Su Dayuan didn't waste words. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. He pulled Zhou Ning aside, standing next to Lu Yongxin, who lit a cigarette and, for once, didn't retort against Su Dayuan, instead patting his shoulder. "Director Su, relax a bit. This string is wound too tight. Actually, the situation is fairly clear now. From a DNA perspective, Wang Hongwen meddled in Ho Dongmei's marriage and Wang Jiahan is his child. Whether he was aware or whether Ho Dongmei knew, that's hard to determine at the moment. However, Wang Hongwen's approach to Ho Dongmei was definitely with a purpose, considering the kind of relationship he has with Wang Hongzhan's family, and his grandfather Wang Chaozu knew the secret of the Wang family's house construction. As for Wang Hongzhan, yesterday's interrogation made him seem like a love-obsessed paranoid, but summing up all his words, he intentionally or unintentionally steered various information towards Ho Dongmei and Wang Hongwen, one possessing the password key, and the other interfering in their marriage and even becoming his son's father. I don't think this is something a man could tolerate. People in Shin City are already waiting to inspect the scene. Let's wait for the final result." Lu Yongxin also moved closer and nudged Su Dayuan. "Stop thinking about useless things. If you had that many gold bars, would it be safer to dispose of them or hide them away? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhu Xingxing blurted out thoughtlessly without a second thought. "I'm not stupid. ID cash them in quickly. Find some unknown place. Get a fake ID for $200 and sell it in a gold recycling shop, even if it means losing some value." Mr. Zhao jabbed Zhu Xingxing, stretching his hand out in a threatening gesture and making a few gestures. "Calling you stupid is an overestimation of your IQ. I watched the recording of Wang Hongzhan's interrogation this morning. The man is careful with his words, his gaze, his demeanor. They all belong to an Oscar-worthy performance. This is the first time I've heard someone talk about being cuckolded as if it were a noble act. I don't believe Zhu Xingxing's scenario could happen to Wang Hongzhan. He surely hid them away well beforehand, in an absolutely safe place. If Wang Hongwen did get the gold, it's more likely he would go to a different place to stir things up, or he might even buy a furnace to melt the gold down himself. Su Dayuan shook his head with furrowed brows and said, "The financial accounts of Wang Hongwen and Wang Hongzhan have both been checked, with no unusual large transactions or sudden income. Wang Hongzhan's account balance has reached 8.5 million yuan. This matches his claim of planning to buy a house in Shin City, and the company's finance department has confirmed the legality of these earnings. So, it's unlikely that Wang Hongzhan would cash in the gold if he had it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Young Xuedong rubbed his nose. He usually didn't talk much, but this time he raised his hand and said, "I'm all confused by what you're saying. I remember at the special case meeting, Zhang De said Wang Hongzhan flew back early the next morning. A direct flight from Shin City to Qidong takes 3 hours and 10 minutes, and we've checked the train and plane ticketing information. How did he come back? And even if he did return, how could he calculate the exact time Wang Hongwen would go to commit murder? Then he immediately followed and killed Wang Jiahan, deliberately leaving Ho Dongmei's bloodstains on the wooden slats outside the safe. If you suggest Wang Hongwen deliberately collaborated, I find that possible, but why on earth would Wang Hongwen cooperate with Wang Hongzhan? Guilt? Compunction for the sin of stealing another's wife? And in the end, serve himself the death penalty on a silver platter?" Zhou Ning gave Yang Xuedong a thumbs up for his words. With Zhou Ning's encouragement, Yang Xuedong also shed his initial awkwardness, and on Su Daiwan's face appeared a smile. These questions had also troubled him. What is solving a case? It's about piecing together an incomplete jigsaw puzzle using the remaining traces and clues of evidence, sketching out the original look of the puzzle through analysis, investigation, evidence gathering, and deduction. Being too eager to solve a case only leads to more doubts, sinking deeper into confusion. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Su Doyuan sighed deeply, looking at Yang Xuedong and Zhou Ning. This case is different from that insurance fraud case in Rudong City. I don't think Wang Hongzhan and Wang Hongwen would collaborate for profit, given the deep-seated animosity their older generations harbored, basically a feud to the death, and with their complex relationships, they couldn't possibly conspire together. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Chapter 302 to 296. The gold bar is found _1 Chapter 302, Chapter 296. The gold bar is found _1 Zhou Ning nodded his head, circling the time of the Wang family parents' deaths on the whiteboard, as well as the time Ho Dongmei discovered she was pregnant. These two events were nearly simultaneous, though there was indeed a sequence to them. His parents died in an accident, leaving just this one son. There was no need for a last will and testament. How could he possibly be unaware of the situation at home? After his parents' demise, before he even had a chance to do anything, the news of Ho Dongmei's pregnancy came to light. Could he really not harbor any resentment? We have looked at Wang Hongzhan's medical records. He had lost his ability to procreate by 2008. He did not tell his family, but upon learning that his wife of many years had given him such a surprise, what would he do? Su Dayuan, leaning on the back of his chair, stood up decidedly, his expression firmer and no longer impatient as before. It wouldn't be hard for Wang Hongzhan to find out who was involved with Ho Dongmei. Perhaps Ho Dongmei didn't know about the Wang family's past, but Wang Hongwen certainly did. Their names differ by just one character. With Wang Hongzhan's intelligence, making the connection to the past wouldn't be hard. With new grudges and old ones accumulating, he wouldn't let Wang Hongwen off the hook. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Of course. The involvement of Wang Chaozu in the house construction back then is also not hard to investigate. If Wang Hongzhan wanted to set a trap for Wang Hongwen, it would be too easy. Hand the passcodes and keys to Ho Dongmei, even let her see the gold bars. Ho Dongmei and Wang Hongwen spent their days together, and with Wang Hongwen keen on prying, he would eventually reveal something. With the village relocation imminent, it would be easy for Wang Hongzhan to persuade Ho Dongmei to return to Jiaowan village to live with her child. However, there was one major variable in this plan. At this point, Su Dayuan paused, and Zhou Ning looked towards him. Are you talking about the deaths of Ho Dongmei and Wang Jiahan? Su Dayuan nodded. Agreed, this is the most core motive in the case. As for the process, I'm not going to dwell on it anymore. Initially, I was fixated on how Wang Hongzhan could travel between two places quickly without leaving behind any evidence. But now, it seems he could have arranged everything in advance. However, we don't know who made the bloodstains on the partition. If it was Wang Hongzhan, then this person is terrifying. Could he have anticipated Ho Dongmei's murder? A moment of silence filled the room. The QQ icon on the laptop began to flash incessantly, signaling a video call invitation. Mr. Zhao rushed forward, clicked the connection button, and at that moment, Zhang Chuanbo walked in. Seeing that the call was connected, he also moved closer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhang Chuanbo disdainfully, not bothering to exchange words with him. Mr. Zhao greeted the person on the other side, also introducing Su Dayuan and Zhou Ning. The few people on the screen waved back, one of them dressed in an inspection uniform with an advanced camera mounted on his head. This person was a forensic investigator surnamed Huang, and his equipment caught Mr. Zhao's eye. Buddy, you're really prepared with all this equipment to help us inspect the scene. That head-mounted camera is definitely foreign, much appreciated. The man waved his hand, speaking with not very fluent Mandarin, introducing the gear. Got it from Puman. It's my personal equipment. I didn't expect I could use it this time. Later, when I turn on the video, I'll use this as my perspective. You can talk to me at any time. Should we start with the office or the car? Mr. Zhao looked towards Zhou Ning, thinking it was better to rely on Zhou Ning's judgment for this matter. Let's start with the office, but have someone guard the garage below and ask his company's other employees to stay away for a while. Please make sure to inquire about Wang Hongzhan's access, where he could store things. We don't want anything overlooked. Even the ceiling of the restroom needs to be checked. Mr. Huang's eyes widened with interest. So, this suspect is very intelligent, isn't he? Zhou Ning nodded. Currently, we don't have any solid evidence, but in this case, everything is connected to him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We want to find the gold, of course. Better if there are residues on it, blood, fingerprints, etc. So I ask Mr. Huang to examine carefully. Mr. Huang nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Director Zhou, Mr. Zhao. Just keep an eye on the camera. I'll start inspecting the scene now. After a round of directives, the team began to venture inside the company, being taken to a room, a separate office with a huge floor-to-ceiling window, filled with green plants and a U-shaped desk hosting 3 monitors in the middle, one of which had an articulated arm below it. A manager-like person kept on describing, this office was Manager Wang Hongzhan's working area. Under the observation of that manager, each drawer was opened one by one and Mr. Huang inspected them thoroughly. There were many personal items, but no gold bars. The room's cupboards were also searched one by one. Even inside shoes were not spared, but still, there were no results, which made Mr. Huang a bit anxious. Mr. Zhao approached the microphone to calm Mr. Huang. Buddy, no rush. This guy is extremely smart. He wouldn't hide something so simply. Stand by the floor-to-ceiling window and let me have a look at the entire room, okay? Mr. Huang nodded, found a chair, put some newspapers on it for padding, and positioned himself in a corner, slowly moving his head. On the third turn, Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao pointed at a spot above the cupboard and said, Buddy, Dim the lights in the room a bit and take a look at the ceiling above the second cabinet on the right to see if you can find any fingerprints there. Mr. Huang adjusted the blinds, which dimmed the light in the room. He moved a chair to the position Mr. Zhou mentioned and lifted a black light to inspect. As expected, on top of the cupboard, 2 ceiling tiles showed a plethora of fingerprints. Wow, there really are fingerprints here. Let me take a look by opening it up. As the ceiling was dismantled, Mr. Huang looked into it. A bag appeared at the cross junction, and Mr. Huang quickly took it down, but its weight was light and the bag was very thin. Buddy, how heavy are the gold bars? If he didn't dispose of a single bar, then there should be at least 20 kilograms. This thickness doesn't look right. Can you open it up and see what it is? Mr. Huang hopped off the chair and opened the bag, which contained items wrapped in newspaper. When unwrapped, they found 2 picture frames. One was a photo of Wang Hongzhan and Ho Dongmei on a trip, and the other was a 100-day snapshot of Wang Jiahan, with all 3 smiling radiantly. I say, is this guy deliberately mocking the police? Mr. Zhou turned to see Zhou Ning shaking his head. The photos captured their happiest moments. His wife of many years being unfaithful, his child not related by blood, it must be agonizing to look at, yet he can't bear to throw them away. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's not strange for these to be left here. Check the ceilings of the utility room and the bathroom. I have a feeling Wang Hongzhan didn't hide anything in the office area. Mr. Huang, on the video side, obviously heard what Zhou Ning said and, without questioning, started checking the bathroom, pantry, storage room, and conference room with Mr. Zhou, every place where they could access, and indeed, as Zhou Ning had said, they found nothing. Mr. Zhou wasn't the least bit worried, still comforting Mr. Huang. Not finding anything is a sort of gain too. At least we've ruled out this area. Buddy, let's check the garage next. You have Wang Hongzhan's car keys, right? The camera shook. Clearly Mr. Huang was nodding. When he was taken away yesterday, it was inside his car. The keys were left at our station. Just wait, I'll go down now. The video cut out for a while and then reconnected. All the car doors and the trunk were opened. The car interior was very tidy. When illuminated with a UV lamp, fingerprints showed only around the driver's seat area. The level of cleanliness pressed Mr. Zhao's lips together. Does this guy have a fetish for cleanliness? We didn't find anything particularly odd in the office, did we? Or could it be that his car has just been thoroughly cleaned? What a coincidence, right? Mr. Huang clicked his tongue. Here, we usually enter the rainy season starting in April. However, it's strange this year, since March 6th right up until today, this bout of rain hasn't stopped. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In this kind of weather, car washes don't do any business. Even if one wanted to clean the interior, they'd rarely choose this time. Otherwise, after cleaning, it'd be easy for the car to start smelling musty. No sooner had he said this, Mr. Huang had people start dismantling the seats. Shortly, the car seats and the trunk's partition boards were all removed, and all hidden parts turned out empty, no trace of the gold bars. At this point, Mr. Zhou was unsettled. Zhou Xiao, could it be that our approach is wrong? Zhou Ning shook his head and closed his eyes to calm down. In the residential houses and old homes in the city of Heian, Wang Hongzhan couldn't hide them. Both places bore traces of Ho Dongmei's life. He wanted to avoid them, so the gold bars must be hidden in Shin City, and surely with their value, they wouldn't be hidden carelessly. At Wang Hongzhan's home, according to Su Daiyuan, it had been searched with a metal detector inch by inch, almost going as far as to lift the tiles. They had toiled all night and ended up with nothing. And now, the car had been dismantled to this state. As Zhou Ning stared at the car, suddenly, from a book that Professor Li Qingbin had given him flashed through his mind, an example where a corpse transported from abroad to me country was found to have been hollowed and stuffed with drugs. Yet, when it was time for release, the drug detection dogs still kept barking incessantly, prompting the police to inspect the vehicles. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They discovered the dogs focused on the bottom of the car. After taking the car apart, they found a large amount of drugs in a hidden compartment between the skid plates under the chassis. Zhou Ning stood up abruptly, eyes glued to the screen. Do you have a jack? Lift the car up and take a look at the chassis guard. Check if it's original and if there are any welding points. What? Obviously puzzled by Zhou Ning's words, Mr. Huang nevertheless quickly found some men. There was no shortage of equipment in the garage, and while the jack lifted up the right side of the rear car, Mr. Huang laid down a piece of cardboard on the ground and lay upon it. Before he had even looked closely, Mr. Zhao was already yelling at the screen. Don't rush to move anything, Mr. Huang. Look at the position above your head at 11 o'clock. Clean the mud off it. Doesn't it look like a welding spot? Mr. Huang did as he was told, grabbing a cloth and wiping it down, but as debris flew and dust filled the air, Mr. Huang coughed over the earpiece. Mr. Zhao didn't dare rush him, bouncing anxiously instead. Are you all right, Mr. Huang? If not, let's have someone else take a look. Go wash your face. Mr. Huang swore a national treasure of a curse and spat the dirt from his mouth. Aligning the camera on the spot he had just wiped, a rectangular series of continuous weld points was glaringly obvious, about the size of a magazine. Mr. Huang was also delighted by the find. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I'll tell you, buddy, if you want to rush me, just say it outright. Looks like we've found it. That's quite a deep hiding spot. Director Zhou, I suspect you've been peeking at where the gold bars are hidden. Come on, confess. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 303 to 297. You must be impatient. Part 1. Chapter 303. Chapter 297. You must be impatient. Part 1. Half an hour later. Su Dayuan and Zhang Chuanbo were also waiting in the office, each of them anxious, but refraining from rushing anyone. Just as Mr. Zhao refreshed the desktop, the computer coughed twice, and when he clicked open the chat box, Mr. Huang, the forensic expert, sent a gritted teeth emoji followed by a message. In a hurry, aren't you? Su Dayuan, looking impatient, took out his phone. What's their number? I'll call them. Zhou Ning, with a face full of exasperation, blocked Su Daiwan's actions. People were having a good conversation with Mr. Zhao, and if you intervene now, wouldn't that be like tattling? They were all working hard in their respective technical fields, yet still ended up being resented for their work. This wasn't good, as he stopped Su Dayuan. Don't worry, boss. Mr. Zhao is the best at handling this. Su Dayuan pursed his lips, looked staring at the back of Mr. Zhao's head. Mr. Zhao seemed to sense something, shrank his neck, and sped up his typing. The other party didn't dilly-dally, sending many photos and several videos. Mr. Zhao hurriedly opened the videos. Buddy, we've already dismantled the undercarriage guard, and as expected, there's a compartment in there with a metal slot on the side, hanging a small padlock. I've collected the fingerprints, and upon comparison, they're all Wang Hongzhan's prints. The padlock has been destroyed by us. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I'll send you the full video shortly. I've never seen so many gold bars in my life. There are 20 in total, each gold bar wrapped in newspaper. The newspaper dates are all from February 3rd, 2009. According to this date, it happens to be the 9th day of the lunar calendar, the day when all enterprises here start work after the new year, a date symbolized by the saying no outings on the 7th or return on the 8th. The 9th is full of tasks, as people like to seek a good omen. Moreover, the newspapers span various types, including the Shin City Daily, Citizens Weekly, Shiko News, and China Business Electronics News. The variety is quite comprehensive. I think these are newspapers that companies would subscribe to. After all, subscribing to newspapers also has its quotas. Zhou Ning patted Mr. Zhao on the shoulder, speaking quickly. Tell him not to open the newspapers in a rush. Go to the inspection department to do it. Weigh all the gold bars, extract fingerprints from each gold bar's surface, and collect DNA. As for the gold bars and related evidence, Zhou Ning looked at Su Dayuan, who gestured with his hand. I'll send someone right away. Mr. Yang should join Jinshan and the others on this trip. As for the DNA testing, let's trouble the brother unit to help with it and send the results to Cui Lily. We will directly carry out the comparison. Mr. Zhao quickly passed on the information. Neither Yang Xuedong nor Tao Jinshan objected, and several people kept discussing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning closed his eyes, heaving a sigh of relief. The gold bars were with Wang Hongzhan, which meant that he was at least not as innocent as he claimed. Especially with the newspapers bearing such a significant date. His parents met with misfortune before the Lunar New Year's Eve. This meant he left shortly after the 7th day of the lunar year, and, being the only child and being in a place like Qidong, it couldn't just be described as being in a rush. Su Dayuan took out his phone and dialed a number, speaking as he walked outside. Mr. Hu, let me tell you about a case. The situation is like this. Mr. Zhao, overhearing a bit, nudged Zhou Ning. What's up with leader Zhou Xiaozhou? Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. Don't be nosy, that's something for Director Su to worry about. We can assist with the interrogation, and this case makes it hard to decide on Wang Hongzhan's role. Obviously, Director Su needs to communicate with Mr. Hu. Urge Mr. Huang to expedite sending everything for inspection. Mr. Yang and Taoda are about to set off, right? Taoda just happened to walk in, nodding at Zhou Ning. I came to call Mr. Yang. Let's go. Handling so many gold bars as evidence for the first time, I'm a bit nervous, but being this close to unexpected wealth, I can't wait to experience it. Everyone laughed, and Lu Yongxin approached Tao Jinshan. Buy some local specialties on the way. The brother unit has put in a great effort for us, and they've been troubled in the middle of the night. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Director Su is too anxious right now to care about these details. Tao Jinshan slapped his thigh and nodded gratefully at Lu Yongxin. Thanks, Dr. Lu, for the reminder. I had totally forgotten about that. Mr. Yang, let's get going. They all left in a hurry. Zhou Ning had nothing more to instruct. Su Dayuan returned after a short while with a somewhat relaxed expression, waving at everyone. No interrogation for Wang Hongzhan today. Sampling and sending it for testing will take until evening. Jinshan and his team are leading the trip, and the fastest they'll be back is by night flight. Well, wait for the test results. I'm somehow looking forward to what kind of surprise Wang Hongzhan will bring me. However, we must secure Wang Hongwen. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Chu organize the photos and videos, especially the video of the car chassis modification. Prepare it for me. I'm going to get an hour of sleep. Yufei, bring Wang Hongwen here. Today we have to buckle down with him. With that, Su Dayuan, holding his coat, went to the next room. Zhou Ning picked up the thermos that Xia Momo gave him, took a couple of sips of the ginseng tea, and couldn't deny that the slightly bitter taste was indeed invigorating. Mr. Zhao spoke with Mr. Huang for a while, saying that the people here were already rushing to the airport, carrying the relevant documents, and would contact them before takeoff. After ending the chat, Mr. Zhao glanced at the time. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. So, the leader is planning to start the interrogation around noon to use a fatigue tactic, eh? I'd better hurry and have them prepare the boxed lunches. Half an hour later. In the observation room, everyone looked towards the interrogation room, where Wang Hongwen had been brought in. Su Dayuan stood in front of the interrogation chair with his arms folded, sizing up Wang Hongwen as Lu Yufei set up a laptop. Wang Hongwen was seething with anger. Upon seeing Su Dayuan, he roared, "Don't think that I don't understand the law. You have detained me for over 24 hours now. This is illegal imprisonment. What? Do you still want to force a confession from me? Go ahead, lay a hand on me." Su Dayuan smiled, and Zhou Ning knew that when Su Dayuan showed that expression, it meant he was truly angry. Mr. Zhao surreptitiously stuffed a soup dumpling into his mouth. Zhou Ning turned sharply to look at Mr. Zhao, who didn't even dare chew, pressing the dumpling to one side of his tongue and mumbling, "Can't I eat a little, Zhou Xiaozhou? Go and eat your fill before you come back in." "I'm done eating." Zhou Ning moved closer to the one-way mirror, saying nothing more, and focused on the interrogation room. Su Dayuan gestured to Lu Yufei, and a photo was enlarged. Zhou Ning recognized it. It was a photo taken by Mr. Zhao. The image was of the back panel of a bookshelf in Wang Hongzhan's living room. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In the next photo, two small wooden wedges were enlarged, and the bloodstains on them were plainly visible to the naked eye. At the crime scene of Ho Dongmei's death, after multiple inspections, not to mention finding some peculiar areas, in one of Wang Hongzhan's living room bookshelves, we found a hidden panel, this one here. When we opened it, behind was a safe embedded in the wall. In the first image, on these two wooden wedges blocking the panel, we found Ho Dongmei's bloodstains, and of course, there were also on the position of the safe's combination lock. Are you still going to resist stubbornly, or would you like to tell me something? Wang Hongwen's hands lay on the small table, clenched tightly together, yet he remained silent. Su Dayuan waved to Lu Yufei, who stood up and handed over a stack of paper documents. Su Dayuan flipped through to the last page and held it up in front of Wang Hongwen. "Look at my memory. Let Teacher Wang see this first, Yufei. What did we find in the waste oil drum at the scene? Otherwise, he might think I'm framing him." Lu Yufei found the waste oil drum where the latex gloves were discovered. As several photos were viewed in succession, Wang Hongwen closed his eyes just before Su Dayuan kicked the leg of the interrogation chair. "Oh no, after our special case team has worked so hard for so many days and presented the evidence before you, you finally show such a heart-wrenching expression. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Too bad you didn't choose the right moment for your performance. Have a look at this report. We sent the fragments of latex gloves found in the waste oil drum for examination, and after multiple extractions, we found that the glove's exterior was stained with mud, metal fragments, petroleum jelly lubricant, and some basic copper carbonate components. It might be a bit too technical, don't worry, the comparison results are written down below. After the comparison, the basic copper carbonate was found to be completely identical to the rust components on the safe's combination lock. As for the petroleum jelly lubricant, it matched the residue on the hilt of the dagger. Most crucially, we discovered your DNA inside the glove. How about that, surprised or not? You didn't expect us to find these things after a year, did you? Wang Hongwen's nostrils flared rapidly. Although he said nothing, Wang Hongwen was no longer calm. Su Dayuan didn't even intend to give him a chance to catch his breath. Bending down, he rested his hands on the small table and continued, staring into Wang Hongwen's eyes. "I won't get into the matter between you and Ho Dongmei, but let me show you something you're most interested in. Yufei, please display the pictures and videos." Lu Yufei selected a photo that showed several gold bars wrapped in newspaper. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. On one bar, the paper had been removed, revealing the clear stamping, including the name of the bank along with weight, purity, supervisory agency information, and more. With Su Daiwan's gesture, the photo changed to the compensation statement sealed by the town government stamp, enlarged to fill the screen. Just after Wang Hongwen finished looking, Su Dayuan gestured again, and this time the photo showed the layered compartment under the car's splash guard. 20 gold bars, though not the pure gold of today, date back to before the founding of the PRC. Valued at antique auction prices, they're worth more than their actual gold content. Do you regret it? You killed someone, got the keys and the password, only to find an empty safe. How did you feel at that moment? Wang Hongwen roared in fury, but Su Dayuan didn't blink. The suspect was breaking down, which was precisely the desired effect. Wiping his jaw, Wang Hongwen's breath sprayed across Su Daiwan's face. Su Dayuan, looking slightly disgusted, pulled out a piece of paper and carefully wiped himself as he spoke slowly, yelling, "Want help? Think about how you'll explain yourself." From surveillance footage to evidence at the scene, and even the remnants of Ho Dongmei's blood found in your office, you have nowhere left to turn. I showed you this to make it clear that Wang Hongzhan knew you were after the gold bars long before. Even if you got the password and the keys, you wouldn't get the gold. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. It was hidden in the chassis of his car, wrapped in a newspaper dated February 3, 2009. Do you know why he was so prepared? /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 304 to 298. Patricide_1 Chapter 304. Chapter 298. Patricide_1 Wang Hongwen subconsciously shook his head. Su Daiwan's lips curled up, and he smiled with satisfaction. When his parents died, he found out that Ho Dongmei was pregnant, but what you don't know is that Wang Hongzhan had a car accident back in 2008 and permanently lost his ability to conceive. The moment he learned Ho Dongmei was pregnant, he knew what had happened. Wang Hongwen's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. It's surprising, isn't it? As a man, to preserve his dignity, of course, he wouldn't tell Ho Dongmei about such things. She was the goddess he had pursued for many years, the most beautiful existence. Wang Hongwen was silent. After a long while, he lifted his head, his eyes now filled with regret, his bloodshot eyes tearing at his hair, indifferent to the clinking noise of the handcuffs. I was wrong. I should not have been greedy. I never thought I would kill Dongmei. Zhou Ning let out a sigh of relief, dragged a chair over to sit down, while Su Doyuan lit a cigarette for both himself and Wang Hongwen. Take your time. Wang Hongwen took a couple of deep drags, tears choked out. After wiping the tears from his face, Wang Hongwen looked up as if reminiscing and said, "When I first met Ho Dongmei, I knew who her boyfriend was." After all, Wang Hongzhan was a top student who pursued such a famous school beauty. Everyone in Jiaowan village knew it. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. And the initial reason I approached her was simply that I thought she was beautiful. Can you believe that? Su Dayuan nodded, signaling Wang Hongwen to continue. My grandfather's name is Wang Chaozu. He was once an adopted son of the Wang family. After the upheavals, the Wang family received compensation. While others might not care much, my grandfather felt he deserved a share of that money. After all, we were very poor back then, and the denunciations and exposures were merely a product of the times. For years ago, when I returned to my hometown, my grandfather froze for a moment when I mentioned Ho Dongmei. He then sent all my cousins and uncles out, before asking me in detail whether Ho Dongmei was the wife of Wang Hongzhan from Jiaowan village. At that time, I thought my grandfather was telling me to stay away from Ho Dongmei, so I volunteered that information. But to my surprise, he then shared his past with me and mentioned that his partner hid an iron box with a combination lock in a false wall of the Wang family's house when they were building it. My grandfather told me to get closer to Ho Dongmei. Wang Hongzhan was rarely at home, and I could help out by taking care of Ho Dongmei. He suggested I persuade her to stay at her parents-in-law's house now and then, to build a good relationship with them, to be as good to them as I would be to my own parents. Then it dawned on me, and I said that I really liked Dongmei and didn't want to hurt her. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. My grandfather grabbed my hand and said that if I liked her that much, I should marry her. Our family wouldn't mind a divorced woman, and there's no harm in trying to get a little more money if we're truly going to be together. After going back and thinking about it for a long time, I believed what my grandfather said, and for the next half year, I was extremely considerate towards Ho Dongmei. On the last day of the National Day holidays, when she returned from Shin City, we had a dinner gathering. She drank too much, and I escorted her home. I also got what I wished for, and we had sex. The next morning when she woke up, she threw a glass at me. I didn't dodge, and it cut open my forehead. I told her I loved her and wanted to marry her, even if her anger meant taking my life. Seeing me covered in blood, she cried for a long time and said nothing else. I followed her every day, and she gradually got over her anger. However, during the winter vacation, her in-laws suddenly died in a car accident. I didn't attend the funeral because I was afraid the old director would recognize me. Then she fainted, saying she was pregnant. But Wang Hongzhan was in a hurry to leave, saying that there was a design project he had followed for a year, and a showcase had to start early. He had to return to Shin City. I, along with my colleagues, went to see Ho Dongmei in the hospital and arranged for someone to help her take care of the mess, and then I took care of her meticulously. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Our relationship got closer, and one time while we were drinking, she told me that after his parents died, Wang Hongzhan had opened the safe for Dongmei to take a quick glance. It was full of gold bars, lots and lots of them gleaming gold. I teased her, saying she just had the pleasure of seeing them. She was too drunk to guard against me and pointed at the key box behind the door, saying she knew both the key and the combination. When I heard that, I continued to probe for more, but she was completely drunk by then, and no matter how much more I asked, she wouldn't say a word. Su Dayuan was very interested in this point and tilted his head to ask, whether it was the house key or the safe key. You had them made. We've detected that. How did you find out the combination? A diary. Last summer, when I was on duty at the office, I took a closer look at Ho Dongmei's personal belongings and found her diary. It mentioned both me and Wang Hongzhan. Inside a flap, there was a piece of paper with drawings on it. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was the safe combination. One weekend, when Ho Dongmei asked me to help buy some baby formula, I took a lot of stuff over to see her. Naturally, staying in the old house with no air conditioning and a baby wasn't comfortable. Armed with so many groceries, Ho Dongmei was very touched. We were intimate for a while, and then she asked me to watch the kid for a bit while she took a shower. She said that there had been some tile work in the afternoon. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Watching Wang Jihan, I checked the position of the safe, found it behind the partition, and confirmed that 2 sets of combinations matched 2 locks. I was reassured. On the night of August 13th, I took off the car's license plate and snuck through the path along the Baisha River into the village without daring to turn on the headlights. Then I sneaked in through the back to the front door, put on gloves, and entered the room. Just as I was dismantling the panel to twist the combination, Ho Dongmei somehow ran downstairs. She charged outside, never completing a shout for help before I pushed her down in the yard. I don't know how I pulled out a dagger and what I was thinking at that moment, but when I came to my senses, Dongmei was already dead. I was terrified. It all happened too quickly for me to think. After a long while, I only returned to the room, continuing to open the safe, but seeing it completely empty, my mind was blank. I knew I had been played, but whether it was Ho Dongmei lying or Wang Hongzhan moving the gold, I couldn't tell. Su Dayuan exhaled a ring of smoke. It was who knows which consecutive cigarette he had smoked. What about Wang Jihan? Did you silence him, or did Wang Jihan come downstairs and was seen by you? Wang Hongwen fell silent again. Zhou Ning leaned forward. If in this case, only Ho Dongmei had died, it could be concluded that Wang Hongwen had committed a crime of passion, since what he had said before was very reasonable. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. But the death of Wang Jihan had always been a knot in Zhou Ning's heart. In the child's toenail residue, traces of the victim Ho Dongmei's blood and Wang Hongwen's DNA were found. The amounts were extremely small. Out of the 20 samples, only traces were found. Perhaps the child had inadvertently kicked, scraping his nails across his arm, leaving behind traces of blood and sweat, and perhaps the residues were preserved in this way. Wang Hongwen raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he clenched his teeth and looked at his hands. I didn't find the gold bars. I lost my mind. Looking at Ho Dongmei's body in the yard, enveloped in hatred, I rushed to the second-floor bedroom, grabbed a pillow and pressed it against the child's face. After a short while, the child stopped moving, and I picked him up and stuffed him into a pickle vat under the west side eaves. After he finished speaking the last sentence, Wang Hongwen closed his eyes, and tears streamed down. In his life, he never imagined he could have a child, let alone kill his own. When he opened his eyes again, the transcript and a signing pen were already laid before Wang Hongwen. He stared intently at Su Dayuan, shaking his head continuously. I didn't know he was my son, I really didn't know. If I had known, I couldn't have possibly killed him. Su Dayuan tossed the cigarette, but into a disposable paper cup filled with water, where it hissed as it extinguished, stubbornly releasing a final wisp of white smoke. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan waved his wrist to disperse the smoke before his eyes. You say it wasn't intentional, but you killed Ho Dongmei. You say you didn't know Wang Jihan was your son, but the hand that struck showed no hesitation. So whether the person you killed was a dear one or a stranger, what difference does it make? For gold bars, for wealth, you've already become psychologically distorted. Do you really expect me to agree with you and say it's not your fault? I'm relieved that my child wasn't raised by you. I'm also relieved that I can bring you to justice, preventing you from leading others astray. Hurry up and sign. Don't waste any more time. Wang Hongwen stared blankly at the transcript before him, his eyes vacant. Lu Yufei had already approached, wearing latex gloves. She shoved a carbon pen into Wang Hongwen's hand. Sign it. Wang Hongwen signed the document, and Lu Yufei immediately called someone in. Zhang Chuanbo had been waiting with his team at the door. Seeing them come out, he immediately went to grab Wang Hongwen by the collar, but Lu Yufei gave Zhang Chuanbo a look, and he unnaturally let go of his hand. Zhang De, Director Su is calling for you. Zhang Chuanbo quickly returned to the interrogation room. Lu Yufei's gaze swept over two detectives, who gradually lowered their hands and took Wang Hongwen away by his arms. Director Su, you called for me? Su Dayuan looked up to see Lu Yufei and Zhang Chuanbo at the door, his face showing a hint of confusion. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Yes. Have you contacted Shin City about whether the test results have come through? Zhang Chuanbo hurried out, and with a wave of his hand, Su Dayuan followed Lu Yufei to the next-door observation room, where everyone stood up as they entered. Su Dayuan gestured to Lu Yufei with a nod of his chin. What happened just now? Lu Yufei shook her head, her face still taut as she looked towards Su Dayuan. Leader, I want to transfer to a detective squad below. Anywhere is fine, I'm not picky. Such a sudden remark caught Su Dayuan off guard. What are you getting at, you silly girl? Is it dissatisfaction with Tao Jinshan or with the work? Spell it out for me. Wherever you want to go is fine, I'll arrange it. Lu Yufei shook her head, her complexion still grim. She raised her fist and slammed it against the wall, making it tremble. Mr. Zhao shrank back at the sight. The strength was not that of a typical woman. I want to go below for training, to take charge of cases personally. I don't want to end up old and unable to run like Zhang De, just knowing who the murderer is and grabbing at someone's collar. I want to catch the murderer myself, and when I do, I'll break his ribs. Everyone realized, and Su Dayuan understood as well. Zhang Chuanbo had gone out to handle Wang Hongwen and was seen by Lu Yufei. She thought it was a display of weakness. Su Dayuan let out a sigh. I understand. I'll arrange for your request later. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Actually, I've been thinking of transferring a batch of people. Just haven't decided on the candidates. We'll talk about it once the backlog of cases is cleared. Also, next time you speak, can you please not beat around the bush? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 305 to 299. You can leave now _1 Chapter 305. Chapter 299. You can leave now _1 March 10, 2012. 1703. Zhang Chuanbo had made the call earlier, and Shin City was very cooperative. They immediately sent various reports and mentioned that they had already received Tao Xinshan and his team and would transfer the evidence soon. Zhou Ning stared at his email inbox, as Shin City would not send all collected information in separate emails. Therefore, he could not know in advance if the fingerprints could be matched. Just then, an unread email arrived in his inbox. He clicked to open and download each attachment, which included reports and some fingerprint images collected by Shin City. Zhou Ning asked Mr. Chu to use software to compare all the fingerprints first. Before Zhou Ning had finished reviewing the report, Mr. Chu had already completed the comparison, but he looked puzzled at the results. On the gold bars, a total of 17 different fingerprints were found. 7 belong to Wang Hongzhan, and another 5 are Ho Dongmei's. The remaining 5 and some partial fingerprints were overlaid and covered, and no matches for them were found in the fingerprint database. Mr. Zhao leaned over, glanced at it, and said, "Then it is possible that these are the fingerprints of the Wang parents. But they passed away before the Spring Festival of 2009. Could it be that they didn't get the second-generation ID cards in time?" Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chu had already found the compensation certificate issued by the town government earlier, which contained half a fingerprint. After comparison, it indeed matched one of the fingerprints. Director Zhou, one of the remaining 3 fingerprints belongs to Wang Hongzhan's father. Zhou Ning nodded. Su Daoyuan had moved closer, his expression calm. It's not surprising that the Wang parents, who hid the gold bars, left fingerprints that could easily be covered by Wang Hongzhan's later prints, but to find Ho Dongmei's fingerprints on them. Could it be that Wang Hongzhan deliberately showed the gold bars to his wife? Zhou Ning nodded. Their parents died the day before Lunar New Year's Eve. According to our Ludong customs, the funeral typically occurs on the 3rd day, which would be on the 1st day of the new year. The village chief had mentioned that Ho Dongmei fainted from exhaustion after the Wang parents' funeral and was found to be pregnant at the hospital. During the time Ho Dongmei was hospitalized up until she returned to her hometown on the 8th day of the new year, Wang Hongzhan certainly made some arrangements, like keys, the safe's password, and transferring the gold bars. In fact, Wang Hongzhan gave Ho Dongmei an opportunity. Su Daoyuan looked at Zhou Ning, his face showing incomprehension. What opportunity? Zhou Ning focused on the report in his hand. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. It indicated that DNA from 4 people had been collected. One was Wang Hongzhan's, another was Ho Dongmei's, and the analysis showed that the other 2, with genetic relations to Wang Hongzhan, were likely his parents. Wang Hongzhan had been planning to buy a house in Shin City. The down payment was ready. He wanted to take Ho Dongmei away from here to start a new life in Shin City as a real family of 3, away from those connected with Ho Dongmei's affair, and to pass Wang Hongzhan's test. If the other man wasn't Wang Hongwan, and if Ho Dongmei hadn't revealed anything about the safe, its password, or the key's location, she might still be in Shin City starting a new life with Wang Hongzhan and their child. Lu Yongxin, with his arms folded, let out a sigh. But the person she had an affair with was Wang Hongwen, who knew the affairs of the Wang family all too well. His goal in getting close to Ho Dongmei was the gold bars. And Ho Dongmei, unaware of all this, thought Wang Hongwen was like Wang Hongzhan, one of her suitors, as she had always been treated like a princess by Wang Hongzhan. Having investigated this far, we all know that Wang Hongzhan made many preparations, but not a single one was illegal or a breach of public morality. Even on moral grounds, he is held firm, voluntarily raising someone else's child, striving to wear the green hat graciously. I think he can be released. Su Daoyuan nodded and waved over to Lu Yufei. Take a look. Have they brought him over? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Lu Yufei quickly stepped out, just in time to see Zhang Chuanbo escorting Wang Hongzhan with handcuffs still on. Lu Yufei glanced at Zhang Chuanbo with a meaningful look. Zhang Chuanbo was momentarily startled, unsure how he had offended this lady as her look was as sharp as a knife. Let's go to the interview room across the hall. Zhang Chuanbo didn't dare to object and quickly led Wang Hongzhan over. Lu Yufei approached Su Dayuan, and they made their way to the interview room. Su Dayuan glanced at Wang Hongzhan's handcuffs and signaled to Lu Yufei, who stepped forward to unlock them. Wang Hongzhan abruptly looked up at Su Dayuan, rubbing where the handcuffs had been. The investigation is complete, and you are now cleared of suspicion. The gold bars will be delivered to the station tomorrow. You can claim them after signing. Regarding the case's trial, the Heian Municipal Criminal Police Brigade will contact you, and the dossier will be transferred tomorrow. If normal procedures are followed, the hearing can be held within a month. If there are no further issues, you are free to leave. Su Dayuan had not even taken a seat, just standing beside Wang Hongzhan as he delivered these statements. Wang Hongzhan's eyebrows twitched, the result obviously puzzling him, but after some thought, he let out a slight smile. I thought you were going to pin some charge on me. This is somewhat unexpected. Haven't you folks from Qidong always suspected that I engineered Ho Dongmei's death? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan skewed his mouth into a smile, though it came off as rather forced. We are not judges, nor can we, out of our own disapproval, place our judgment above the law to reproach you. After your parents' death, suddenly learning of your wife's pregnancy, you began to reveal the location of the password keys and the information about the gold bars, even allowing Ho Dongmei to see and touch them personally. From your perspective, these might be just a way of testing, especially since opening the safe any time would reveal that it was empty. But you knew all too well the nature of the Wang Hongyan family and their motives for getting close to Ho Dongmei. But from another perspective, you suspect your parents' death is related to the Wang family, yet you lack evidence. Unable to vent your hatred, you refuse to hand over the woman you've been pursuing for years to someone else, nor do you want to divide the inheritance with them, allowing them to live a prosperous and happy life with their children. You can't do it. Although we have figured out these details legally, you haven't defamed anyone or broken the law, and we can't do anything about it. I just want to know why you have such hostility towards the Wang family. Is it because his grandfather's betrayal caused your father to have his legs broken, or because he had an affair with Ho Dongmei, and you can't tolerate the cuckoldry? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Wang Hongzhan fell silent, and when he looked up again at the other people in the room, he raised his hands. I'm free now, right? And you finished your investigation into me? Su Dayuan nodded and gestured toward the door. Yes, if you don't want to answer, you can leave. Wang Hongzhan stood up and walked to the door, leaving without hesitation. Su Dayuan followed him out to the corridor, waved his hand behind him, and everyone else stopped. Lu Yufei snorted and leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. That Wang Hongzhan is a highly intelligent man. He doesn't want to talk, not because he can't, but because he doesn't want to leave any video evidence. Such a fox. Zhou Ning waved his hand, indicating that the others behind him should stop gawking. That's enough, this case is closed. Just complete the case file, and when Tauda and the others return tonight, we can leave Heian City, right? Lu Yongxin poked Zhou Ning's arm and looked at the dark circles under Zhou Ning's eyes. Quit the chatter and get some rest soon. You're too tired to remember what Zhang Chuanbo said before. Among the Heian City's backlog of cases, this is a recent one. There's another case that's much older. Every time we clear backlog cases, it comes up and it's still unsolved. Zhou Ning nodded. He genuinely wanted to rest. He glanced in the direction where Wang Hongzhan had left, but didn't move his feet. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Lu Yongxin also looked in the same direction and shook her head slightly, saying, I wonder if the Wang family's car accident years ago is related to Wang Hongwen's grandfather. According to his age, Wang Chaozu is already 80 years old. The Wang family grandparents adopted him when he was only 10, which would have been in 1942. During those years, with famine, war, and poverty, without the Wang family, he would have had a hard time surviving. But when calamity struck, he was the first to turn against the Wang family, his uncle who was 11 years younger than him. Knowing that the Wang family had been rehabilitated, he wanted to curry favor again. He even inquired about the builders of a new house, asked what the Wang family had hidden, and taught his grandson to get close to the Wang family's grandson. All these actions show what kind of a person he is. I wouldn't be surprised if he did something to Wang Hongzhan's parents. Zhou Ning agreed with Liu Yongxin's words. Wang Kei's moral compass is flawed. He has always felt entitled to the Wang family's inheritance. His teachings led his grandson to where he is now. As they were speaking, Su Dayuan came back. Mr. Zhao waved Zhu Xingxing away, and the others dispersed. Su Dayuan approached Zhou Ning and Liu Yongxin, waited for a while without saying anything, and Liu Yongxin looked at him puzzled. What's wrong, Director Su? This isn't like you. Wang Hongzhan suspects that his parents' death was orchestrated by Wang Kei's sons. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The tracks left on the ground were from a tractor, and his parents had multiple fractures. There was a square imprint on their backs, caused by a protruding part of the tractor. After reporting to the police, he went to Wang Kei's house and saw that Wang Kei's youngest son had a tractor. However, when the police went there, the tractor was already gone. After being passed around a few hands, the tractor that was sold had its wheels and the protruding counterweight replaced. Detailed inspections didn't turn up any blood or other evidence. Since the tractor's main frame and engine weren't changed, the rest was different from the original. Without evidence, he decided to enact an eye for an eye. Zhou Ning wasn't surprised by this outcome. Wang Hongzhan had never let go of his parents' death, especially since that incident led to him finding out about Ho Dongmei's pregnancy. All his trauma stemmed from that period. It seems the replaced parts have also disappeared, haven't they? Director Su nodded. All right, regardless, this case is considered closed. Where's Zhang Chuanbua? Zhou Ning looked around but couldn't see Zhang Chuanbua. It seemed like he had left after escorting Wang Hongzhan. Director Su, you're not about to start another special case meeting, are you? I need to rest. Director Su dialed Zhang Chunba's phone, shouting irritably, Where have you been? I do the interrogation and you have nothing to do with it? Isn't this a Heian City case? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Don't you have to deal with the aftermath, or are you leaving it all to our special task force? Director Zhu's furious outburst clearly showed his annoyance. Zhang Chuanbua hurried out of an office. I'm here, leader, preparing the case files. Are we having a special case meeting? Director Su gave a cold look. Starting now until tomorrow morning, don't disturb us. You'll arrange for someone to pick up Tao Xinshan and the others at the airport. We need rest, everything else can wait until tomorrow. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 306 to 300 Headless Corpse _1 Chapter 306. Chapter 300 Headless Corpse _1 March 11, 2012. 9:30 a.m. inside the meeting room of Heian Municipal Criminal Police Brigade. A large screen displayed several photos, and Zhang Chuanbua pointed to the images as he introduced. Following Director Zhu's request, I'll introduce another cold case from Heian, which is familiar throughout Qidong. This is a serial murder case spanning 19 years. To date, there have been 3 victims, commonly referred to as the Heian Headless Serial Murders. The first victim was named Zhang Chuguang, a 26-year-old male, 170 centimeters tall, weighing 120 jin, with a slim build. He was born on October 14, 1967. Zhang Chuguang was an engineer at the Heian Architectural Design Institute. On November 6, 1993, Zhang Chuguang's wife reported him missing. Her husband left for work on the morning of November 3 and never returned. Following a police investigation, a headless male body was discovered on the embankment edge under the Baisha River Central Bridge in the eastern part of Heian City. Family members identified the deceased as Zhang Chuguang. Zhang Chuguang's hands and feet were bound with a green nylon rope, and the body was found in a side-lying, fetal position, lying on top of a plastic sheet with puddles of water on it. His feet were shoeless. Please look at the first image. This was the state of the deceased upon discovery. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. His clothes were intact, with no signs of tears or cuts, and there were no defensive wounds on his body. As for toxicological tests, due to limited technology at the time, nothing useful was discovered. However, the chopping wounds on the neck, as determined by the forensic doctor then, were post-mortem injuries. Since the head was missing, it was impossible to determine the exact cause of death. Investigations into social relationships revealed no enmity between the victim and others. The victim had a Shanghai brand watch and over 570 yuan in cash on him, including a paycheck, ruling out robbery as a motive. However, subsequent investigations revealed that Zheng Chuguang had accepted bribes for fake designs totaling 270,000 yuan, all of which he had squandered. The second victim was named Yu Guangyao, a 33-year-old male, 185 centimeters tall, weighing 178 jin, with a tall and robust physique. He was born on September 11, 1967. Yu Guangyao was the general manager of Shiping Construction Engineering Company. On July 25, 2000, a report was received that Yu Guangyao's car had been found parked in the lot behind the Cultural Palace. He had been missing for over 24 hours by then. When police arrived at the scene and opened the car door, they discovered a headless male body, kneeling on the back seat. His hands and feet were tied with a green nylon rope, in a posture identical to that of Zheng Chuguang. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. No large splashes of blood were found in the car, and a large plastic sheet was placed under the seat. The deceased's feet were also bare, without shoes. An inspection of the car uncovered over 30,000 yuan in cash. A meticulous search for fingerprints inside the vehicle found none other than those of the deceased and his wife and children. In the trunk of the car, a notebook with some numbers was found. Subsequent detailed investigations revealed that it was a bribery ledger. The victim Yu Guangyao had been cutting corners in municipal engineering construction, resulting in several contracted road sections deteriorating into sandy conditions within a year. Those involved in the incident were also dealt with, and the total bribery amount reached 3.57 million yuan. The third victim was named Zheng Qiujiang, a 38-year-old male, 175 centimeters tall, weighing about 175 jin, of average height with a very large stomach. He was born on August 17, 1968. Zheng Qiujiang was the chairman of Heian Urban Construction Supervision Company, Limited. On March 15, 2006, a report was received that at 136 Renmin Road in Luan Community, Building 7, blood and water had been dripping continuously. Police rushed to the scene to find the body of Zheng Qiujiang placed on the top floor, in an identical state to the previous two victims. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. His limbs were bound, head severed, but whether it was due to the way the body was placed or because it was slippery from the rain on the rooftop that day, the corpse was leaning forward with shoulders on the ground. As a result, rainwater mixed with blood dripped down, alerting the residents. Our then head of the criminal police team was my master, Zhou Guichang, who, after studying the previous two cases, processed Zheng Qiujiang's murder as a connected case. After searching the vicinity, they found Zheng Qiujiang's car, and inside, they discovered a storage card containing various transaction evidence. From the Department of Construction to the construction company, as many as over a dozen people were arrested. Building 7 of Luoyuan Community was also deemed as structurally unsafe, as none of the materials, from the steel reinforcement to the concrete, met standards. It was demolished and retendered for construction. Before my master retired, he made a point of telling me that if this case ever got solved, to definitely let him know. If he was no longer around by then, he wanted me to burn some paper money for him and recount the details in his memory. Actually, Many locals in Heian say that the killer was punishing evil and promoting good, and there's no need to catch them, so any attempt for a thorough investigation met with considerable resistance. Su Dayuan nodded after hearing this, but ignored the last remark outright. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He was here to deal with backlog cases, and it was pointless for them to mention such a sentiment if they had reported the case. Su Dayuan couldn't be bothered to say much else to Zhang Chuanhua. I have a few questions. Have the relationships between the three victims been thoroughly examined? Do they have any shared histories of living, socializing, or schooling together? Zhang Chuanhua flipped through his notebook, found a section, and after glancing at it, said, "Since 2006, we meticulously searched for connections between the three victims. However, according to the information we could find, although they were similar in age, there were no intersections in their middle school, high school, or university experiences. The only intersection, per se, was that Yu Guangyao and Zheng Qiujiang lived very close to each other before they were 12 years old, the kind where they lived in different buildings of the same complex. Regarding their parents, siblings, and other relations, there were also no connections." Zhou Ning glanced at the large screen, which displayed photos of the bodies as they were found at the crime scenes. Although the pixel quality varied, the headless appearance was truly gruesome. Su Daiwan's recent question was exactly what Zhou Ning had been considering. The closest similarity between the three men was their age. After all, many serial killers do not let go of individuals they despise during their school days. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Especially those with experiences of being bullied, such hatred is often etched deeply into their bones. This point, being directly ruled out, was somewhat unexpected for Zhou Ning. Glancing at Bai Hua beside him, Zhou Ning lowered his voice and asked, "Dr. Bai, were these three autopsies performed by you or by a previous forensic doctor? Are there relevant autopsy records?" Bai Hua gathered her hair and handed a file folder to Zhou Ning, but her hand that was holding the folder didn't let go. "There are autopsy records. I conducted the autopsy for Zhang Qiujiang, but the previous two were done by someone sent from the municipal bureau. After all, the case was quite sensational at the time, and even after 19 years, the skull of the deceased has not been found." Mentioning the skull, Zhou Ning looked at Bai Hua. "I want to ask, were the bodies of the three deceased cremated by their families, or were they buried in the earth?" At such a question, Bai Hua was also taken aback. They should have been cremated. The bodies were claimed by family members, and the autopsy reports were comprehensive. There was no need to retain them, except for the deceased's clothing and evidence, which were given to the families. After all, before 2006, there was no mandatory requirement to hand over cremated remains to the families, but now isn't it required by the villages to cremate before burial? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Before Zhang Chuanhua could speak, Lu Yongxin leaned forward and said, "It's generally not the choice to cremate when the remains of the deceased are incomplete. The case would have to be solved and the skull found before cremation would be likely, especially since the deaths of the first two victims were quite some time ago." The Qidong area began advocating for cremation in 1997, but it was just an advocate. Anyone whose household registration is in a village or town can usually be buried back in the village. Moreover, Heian City converted from a county to a city in 1999, and this area is now a planting region for grains and vegetables, with a significant rural population. Su Dayuan turned to look at Lu Yongxin. No one knew more about these matters than Lu Yongxin because he had worked in duping for half a year when he was younger, though that was back in the late 80s. "Then let's find the families of the three deceased and find out if they were cremated. If they were buried, whether we can examine the remains. Also, over the course of 19 years, what investigations have you done? Bring out everything you have, Zhang Chuanhua, and reevaluate all of it. Considering the deceased's state at the time of death, their method of binding, the cause of death, their missing heads, as well as the similar age bracket, I think we still need to start with the social relations around the deceased. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Since they did not intersect in time and were not familiar with each other, let's look into the people they knew to see if there are any overlaps. Jinshan, Mr. Xing, Mr. Bai, Yufei, the four of you, each leading your people and working with the local force coordinated by Zhang Chuanbua, split into 4 groups and start a detailed search into their elementary, middle, high schools, universities, neighbors, and colleagues. Any acquaintances found among these contacts should be filtered out. Su Dayuan paused and looked at Zhou Ning. Zhang Chuanbua, have someone contact the families of the deceased. Bone identification is Director Zhou's forte. I think if the remains of the deceased are preserved, they should be thoroughly examined. Since we are revisiting this case, I hope everyone involved gives it their full attention, so it won't keep appearing in the unsolved case records year after year. Zhou Ning was currently browsing the autopsy records. The first 2 books were hand-drawn, and such drawing skills amazed him. Even though there was no DNA testing, the measurements and records were quite detailed. Especially for the first deceased, Zheng Chuguang, the front of his autopsy report contained various records and annotations, noting even that Zheng Chuguang's thumb was shorter than average. As for the backside, it had the forensic doctor's analysis, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. There were only restraint injuries on the deceased's hands and feet, slight strangulation marks under the armpits, and the estimated time of death was on the day of disappearance, with excretion from both bowels. Livor mortis was faint. The surface of the severed area was rather clean, not like those cut by a saw, but there were multiple chop injuries. Inside the deceased's trachea were pink frothy secretions. No garlic odor was detected in the digestive system. There was edema in the lungs, slight swelling of the liver, and organophosphate testing did not reveal any poisons. Zhou Ning blinked. This series of features was indeed very similar to organophosphate poisoning, and he would have pursued that line of investigation as well. However, the fact that no toxic substances were found was puzzling. He turned to the autopsy report of the second deceased. This one was not a hand-drawn human figure, but a printed one, slightly crude, but with a very clear process of autopsy and meticulous labeling. At the end, he found that the body had been autopsied twice. Of course, both autopsies were conducted by the Bureau's Technical Department's forensic room, probably because they found similarities between the 2 cases, so they conducted a second autopsy, re-examining the body more carefully, and this time used DNA testing to identify the deceased. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The bronchi and trachea of this deceased also contained a large amount of pale pink and white frothy secretions, severe pulmonary edema, expansion and rupture of the alveolar wall accompanied by hemorrhage, and the lung lobes had blunt edges. Like the first deceased, livor mortis was faint, and there were multiple chop injuries on the neck. Reading this description and looking at the 2 different autopsy results, Zhou Ning pushed his glasses up, and Lu Yongxin, who had been stretching his neck to look over, saw the autopsy findings and furrowed his brows at Zhou Ning. After re-examination, does he believe that the second deceased, Yu Guangyao, died in the same manner as the first, by drowning? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 307 to 301. A man and a woman _1. Chapter 307. Chapter 301. A man and a woman _1. Zhou Ning nodded. He was familiar with the names on the 2 autopsy reports. Both were from well-known forensic doctors in Qidong, especially the one who participated in the re-examination, who had even gone to the Provincial Bureau's Forensic Identification Center, ranking among the veteran figures. Lu Yongxin glanced at Zhou Ning's expression and understood. Forensic technology is constantly developing, and many judgment methods used before differ greatly from those used today. All of us sitting here are for the sake of solving the case, not to worry about whether the conclusions of the autopsy reports are correct or not. Upon comprehension, Su Dayuan saw that there seemed to be aspects of the autopsy report's findings that Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin did not acknowledge. That's right, we are here to solve the case. After all, this case has left few clues, so we naturally have to reinvestigate wherever we can. As for the technical aspect, we need to re-verify the places that previously couldn't be analyzed or weren't allowed by the conditions, and redetermine anything that's not reasonable. With Su Daiwan's words, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief and quickly scanned through the autopsy report for the third victim. This report included comprehensive toxicological testing and various blood analyses, noting that livor mortis was pale and there were multiple chop wounds on the neck. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning agreed with Bai Hua's autopsy results. The third victim, Zhang Qiujiang, had died of asphyxiation, and a down feather was found in the bronchial tubes, leading to the suspicion that the item causing Zhang Qiujiang's asphyxiation was a soft, knitted fabric filled with down. Glancing over the corresponding lab reports, one in particular surprised Zhou Ning, its unusual values puzzling. Why did Dr. Bai think to conduct a blood sugar test on the victim? Bai Hua coughed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. I had the investigator call the testing department and listed the tests I wanted to be done. I guess my accent was thick, and they misheard it as a blood sugar test. However, when the results came out, it was still surprising. The third victim, Zhang Qiujiang, was thin-limbed with a protruding belly. According to his state, his blood sugar should not have been just 2.7. I've never quite understood it. Zhou Ning nodded slightly, signaling to Su Dayuan that he had no further questions, and Su Dayuan waved his hand. All right. Let's get to work, all 4 groups. Any findings, report them immediately. We know the complexity of the investigation we need to do, and I don't want to repeat it. Just one requirement, be meticulous. Meeting adjourned. Everyone dispersed with a rustle, leaving only Zhou Ning and his group. Mr. Chu and Momo Xia approached, with Mr. Chu speaking up. Director Zhou, I'll stay behind to assist with this case. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After all, we still haven't found the victim's skull, and Mr. Xia still has to complete the final training for these newbies before they can get going. Additionally, the software updates need to be checked by Mr. Xia when he returns. Zhou Ning nodded, knowing that Xia Momo hoped to implement a simulation calculation mode in the software based on their method of reconstructing the victim's facial skeleton, similar to proportional replication. However, the reconstruction would still need to be based on the remnants of the skeletal morphology, and this would require discussion with Dr. Liu. That would be good. If the software fixes this part, even if we find only half of a skull, we can still roughly reconstruct the original appearance. I'll have someone send you back. Xia Momo shook her head. Director Su has made arrangements for someone. I'll go and get things sorted, and if you need any urgent skull reconstruction, I can come over anytime. Zhu Xingxing escorted Xia Momo out, and a few people returned to the forensic office. Bai Hua had already placed the 3 autopsy reports on the table, and the whiteboard was also posted with various information on the victims, but they had not found a connection between the 3 persons. Hearing footsteps, Bai Hua turned around and pushed up her glasses. Director Zhou, during the meeting, did you have a different opinion regarding the cause of death for the first and second victims? Zhou Ning smiled. What does Dr. Bai think? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Bai Hua paused awkwardly, not expecting Zhou Ning to throw the question back at her, though she indeed had her own doubts. However, both victims' autopsies were conducted by authoritative figures and were considered conclusive. Therefore, the direction of the investigation was also considered from this perspective, searching for initial crime scenes close to water sources and looking for the victims' skulls around water bodies. Heian City's Baisha River and Daegu River banks, as well as all ditches and ponds, were thoroughly searched, but to no avail. Contrarily, the third victim she handled had a down feather found in the lungs, which almost led to excluding this victim from the serial killings. After a moment of silence, Bai Hua sighed. Although the diatom test was conducted for the first and second victims, and diatoms were detected in their lungs, liver, kidney, and spleen, the corresponding body of water for comparison was not identified. When the first victim, Zhang Chuguang, was discovered, he was on a plastic tarp. I checked with the Meteorological Bureau for Heian City's weather from November 3rd to 6th, 1993. It was continuously cold and foggy those days, with humidity reaching 98%, and it even rained on the 4th, soaking the body in the water puddles on the tarp. This diatom test didn't hold much significance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Moreover, just based on the first victim's pink frothy sputum, the absence of a garlic odor, and pulmonary edema, the determination of death by drowning seems inaccurate. However, I do think the second victim drowned, especially with one lung having a blunt rounded edge. It's just like with the third victim. It was raining when we found him, so I conducted a diatom test too. Diatoms consistent with the rainwater were found in the lungs, but no diatoms were found in other organs during the test. I'm speaking a bit jumbled. Bai Hua was somewhat vexed, but Zhou Ning was nodding on the side. I've understood everything after looking over 3 autopsy reports. Indeed, it's easy to think that victims number 1 and 2 drowned, but upon meticulous comparison, the types and numbers of diatoms found in the organs of victim number 1 differ. This discrepancy isn't hard to refute. Look here, I don't know if you noticed, but there is a chemical composition analysis for victim number 2. I saw the name at the bottom, but I don't recognize it, and the test was conducted at the provincial level. They analyzed the fluid in the victim's lungs and found the components quite interesting. It includes sodium chloride, sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, citric acid, silicon dioxide, and borax. Although the concentrations of these substances are minuscule, finding them is quite baffling to me. Bai Hua was taken aback. She indeed had seen this report. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. She had looked at the results at the time, but the contents were somewhat baffling, with the most abundant being sodium chloride salt. She had always thought that the killer had spread salt over the body, similar to the idea of using salt to drive away evil spirits so that the soul could rest in peace without clinging to the murderer, a sort of peace offering to oneself. But Zhou Ning's words made her pause. I saw this analysis too, but the contents are in such small amounts, I couldn't figure out what they'd be when combined. Zhou Ning waved at Mr. Chu. Send this to Dr. Liu. He has a PhD in chemistry. I think he should be able to tell us what these ingredients make when mixed together. Mr. Chu didn't waste time and quickly sent it to Dr. Liu. Mr. Zhao bumped Zhou Ning's shoulder. Zhou Xiao, you seem so certain. Do you know what this is? Zhou Ning nodded. During a training in the Black Room, he had encountered a similar case where someone had drowned in a bathtub, but the body was dumped by the sea. Upon chemical comparison, they found differences in the water samples. The contents found in that report were basically the same as this one, but that one also revealed the presence of aromatic phenols. Zhou Ning had guessed it to be a bath bomb, but his answer was incorrect, metaphorically punished with a smell of burnt pig hair. Only upon seeing the correct answer did he learn it was a type of bath salt. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's a kind of bath salt, which can be used for bathing or for exfoliating by application. Mr. Chu had already hung up the phone and looked to Zhou Ning for confirmation with a nod. Dr. Liu says it's bath salt. He's done similar tests before, including precise measurements of various materials. He even remembers the brand Bathclean from Sapporo country. Search whether this brand entered the Hua country market in 2000? Mr. Chu quickly searched and then shook his head slightly. This Bathclean brand hasn't had official stores in Hua country, and online sales began in 2010, all through purchasing agents. Indeed, the price is expensive. A small packet for one-time use is over 100 Hua currency. Too pricey. So, who conducted the tests? Mr. Chu found a sales webpage and showed it to Zhou Ning. It's them, a rather large agency. They've already secured domestic representation, though it's a bit more expensive than the purchasing agent's prices. Bai Hua subconsciously glanced at the scene photo of victim number 2 and a photo of Yu Guangyao himself. Among the 3 victims, Yu Guangyao was considered to have the best appearance and height, yet a man at 185 centimeters was drowned in a bathtub filled with luxury bath salts, and this judgment was shocking. Zhou Ning also looked at Yu Guangyao's photo and circled the time of death with a whiteboard marker. The body was discovered on July 25, 2000, headless, kneeling, and seated in the back of a car. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. That was 12 years ago, indicating the murderer is someone with a high standard of living, has been to Sapporo, and likes using high-end luxury daily products. It's very possible that the murderer is a woman. Moreover, Yu Guangyao was 185 centimeters tall, weighed 178 pounds, and an adult human head weighs about 4.5 to 5.5 kilograms. The deceased's head was cut between the 6th and 7th cervical vertebrae. The cross-section was not clean-cut, so the remaining weight of the body would be about 165 pounds. That weight, especially since the body was bound in a kneeling position, would be difficult to move, particularly by a woman acting alone. At least one person could not have done it, given that there were no signs of abrasion or scraping on the body. Bai Hua and Mr. Zhao both moved closer, but Zhu Xingxing was the quickest to speak. Boss, does that mean you think there were 2 killers, a man and a woman? This question left Zhou Ning at a loss. When did I say the killers were 1 man and 1 woman? Zhu Xingxing spread his hands, ready to elaborate, but Mr. Zhao grabbed him by the collar and threw him back. Bai Hua frowned slightly, but didn't pay attention to what was happening in front of her. Victim number 1 was found at the base of the dam under the Baisha River Bridge, with a slope exceeding 60 degrees. The body was placed there without any abrasions, and if done by a single person, with no climbing points nearby, how could they have gotten back up? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p greater than. I also think there were 2 murderers. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 308 to 302, a leg hanging on the train _1. Chapter 308. Chapter 302, a leg hanging on the train _1. Zhou Ning nodded. The autopsy and the crime scene investigation report show that no drag marks were found around the first victim, Zheng Chuguang. Besides the plastic sheet on the ground, there was no blood found on the surrounding surface. The victim's head had been severed, and even if the blood had drained completely, there would still be some spills from dragging the body. Indeed, it would be impossible for one person to do all this. However, it's impossible to determine whether the killer was 2 men or a man and a woman. But the primary crime scene of the second victim, Yu Guangyao, definitely involved a woman. Have his social connections been investigated? Bai Hua turned around, searched through the files, took out several records, and handed them to Zhou Ning. Yu Guangyao's social connections were complex. His construction company owed lots of debts, all of which were triangular debts. After Yu Guangyao's accident and the compensation for substandard construction sections, his assets were also used to repay debts. His wife went to the municipal government many times without reducing the penalty. It's said that only about 200,000 yuan remained in the end, which was from the auction of one of Yu Guangyao's properties by the court to settle the debts. In fact, Yu Guangyao had ample assets, and his family wouldn't have been unable to survive. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. As for those bearing grudges against him, the number reached up to a dozen. At the time, everyone was scrutinized one by one, but none had the opportunity to commit the crime. Zhou Ning exhaled. All 3 victims were not exactly good people. The first 2 victims died too long ago, but Bai Hua had followed the investigation of the last victim, so she knew a bit more. With that in mind, Zhou Ning asked, "Let's put aside the first 2 victims for now, as it's been a long time. For the last victim, Zhang Qiujiang, do you have any opinions? I mean your suspicions." not the content reflected in the autopsy report. Bai Hua was silent for a moment, and when she looked up, her eyes were much more determined. Zhang Kujiang's death is tied to many things. Zhang De was involved in investigating this case at that time. I accompanied personnel from the Municipal Police Forensic Department in participating in the crime scene investigation and autopsy. When the victim was found, I felt that his posture seemed to be kneeling in plea for forgiveness, but due to the rain, the body was leaning forward. I don't know if you've ever visited Yufei Temple, and although he was headless, that posture was just like Qin Hu's in front of the temple, especially after the evidence of Zhang Kujiang's bribery was uncovered. It further seemed to me that the killer was acting out of a sense of punishing evil and promoting good. Of course, I shouldn't say this, but Zhang Qiujiang really deserved to die. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, as Bai Hua explained. Zhou Ning looked at the crime scene photos of Zhang Kujiang's murder. Indeed, Zhang Qiujiang looked like he was kneeling, but his upper body was naked, lying on a plastic sheet, and the rain made it easy to alter the posture. However, seeing the glycemic index value, Zhou Ning slightly furrowed his brow. Have you checked Zhang Kujiang's previous medical reports? This glycemic index doesn't match his physique. With his slender limbs and large belly, his sugar, blood pressure, and cholesterol levels shouldn't be low. Was he always taking insulin? Bai Hua shook her head. We did not retrieve his medical reports. Zhang De sent someone to inquire with Zhang Kujiang's family. His daughter-in-law said Zhang Qiujiang only had slightly high blood pressure, 140/90. Everything else was normal, especially his glycemia. I think the victim might have been starved for a while, which caused the blood sugar to drop to the limit, especially since at the time of autopsy, his stomach was completely empty and there were no residues in the intestines. Zhou Ning hummed and dialed Su Daiwan's cell phone. The call connected on the second ring. Director Su, while investigating the 3 victims, could you check their medical records? I remember they are kept at the medical center for 30 years and can be retrieved. Okay. March 12, 2012, 10:22 a.m. in the conference room. Su Dayuan looked around. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The social connections from primary school to university for Zhang Chuguang, Yu Guangyao, and Zhang Qiujiang have all been organized. Mr. Chu, please tell us the result of your data comparison after your statistics. All right, I'll introduce the findings. After 2 days of investigation, including school transfers and class changes, the 3 individuals had 321, 337, and 386 classmates, respectively, totaling 1,044 people. Among them, 7 individuals were in the same class as all 3 at some point. Of course, if we expand to the same grade level, there are 174 people who have had contact with all 3. The 3 victims attended Heian Experimental Primary School at the same time during their elementary school years, although they were in different classes. Yu Guangyao and Zhang Qiujiang both lived in Hongqi Road community at some point. After an investigation, Zheng Chuguang's grandfather's house was also in Hongqi Road community. So, I also did an investigation on those who lived in the same community and, like the 3, attended Heian Experimental Primary School. This includes 6 of those 7 individuals. With that, Mr. Chu opened a spreadsheet with a list of 7 names, but the last person's color was lighter, suggesting that the first 6 were individuals who attended the same school and lived in the same community as the 3 victims. Su Dayuan stared at the list for a moment, then gestured with his hand. Go on, have these 6 people been contacted? Where are they? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. When can they come to assist the investigation? Tao Jinshan quickly said. As soon as we received Mr. Chu's information, we began contacting these 6. Through the household registration system, we found 5 of them. 1 person could not be reached by phone. Among the 5, 2 are out of town. 3 have been notified to come in the afternoon to assist the investigation. We haven't disclosed what the investigation entails. The two from out of town, one can make it back tomorrow, and we've scheduled a meeting at the Criminal Police Brigade in the morning to assist with the investigation. As for the other one who is receiving medical treatment in Husheng City for late-stage liver cancer and waiting for surgery, I'm not sure what to do about that. Should I reach out to my colleagues in Husheng and have them help with the questioning? Su Dayuan glanced at the time and waved his hand at Tao Jinshan. Give me their phone number, I'll call right now to ask. Zhou Ning, is there anything in particular you need to know from your end? Zhou Ning thought for a moment. I want to know if, during their primary school years, there was anything unusual that happened at Heian Experimental Primary School and in the Hongqi Road community where the 3 victims were involved, or if there was any bullying they committed. Su Dayuan nodded and immediately made the call. The phone rang for nearly a minute before someone answered it with a weak hello. Hello? Is this AI Chingsong /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak? Speak, prosody P speaking. May I ask who's calling? I am Su Dayuan from the Qidong Criminal Police Brigade. I just checked and found that you were classmates with Zhang Chuguang, Yu Guangyao, and Zhang Qiujiang, and that you all lived in the Hongqi Road community. We know it's inconvenient for you to come in person since you're hospitalized in Husheng, but we have some questions for you. Can you talk right now? The person on the other end sounded stunned, as if trying to recall the past and surprised that the police knew of his current condition, then hastily said, It's okay, I'm just waiting for surgery at the hospital. I don't have anything urgent. A woman's voice came through from the other side, tinged with annoyance. Who's looking for you? Can't you get some peace even in the hospital? They've dismissed you already. What's there to keep handing over again and again? Tell them to contact me. Don't meddle. It's not about work. The police are investigating a few of my classmates. Just close the door, please. I apologize, officer. Please continue. I can talk. As he spoke, his breath was clearly labored. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow, recognizing that the shortness of breath in a patient with late-stage liver cancer was a sign of heart failure, indicating that the man did not have much longer to live and the surgery likely wouldn't be very effective. I think you know, these 3 people have been killed. Yes, I saw it on the news. During your primary school years, you were all in the same grade, right? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I want to know if anything unusual happened involving those 3 victims, or if they did any bullying. AI Chingsong hummed in response. The stuff from primary school is quite old. I only remember in the 5th grade, one of our classmates died. He was hit by a train. His name was Cui Yushang, shy and a bit slow, not a good student. Just a tall kid, over 1.75 meters. I can't remember the exact date, only that it was late autumn. On a Saturday after school, many boys planned to go to Hulu Bay, diagonally across from the school, to catch fish. The bay had a spring, so the water never froze even in winter, and there were plenty of small fish. Back then, supplies were scarce. Catching some fish to make fish sauce for noodles was a treat. Cui Yushang rode his dad's bike there. To get across the train tracks, you had to lift your bike over 4 or 5 rails. I had already entered the water at the bay and didn't see it happen but heard that he sprained his ankle. His bike got stuck on the train track and many people shouted at him, but he was like obsessed, refusing to let go. The train was already turning the corner and coming towards him. Many watched in horror as he was hit by the train and thrown into the air. It was said the body was torn apart, with a leg hanging from the train's front still twitching. He died right there, to be precise, torn to pieces. We didn't dare to look, and all the kids scattered. The next week in class, the wind blew our classroom door open. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. One of the boys, trying to be funny, shouted that Cui Yushang had come back. That scared a lot of the girls into crying. The teacher repeatedly told us not to talk about it anymore, but the more they said that, the more terrified the students were. However, one of our friends who went there with us said that it wasn't that Cui Yushang fell and didn't care about his bike. It was Zhang Chuguang. Yu Guangyao and Zhang Qiujiang behind him shouting, "Cui Yushang, if your bike is broken, your dad will break your legs." After they shouted that, Cui Yushang stubbornly refused to let go. He wasn't very sharp, and his dad would beat him with a belt for no reason. Once during a parent-teacher meeting, before it even ended, he was chasing Cui Yushang all over the school to whip him. So Cui Yushang panicked and didn't dare let go. A month later, Cui Yushang's mother ran away. His father's beatings were just too much for her. His father died in a drunk driving accident. His grandmother went mad, died by drowning in a ditch on her way to pick him up from school, and his sister was the most pitiful one. She was sent to live with her aunt and supposedly had a hard life. We never saw her again, though. Everyone in the meeting room was taking notes fast, with Mr. Chu particularly searching for information on Cui Yushang. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, he couldn't find any information on this person, which made sense considering a fifth grader at that time would not have an ID card, and all household registrations were manually recorded and not yet digitized. He quickly typed a few words to show Su Dayuan, who gave a slight nod and continued, "What was Cui Yushang's sister's name? Do you remember?" "I think it was Cui Yufan." "I'm not sure, but she would have been 2 years younger than us, since she was in 4th grade when we were in 5th. She started school early. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 309 to 303 Special Female Classmate _1 Chapter 309. Chapter 303 Special Female Classmate _1 Su Dayuan quickly looked towards Mr. Chu, who was sweating profusely. They had only investigated the information of students in the same grade as the deceased at the experimental primary school and had not conducted a wider search. Besides, this information was nearly 30 years old and couldn't be looked up online. Mr. Chu could only search using the name Cui Yufan, and the results he found in Heian City numbered 4, ranging in age from 4 to 81. Taking as reference the age of the deceased, someone in the 3rd or 4th grade could be 2 years younger than the 3 victims, which means they could have been born around 1969. However, among these results, there wasn't anyone in that age group. The age differences were too significant. Seeing the search results from Mr. Chu, Su Dayuan continued to inquire, "We haven't found any information on Cui Yufan here. Do you remember what her aunt's surname is?" "I don't remember. I only know that their family lived in Luozhuang village next to Hongqi Road by Mr. Chu. In that era, Heian City had only 5 large residential areas, and they were all inhabited by families that were relatively well off. Even in primary school, circles were important. So the reason Cui Yushang was bullied had a lot to do with this. Plus, he was tall and big but not too smart, which made him a frequent target of isolation. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Things like thumbtacks on his seat and glue on his desk happened almost every day. Oh, that's right. Back then, Zhang Qiujiang was in my class. He sat right in front of Cui Yushang. My seat was a bit far, so during class, the teacher often had to tell them to lower their voices. As for what exactly was said, I really couldn't hear clearly, and I don't remember now. Do you remember if there was anyone who helped Cui Yushang at that time?" There was silence on the other end, as if they were trying hard to recall. However, the breathing sounds coming through the microphone were heavy, an unconscious behavior when one is trying to remember something earnestly. It's just that normal people wouldn't have it so noticeably, but someone with heart failure's breathing would instantly give them away. In our grade, there was a girl named Li Fong. She walked with a crutch, seeming to have undergone some knee replacement surgery, and took a year off school. Yet she didn't repeat a year, kept up with her studies on her own, and managed to be in the top 5 of the class. She was very outgoing and had a bold personality. During the 3rd and 4th grades, she would always protect Cui Yushang whenever someone bullied him. However, she took another leave of absence in the 2nd semester of the 5th grade and never returned to our school. I have no idea where she went after that. /p break time equals 300 ms// slash prosody, slash speak. Speak, prosody, p. Her health was deteriorating severely, and you should know several of our classmates have already died, traffic accidents, leukemia, incarceration. I'm afraid I might be the fifth. One could feel the sense of resignation in AI Chingsong's words. However, this acceptance was something ordinary people did not possess. Perhaps after experiencing prolonged treatment, he had developed a different perspective on life and death. Such cooperation with treatment could also be for his family. When asked about their true wishes, many would prefer to give up, given how torturous liver cancer can be and knowing the inevitable outcome. All they ponder is whether to choose to live in pain or to end the suffering sooner. Thank you for your cooperation. I hope you continue your treatment and recover soon. If needed, we'll get in touch with you again by phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning looked towards Tao Jinshan. Jinshan, look into these two people, Cui Yufan and Li Fong. They're not on this list you have here. I want to find out if Cui Yufan's surname was changed after being adopted by her aunt. As for Li Fong, have Mr. Chu start searching. Mr. Chu didn't make excuses and began searching immediately. As soon as he input the name, 260,595 records popped up. Mr. Chu quickly felt embarrassed and refined the search criteria. Sorry, I forgot to set the region and age range. Mr. Zhao grinned and shook his head, saying, geez, there are 260,000 people named Li Fong nationwide. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. That name is quite popular. Later when you have a moment, Mr. Chu, can you see how many people are registered under Zhao Xinli like me? Su Dayuan glanced at him, Mr. Zhao shrank back, and Zhu Xingxing snorted. I don't know about the others, but I only know that boss, in your book, you're still called Zhao Xinli, nicknamed Fatty. Mr. Zhao bared his teeth in resignation, but Zhu Xingxing's comment made Su Dayuan start to smile. He turned to Zhu Xingxing, giving her a thumbs up without saying anything else, prompting Zhu Xingxing to gloat as she raised her eyebrows at Mr. Zhao. Mr. Chu had already found the search results. There were 4 people born in 1967, but one of them had passed away. Seeing the address of this person, Mr. Chu was startled and quickly turned the computer towards Su Dayuan. Look at this, boss. For Li Feng's found, but one died on May 1st, 1993, and deregistration was processed at the Hongqi Road police station on May 10th of the same year. This Li Fong died in a traffic accident. A traffic accident? Wasn't she disabled with a leg injury, using crutches? Mr. Chu shook his head and glanced at Li Feng's household registration information, which featured a sister's migration details. Her parents were also no longer around. The remaining 3 Li Fangs of the same birth year were ordinary to the point of anonymity. All were now residing in various villages. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. According to their household registrations, they had at least 2 children each, which seemed inconsistent with the outspoken Li Fong that AI Chingsong had mentioned. Among these 4 Li Fangs, I think the one who could attend the experimental primary school in the city area would be this Li Fong. The other 3 seem unlikely, considering that the highest level of education listed on their household registrations is junior high school. Su Dayuan nodded, feeling the analysis made sense, as the educational level indicated on the household registration of this deceased Li Fong was a bachelor's degree. He looked up at Zhang Chuanbua. The retention period for traffic accident files is 20 years. The timing of this accident involving Li Fong falls within that 20-year window. Look it up immediately to see what happened in that traffic accident. Additionally, reach out to the Hongqi Road police station and have them assist Jinshan in looking up the household registrations of Li Fong and Cui Yufan. Zhang Chuanbua quickly made a phone call, telling Tao Jinshan the location. Tao Jinshan and his team went there. As for the traffic accident, he also checked with the traffic police team, but because it had been a long time, they needed to manually search the archives, and that would take a bit more time. Everyone waited for quite a while, and an hour later, Tao Jinshan returned first. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. Upon entering the door, he poured himself a glass of water and then quickly said, "Our analysis was correct." After Cui Yufin was adopted by her maternal aunt, she changed her surname because her aunt's child had died, and her aunt could no longer conceive. Cui Yufin took her uncle's surname, and her household register displays the adoption. After all, it has been so many years, and searching for it took quite some effort. Now Cui Yufin is named Zhu Yufin and is a biology teacher at the 3rd middle school. Su Dayuan glanced at the photocopies related to the case before raising his head to look at Tao Zhinshan. Knowing how long they had worked together, Tao Zhinshan understood his nature and wouldn't have returned with just this information. "Did you get in touch with Zhu Yufin herself?" Tao Zhinshan smiled. "Of course, Mr. Bai went to pick her up. I came back ahead of him. Mr. Bai said she would return a bit later. It seems Zhu Yufin was trying to arrange a substitute teacher for her classes. After all, middle school teachers each have a dedicated role, and as it's the start of the school year, the schedule is quite tight." Su Dayuan nodded, satisfied with the arrangement. "Did you find Li Fang's sister?" "I made a phone call. Her name is Li Hua. She's the chief bone cancer nurse at the 2nd hospital. Her sister indeed had a traffic accident during the Labor Day holiday in '93. As for her limping during childhood, it was because of a knee replacement surgery due to a bone tumor. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P later on, though she walked with a wobble, she could walk normally. Regarding the traffic accident, the judgment given at the time was that Li Fang lost control due to poor visibility and fell off the bridge. The car's performance was tested, and there were no issues with the brakes. No alcohol was found in Li Fang's blood test. It was suspected that she drove off the bridge at night because of the visibility. Su Dayuan frowned deeply. What did Li Fang do for a living? At the time of the accident, Li Fang had just been appointed as the head of the planning department at the Planning Bureau for 3 months. She was professionally trained, a specialist in her field. Her sister said they never expected her sudden accident. Their parents also passed away early due to deep grief, and their family business was taken over by others. Before Su Dayuan could ask anything further, the door sounded. Zhang Chuanbo entered, holding several photocopies, and approached Su Dayuan. A policeman followed behind him, wearing shoulder patches indicating a rank equal to Zhang Chunbo's. Undoubtedly, this had to be the head of the traffic police team. "Director Su, let me introduce you. This is Li Libo, the captain of our traffic police team. This traffic accident happened to be under his jurisdiction that year, so I asked him to come and explain the situation." After exchanging salutes and handshakes, Su Dayuan gestured to Li Libo. "Let's skip the pleasantries and get to the point. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Do you remember this traffic accident?" Li Libo, a straightforward man, pulled over a chair to sit down and said while holding up the photocopy, "I was the officer in charge at the time. The incident took place on the Baisha River Central Bridge." Su Dayuan paused, looking up at Li Libo. "Wait, where did you say it happened?" "Pointed out on the map." Li Libo stood up, and there was a map on the whiteboard that marked the locations where the bodies of the 3 deceased were found. Pointing at the location of the first victim, Zhang Chuguang, he said, "Right here, Baisha River Central Bridge." Li Fang was driving a silver Toyota Corona from west to east, then smashed through the guardrail on the opposite side, and the vehicle plunged off, hitting a bridge pier directly. The car did not explode but slid down onto the dike of Baisha River. On the morning of May 1, 1993, someone passing by the Baisha River Central Bridge noticed the vehicle on the dike and went to the nearby agricultural machinery company to call the police. When we arrived at the scene, we sent people down to take a look, and Li Fang was already stiff. By the time we pulled the car up, it was the afternoon. After the forensic doctor performed the autopsy, the victim was determined to have died around 10 p.m. on April 30th. No alcohol, drugs, or poison was detected in her system. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Although the bridge was built in '92, due to the power supply issues with the streetlights along the bridge, visibility at night here was extremely low, often leading to accidents. Furthermore, as there were no abnormalities with the brakes and the accelerator of the victim's car, and no signs of collision, we concluded the case as an accidental traffic incident. Mr. Zhao counted on his fingers and then covered his mouth, revealing an incredulous expression. Driving a Toyota Corona 2.0 in '93, that gray with a stripe in the middle, the import price was incredibly high, at least $500,000 as a start. And back then, $500,000 was not the same as now. It must have been at least 10 times as much. Besides, even for a head of the Planning Bureau, this seems unlikely, right? Let's talk about today's Heian City Planning Bureau. How much is the Bureau Director's official car worth? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 310 to 304. Could it be that Li Feng didn't die in a car accident? _1 chapter 310, chapter 304. Could it be that Li Feng didn't die in a car accident? _1 Zhou Ning shook his head. I'm not surprised. This Li Feng's family must have been very wealthy, even among the top in Heian City at the time. After all, our country had just started delving into knee replacement surgery in the 1980s. Moreover, the requirements for age were very strict back then. She underwent the surgery when she was in 3rd or 4th grade and took a year off from school. I suspect that her surgery wasn't performed domestically, considering the difficulty in finding an appropriate joint for her age. Li Libo from the traffic police team was full of admiration and kept nodding towards Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao. It seems that everyone has their own expertise, and you're indeed more professional. This is the record from that time. Li Feng's father was the chairman of Qidong Heichanglong International Trading Company Limited. To be honest, I didn't even know what that meant back then, but I heard he was among the first batch of people who went into trading after the economic reform and opening up. Su Dayuan tapped the table as he looked at the traffic accident assessment report. With a wealthy background and herself being a planning chief at a planning bureau, she was a girl with a promising future. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P to come alone to such a secluded bridge late at night and rush towards the side of the road without any apparent reason, and her death. It had a huge impact on Mr. and Mrs. Li. Tao Zhinshan nodded. He had just contacted Li Feng's sister. Yes, not long after her death, Li Feng's parents also died of illness. I heard that their business was taken over by someone else. I thought it was some small family-run restaurant, but if we go by the scale of their strength, wouldn't that mean the trading company was also very substantial? The more they delved into the matter, the more complex it became, and Su Daiwan's brows furrowed tighter. Whose property is the Li family's trading company now? Zhang Chuanhua and Li Libo looked at each other and shook their heads. We don't know. I haven't paid much attention to these details. We should ask Li Feng's sister about that. Tao Zhinshan immediately called Li Feng's sister and asked her about it. She was clearly very familiar with all of this. My father's Qidong Heichanglong Trading Company, along with several subsidiary industrial processing companies, is now run by Zhu Kellen. He was a trade manager my father promoted. He took the company for himself by using some of the company's external debts. I don't understand business, so I could only watch helplessly as the company was devoured. And now these subsidiaries and the trading company have formed a group. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The name is still Heichanglong, but its main business has shifted from industrial to real estate development, acquiring many plots of land. Tao Zhinshan hung up the phone, scratched his head, flipped open his notebook, and saw a familiar name. He was also taken aback and lifted his notebook to show everyone. Wait a second, why does the name Zhu Kellen sound so familiar? Wasn't I asked to contact Cui Yusheng's sister, Cui Yufan, who was adopted by her aunt's family and changed her name to Zhu Yufan? Her aunt's husband is called Zhu Kellen. Could this be a coincidence of names? As soon as he finished speaking, they all took out their police devices to search. After comparing the national ID numbers, they confirmed it was the same person, which left everyone in a daze. Mr. Zhao came closer and raised his hand, saying, "I'm a bit confused now. The relationships here are so tangled. Let's try to make sense of it all." Zheng Chuguang, Yu Guangyao, and Zhang Qiujiang were schoolmates, yearmates, and neighbors from the same community. Back in primary school, perhaps due to their involvement, Cui Yushang was killed. His death led to the ruin of his family, leaving only a sister who was taken in by her uncle. This uncle obtained the property of Li Fang's parents through improper means. But Li Fang had stood up for Cui Yushang on numerous occasions, one of the few people with a sense of justice. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The cause of Li Fang's death is still unknown, but the timing and location are highly suspicious, especially since Zheng Chuguang, the number one deceased, was found dead at the same place where Li Fang had her incident. And all three victims were involved in industries related to planning and construction in one way or another. They died similarly, and after their deaths, evidence of their bribery, shoddy workmanship, substandard products, and corruption was revealed. Is that right? Su Dayuan nodded in agreement. This summary is accurate. However, based on this analysis, the murderer must have personally experienced or witnessed Cui Yushang's death, as well as the bullying, and held a grudge against these three. Therefore, he must have had a similar experience. As for Li Fang's death, I need to know what these three deceased were doing at the same time Li Fang had her accident. Did they have any connection with Li Fang? As Mr. Zhao mentioned, their deaths all occurred after her incident. Zhang Chuanbo stood up eagerly to make a statement. "I'll go and investigate right now." Su Dayuan raised his hand to stop him and gestured to Tao Zhinshan. "Let's reorganize our team, along with local investigators. You, Lu Yufei, and Chuanbo will each lead a group and start the investigations. Also, expedite the arrival of the three classmates who are supposed to come this afternoon. For the one who is out of town, get him to try to come back by this afternoon if possible. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Tao Zhinshan and Zhang Chuanbo hurried off, while Li Libo, who was pointing at himself without speaking, was already addressed by Su Dayuan. "Captain Li, could you please find the original records of the traffic accident involving Li Fang? I need a detailed autopsy report. Send it over to Director Zhou for a thorough review. The more comprehensive it is, the better. After all, memories can be inaccurate after so many years." Li Libo nodded. "I will retrieve the file now and also look for my work diary from that time. That traffic accident was the first one I handled alone on duty, and I carefully recorded all the details." Su Dayuan patted his shoulder and smiled at Li Libo. "Then I'll wait for your news." Li Libo left quickly, and Su Dayuan and Mr. Zhao saw Zhou Ning looking at the whiteboard and followed suit. "Did you find something?" Zhou Ning shook his head. "I'll go over the autopsy report. Just make sure no one disturbs me." Su Dayuan waved to Mr. Zhao. "Help Zhou Xiaozhou move the whiteboard and these materials to the office next door, and bring him some water and food. Everyone, come out and don't disturb him." Zhou Ning nodded to Bai Hua and went straight next door. Once everything was set down, Mr. Zhao hurried out, knowing that Zhou Xiaozhou wanted to analyze the case alone, without the disruption of a noisy, chattering crowd. The room quieted down, and Zhou Ning approached the table, spreading out all the autopsy reports, comparing them part by part. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Given the scant information available, although it was deduced that this was not the work of a single person from the first and third victims, there were virtually no other clues. Focusing his mind, Zhou Ning started to summarize under each of the three victims on the whiteboard. Time ticked by second, and the whiteboard filled up. As he looked at his analysis of the three victims, the picture became clearer to Zhou Ning. March 12, 1540. Inside the interview room. The last person to return from out of town was Fang Guiying, a genuine Ludong man sitting across from Su Dayuan. Su Dayuan nodded and thanked him, having disrupted his work schedule by calling him back to Heian City ahead of schedule. After the pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Fang Guoying, I asked you here to assist us with some information. I know you went to the experimental primary school. Do you remember Zhang Chuguang, Yu Guangyao, and Zhang Qiujiang? Fang Guoying didn't hesitate and nodded slightly. I remember them, especially since these three were murdered. Those of us who kept in touch would mention it when we got together. Satisfied with such a candid opening, Su Dayuan continued. Do you know they used to bully Cui Yushang? Fang Guoying lifted his head, his hands still in his pockets, unchanged. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I didn't live in the Hongqi Road community, but I heard those three were considered the local tyrants among the kids there. Bullying a few kids was commonplace, stealing snacks, backpacks, or making a child cry. Back then, families had many children and the parents couldn't always keep an eye on them, not like how precious kids are nowadays. The response was moderate, without excessive condemnation, simply stating that these three were no saints and that anything excessive was possible with them. Were you with the group that went to Hulu Bay the day Cui Yushang had his accident? Fang Guoying nodded. I went, but I got there late. I was on duty at school that day, and those who went early were already fishing. I know what you're going to ask. If I saw those three frightening Cui Yushang, right? Su Dayuan nodded. Did you see it? No, when I got there, Cui Yushang's bike was trapped on the train tracks. We were shouting at him from behind, telling him to get up and run, not to worry about the bike. But I was too far away. Those three were ahead of us, so as for what they said, I don't know. I could only watch, horrified, as Cui Yushang was torn apart by the train, his leg twitching wildly on the rail. Su Dayuan pursed his lips, uncomfortable with asking someone to recall such an event. Sorry to bring this up, but we want to understand more details. I hope you can understand. Do you know Li Fang? She took a break from school after surgery on her leg and used crutches in the 5th grade. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Didn't those three bully her too? Was she there when Cui Yushang had his accident? Fang Guoying sighed heavily and looked at Su Dayuan, nodding. She was there. The two of us were far behind, running desperately forward. But Li Fang couldn't run well, and she even fell down. We were too young then to stop what happened. Su Dayuan stared into Fang Guoying's eyes, asking quickly, do you think Li Fang's death has anything to do with these three? Fang Guoying paused, his face bearing a surprised expression, tilting his head slightly. Li Fang died in a car accident, didn't she? I went to the traffic police department at the time, and there was no dispute about the cause of death. It was due to a non-functioning streetlight and poor visibility, so she ran off the bridge. Could her death be related to them? We are investigating. After all, the body of the first victim, Zhang Chuguang, was placed on the site of Li Fang's accident, kneeling on the ground, as if seeking atonement. Enlightened, Fang Guoying shook his head. I studied in Hushing City and worked there for a few years. I came back for Spring Festival in '95 and found out about Li Fang's accident. It was regrettable, and I even inquired about it. With this much understood, there wasn't much left to ask. Fang Guoying's hands remained in his pockets, clearly self-protective, and his statements were impeccable. Su Dayuan stood up, politely had Fang Guoying escorted out, and, clutching his notebook, stepped out. Mr. Zhou came over. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Boss, I didn't catch everything. That's pretty much the same as what AI Chingsong said, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 311 to 305 clubbed finger _1 Chapter 311. Chapter 305 clubbed finger _1 Su Dayuan nodded. It's not that we found nothing. Lu Yufei just called to say the bodies of the three victims have been cremated, which makes our job more difficult. Let's go see how Zhou Xiao is getting on. Hasn't he come out for lunch? Mr. Zhao shook his head. I didn't dare deliver his boxed lunch inside, so I left it at the door. Mr. Chu just went to check a moment ago. The boxed lunch was taken inside to eat, but no one came out. Mr. Chu peered through the door for a while and said that the whiteboard was filled with dense writing. He guessed they were analyzing the commonalities of the 3 victims. Su Dayuan had already grabbed the door handle of Zhou Ning's office, but he paused in his movement, tilting his head to look at Mr. Zhao. You can't help with Zhou Xiao's side of things, and you didn't follow the investigation, nor have you listened to the interrogations. What have you been doing just now? Mr. Zhao was taken aback, standing stiff-necked with an innocent look on his face. Listen, leader, I haven't been idling around. Haven't I been helping Mr. Chu look into that He Changlong group? This group is quite interesting. Since Zhu Kellen took over, they've been selling off the original industrial enterprises and outsourcing their management. Now only 2 parts remain. One is real estate and the other is a trading company. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. According to what Li Fang's sister, Li Hua, said, when Zhu Kellen acquired He Changlong, it was under the pretext of insolvency. We looked into it, and He Changlong was indeed insolvent in '94. Zhu Kellen, who owned 13% of the shares, filed for bankruptcy reorganization. After that, He Changlong began to receive an injection of over 40 million and acquired quite a few land parcels to venture into real estate. Moreover, the Luiyuan community, which victim number 3 was involved in, was developed by He Changlong. They've been involved in many municipal projects such as road construction, bridge building, and old house renovation. By the way, the municipal project that victim number 2, Yu Guangyao, was involved in, was part of the projects subcontracted by their group. Even though Yu Guangyao was murdered and implicated in bribery, He Changlong didn't seem to be affected. Su Dayuan stopped in his tracks, not expecting Mr. Zhao and his team to have made such discoveries. He was about to speak when the door opened, and Zhou Ning came out. Zhou Xiao, did you have lunch? Mr. Zhao grinned, bumping Zhou Ning on the shoulder. The leader's concern is a bit hollow. The inquiry here is over. How did it go with you? Zhou Ning stepped aside from the door, and Su Dayuan and the others entered the room. The 3 of them walked up to the whiteboard, and Zhou Ning took a sip of water before speaking. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I've compared the causes of death of the 3 victims, the conditions of the crime scenes where their bodies were dumped, identifiable objects, places where the crimes occurred, and the state of the severed heads, and I've found some issues. Look, under the bodies of the 3 victims, plastic tarps were spread. There's dew and rainwater on the tarps, but not much blood. This indicates that the 3 were decapitated and bled out before being moved to the dumping sites, and there was no spatter of blood found on their clothing. Even though we saw pulmonary edema, I believe that victim number 1 died of mechanical asphyxiation, victim number 2 drowned, and as for the cause of death of victim number 3, I lean towards an overdose of insulin. Look here, Bai Hua found a needle mark on the upper outer arm during the autopsy. The site wasn't dissected for a local drug test analysis at the time, but given that the blood sugar level was 2.7, I don't believe this was caused by starvation, because excessive starvation would lead to an increase in blood sugar levels, a condition clinically known as the Samajai effect. Su Dayuan paused. Are you saying that victim number 3, Zhang Qiujiang, died from an injection of an excessive amount of insulin? Zhou Ning nodded. I remember Li Fang's sister, Li Hua, is an emergency room nurse. Did she and that Zhu Yufan come in the afternoon? Not yet. Mr. Bai picked up Li Hua and is on his way to pick up Zhu Yufan. They'll be here soon. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Keep talking about your findings. Zhou Ning hummed in acknowledgement and pointed to the dumping sites of the 3 people. Now, about the dumping sites. Victim number 1, Zhang Chuguang, was placed on the opposite bank under the bridge where Li Fang fell to her death. The body had no abrasions, but there were pressure marks under the armpits that were not clear. However, you can see spiral patterns which I think were caused by using a rope to lower the body under the bridge. The killer had a transport vehicle and tethered the body with a rope secured to the car. The killer and the body were lowered from the edge of the embankment. Then the killer arranged the victim's posture before climbing back up the rope. It rained the day before the victim was found, so the ground traces were not preserved. As for victim number 2, Yu Guangyao, he was placed in the back seat of a car parked in the backyard of the Cultural Palace. Although the north side is a hotel, there are no cameras and no gatehouse. But looking at the photos of the victim's car, Director Su, look at the driver's seat. It's clearly farther forward than the passenger seat. With the victim's height of 185 and weight of 178, that space is definitely not sufficient. According to the measurements, the front of the seat is almost vertical. Mr. Zhao once mentioned Zhu Xingxing's driving habits. I think many women prefer to adjust the seat this way, right? Mr. Zhao leaned in for a closer look, then nodded repeatedly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. With this distance, Zhou Xiao's legs wouldn't even fit. I believe the person who last drove the vehicle is similar in height and physique to Zhu Xingxing, not taller than 162 centimeters and weighing no more than 90 pounds. Wait, there's another possibility. Mr. Zhao suddenly paused and looked at the two of them. There is also the possibility that the murderer deliberately adjusted the seat when leaving to confuse the police, making us focus our search on women. But wasn't the interior of this vehicle investigated? I didn't see the investigation report mention finding a second person's fingerprints in the car. Zhou Ning frowned deeply, but still nodded in agreement. What Mr. Zhao says is not ruled out. I carefully reviewed the investigation report. The vehicle was inspected 6 times, and fingerprints were checked in all areas that could be touched by hands. The vehicle had been thoroughly cleaned. Underneath the seats, it was clean. Only the deceased's fingerprints and some glove prints were found. Su Dayuan stroked his chin and said, "Are you suggesting that the killer had access to Yu Guangjiao's vehicle before his death and meticulously cleaned the interior, wearing gloves when he transported the victim to the back courtyard of the Cultural Palace? So no fingerprints were left behind?" Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Zhao had already taken down the photograph and was comparing his own hand to the scale. The size was thicker than his own fingertips. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. With surprise etched on his face, he observed the distribution of the fingerprints. Although these are glove prints, it's discernible that they're indicative of male fingers. Even though my hands are considered large, this person's hands are bigger than mine and the fingers thicker. Lu Yongxin, who had quietly entered at some point, took the photograph from Mr. Zhao and, after a thorough examination, took the pen from Zhou Ning, pointing at several glove prints. "Do you see any issues with this fingerprint? The pressure points on the finger pads and the second phalanges have gaps, and the pads are more rounded and robust than the second phalanges, with distinguishably deeper nail marks at the tips." Following Lu Yongxin's prompt, Zhou Ning closely observed the photograph, then raised his hand and slightly bent the first joint of his fingers. Zhou Ning paused mid-action, raised his head, and exclaimed with astonishment, "Clubbed fingers? Master, are you saying that this person has clubbed fingers?" Lu Yongxin nodded. Although the photo's clarity is not high, based on these fingerprints, we can infer that this individual has clubbed fingers. I handled a case before where the murderer left behind such prints. I consulted an expert from the Qidong First Affiliated Hospital at the time and subsequently found that he had early-stage lung cancer. Su Dayuan was also somewhat amazed by the discovery. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. However, recollecting, it seemed he had not noticed anyone with such fingers, so he leaned in to ask, "You mean to say that, at the very least, this male suspect with clubbed fingers, who left traces in the vehicle of the second victim, could potentially be in the early stages of lung cancer? Since Yu Guangjiao's case happened in the year 2000, it's been 12 years. Even if it was early-stage lung cancer back then, it's unlikely he could still be alive now, right?" Zhou Ning shook his head. clubbed fingers are not definitely indicative of lung cancer. It could also be caused by heart diseases, respiratory system diseases, digestive disorders, chronic poisoning, and such, resulting in the hypertrophy of the fingertip tissues. It's merely that in lung cancer, clubbed fingers are one of the most common extrapulmonary signs. Moreover, clubbed fingers generally do not form suddenly over a short period. If clubbed fingers appear only on one limb or a single finger, it's generally related to vascular abnormalities nearby. However, considering the distribution of these prints, this individual has the characteristic in all fingers. Su Dayuan smiled. Regardless, now we at least have a feature of one of the killers. This person has clubbed fingers. Everyone else nodded in agreement, and Zhou Ning continued, "Then let me continue." The third victim, Zhang Qiujiang, was found on the rooftop of Building 7 in Luyuan Community. I won't repeat the similarities with the first two victims. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p greater than. I studied the investigation report, which mentioned that to reach the rooftop of Building 7, one would have to ascend through a skylight from the top floor of Unit 3. The skylight is 3.3 meters above the roof floor, and the third victim had a waistline of 3 feet 4 inches, with the skylight measuring 70 by 70 centimeters. It would be impossible for someone to be lifted to the roof through it. According to the autopsy report, I also found faint screw thread marks under Zhang Qiujiang's armpits. Furthermore, there were no marks of a ladder left under the skylight, but on the wall and metal handrail, there were gripping glove marks. If you look at these glove prints, they're exactly the same size as the ones left in Yu Guanzhou's car. The discovery of Zhang Qiujiang's body was on March 15, 2006. People not working outdoors wouldn't wear much, but those working outside still wore down jackets. I believe the down found in Zhang Qiujiang's respiratory tract came from this. Reflecting back on the first victim, Zheng Chuguang's death by mechanical asphyxiation, the second victim Yu Guanzhou's drowning, and the third victim Zhang Qiujiang's death by mechanical asphyxiation, none of these deaths, whether by asphyxiation or drowning, would occur without a struggle. Yet, there were no signs of resistance on their bodies. Doesn't this suggest that they were unconscious before they were on the brink of death? Lu Yongxin narrowed his eyes slightly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody p. You think they were drugged or incapacitated, but toxicology tests found nothing out of the ordinary. Zhou Ning shook his head. It's precisely because the toxicology tests found nothing unusual that I've ruled out that possibility. After all, using ether to cover Yu Guanzhou's and Zhang Qiujiang's faces wouldn't cause these individuals of their size to suddenly faint. Otherwise, their hands would have subconsciously scratched, leaving remnants, or there would be traces of the remnants being cleaned. I believe they suffered blows to the head or were electrocuted there. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody p. Chapter 312 to 306. Do you think I shouldn't hate her? _1 Chapter 312. Chapter 306. Do you think I shouldn't hate her? _1. This statement made everyone freeze. But everyone knew that now, the only way to prove the reason why the three victims didn't resist was to find their skulls and confirm it. Su Dayuan didn't speak for a long time, but finally pointed to the map and marked 3 spots, then circled them and looked at Zhou Ning. Before I came to you, I analyzed the 3 locations where the bodies were dumped with Shinshan, all within this triangular area in Heian City, with the furthest distance being 4.1 kilometers, and the central point is right here. Following the direction of Su Daiwan's finger, everyone looked and saw that it was indeed Hongqi Road Community. Remembering the book written by Li Chengmin on criminal psychological profiling, Zhou Ning thought of his theory. It's highly possible that the central point of multiple murder victims' dumping sites is the primary crime scene. However, Hongqi Road Community was one of the first residential areas built in Heian City in the 1980s, with a housing age of over 30 years. The houses from that era, from the materials to the design, had issues, and what's left now are either dangerous or have been redeveloped. Has this place been demolished? Su Daiwan's cheeks twitched and he almost burst an internal injury from holding back. Talking to you is so unsurprising. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Jinshan just went to check, and this place has been designated for demolition. The residents have basically moved out, leaving only a few stubborn households that refuse to agree to the demolition and insist on living there. They're being watched at the scene. I don't know if there will be any discoveries. Zhou Ning smiled and picked up Cui Yusheng's file. All right, no need to be secretive. Since Director Su has come to me, it means that although the classmates of the 3 victims have been here, they haven't found anything special, probably similar to the reaction of AI Qingsong. After all, no one is willing to voluntarily reveal more details, especially not the participants. Mr. Zhao came over. So, shall we look for the skulls now? Su Dayuan pushed him away with disdain and rolled his eyes. As if I don't know to look for the skulls. The problem is that we have no lead. Mr. Zhao stiffened his neck, clearly not convinced. Zhou Xiao has already given such a big hint. Clearly he has an idea. Why don't you just ask him? Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning with hope. Do you have a direction? Zhou Ning sidestepped towards Lu Yongxin, keeping a bit of distance from Su Dayuan and Mr. Zhao. After all, Su Dayuan didn't hold back with his hands, and when excited, a slap from him could be pretty painful. 2 directions. First, find someone to contact the hospital where AI Qingsong from Husheng City works and have them take photos of Ace hands. Second, we can check Cui Yusheng's hometown. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than I remember his family rented a place in Luozhuang village, and I guess his hometown is probably in Heian City too. According to Ludong's customs, those who die a violent death usually don't keep the ashes, but that wouldn't have been done in that era, especially for a 12-year-old boy who is considered the firstborn son. He would be buried in the village graveyard. Now that the investigation has hit a deadlock and we have no other clues, let's go check. If someone wanted to take revenge for Cui Yusheng, could the 3 skulls be buried in front of his grave? Su Dayuan nodded vigorously, the analysis sounding more and more feasible. Just as he was about to leave, Su Dayuan turned and waved his arm, standing right behind Lu Yongxin. Lu Yongxin gave him a stern look. My disciple is a technical talent. Don't get agitated. We can't afford that slap from you. Su Dayuan rubbed his nose and withdrew his hand. What I meant was, don't leave yet. Mr. Bai will bring Li Hua and Zhu Yufan over in a bit. Join me to listen to them. I'm going to arrange for someone to search now. Mr. Zhao, you call Mr. Yang and head to Cui Yusheng's grave together. As his voice faded, Mr. Bai opened the door, and as soon as he saw Su Dayuan, he quickly said with a smile, Director Su, I've brought the people over, placed in the interview room. Should we interview them together or separately? Mr. Zhao bent down to pick up the inspection kit, walked beside Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Bai, patted his shoulder earnestly and said, Buddy, you didn't let both the people come in one car and sit together in an interview room, did you? With your intelligence, watch out or Director Su might lash out at you. Mr. Bai was startled, his face full of confusion. What's up? Su Dayuan waved his hand and called Zhou Ning and Mr. Liu. Let's go together and listen. He then gave Mr. Bai an indifferent glance. I told you to take 2 cars to pick up people. Surely you didn't do what Mr. Zhao said, bringing both people back in one car, and now they're sitting side by side in the interview room, are they? Mr. Bai nodded, unaware of the fury Su Dayuan was keeping at bay. Both of them are waiting in the same interview room. I was just wondering what the leaders think the next step should be. Su Dayuan raised his hand, and Mr. Bai instinctively dodged, only then realizing that his arrangement might differ from what the leaders had in mind. I'll go separate them right away, isn't that good enough? It's too late now, let's go and don't make things difficult for Mr. Bai. The kid has a face that looks smart, but if you don't give him clear instructions, you can't blame him for the outcome. Lu Yongxin's words did not ease Su Daiwan's frustration. He glanced at Mr. Bai and strode toward the interview room. What's Mr. Liu really trying to say? Lu Yongxin patted Mr. Bai on the shoulder. Let's go. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Remember next time, when you bring people in, at least keep them from seeing each other, let alone put them together. We haven't even begun questioning them. Don't say let them chat together. Even seeing each other might lead them to guess what's going on. What if we have a suspect here? Wouldn't you be in a pickle then? Mr. Bai smacked his head, finally coming to a realization. Damn, that's what you meant. Why didn't Director Su just say it clearly? That comment left Lu Yongxin speechless. Now I see why Su Dayuan always has Lu Yufei and the others keep an eye on you. You're not cut out for detective work. Your mind doesn't keep up, and you're too stubborn. After I've told you, don't come asking me again. Talk too much, and my blood pressure won't stay stable. Mr. Bai scratched his head and followed the two towards the interview room. Su Dayuan wasn't the only one irritated. Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin were also somewhat speechless. With Mr. Bai's way of thinking, he really wasn't suitable for tasks that required brainpower. Li Hua is Li Fang's younger sister and still doesn't know whether her sister was harmed by the three deceased, but the fact that the deceased are placed at the site of Li Fang's car accident certainly signifies something. As for Zhu Yufin, she is Cui Yusheng's own sister, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. According to the results of the scene investigation, at least 2 of the 3 deceased were involved, and the second one even drowned in a bathtub with bath salts, indicating that one of the murderers might be female. Although these 2 women were invited politely to assist in the investigation, they're also suspects. The group arrived next door to the interview room. Inside, a woman sat wearing a camel-colored cashmere coat, cinched at the waist. Her features bore a resemblance to Li Fang. Clearly, this was Li Fang's younger sister, Li Hua. After greetings were exchanged, Su Dayuan sat across from her. Sorry for interrupting your work. I understand you know why we urgently called you here. To save time, I'll get straight to the questions. Do you know the details of the incident involving your sister Li Fang? And can you tell us about the liquidation of your family's company, Heichanglong? Li Hua nodded. I'm 5 years younger than my sister. On May Day of '93, I was in school at Ludong City, studying for my junior year in nursing at Ludong Province Medical College. I rushed back immediately upon hearing about my sister's accident to see her for the last time. As for the details, they were recounted to me by my parents. My father consulted with the traffic police and conducted a thorough examination of the accident scene. He always felt it wasn't a regular traffic accident, so he personally went to Qidong to bring a forensic doctor for an autopsy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. My uncle and older relatives strongly discouraged it, not wanting to disturb the remains. Being a medical student, I naturally supported my dad. His primary concern was always for us sisters. After the autopsy and further investigation, it took a month of effort before the official conclusion was a traffic accident caused by non-functioning street lights that limited visibility, resulting in the crash through the guardrail and off the bridge. My father has always suspected that my sister's job was the reason for this accident. He neglected Heichanglong, handing over managerial rights to Zhu Kelin, and then went around different departments to investigate the cases my sister was handling. However, the staff at the Planning Bureau were uncooperative. After much struggle, my father's heart condition worsened. I consulted the dean of our college and was advised that treatment abroad was the better option, considering the small number of heart surgery cases in China in '95. Subsequently, my mother accompanied him abroad for surgery, which required over a year of recovery. By the time they returned to China, Heichanglong's troubles had surfaced. My father dealt with a number of personnel, but the company's accounts were empty, facing insolvency. Zhu Kelin had even gained control of part of the company's shares. My father was so upset, he suffered a stroke. Before the liquidation of Heichanglong was complete, my father passed away. The following year, my mother also died of a stroke. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. My shares in He Changlong were cashed out because I didn't understand business and couldn't contend with Zhu Kellen after both my parents had gone. So I accepted the transfer of my shares. Su Dayuan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. So, to the end, your parents never found out whether your sister Li Fang's death was related to those three? Li Hua gave a nod and hugged her coat tighter. The room wasn't cold, but this gesture was one of self-protection. Zhou Ning watched Li Hua's eyes intently, waiting for her response. Li Hua shook her head. Although they all worked in construction-related fields and seemed to have a connection with my sister, no evidence was found. Do you hate Zhu Kellen? Li Hua stared at Su Dayuan, her expression very grave, even with a hint of disdain. What kind of question is that? Of course, I don't like Zhu Kellen. My father's He Changlong was one of the largest enterprises in Heian City at the time. Not only did he build the company from scratch, but even the trade company alone spurred many industries. During my father's illness, his actions were despicable. But I don't hate him. If I must speak of hate, I hate my sister more. She was too outstanding in every respect, and under her brilliance, I was just a wallflower. This is why I chose nursing instead of economic studies, as my parents had wished. I was compared to her every day since I was born. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Whenever my sister fell ill, my father would go to great lengths to find the most advanced hospital for her surgery. As for her work, she advanced smoothly within the planning bureau and was incredibly successful. Even after my sister's death, I didn't receive their attention. They were either immersed in grief or searching for the truth behind her death, seeing everyone as her potential killer. Because of her existence, I never felt the affection of my parents. Do you think I shouldn't hate her? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 313 to 307. Foreboding star _1 Chapter 313, Chapter 307. Foreboding star _1 Su Dayuan fell silent. From Li Hua's perspective, indeed, an exceptionally outstanding older sister could be said to be quite dazzling, resulting in her receiving little attention, with virtually no sense of presence. With their parents gone, without comparison, and having received some compensation, she could have lived more comfortably. Would such a person full of hatred for her older sister plan for years and kill those three potential murderers for the sake of Li Fang? The answer was obvious, and Su Dayuan nodded to Li Hua. Were you in school from November 3rd to 6th, 1993? Li Hua shook her head. I was interning in my senior year, but it was at Qidong Hospital. I didn't like interning locally, especially after my sister's incident. I didn't want to face my crazy parents, so I simply hid away. After graduation, I was assigned to the hospital, and that's when I returned to Heian City. What does your husband do for work? What is his name? Do you have children? My husband's name is Chen Guqing. He is an internist at the hospital. We are a Dink family, without children. Su Dayuan did not ask further, but where was Li Hua and what was she doing at the time of the other two victims' deaths? He stood up and waved to Lu Yufei on the side, then shook hands with Li Hua. Thank you for your cooperation. We have recorded your contact information, and we will call you if needed for further inquiries. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p greater than I will arrange for someone to take you back shortly. Li Hua left quickly without saying much. Mr. Bai approached Zhou Ning and nervously twiddled his fingers as he spoke. While I was waiting for Li Hua, I heard from people in her department that Li Hua owns more than a dozen houses, most of them within Qidong City, including both residential and commercial properties. She's definitely a wealthy woman, earning tens of thousands a month from rent alone. Despite her father's company going under, her standard of living hasn't declined. We can't compare. Zhou Ning turned his head towards Mr. Bai, and Bai Ruixin blinked. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something I shouldn't have again? Lu Yongxin shook his head. He had given up on trying to get through to Mr. Bai. The kid was all right for running errands, but he wasn't cut out for serious work. Even if Su Dayuan wanted to help him up, He was like an unapportable ado. Zhou Ning glanced at the interview room and slowly said, in the early 90s, Li Hua and Li Feng's father was among the top 10 in terms of assets in Heian City. The car that Li Feng drove was an imported Toyota Corona 2.0. Mr. Zhao checked that the minimum price for that car on the market was 500,000 yuan. How much do you think 500,000 yuan from before 93 is worth now? Li Feng underwent knee replacement surgery abroad in the early 80s and took a year off school for treatment. How much do you think that cost? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Yet for Li Feng's father, these were just normal expenses. How much do you think their family lost? Mr. Bai was at a loss for words, scratching his head with an embarrassed expression. All right, poverty has limited my imagination. You and Mr. Liu see what I mean. I'd better get back to work. After his words, he scampered off. The other two did not speak and looked back at the interview room. Zhu Yufan was already sitting in front of Su Dayuan. She seemed much older than Li Hua. Her practical short hair was uncolored and undyed, with evident streaks of white. I remember Ai Qingsong mentioning that Cui Yushang and their peers were all born in 1967, and this younger sister of Cui Yushang's was 2 years younger, so she was born in 1969. She was 43 years old this year, but the scholarly aura on her face made her seem quite approachable. Zhu Kellen was her maternal uncle and also her current adoptive father. After adopting Zhu Yufan, Zhu Kellen's biological children died, which is why she changed her surname. Thus, Zhu Kellen must be over 60 years old. Having acquired He Changlong with no child remaining, he surprisingly didn't have the adopted Zhu Yufan continue running the company. Zhou Ning found this somewhat incomprehensible. At that moment, Su Dayuan began to ask, Zhu Yufan, formerly known as Cui Yufan, your brother is Cui Yushang, right? Zhu Yufan nodded her head. We are from the Criminal Police Brigade of Qingdao City Bureau, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. We've asked you here to cooperate in the investigation of the decapitated serial murders in Heian City. I know you're a teacher, so let's not beat around the bush. I'll ask directly, and you give me honest answers if you know, and say you don't know if you don't. Is that okay without just nodding or shaking your head? Zhu Yufan looked a bit nervous, lightly nodding her head as if feeling she'd done something wrong, giving an awkward smile. Okay, go ahead and ask. Which primary school did you attend? Both my brother and I attended experimental primary school. We were a year apart in school, as I started a year early. Is Cui Yushang's intelligence normal? Zhu Yufan was taken aback, not expecting Su Dayuan to ask such a question. After a while, she slowly nodded and said, My brother is not smart. Our family considered that to be sincerity, but I'm aware that his intellectual abilities are not high. However, he isn't mentally retarded. He's just slower to react and has poor learning abilities compared to others. My grandmother mentioned when I was young that my mother had a difficult childbirth with him, suffering from asphyxia for too long during a 3-day labor, resulting in brain hypoxia. My father cared about his image and never let it be mentioned in the family. He even made my brother attend a regular primary school. For my brother, not being able to keep up with the pace of learning, always getting bullied. Even I often got bullied by our classmates, but that's all in the past. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. By the time Zhu Yufan got to the end, she lowered her head, not looking at Su Dayuan, as if the question had brought back old memories. Does Cui Yushang's death have anything to do with Zheng Chuguang, Yu Guangyao, Zhang Qiujiang, and Li Feng? Zhu Yufan was startled and looked up sharply at Su Dayuan. Li Feng? What does this have to do with Li Feng? Su Dayuan uttered a no. These past few days, we've been looking for a lot of students from the experimental primary school. Everyone's story is different. Some say Zhang Chuguang and the other two were the bullies of Hongqi Road, always picking on Cui Yushang, stealing his food, beating him up, routine occurrences. Cui Yushang's mishap was also because when he fell, those 3 shouted at him that if his bike was broken, his dad would break his legs. Of course, there are also those who say it was because Li Fong treated Cui Yushang well, and the three were jealous, so they gave him a hard time. There are all kinds of versions. Plus, the people we investigated include both men and women, from their class and from your brother's class, and they were all at Hulu Bay on the day of the incident. So, I wanted to ask you if Cui Yushang's death is related to those four? Zhu Yufan stared at Su Dayuan, seeing that he spoke calmly, even with an indifferent expression. I wasn't there that day, I didn't see with my own eyes what happened, so I can't pass judgment. Although Cui Yushang is my biological brother, he wasn't nice to me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He is the boy of the family, and our parents and grandmother favored him greatly, keeping the good food hidden for him. At this point, Zhu Yufan paused, sighed deeply, and her eyes became moist. His death made me lose everything overnight. My mother was chased away, and as she was leaving, I saw her spitting blood. I didn't stop her because I knew if I did, next time I might not be so lucky. Later my father died instantly in a car crash, and I even felt relieved, since at least I wouldn't have to suffer beatings anymore. Then, in just a few days, my grandmother went insane, every day going to the school gate to wait for my brother. When I tried to stop her, she would bite and scratch me. One day she never came back, and it turned out she had fallen into a ditch, drowned with her face submerged. The police called me to identify the body and contacted all the relatives they could from my family. Only my aunt and uncle went. I couldn't do anything, so I followed my aunt. From that moment on, I changed my surname and became the adopted daughter of the Zhou family. My aunt treated me no differently than a maid. But unexpectedly, in 1991, my aunt's 15-year-old son got leukemia, didn't last a few months after the diagnosis, and died. My aunt was so devastated that she wasn't watched carefully, and she committed suicide by taking pills during the New Year's after. At that time, I was at school, and there was only a maid at home. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhu Kellen said I was a star of calamity. That ID brought death to my whole family and now brought disaster to his. If I hadn't come, his son and daughter-in-law wouldn't have died. Then he, like a madman, took me to all sorts of temples and Taoist temples, making me drink charm water and organizing rituals for my aunt and cousin. After tormenting me for half a year, he finally stopped. By that time, I had graduated from junior college and was assigned to work as a teacher at the No. 3 middle school. I was busy with work and didn't pay attention to what he was doing. Later, he brought home a child not even a year old, cared for by a few maids in the house. I didn't ask if it was his own or adopted. It was none of my business. However, Zhu Kellen had sold the house of my family's old residence and some old items buried by my grandfather abroad. Of course, I only knew about this when he gave me money. After that, except for New Year's and holidays, I rarely went back to the Zhu family. Zhu Yufan had said a lot, and by the last few words, tears were already streaming down her face. Much of what she said had nothing to do with Su Daiwan's questions, but he did not interrupt. It seems that Zhu Kellen's frantic gathering of wealth, even at the cost of stabbing his boss in the back, all stemmed from the guilt he felt towards his son and wife. Su Dayuan considered for a moment, then closed his notebook. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Relax. We just wanted to understand the situation back then. We didn't mean to touch on your painful past. I'm a bit puzzled though. After your father's death, your mother never contacted you again? Zhu Yufan shook her head and wiped her face with a sneer. My aunt said she remarried. She never contacted me. Perhaps she thought I was a star of calamity too, and feared that I would burden her new life. Now, I have a good job, a good income. Zhu Kellen even gave me a 10% share in one of the subsidiaries. The dividends aren't bad. I don't need family affection. What does your husband do? Zhu Yufan shook her head. Divorced. My ex-husband is also a teacher, haven't been in contact for over a decade. I have a son who is studying in high school. He will be going to the university next year. As for my brother's case, I don't know much, and I choose to forget because it represents the most miserable start of my life. I don't think I can help you with much, and as for the deceased you mentioned, I don't know them. Zhu Yufan effectively sealed the discussion with her attitude, clearly not wanting to continue. Su Dayuan nodded in acknowledgement. Do you know AI Chingsong? Zhu Yufan paused slightly and cocked her head. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Is that the name of a classmate of mine? Su Dayuan found AI Chingsong's photo and identification details, then turned his notebook towards Zhu Yufan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning thought she would still deny knowing him, given the stance she had already taken, not wanting to continue the conversation. But Zhu Yufan nodded her head. I know him. I don't know his full name. I just call him Brother Chingsong. He was my brother's classmate. He took great care of me, visited me twice when I was in high school and college. He even helped me a lot when I was assigned my job, but he didn't leave any contact information. Is he still in Han City? Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow, shaking his head as he looked at Zhu Yufan. He's in Hushang Tumor Hospital with late-stage liver cancer. Zhu Yufan clenched her phone tightly, her eyes already red, her knuckles white. After a long pause, she took a breath and laughed at herself. Sure enough, I really am a star of calamity. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 314 to 308. Chased by a dog _1 Chapter 314. Chapter 308. Chased by a dog _1 Zhu Yufan left, and Su Dayuan came to the observation room next door to take a look at Zhou Ning and sighed. This is really tragic. The ones who ran away from home did so, and those who died, died. It's quite a clean break. Lu Yangxin, with his arms folded, seemed deep in thought. Seeing Su Dayuan looking at him, he finally spoke up. In 91, Zhu Yufan's aunt's son died of leukemia. On New Year's Day 92, she committed suicide. Not long after, Zhu Kellen brought back a son who was less than 1 year old. We should still confirm the birth date, though. I have a feeling this son's arrival was just too timely. 9 months of pregnancy, plus being less than a year old. Wouldn't that mean that Zhu Kellen was having an affair at the time his son was diagnosed with leukemia? Su Dayuan nodded, pulled out his phone to make a call, but then an incoming call arrived. It was a number from Hushang City, and he quickly answered. Mr. Huang, you helped me look into it? You kiddo, always so impatient. Wait a second, I'll send you the pictures. What I wanted to say is, the man you asked me to look into, the doctors say his physical condition is very poor. They said liver cancer, but further examination found also tumors in the lungs. Has it spread? Hold on, I'll read you the diagnosis. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Patient AI Chingsong, adenocarcinoma of the right lung, stage 4, multiple metastases throughout the body, pericardial effusion, superior vena cava syndrome, pleural effusion, multiple liver occupancy changes, portal vein thrombus formation, consistent with liver CA presentation. The probability of portal vein CA emboli is high. The doctor said that AI Chingsong is very cooperative with the treatment and also hoped to undergo surgery, but after their analysis, there was insufficient indication for surgery, and it would be difficult to get him off the table. If conservative treatment is provided, life expectancy is about 0.5 to 1 year. Anyway, from what I've heard, the original plan was to operate on AI Chingsong, but after a consultation, the surgery plan was cancelled. They're discussing with him personally to proceed with chemotherapy and radiofrequency ablation to improve the quality of life in the remaining period. It's basically a death sentence. Su Dayuan had the phone on speaker, and Zhou Ning and Lu Yangxin were listening on the side. When Zhou Ning had called earlier, he had heard AI Chingsong's voice. Although weak, he seemed very proactive about the treatment. I got it. Are his fingers clubbed? Did you ask his attending doctor when you took the pictures? Yeah, I asked. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, the doctor said except for the thumb. The remaining 4 fingers of AI Ching Song's right hand are typically clubbed. He asked me why I needed to know so precisely, and I put him off, saying this guy isn't a suspect, right? Su Dayuan coughed. He really is a suspect, just that we haven't investigated further. Mr. Huang, help me have someone keep an eye on AI Ching Song undercover, get some of his blood from the doctor and send it for DNA testing, and send me the results. I need someone to do a comparison. When my people arrive, they'll take over the task. But for this period of time, don't let him leave the hospital or have contact with the outside world. Give instructions to the doctor accordingly. Such a big fuss over a suspicion, you must be lacking evidence. What case is it, can you tell? I'll send you a request for assistance later. It's a serial murder case over 19 years old. We only found clubbed fingerprints on gloves at 2 of the scenes, the rest is still under investigation. The person on the other end didn't say anything else, understanding how difficult cases stretching over such long periods are to fellow professionals. Alright, I'll have someone keep an eye on him and talk to the doctor. Lucky I didn't leave after calling you, or I'd have to make a second trip. Stop complaining. When it's your turn to assign tasks, don't I do my best to help? Since you're at the hospital and have talked to the doctor, did AI Chingsong have any family members taking care of him? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, you should know this, right? The person on the other end said to wait a moment, followed by footsteps and a knock on the door as he directly approached the attending physician to ask Su Daiwan's question. He came here for treatment alone, without family accompaniment, just a caregiver. His diagnosis and films, he explained them all very clearly, so we didn't hide anything about his condition. Even conservative treatment here is expensive. He voluntarily mentioned not to save money on his account because he can afford it, otherwise, we didn't ask. There's a caregiver for him usually, and he has even requested a single room because he doesn't sleep well. After thanking him, Su Dayuan hung up the phone and called Tao Jinshan with instructions. Just as he finished instructing, Zhou Ning's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Xinlis' excited voice arose from the other end of the phone. Zhou Xiao, we found the skull. We're on our way back, around 20 minutes or so until we arrive. Wait for me in the forensic room. After speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected. Su Dayuan chuckled and rubbed his nose. That kid, did a dog chase him or what? All hurried and abrupt, shouting out and hanging up without clarifying things. Lu Yongxin glanced at Su Dayuan, moved his lips as if to speak, then swallowed his words back down. Zhou Ning almost burst out laughing, quickly bowing his head, thinking about how it wasn't just dogs that were chasing, it was his constant prodding too. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, finding the skull that quick, there's no need to think too hard, it was definitely found in front of Cui Yesheng's grave. Seems like our earlier analysis wasn't off, just that later we'll have to scan the skull, compare it with the 3 deceased's photos to confirm their identities. Su Dayuan hummed in agreement, scratching his head. My mind's a bit of a mess right now. According to what you said about the clubbed fingers, AI Chingsong is the prime suspect. We need to see who he has been in contact with. But the investigation into Li Hua and Zhu Yufan is limited to their statements so far. Looks like we need to check who among these two has intersections with AI Chingsong. Lu Yongxin didn't speak, just folded his arms and looked at Su Dayuan. This is your matter, my apprentice, and I will just wait for the skull to come back. Zhou Ning sighed. I'll lend you Mr. Chu to assist with your investigation. As for the homes of Li Hua and Zhu Yufan, is it possible to apply for a search warrant? 1744 inside the forensic office of Heian City Criminal Police Team. Mr. Zhao was busy arranging for several storage boxes to be placed on the dissection table. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Young Xuedong opened the first box, then held up the camera to display the photos above, saying, when we got to the scene, the local investigators called someone from the village committee, and after identification, We found Cui Yeshang's grave, with a very simple tombstone that just reads the grave of eldest son Cui Yushang, October 27, 1979. Zhu Xingxing searched the date on Baidu on the side. October 27, 1979, was a Saturday, which matches what AI Qingsong had said before. Where was the skull found? Mr. Zhao had already walked over to Zhou Ning's side, pointing at Yang Zitong's camera. They had taken a panoramic shot and gestured around the tombstone. We dug around the mound of the grave and found 3 skulls neatly aligned behind the tombstone. They weren't buried very deep. Each skull was housed in a wooden box. The size, style, and degree of wear of the boxes varied. They were buried over 3 separate occasions. Zhou Ning nodded, looking up at the several storage boxes, which contained the wooden boxes, but there was still a lot of soil around them, causing some confusion for Zhou Ning. Spill it all at once if you find something. There's something else in the soil, right? Mr. Zhao grinned, bumping into young Xuedong with a chuckle. Didn't I tell you? Zhou Xiao is getting impatient now, influenced by Director Su. Don't worry, I'm getting to it. We found the 3 wooden boxes and decided to expand the digging area. Deeper down under the boxes, we found something 3 axes, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, it was getting dark, and I was afraid of missing something, so I quickly had the soil around the axes dug out, thinking we'd sieve it carefully back here. As for the axes, each being placed individually in this box, I don't quite understand. The people were already murdered, and their heads were used for sacrificial purposes, so why keep the axes? Lu Yongxin came over and remarked, in a case I took over once, the murderer also buried the murder weapon with the deceased at his father's grave. The murdered person had been responsible for his father's death years before. It's a kind of special psychological act of revenge. Zhou Ning followed with a nod, having seen similar cases in books written by Li Chengvin, where part of the victim's remains and the murder weapon were placed in a cemetery needing ceremonial offerings. Alright, no use overanalyzing now. Let's first take out the 3 wooden boxes and collect any fingerprints or residues on their surfaces. Lastly, let's get the DNA from the skulls. Mr. Chu has gone to assist Director Su with the investigation. Zhu Xingxing will conduct the scanning. Can you handle that? Zhu Xingxing nodded. I can do it without a problem, Gao Tai, and I have gone over it many times. With that, everyone started to move into action. Mr. Zhao and young Xuedong began to sift through the soil. The 3 axes were laid aside, and small stones and some strands of rope were sifted out from the remaining soil. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Meanwhile, Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaodai carried out the wooden boxes from the 3 storage trays, placing them on the dissecting table. Then they began taking photos and samples. Once the boxes were opened and the scanning completed, Zhou Ning stepped forward. The skulls inside the 3 wooden boxes had fractures and missing parts at the crown, temporal area, and occipital region. The cut and blunt trauma patterns were very clear, perfectly matching the shape of an axe blade and the squared impact surface. Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin examined them once more. The thyroid cartilage and hyoid bone of the 3 skulls were intact, and hairs were also found at the bottom of the wooden boxes. The more Zhou Ning looked, the more puzzled he became. He had always suspected that Zheng Chuguang died from asphyxiation, and he had no objections regarding the causes of death for the other 2. Yu Guangyao had drowned in a bathtub, and Zheng Qiujiang was likely to have died from mechanical asphyxia caused by a down jacket. However, as to whether the injuries to the head were post-mortem acts of spite or if they were to incapacitate the victims before preparing to kill them, Zhou Ning was unsure. In the moment, Zhou Ning was puzzled. When he looked up, he saw Mr. Chu had returned at some point and had already started the software matching. He turned his head towards the big screen. Displayed were photos of the 3 victims, all taken close to the time of death. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As the matching frame flickered, within moments, reconstructed images of several skulls were aligned next to the photos of the victims. Mr. Zhao quickly attached labels under the wooden trays that held the skulls. Done, we've finally matched who's who. Zhou Ning walked over to Zheng Chuguang's skull, carefully picked it up, and closely examined the bottom. The hyoid bone was fractured, but the thyroid cartilage was not found, which wasn't surprising given that the victim had been deceased for 19 years. With this, Zhou Ning closed his eyes. The victim seemed to stand before him, first standing as the murderer hit him on the temple with an axe, then falling and striking the back of his head hard against the ground. Zhou Ning shook his head. It wasn't right. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 315 to 309. Hongqi Road number 29_1 Chapter 315. Chapter 309. Hongqi Road number 29_1 Zhou Ning opened his eyes and spoke subconsciously. No, the sequence is wrong. Lu Yongxin turned his head to look at Zhou Ning, aware that Zhou Ning was accustomed to reenacting all traces in his mind, but as to what exactly was wrong, he was confused. What sequence is wrong? I have always thought that the victim knew the killer and, during a conversation or gathering, was suddenly attacked and subsequently died of suffocation or drowning. If the victim was standing or sitting when attacked, even if there was no resistance, on falling over, the side opposite to the attack would suffer from the impact, resulting in countercoup fractures. But you see, the other temporal side of the victim is intact, which doesn't match our analysis. So, looking at the wounds from the attack, it's likely that the victim, Zheng Chuguang, was lying on his side when he was knocked unconscious, then strangled to death. His neck was severed to let the blood out, and only afterwards was his body cleaned and clothed. Having said this, Zhou Ning paused for a moment, then looked towards Zhu Xingxing and waved at her. Zhu Xingxing, go check the autopsy reports for all 3 bodies for blood traces on clothing, especially on the innermost layers. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhu Xingxing dashed out, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, unable to make sense of her reaction and wondering why she had run off since all the reports were available in electronic format on Mr. Chu's computer. Before Zhou Ning could say more, Zhu Xingxing had already returned, pushing a whiteboard. Mr. Zhao's cheeks twitched, holding back a laugh, and he hurried over to help. Out of breath, Zhu Xingxing adjusted the whiteboard and pointed to several areas, saying, "The victim's clothing is intact and there's no sign of extensive blood spatter, but there are rub-like bloodstains on the most inner layer of the clothing. Additionally, as the photos show, the blood on the shirt sleeves of victim number 1 was gathered at the elbow. I remember Doctor by mentioning that the victim's clothing and related physical evidence were kept in the evidence room here." Having said this and seeing Zhou Ning looking at her, Zhu Xingxing intelligently raised her hand immediately. "I'll get Dr. Bai to bring the physical evidence. We previously mentioned we needed the physical evidence from this series of murders, but we were too busy with other matters at the time, and it was put aside." As she spoke, Zhu Xingxing was already out making a call. In just a moment, Bai Hua arrived carrying a box, followed by 2 detectives. Bai Hua put down the box and turned to Zhou Ning to explain. "Last time at the meeting, it was mentioned that we needed to organize the physical evidence. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I have sorted them out individually. All the physical evidence found at the scenes is here, all rephotographed, and suspected bloodstains on the plastic cloth and clothing have been sampled. Regarding the plastic cloth, I have already sent it to the forensic department to see if we can use the latest methods to extract fingerprints. After all, the technology back then was limited. Director Zhou, if you're in a hurry, I can contact Mr. Cui right now." Zhou Ning shook his head, appreciating Bai Hua's diligence. It was clear she had been busy and hadn't been able to pay much attention to their work, but the fact that she managed to keep up and had already sent items for testing was commendable. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao and Yang Xuedong. Check the victim's clothing, starting with Zheng Chuguang." The 2 got to work, and Lu Yongxin had already dialed Cui Lily's number, speaking in a low voice. Chui Lily on the other side was quite polite, prompting Lu Yongxin to hang up the phone. The test report has been sent to the email, Mr. Chu. Take a look at it. In addition, Chui Lily used many methods to try to extract fingerprints from the plastic cloth, eventually using something with 8-hydroxyquinoline, which found a few. Although incomplete, it's sent over, but there is enough for comparison. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Chui was always timely in her assistance. The extraction of old fingerprints was not easy. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Each victim was found lying on plastic wrap for some reason Zhou Ning didn't know. Perhaps to wrap up bodies to prevent the killer from getting blood on themselves? Unable to figure it out, Zhou Ning didn't dwell on it. Mr. Chu had already printed the report, and Sun Gout I hurried over to receive it and passed it to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning glanced at it and saw that 3 of the victims had bloodstains on their undershirts or vest, all belonging to themselves. Blood traces on the outer layers of clothing were rare. After another look at the clothing photos, Zhou Ning was even more convinced that the victims were clothed after being decapitated and bled out. At the end of the report, he noted that the fingerprints were indeed incomplete, varying in shape with murky edges, but still, about 70% were clear enough for comparison, just as Chui Lily had said. They wouldn't help to search for a suspect, but they were more than adequate for identification. Mr. Chu, compare these: Li Hua, Zhu Yufan, Ai Qingsong, Feng Guiying, Li Hua's husband Chen Guqing, the 3 classmates who came before, and Zhu Yufan's ex-husband. You need to search for that information. I don't know the ex-husband's name. Mr. Chu gave an okay sign and got down to work. Zhou Ning inspected the remaining victims' skulls. Like Zheng Chugwang's, they did not have counter-coup fractures. The only difference was that Yu Guangjio's injury was on the occipital bone, and the force had been excessive, with shattered bone. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning picked up the fragments and compared them. They could be perfectly pieced together. However, the wound was not caused by the AXS blade. It resulted from a blow with the squared back end. The forehead still showed no counter-coup fractures. It was unfortunate that only the skulls were available. If there had been brain tissue, it would have been easier to assess the extent of the damage. Mr. Zhao had finished his task and arranged the selected items on the table. Zhou Ning took a look. In addition to 3 axes, there was green nylon rope of the same material used to bind the 3 people and a wooden tag. The axes were almost identical in material and style, with slight size variations. The blade, square hammer side, and handle all had bloodstains, and to Zhou Ning's surprise, they were wrapped in plastic cloth. Mr. Zhao wanted to clean the soil off, but Zhou Ning stopped him. Don't open it. Send it as it is, box and all, to Mrs. Chui. Although buried in the ground, it is wrapped in plastic, creating an environment with little variation in temperature and humidity. Perhaps something can be extracted from it. All the victims were knocked unconscious before being killed and decapitated. Have you considered why? Mr. Zhao blinked. We don't even have to think about it. It's a torture killing, isn't it? Isn't this about taking revenge for Cui Yushang? Lu Yongxin gave Mr. Zhao a dismissive look and pushed him away. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Deadweight. I ask you to use your brain for once, and you just can't be bothered to think harder. Based on our previous analysis, the murder and disposal of the body must have been a 2-person job that went on for 19 years. Just for bullying a dummy big guy? Could they really do all this just for a simpleton? Such reasoning stunned everyone present. Zhou Ning smiled at Lu Yongxin. The master's thought process was truly one that ordinary people could not keep up with. Do Mr. Liu and the boss mean to say that the murderer deliberately led us to investigate in this direction? Hearing Zhu Xingxing's words made Zhou Ning nod his head. Not precisely, but it certainly plays that role. Childhood bullying can have a lasting impact on a person, but that's provided that the main object of hatred is still alive. If Cui Yushang were not dead, then in today's case, we might consider Cui Yushang a suspect. Whether they are relatives or friends, they tend to forget all this hurt over time. So I think among these people, there must be someone who was harmed by these three. Perhaps this kind of harm lasted many years. Let's wait for the investigation results from Director's end. I think we're close to finding the primary crime scene. However, I still have one suspicion, but that needs to wait for the results from Director's end. Mr. Zhao scratched his head. So you're playing your cards close to your chest, huh? It's not that at all. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Director Su and Tauta previously analyzed the center point of the location where the body was discarded and found that it coincides with the former Hongqi Road community, a demolition area that has been in dispute for several years now due to holdout residents. It has been left vacant, making it a very likely primary crime scene. Why didn't we get called to follow along? No rush, let them take a first look. Zhou Ning picked up the wooden tag and examined it carefully. It seemed to have characters on it. Mr. Zhao brushed off the loose soil with a brush, revealing some remnants of paint at the center of the tag. Squinting from a distance, Mr. Zhao was the first to exclaim, "I was wondering why this looked so familiar. It's an address plate, wooden ones just like this from the 80s. They used to have the street and number written on them in paint, but it's all flaked off now." Mr. Chu raised his hand. "Give me the tag to look at. I'll take a photo and use software to scan and sharpen the image to see." Mr. Zhao briskly brought the tag over. No results from the fingerprint comparison? Seeing Zhou Ning's puzzled expression, Mr. Chu hurriedly pointed at another computer. "It's being analyzed. After all, the fingerprints aren't clear. I just finished processing the images of these fingerprints. It'll be done in 10 minutes. Zhou Ning walked over and watched as Mr. Chu processed and analyzed the scanned images. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. His fingers danced on the keyboard as the image of the tag turned black and then red on the screen. Finally, under a high-contrast light, some inscriptions became visible. Hongqi Road number 29? What place is that? Mr. Chu quickly searched for a map from the 90s and located Hongqi Road number 29. It was precisely a courtyard at the south gate of Hongqi Road community, but the map didn't indicate what that place was. Bai Hua came over to look. Everyone stepped aside to make room for her as she was a local. After a bit of thought, Bai Hua had a realization. "Let me think, I've walked past there before. It seems like it was some kind of factory, the kind with the gates always shut, perhaps some auxiliary business of an old state-owned enterprise or something else. But the gate was still intact. I'll ask my dad, he's retired from the construction bureau." Bai Hua quickly made the call, then immediately looked up to relay the answer. "My father says that the spot used to be a printing factory's property. When Hongqi Road community was under construction, it was replanned, and there was an office building shaped like the character concave. At that time, it served as He Changlong's office area. But after He Changlong moved to their tower around the 90s, the place was left idle and wasn't sold off. Don't hang up. Ask your dad if the He Changlong real estate is behind the construction project involving the demolition that's been dragging on for years." After asking, Bai Hua nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Yes, that's right. All the pieces were slowly starting to form a clearer picture when suddenly, the computer next to Mr. Chu beeped twice. Mr. Chu looked excitedly at the screen and shouted, "Director Zhou, come quickly. The fingerprint comparison results are out. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 316 to 310 /1 Chapter 316, Chapter 310 /1 Mr. Chu's shout made Zhou Ning spin around abruptly. If the fingerprint comparison hadn't been successful, Mr. Chu would definitely not have yelled like that. It seemed that among the known related individuals, someone indeed was the murderer. How many people? Just one person. All fingerprints belong to the same individual. I just asked Mrs. Cui, and apart from these fingerprints, she also found more than 20 latex glove prints. I asked Mrs. Cui if there was anything special about the latex glove prints, like club-shaped fingers, and she said that on the plastic sheet that Yu Guangyao and Zheng Qiujiang had patted, there were several latex glove prints that were a bit odd. When I mentioned this, she also realized it was club-shaped fingers. Mr. Zhao slapped Mr. Chu on the back and leaned in close to the screen. You're talking to yourself here. Who do these fingerprints belong to? Whose are they? Mr. Chu gave an awkward smile, scratched his head, and said, I got so excited that I forgot to say, the fingerprints are Li Hua's. Plus, I observed the distribution of the fingerprints. All of them are on the inside of this plastic sheet. We didn't pay attention at the time. This plastic sheet is double-layered, cylindrical in shape. It's a material specifically used for fastening plastic greenhouses. This discovery also took Zhou Ning by surprise. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He had hoped to see the physical evidence, but it had been sent to the city bureau by Bai Hua before he saw any. Fortunately, Mrs. Cui was capable and found the issue. However, how did the fingerprints end up inside the interlayer? Lu Yongxin leaned over, and from the look on Zhou Ning's face, it was clear he didn't understand. Lu Yongxin asked Mr. Zhao to help, picked up a disposable surgical gown, folded it, and shook it at Zhou Ning, saying, Look carefully. When this cylindrical plastic film is cut and folded, fingers are inserted inside. Operating with gloves on is impractical. It's impossible to untwist, just like flipping through a book. You need to moisten it with saliva, then twist it like this. Unfortunately, it's too old. If DNA testing had been done at the time, perhaps the murderer's DNA could have been found. Zhou Ning had a realization. He understood that cutting two layers together would easily cause them to separate, allowing water to get inside and compromising the integrity of the plastic sheet. They had to get the victim off the bridge, carry them into the car, and finally onto the rooftop. Throughout the journey, the plastic sheet served as a wrapping to prevent blood from spilling on the ground. To cut a suitable size, it also needed to be folded. No one saw anyone wearing latex gloves at the scene, but wearing gloves to buy plastic sheeting would have likely attracted attention. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Whipping out his phone, Zhou Ning directly dialed Su Daiwan's number, and it wasn't long before Su Daiyuan arrived at the forensic autopsy room. Director Su, look here, Mrs. Cui has found Li Hua's fingerprints on the plastic sheet using a special method. On the plastic sheets of the second and third victims, she also found imprints of club-shaped fingers. I think it's time to interrogate Li Hua. The murder weapon has been found too. Whether anything can be found upon examination, that depends on luck now. Additionally, there's AI Qingsong with the latex glove prints matching club-shaped fingers. These can be compared with his finger patterns. Although it cannot be considered conclusive evidence, there are very few people with such characteristics. A person who is seriously ill and only has a few months to live might tell the truth. Zhou Ning pointed at the picture on Mr. Chu's computer and continued, There's one more thing. We found a label, and after processing the image, we saw that it was marked Hongqi Road number 29. Dr. Bai consulted with her father, and it's within the demolition area, right next to Hongqi Road community, and it's owned by He Changlong. I think it's worth taking a look there. Su Daiyuan smacked his head. No wonder the search Jinshan and his team conducted didn't uncover anything unusual. It seems our analysis of the location was slightly off. Okay. I'll make arrangements for the arrest now. We can investigate the scene again tomorrow. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for AI Qingsong, I'll contact Mr. Huang now to see if we can bring him back. Lu Yufei raised her hand. Boss, I want to meet with AI Qingsong in Husheng City. You can make the necessary contacts here. If his health allows, well, bring him back for questioning. If not, I'll interrogate him on the spot and link up with you via video. What do you think? Su Daiyuan thought for a moment before nodding. Have Mr. Xing assist you, and take a couple more people with you. Get the hospital to cooperate. I'll have Li Chunhua issue a letter for assistance and send the arrest warrant to you later. But given his health condition, he can't really be detained. I'll report this later. Liu Yufei nodded, dialed Mr. Xing's phone, and walked out while talking. Mr. Bai scratched his head to one side. Why didn't the boss let me go too? What would you do there? Cause trouble? Are you capable of interrogating or assisting Yufei? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take the items prepared here by Director Zhou to the laboratory. Contact them on the way and make sure everything is ready. Doing what you can do is the way to help, you know? Mr. Bai nodded, not daring to speak further. He was well aware of his limitations and tended to cause more harm than help, so he quickly kept quiet. Mr. Zhao and young Xuedong had already boxed up all the items that needed examination, including the murder weapons and various other items. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p of course. They hadn't missed the plastic sheets used to wrap the weapons, carefully packing everything and noting the content for examination. Sun Gaotai and Zhu Xingxing assisted in taking the items away. With only a few people left in the room, Su Dayuan glanced at the door number, his brows furrowed. Finding Li Hua's fingerprints is quite surprising to me as she hasn't caught much of my attention. But it's Zhu Yufan who feels a bit off to me when talking about Zhu Kellen, like there's a deep-seated hatred within her. Liu Yongxin nodded. I feel the same way. Zhu Kellen brought that child back. We should also do a comparison with a blood test. Hearing this, Zhou Ning was stunned. Liu Yongxin, seeing this, gave Zhou Ning a push. What's wrong with you, apprentice? Have you thought of something? Zhou Ning pressed his lips tightly together, and Su Dayuan spoke first. Given the progress of our investigation, if you've thought of something, just say it. We're not in a meeting where we need to talk about evidence. Tell me your thoughts, and let me decide. Isn't that enough? I remember Zhu Yufan said that after her aunt took her in, her aunt didn't treat her well, just like a nanny, except she changed her surname to become an adopted daughter of the Zhu family. Then her cousin died, her aunt committed suicide, and Zhu Kellen went mad at her. He subjected her to all sorts of bizarre practices like drinking talisman water for over half a year. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After that, they brought back a child who was less than a year old. Zhu Yufan spoke very calmly, but I sensed that she was filled with hatred, not from the start, but from when she started talking about how her aunt treated her poorly. I always felt that this child was related to Zhu Yufan, but that seemed absurd, and there was no evidence, just her gaze full of hatred. Liu Yongxin stared wide-eyed and leaned in close to Zhou Ning, speaking in a volume that the three of them could hear. Wait, are you saying that Zhu Kellen had an illicit relationship with Zhu Yufan, so her aunt treated her badly, but didn't dare to express her anger? After her son died, she couldn't bear it anymore and chose to commit suicide, while Zhu Kellen thought it was because he didn't have money, which led to his son's death and his wife's suicide. Because of this, he started unscrupulously and managed to gain control of the He Changlong company. Wait, so the child they adopted later could be Zhu Yufan's? It's a bit confusing, my brain can't keep up. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose. Actually, he only had one idea, and it wasn't as melodramatic as Liu Yongxin's imagination. But speaking of which, it somewhat made sense. She married briefly, couldn't maintain the marriage, and only had one child. Su Dayuan raised his hand. It's a bit confusing, let me sort things out. Zhu Kellen's son and this high school kid, Zhu Yufan, might both be theirs. Are you suspecting Zhu Yufan was also involved in this? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning held his forehead, feeling that the speculation was getting a little out of hand. I don't know, I just suspect that Zhu Yufan isn't clueless. The deaths of these three people and the affair with He Changlong, she might not be involved, but she must be aware of the murderer's identity and might even have helped them. Su Dayuan nodded. No need for more talk. I'll have someone go find these two kids and take their blood samples. The people who came before, did they all leave blood samples? Zhou Ning affirmed with a sound. Yes, but how can we compare without Zhu Kellen's DNA? Su Dayuan smiled. You know what, we actually have it. When Li Libo came over, He mentioned dealing with a traffic accident, and among the injured was this Zhu Kelin. Their company sued the other driver, accusing them of not calling the police or giving aid, but fleeing the scene directly. The other party requested a DNA comparison, and on the driver's body was Zhu Kelin's blood. The incident occurred in June 2011. I'll have Chui Lily retrieve the archive and then compare it. You ask Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaodai to go along, take the blood samples, and send them for testing. Zhou Ning hurried to make the phone call. As soon as he hung up, Mr. Zhao came running back with a wide grin. Do we still need to send them for testing? Should I call Mr. Bai back? Lu Yongxin waved his hand. Don't just stand there making smart remarks. The samples Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P bays sending for testing are urgent, both for DNA and for analyzing the residual traces on them. Also considering how old they are, there's no telling whether we can retrieve any useful information. As for these people, the results came back within 6 hours. Just have one of them go there later. Zhou Ning looked towards Su Deyuan. Zhu Yufan's child was originally named Feng Yuhai, but later changed his surname and was called Zhu Yuhai, attending high school and boarding at No. 1 high school. This kid was easy to find. The son Zhu Kelin brought back was adopted in 92, meaning he was born in either 1991 or 1992, aged between 20 to 21, probably attending university. Mr. Chu, check the identity information of Zhu Kelin's son and see where he's studying? Mr. Chu quickly got to work, searching. Upon seeing the address, he seemed surprised and quickly turned the computer toward the others. Found him. His name is Zhu Yingping, born on February 1, 1992. He's studying at Qin University, a junior in the computer science department. Do you need a contact number? Mr. Zhao burst into laughter. Oh, look at that. The search has brought us right back to our own den. Who else could it be but him? Mr. Chu quickly briefed him, and Mr. Zhao looked utterly bemused, his face full of gossiping curiosity. However, seeing the three of them had no desire to talk, he poked Zhou Ning's arm. Get Mr. Xia to contact him. Hasn't she been supervising students lately? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. It should be easy to find an excuse to take some blood. Su Deyuan and Lu Yongxin both looked at Zhou Ning, who pulled out his phone and called Dr. Lu. He didn't want Xia Momo involved in this. He explained the situation to Dr. Lu, who readily agreed and even thought up an excuse for Zhou Ning, volunteering to take care of the testing as well. After hanging up, Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. You're just worried about Mr. Xia, afraid she'll be resented and retaliated against, aren't you? Mr. Zhao leaned in between Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin, grinning as he spoke. Mr. Lu is just envious. Let me tell you something serious. I'm not waiting until tomorrow. I'm going to take people to check out Hongqi Road number 29 right now. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 317 to 311. Secret base _1 chapter 317. Chapter 311. Secret base _1 with a clanging sound. The chain with the cut lock was removed, and the iron gate was slowly pushed open. Mr. Zhao, carrying a box, waved his hand behind him. Let's get to work. Let's first check if there are any signs of use in this area. Dr. Bai, when did this place start being idle, according to your father? Fully equipped, Bai Hua approached from behind, covering her mouth with a mask, her voice sounding somewhat muffled. In 1991, my father had the archives checked. He Changlong moved to the Haichanglong building in March 1991, and then this place became idle. Of course, the complete move should have been around June or July of that year. They came here for surveying. They had to call someone specifically to open the door. Not even a security guard was left behind. Mr. Zhao nodded his head, while Mr. Yang, carrying a powerful flashlight, had already walked in. I'll go take a look. If this hasn't been used, I wonder if the lighting system here can still function normally since the residential area behind has already had the water and electricity cut off. Mr. Zhao waved his hand, and Zhu Xingxing stomped her feet to the side. Although it was already March, it was indeed a bit cold at night, and Mr. Zhao glared at her. Go put on a police coat. Just follow and take a look. Zhu Xingxing shook her head, glancing at Bai Hua. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After all, Bai Hua wasn't wearing much either, just a thin down jacket over an isolation suit. No, I want to learn from Dr. Bai and try to make myself more versatile. I haven't seen many crime scene investigations. Maybe I am a lucky charm. Mr. Zhao was speechless, but just then the lights at the main entrance lit up. Everyone looked up as young Qidong came out quickly, shaking off the spider webs and dust from his body. He took off his goggles, wiped them clean, and then put them back on. Don't judge by its age. The building here is very sound, and the directional signs are all there. Behind the guard room, there's a dedicated power distribution room. The main switch was turned on, and now we have electricity. It seems like the electric bill hasn't been unpaid, and somebody has been maintaining and cleaning this place regularly, or else the ground would have been ruined by weeds long ago. Mr. Zhao nodded in agreement, appreciating Yang Zitong's assessment. As expected from someone in real estate, although this place is in an old district, it's perfectly located along with the Hongqi Road community, forming an integral square block. If this were to be developed together, the property value would be quite substantial. As they spoke, the group stepped into the courtyard. Young Qidong went to the guard room, turned on all the switches, and most of the yard was illuminated, although there were a few lights that did not come on. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The courtyard was spacious, with a 3-story concave-shaped building. Both the front and back yards were not small, and at the center was a large flower bed. Although the weeds in the flower bed were withered, they still retained a look of once being lush. The ground was also free of excrement or debris like broken bricks and glass, so the place did not look as desolate as expected. The area is not small. Let's divide into teams and start searching. Zhu Xingxing and I will take the middle part. Mr. Sun and Mr. Yang will take the left side, and the two of you will follow Dr. Bai to take the right side. If you find anything suspicious or special, just shout. I think it's quicker than making a call, especially since this place is spacious, and now that Mr. Yang has switched on the main power, we can use the lights to inspect. Let's start. No one objected, and they quickly dispersed. Each person's phone had the floor plans distributed by Bai Hua, which were annexed to the property deeds, marked fairly clearly. Mr. Zhao and Zhu Xingxing entered the middle of the main building one after the other. Right away, there were stairs on the left and right, and in the middle, a cultural stone that looked like a landscape painting, which would definitely be valuable nowadays, but here it was just collecting dust. Mr. Zhao looked around and shook his head, then turned on the lights on the wall. Tell me, do you want to check left or right, or shall we check together? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhu Xingxing shook her head. Upstairs, let's start from the 3rd floor and work our way down. Do you think if someone wanted to hide something or hoped for it to be more concealed and not found, they would do it on the 1st floor? Mr. Zhao blinked, feeling there was some truth to what Zhu Xingxing said, though there was also an issue with that idea. That may be so, but moving a body down from the upper floors wouldn't be easy, right? Zhu Xingxing tilted her head and widened her eyes, pointing upstairs. Trust a woman's intuition. Let's go to the 3rd floor. It's not that tiring to check each floor one by one as we go down, right? Without further objection, Mr. Zhao followed her up to the 3rd floor. They turned on all the lights along the way, and the creepy feeling inside the building diminished considerably. Just as they were 2 steps from the top, Mr. Zhao stopped, leaving Zhu Xingxing puzzled. What's wrong now? Mr. Zhao crouched down, drawing several circles with white chalk and setting up a few numbered evidence markers. Did you find something? You, girl, even if you're not good at everything, your mouth certainly works well. There are bloodstains here. Well, collect samples in a moment. I'll take photos first to record. After taking photos, they reached the middle of the 3rd floor. Looking left and right, no further blood drops were found in the corridor. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao figured that someone had probably carried the body up to this point, paused at the railing, and touched it, causing blood to drip. Come on, let your lucky star shine again. Which way should we go? Zhu Xingxing looked around and pointed to the left. Let on. The boss office is always a number 1, and our numbering system is the same. I think we should go to the left and take a look. Wouldn't the big boss office have places like a restroom or a bathroom? Mr. Zhao nodded, finding Zhu Xingxing's analysis reasonable, and followed her toward the left corridor. As they proceeded, there were only 3 doors, all double doors, and the north side had windows that offered a view of the backyard. Walking to the easternmost side, there was no connection to the 3rd floor on the opposite side. Instead, a cultural stone was placed directly. However, the space here wasn't large, and the stone placed looked somewhat cramped. Mr. Zhao glanced at the door lock, collected fingerprints, then pressed down hard. With a few rattles, the door didn't budge an inch. It was indeed locked. Zhu Xingxing immediately checked the other 2 rooms, which, like this one, were also locked. Mr. Zhao took out his mobile phone, and Zhu Xingxing kicked him. Are you looking for a locksmith? Yeah, how else are we going to get through this door? Did you lift the fingerprints from the door? Mr. Zhao nodded. I lifted them. There's quite a bit of dust up there. Found 2 fingerprints, but the clarity isn't great. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhu Xingxing waved her hand, signaling Mr. Zhao to step aside. He looked puzzled, but didn't say much more, moving aside to clear the doorway. Zhu Xingxing coughed, stepped back 2 paces, then accelerated and kicked the door with 2 steps forward. With a loud bang, the door flung open, its other half still trembling. The latch was gouged open, and with a snap, wood chips fell off, dumbfounding Mr. Zhao. I mean, you're a girl. Can't you be a bit more gentle? Leave this kind of brute force work to me, okay? Zhu Xingxing smiled, her eyes curved, and she tilted her head slightly. Cut it out. I'm a forensic doctor. I do things every day that the gents wouldn't dare to. Flipping a body weighing 150 to 160 pounds over is a breeze for me. No offense, but you're just flabby. You might not even be as strong as me. Mr. Zhao was left speechless, sighing and looking skyward. Zhu Xingxing was not pleased. What's that supposed to mean? Are you up to it or not? Hurry up and go in to see if any traces are left. Do you think we're here for a tour this late at night? Mr. Zhao drew a line on the floor with his foot, quickly saying, Stay right here and wait. I'll just take a peek and come back. Don't go in and muddle it up. Otherwise, I won't be able to differentiate the footprints. Got it? I got it. Hurry up and go. Only then did Mr. Zhao step briskly into the room. The light was on by the entrance and revealed a sizable office that was surprisingly bare. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. There were no bookcases or desks, just flooring, with a row of 3 windows on the south side and 2 doors on the west side. Glancing at the floor, although it was reddish-brown, a black spot was very conspicuous. Mr. Zhao quickly crouched down, circled it, set up a marker, took photos, then got up and moved towards the 2 doors, only opening them after collecting the fingerprints. The one nearest the door was a bathroom, with just a toilet and a wash basin, very small, with nothing of note discovered there. Mr. Zhao stepped back out, headed to the door beside the window. Already suspecting something when he had collected the fingerprints, he found an object protruding under the doormat, which seemed to be a key. Lifting the mat, his guess was confirmed. Picking up the key and opening the door, he spotted several black dots on the floor. Excitement nearly leaped out of Mr. Zhao's chest. Zhu Xingxing shouted from behind, Did you fall in there? Is there any problem? Do I need to call someone? Shut up and just wait there. Mr. Zhao exhaled and looked into the room. It could be said to be quite luxurious, about half the size of the office space, with a 2-meter-4 wide bed in the center, draped with white cloth. Behind the curtain on the wall hung many tools, whips, chains, ropes, balls with holes and leather straps, and many others he couldn't name, but had seen in Sapporo instructional films. The variety was beyond imagination. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The adjacent open cabinet held various women's garments, though the materials were so scant, they wouldn't even suffice for a sleeve for Mr. Zhao. There were 2 mats thrown on the floor. Mr. Zhao quickly approached the door next to the bathroom. Greeting his eyes was a surf bathtub, and a strong, fishy smell hit him squarely. The smell was all too familiar to Mr. Zhao. It was the scent of large amounts of blood left in the drain, then decomposing and emitting an odor after being broken down by bugs. It seemed he had found the right place. Zhu Xingxing, call people over. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingxing dashed to the window and hollered out into the night. Yang Xuedong and Bai Hua quickly responded. Zhu Xingxing stood at the doorway. Seeing the markers on the floor, she dared not enter. Is this the primary crime scene? Mr. Zhao nodded and looked around as he spoke. You go out and wait. When they arrive, Mr. Yang and I will conduct a detailed inspection. I've taken a quick look, and there are plenty of residual items. But is this place a memorial hall or something? Zhu Xingxing pursed her lips and glanced at the objects on the wall with disdain. Indeed, there's no shortage of things, but the decor doesn't seem to fit something built before '92. Could it be that someone took advantage of the move-out, renovated this place, and appropriated it for their own use? Mr. Zhao paused, his eyes widening as he stared at Zhu Xingxing, making her a bit uneasy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Why are you looking at me like that? The timeline fits. Perhaps this is the secret base. Even though Hai Changlong moved out, the place appeared to be vacant, but was exploited by someone. I remember that Zhu Kellen's son died in '91. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 318 to 312. Old Affairs _1 Chapter 318. Chapter 312. Old Affairs _1 March 13, 2012. 8 a.m. A notification sound rang out. Zhou Ning hurried to the computer to click receive email, while Lu Yongxin also leaned in to take a look. Mr. Chu went to the printer and brought over the printed report. Fixated on the computer, Zhou Ning scrolled through the contents, and upon reaching the end, he leaned closer to the screen, holding his breath. The fingerprints collected from the 3 axes were AI Chingsong's, but, to everyone's surprise, residual DNA was collected from 2 of the axes, which, upon comparison, matched the DNA of Zhu Yufan. Seeing this result, Zhou Ning was stunned. He had indeed suspected that either Li Hua or Zhu Yufan was involved, but he had not anticipated that Li Hua would leave fingerprints on the plastic sheeting, or that Zhu Yufan's DNA would be found on the murder weapon. Could it have been a collaboration among 3 people? For a moment, Zhou Ning was also somewhat confounded. Just then, the email inbox flickered with several new messages. Zhou Ning glanced at them and realized they were all sample identification numbers, obviously submissions made by Mr. Zhao and the others after their investigation of the scene. Regardless, Zhou Ning clicked print. Mr. Zhao and the others, I wonder what time they finished up. Before he had finished speaking, the office door opened, and Mr. Zhao and his team walked in, followed by Bai Hua. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Their eyes were slightly bloodshot, and they looked weary, but their spirits seemed exceptionally high. You started missing me the moment you couldn't see me? I saw that Mrs. Tui sent some items you had checked in. Last night, when I went to sleep, it was already past midnight and you hadn't returned. How late did you work to finish? At 11, I sent someone to deliver the samples. We cleared the scene completely by a little after 1. Dr. Bai stayed with us the whole time. I realized that the forensic doctors in the county are nearly all-rounders and very skilled. Dr. Bai demonstrated some sampling techniques that were simpler than ours and quite an eye-opener to me, Mr. Zhao explained. Lu Yongxin hummed twice, giving Bai Hua a smile. Of course, we don't have equipped trace examiners here. We have to do everything ourselves, with, at most, someone to help run errands. Bai Hua was a bit embarrassed. She was well aware of her own abilities. After all, she had studied the headless serial murder case every day without noticing so many details, but once Zhou Ning and his team arrived, they had nearly solved the case in less than a week. That was professionalism. Don't praise me like that, I'm embarrassed to hear it. Zhou Ning smiled, stepping away from the computer to address Mr. Zhao and the others. All right, come over and take a look. Mrs. Cui sent the report, but you didn't label the samples with detailed names, just numbers. What are all these things? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P Yao's eyes lit up. He quickly dropped his bag to Zhu Xingxing and dashed to the computer, clicking print and examining the results closely, gesturing for Bai Hua and Yang Xuedong to come over too. After a glance, Mr. Yang was full of surprise, while Bai Hua looked incredulous and Lu Yongxin coughed. Making fun of the old man, are you? Hurry up and tell me what all this is. Mr. Zhao grinned, tossing a USB drive to Yang Xuedong, and after fiddling with it for a bit with Mr. Chu, they managed to display some pictures on the projector. Upon seeing the wall full of collectibles, Zhou Ning froze. He turned back instinctively, looking towards Mr. Zhao. I must be asking, did you get something mixed up? Mr. Zhao's smiling expression froze as he crossed his arms and huffed at Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiao, don't pick on me. What's that look supposed to mean? In your eyes, am I that sleazy? These were found in a room at Hongqi Road number 29, the largest office there, which contained a break room. Several doors were locked, but the key to the break room was hidden under a doormat. It seems like it hasn't been visited in a long time, Mr. Zhao relayed. As he said this, Mr. Zhao looked at the test results, pointing to a section with a laser pen. He continued, didn't expect this. Most of the DNA found on these collectibles belongs to Zhu Yufan and Zhu Kelin. Zhu Yufan, this uncle, is truly despicable. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. As for the bathtub, floor cracks, steps, the crevice of the headboard, and the top beam of the desk lamp, we found various residual blood splatters and smears. Even though there had been attempts to clean them, we still managed to extract DNA from 3 of the victims. Zhou Ning dialed Cui Lily's cell phone. The latest report he had received was missing the DNA comparison results for Zhu Yunping and Zhu Yunhai. Cui Lily would definitely not forget them, so could there be some problem here? Sis, have you arrived at the office? Wait a moment. 2 more comparisons have just been completed. I'll send them to you immediately. Let me see. You said their names are Zhu Yunhai and Zhu Yunping, right? Yes. Did you compare their DNA to Zhu Kelin and Zhu Yufan's? I wanted to ask you as well, do both of them have the surname Zhu? Zhu Yufan is the daughter of Zhu Kelin's elder maternal aunt. After her father died and her mother went missing, she was adopted by Zhu Kelin. She is considered the Zhu family's adopted daughter, although Zhu Yufan's maternal aunt has been deceased for 20 years. Oh, what a messy relationship. I sent the report over, and both children are indeed the biological offspring of Zhu Kelin and Zhu Yufan. Click, the phone hung up, and at the same time, an email arrived in the inbox. Mr. Chu went to open the email, while Zhou Ning gestured to Mr. Zhao. Call Director Su to the conference room. Our side has pretty much finished its investigation. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Let's summarize the investigation results with him. The relationships are so tangled, I don't even know how to describe them. Mr. Zhao hurriedly ran out. Zhou Ning, along with others carrying all the reports, also arrived at the conference room. Before long, Su Dayuan came in with Tao Zhinshan, Zhang Chuanbua, and a group of other staff. Have the various tests and inspections on your end yielded results? Zhou Ning nodded. Let me give an introduction of the findings. Starting with the test results on the 3 axes found at the grave of Cui Yushang, we found the fingerprints of Ai Qingsong and the DNA of Zhu Yufan. Earlier, in the plastic cloth inner layers where the body was dumped, using special methods, we found the T-shaped fingerprint of rubber gloves, as well as the fingerprints of Li Hua. Furthermore, at Hongqi Road number 29, we found a specially decorated room, where many collectibles of unique preferences were kept, bearing the DNA residues of Zhu Yufan and Zhu Kelin. In the cracks of the floor at the scene, we found DNA from the bloodstains of the 3 deceased victims. Based on these residues, we believe that this room is the primary crime scene where the 3 victims were murdered, and it is also the place where Zhu Yufan was abused by Zhu Kelin. And Zhu Yunping, the son of Zhu Kelin, and Zhu Yuhai, the son of Zhu Yufan, are both sons of Zhu Kelin and Zhu Yufan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After Zhou Ning finished, Zheng Chunba's face showed a stunned expression, and it took him a while to recover. Su Dayuan, however, appeared composed, glancing at Zhou Ning and everyone else and nodded firmly. Thank you for your hard work. Jinshan, please brief us on the investigation here. Now that we're all here, we can also do a summary. The related personnel are also being brought in en route. Hearing this, Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan. Li Hua and Zhu Yufan were both local. Su Dayuan had people watching them since last night. These two couldn't escape. We investigated Zhu Yufan's ex-husband, Fang Guoli, who, along with Fang Guiying, who had previously come here for inquiry, is a twin. When he married Zhu Yufan, it was because Zhu Yufan was pregnant and begging him for help, so after a short marriage, they divorced, just to give the child a name. As for the investigation around AI Qingsong, we found that he used to be a staff member of the Planning Bureau and was a classmate as well as a colleague of Li Fang. After Li Fang was harmed, he took over her work and was targeted at work, even poisoned. In the year 2000, he reported this several times to no avail and was forcefully dismissed. The 270,000 RMB Zhang Chuguang accepted in bribes were for helping Yu Guangyao and Zhang Kujiang's company falsify related design blueprints, company qualifications, and bidding matters. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Before the county was changed to a city, Zheng Chuguang's uncle was the deputy county head responsible for construction projects and bidding pilot work. The municipal engineering fraud that was uncovered after Yu Guangjia's death had been reported by AI Qingsong as early as 1999, but it was not accepted. The shoddy construction issues with Building 7 in Luyuan community, belonging to Zhang Qiujiang, had also received a whistleblower letter before Zhang Qiujiang was killed, but that too was suppressed. That's all for my investigation report. After Lu Yufei arrived in Husheng City, she talked with the doctors and AI Qingsong himself. Lu Yufei and Mr. Zheng are currently on the flight back with AI Qingsong, expected to arrive at 9. A car has been dispatched to pick them up. Su Dayuan nodded and looked around. All right, everyone is aware of the situation now. The investigation has also made some progress. Li Hua and Zhu Yufan have already been brought in, and shortly we will interrogate them separately. Li Hua, Zhu Yufan, and AI Qingsong, all 3 have fingerprints and DNA left at the primary crime scene and the body dumping site, which counts as conclusive evidence. My principle is to clarify the case details without omission. In a while, Jinshan and Chuanbo will handle the interrogation. The meeting is now adjourned. The crowd immediately began buzzing with discussion. After so many days of toiling, the relationships were at least somewhat clearer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. However, there was no sign of relaxation on Zhou Ning's face. His job was essentially done, and what came next would depend on the abilities of Su Dayuan and his team. At this moment, Zhou Ning had a feeling that these 3 people could come together to exact revenge on the 3 victims was definitely not just because of their corruption or the unsuccessful whistleblowing. There must be some hidden reason. What this reason was, Zhou Ning couldn't say. Perhaps it had something to do with Cui Yushang, or maybe it was similar to Cui Yusheng's situation, only more vile, even affecting the lives of the 3 individuals. He remembered reading a memoir written by a lawyer which included a story. In the north, There was a girl who was bullied by a man, severely bullied. Not only was her reproductive system damaged beyond repair, but her face was also disfigured, one eye blinded, with the other retaining only a sense of light. The man who bullied the girl thought she had died and immediately fled. The girl, fortunate to survive, crawled out of the coal mine to report the incident and was rescued. The girl did not succumb to her injuries. Her only goal in living on was to make the man who had harmed her pay with his life for the brutality she suffered. The man was caught, and the court's verdict was imprisonment, not the death penalty, because the man was not yet 18 years old when he committed the heinous act. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. But the girl exhausted her whole life strength and could not step out of the shadow of that event. She kept seeking all kinds of people to help her get a retrial, hiring lawyers, contacting local leaders, reaching out to the media. She thought of every possible method. She was trapped in this event, unable to move on with anyone's help. Many years later, on the same day the man was released on parole, the girl committed suicide by jumping from a building. Zhou Ning closed his eyes, immersing himself in this case. If someone was humiliated in their youth, they might live the rest of their life consumed by hatred, unable to escape it. Throughout their whole life, they would only think of how to seek revenge, and perhaps Zhu Yufan was not the only one who had been humiliated back then. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / prosody p. Chapter 319 to 312 Old Stories _1 Chapter 319 Chapter 312 Old Stories _1 March 13, 2012 8 a.m. A notification beeped. Zhou Ning hurried to the computer and clicked to receive the email, while Lu Yongxin leaned in closer. Mr. Chu went to the printer, taking the printed report into his hands. Zhou Ning stared at the computer screen, skimming through the contents. When she reached the end, she leaned toward the screen and held her breath. The fingerprints collected from 3 axes belonged to AI Qingsong. Surprisingly, residual DNA was found on 2 of the axes, which, after comparison, matched that of Zhu Yufan. Seeing this result, Zhou Ning was stunned. She had indeed suspected that either Li Hua or Zhu Yufan was involved, but she never expected Li Hua to leave fingerprints on the plastic sheet, and even less that Zhu Yufan's DNA would be found on the murder weapon. Could it have been a collaboration between 3 people? For a moment, Zhou Ning was somewhat confused. Just then, the mailbox flickered several times, signaling the arrival of new emails. Zhou Ning glanced at them and saw that the items sent for examination were all sample numbers, obviously sent by Mr. Zhao and his team after their investigation at the scene. Regardless, Zhou Ning clicked print. I wonder what time Mr. Zhao and his team finished. Before the words settled, the office door swung open, Mr. Zhao and the others entered, Bai Hua trailing behind. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Their eyes were bloodshot from fatigue, yet their spirits were irrefutably high. Miss me already after just a short while? I saw Mrs. Cui sent over some stuff that you have checked in. I was asleep by midnight and you hadn't come back. What time did you finish up? At 11, we had someone send things for examination. We completely cleared the scene around 1 o'clock. Dr. Bai was with us the whole time. I realized that the forensic doctors in the county are all quite extraordinary, nearly all-rounders. During our investigation, Dr. Bai's sampling methods were simpler and opened my eyes, Mr. Zhao said. Lu Yongxin chuckled twice, casting a smile toward Bai Hua. Well, of course. We don't have a trace evidence department here, so I have to do everything myself. At least I get some help running errands. Bai Hua said with slight embarrassment, knowing full well her capabilities. After all, she had been investigating this headless serial murder case every day without noticing so many details. When Zhou Ning and the others arrived, in less than a week, they were close to cracking the case completely. That's professionalism. Stop it, I'm too embarrassed to hear any more praises, she protested. Zhou Ning smiled and moved away from the computer to let Mr. Zhao and his team have a look. All right, come over here and take a look. Mrs. Chui sent over the reports. You didn't label them in detail, just numbers. What are these items? Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He tossed his bag to Zhu Xingxing and hurried to the computer, clicking the print button while carefully examining the results and waving Bai Hua and Yang Xuedong over. After taking a glance, Mr. Yang appeared utterly astonished, while Bai Hua was incredulous and Lu Yongxin coughed. Picking on an old man, are you? Hurry up and tell us what all this stuff is, he asked. Mr. Zhao grinned, tossing a USB drive to Yang Xuedong. He and Mr. Chu fiddled with something and then projected images on the screen. Stunned by the collection that filled one wall, Zhou Ning froze. Turning back subconsciously, she looked toward Mr. Zhao. Tell me, did you get it wrong? With his smiling face frozen, Mr. Zhao crossed his arms and huffed at Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiaozhou, don't you bully me. What's with that look in your eye? Do I seem so depraved in your eyes? This was found in a room at Hongqi Road number 29, in the largest office, which included a resting room. Several doors were locked, but the key to the resting room was hidden under a doormat. It looks like no one has been there for a long time, he explained. As he spoke, Mr. Zhao looked at the examination results and pointed with a laser pointer, continuing, who would have thought? On these collectibles, we found mostly DNA belonging to Zhu Yufan and Zhu Kelin. This Uncle Zhu Yufan is really something else. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the bathtub, floor crevices, steps, headboard molding gaps, the top of the desk lamp, and other places, we found various splashed or smeared blood traces. Although they had been cleaned, DNA from the 3 victims was still extracted. Zhou Ning dialed Chui Lily's cell phone. The report just received lacked the DNA comparison results for Zhu Yunping and Zhu Yunhai. Chui Lily would certainly not have forgotten. Could there be a problem? Sis, you at the office? Yes, just a moment. 2 more comparisons just finished. I'll send them to you right away. It's Zhu Yunhai and Zhu Yunping, right? Right. Did you compare their DNA with Zhu Kelin and Zhu Yufan's? I wanted to ask you the same thing. Do both of them have the last name Zhu? Zhu Yufan is the daughter of Zhu Kelin's auntie. After her father died and her mother disappeared, she was adopted by Zhu Kelin. She's considered a foster daughter of the Zhu family, but Zhu Yufan's aunt has been deceased for 20 years. Oh, what a tangled relationship. The report's been sent over, and both children are indeed the biological offspring of Zhu Kelin and Zhu Yufan. Click. The phone hung up, and at the same time, an email arrived in the inbox. Mr. Chu went to open the email while Zhou Ning gestured to Mr. Zhao. Call Director Su to the conference room. We've finished our investigation on this end. We'll go over the findings with him. The relationships are so messy, I don't even know how to begin to explain. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao hurried out and Zhou Ning, along with his team carrying all the reports, also arrived at the conference room. Before long, Su Dayuan, along with Tao Zhinshan, Zhang Chuanbua, and a host of other personnel, arrived as well. Are all the various tests and surveys from your side done? Zhou Ning nodded. Let me introduce the findings one by one. First, let's talk about the test results. On the 3 axes found at Cui Yesheng's grave, we found AI Qingsong's fingerprints and Zhu Yufan's DNA. Previously, in the plastic tarp layers used to dispose of the bodies, we discovered glove prints shaped like fingers made from latex, as well as Li Hua's fingerprints. In addition, at Hongqi Road number 29, we found a specially decorated room with many special hobby collectibles, which bore the DNA of both Zhu Yufan and Zhu Kelin. In the cracks of the floor at the scene, we found DNA from the residual bloodstains of the 3 deceased. Based on these remains, we believe that this room is the primary crime scene where the 3 victims were killed and also where Zhu Yufan was abused by Zhu Kelin. Moreover, Zhu Yunping, the son of Zhu Kelin, and Zhu Yunhai, Zhu Yufan's son, are both sons of Zhu Kelin and Zhu Yufan. After Zhou Ning finished, the look of shock on Zhang Chunba's face lingered for quite some time. Su Dayuan, however, remained composed, glancing at Zhou Ning and everyone else before nodding emphatically. You've worked hard. Jinshan, please discuss the findings from your side. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Now that everyone is present, we can summarize. The relevant individuals are also on their way here. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan. Both Li Hua and Zhu Yufan were local, and Su Dayuan had people watching them since last night. Neither could escape. We looked into Zhu Yufan's ex-husband, Fang Guoli. He and Fang Guoying, who came here for questioning earlier, are twins. The reason he married Zhu Yufan was that she was pregnant and asked for his help. Thus, after a brief marriage, they divorced to give the child a legitimate status. As for the investigation into AI Qingsong, we found out that he was also an employee of the Planning Bureau and was classmates and colleagues with Li Fang. After Li Fang was harmed, he took over her job and was targeted at work, even poisoned. In 2000, after several unheeded whistleblowing attempts, he was forcibly dismissed from his position. The 270,000 yuan bribe received by Zhang Chuguang was for assisting Yu Guangyao and Zhang Kujiang's company in fabricating relevant design drawings, company qualifications, and bidding matters. Before the county switched to city governance, Zhang Chuguang's uncle was the deputy county magistrate in charge of construction projects and bidding pilot work. The municipal engineering fraud that was uncovered after Yu Guangjiao's death had already been reported by AI Qingsong in 1999, but it was not accepted. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The issues of cutting corners and reducing materials in Zhang Kujiang's Luyuan Community Building No. 7 had also received a whistleblower letter before Zhang Kujiang's murder, but it was also suppressed. That's the situation from my investigation. Lu Yufei reached Husheng City and talked with both the doctor and AI Qingsong himself. Lu Yufei and Mr. Zeng are accompanying AI Qingsong on his return flight, expected to arrive around 9. I've arranged for a car to pick them up. Su Dayuan nodded and looked around the room. All right, now that everyone understands the situation and the investigation has borne fruit, Li Hua and Zhu Yufan have been brought in. In a moment, we'll interrogate them separately. Li Hua, Zhu Yufan, and AI Qingsong all left their fingerprints and DNA at both the primary crime scene and the body dumping site. This serves as irrefutable evidence. My principle is to clarify the details of the case without omissions. Jinshan and Chuanbo will take charge of the interrogation. Dismissed. There was an immediate buzz of conversation as everyone tried to unravel the intricate relationships after so much effort had been put in over many days. However, Zhou Ning's face showed no sign of relief. His work here was essentially done. The rest was up to the capabilities of Su Dayuan and his team. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. At that moment, Zhou Ning couldn't shake the feeling that these three individuals coming together to take revenge on the three victims wasn't simply because of their corruption or because the whistleblowing was unsuccessful. There had to be some hidden reasons behind it. As for what these reasons were, Zhou Ning couldn't say. Perhaps they had something to do with Cui Yushang, or perhaps they were similar to Cui Yusheng's situation, but even more severe, with the potential to impact the lives of the three individuals. Zhou Ning remembered a passage he once read in a lawyer's memoir, which told a story. In the north, a girl was abused by a man in a very severe way. Not only was her value system irreparably damaged, but her face was disfigured. One eye went blind, and the other was left with only a sense of light. The man who abused the girl thought she had died and fled. The girl, who was tenacious, managed to crawl out of the coal pit and call the police for help. She survived and aimed her whole life at making the man pay with his life for the grievous harm he caused her. The man was arrested and the court sentenced him to prison, not the death penalty, as he was under 18 when he committed the atrocity. But the girl, unable to escape the shadow of the ordeal, exhausted her entire life seeking retribution. She contacted all kinds of people for help in pushing for a heavier sentence. Lawyers, local leaders, exhausting every avenue she could think of. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p trapped in her trauma, she couldn't escape. Years later, on the same day the man was released from prison after a sentence reduction, the girl committed suicide by jumping off a building. Zhou Ning closed his eyes. In this case, if someone had been abused in their youth, they would live a life dominated by hatred, unable to escape it. For a lifetime, such a person would only think of revenge. Therefore, it may not be only Zhu Yufan who had been abused in the past. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 320 to 312 old stories _1 chapter 320. Chapter 312 Old Stories _1 March 13, 2012, 8 o'clock. As the notification sound chimed, Zhou Ning hurried to the computer and clicked to receive the email, while Lu Yongxin leaned in as well. Mr. Chu went to the printer and brought over the printed report. Zhou Ning stared at the computer, skimmed through the content, and when he reached the end, he leaned closer to the screen and held his breath. The fingerprints collected from the 3 axes belonged to AI Chingsong. Surprisingly, residual DNA was found on 2 of the axes, and after comparison, the DNA matched that of Zhu Yufan. Seeing this result, Zhou Ning was stunned. Although they had suspected Li Hua or Zhu Yufan's involvement before, he didn't expect that it would be Li Hua's fingerprints on the plastic sheet and Zhu Yufan's DNA found on the murder weapon. Could it have been the work of 3 people cooperating? For a moment, Zhou Ning was also somewhat confused. Just then, the mailbox blinked several times and a few more emails arrived. Zhou Ning glanced at them and saw they were the submitted samples with only their identification numbers, clearly those Mr. Zhao they had sent in after the scene investigation. Regardless, Zhou Ning clicked to print. I wonder what time Mr. Zhao and the others finished. Before he finished speaking, the office door was opened, and Mr. Zhao and the others entered, with Bai Hua following behind. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Their eyes were bloodshot with fatigue, but their spirits were unquestionably high. Did you start missing me as soon as I was gone? I saw some things Mrs. Cui sent that you had submitted for testing. When I went asleep last night at 12, you hadn't returned yet. What time did you finish up? We sent stuff for testing at 11, and it was probably past 1 when we finished clearing the scene completely. Dr. Bai stayed with us the whole time. I realized the forensic doctors from the county's morgue are all pretty amazing, almost like all-rounders. During our investigation, Dr. Bai's sampling methods were simpler, really opened my eyes. Lu Yongxin hummed twice, showing a smile towards Bai Hua. Of course, we don't have a trace examiners here, so we have to do everything ourselves, at most having someone to help run errands. Bai Hua was somewhat embarrassed. She was well aware of her capabilities. After all, she studied the headless serial murder case every day without finding as many details as Zhou Ning and his team did in less than a week. That's what professionalism looked like. Don't flatter me, I'm embarrassed to listen. Zhou Ning smiled and moved away from the computer to let Mr. Zhao and the others see. All right, come and take a look. Mrs. Cui has sent the report. You didn't label the items you sent in clearly, just used a bunch of numbers. What are all these things? Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly tossed his bag to Zhu Xingxing and dashed to the computer, clicking to print, examining the results carefully, and beckoning Bai Hua and Yang Xuedong over. After a glance, Mr. Yang was filled with astonishment, while Bai Hua looked incredulous, and Lu Yongxin coughed. Are you making fun of the old man? Hurry up and tell me what all this stuff is. Mr. Zhao grinned, throwing a USB drive to Yang Xuedong, and after fiddling with Mr. Chu, they projected some images onto the screen. Seeing the wall of collectibles, Zhou Ning froze. Instinctively, he turned his head to look at Mr. Zhao. Say, did you get it wrong? Mr. Zhao's laughing face froze, and he crossed his arms while humming at Zhou Ning. Don't make fun of me, Zhou Xiao. What's with that look? Do you really think so little of me? This was found in a room on Hongqi Road number 29, in the biggest office, where there is a lounge. Several doors were locked, but the key to the lounge was hidden under the doormat. It looked like no one had been there for a long time. Mr. Zhao looked towards the inspection results, pointed at one section with a laser pointer, and continued, unexpectedly, most of the DNA found on these collectibles were Zhu Yufin's and Zhu Kellen's. This uncle of hers, Zhu Yufin, is really no good at all. As for the bathtub, floor crevices, step edges, decorative trim on the headboard, top crossbeam of the desk lamp, and other places, various splatters and wiped bloodstains were found. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Although they had been cleaned, DNA from the 3 victims was still extracted. Zhou Ning dialed Chui Lily's cell phone number. In the report he had just received, the DNA comparison results for Zhu Yunping and Zhu Yuhai were missing. Chui Lily would definitely not forget them. Was there a problem somewhere? Sis, have you arrived at the office? Yes, wait a minute. 2 more comparisons just finished. I'll send them to you right away. Let me check. They're named Zhu Yunhai and Zhu Yunping, right? Right. Have they been compared with Zhu Kellen and Zhu Yufin's DNA? I wanted to ask you, both of the couple have the surname Zhu? Zhu Yufin is the daughter of Zhu Kellen's aunt. After her father died and her mother disappeared, she was adopted by Zhu Kellen, making her the Zhu family's foster daughter. However, Zhu Yufin's aunt passed away 20 years ago. Oh, what a mess of relationships. The report has been sent, and both children are the biological offspring of Zhu Kellen and Zhu Yufin. Click. The phone was hung up, and at the same time an email arrived in the mailbox. Mr. Chu went to open the email while Zhou Ning gestured to Mr. Zhao. Call Director Su to the meeting room. We have finished our investigation here. Let's summarize the findings with him. These relationships are so complicated, I don't even know how to explain them. Mr. Zhao hurried out while Zhou Ning, with his team carrying all the reports, also arrived at the meeting room. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P soon, Su Dayuan, along with Tao Zhinshan, Zhang Chuanbua, and a group of personnel showed up. Have the various examinations and inspections on your side come to a conclusion? Zhou Ning nodded. Let me introduce the findings separately. First, the examination results show that on the 3 axes found in front of Cui Yasheng's grave, we discovered AI Qingsong's fingerprints and Zhu Yufin's DNA. Previously, in the interlayers of the 3 plastic sheets where the body was discarded, we found prints of latex gloves with club-shaped fingers, as well as Li Hua's fingerprints. Additionally, at Hongqi Road number 29, we found a specially decorated room with many items for special fetishes, where Zhu Yufin's and Zhu Kellen's DNA were left on various objects. In the cracks of the floor at the scene, we found DNA from the residual bloodstains of the 3 victims. Based on these remains, we believe that this room was the first crime scene where the 3 victims were killed, and also the place where Zhu Yufin was abused by Zhu Kellen. Zhu Yunping, the son of Zhu Kellen, and Zhu Yuhai, the son of Zhu Yufin, are both the sons of Zhu Kellen and Zhu Yufin. After Zhou Ning finished speaking, Zhang Chunba's face was filled with shock, and it took him a long time to recover. Su Dayuan, however, remained calm, looking at Zhou Ning and everyone else while nodding firmly. You've worked hard. Jinshan, please report on the investigation findings from this side. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Since everyone is here, we might as well do a roundup, and the related persons are also on their way here. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan. Li Hua and Zhu Yufin were local, and just last night, Su Dayuan had people watch them. These 2 wouldn't be able to escape. We investigated Zhu Yufin's ex-husband, Fang Guoli. He and Fang Guiying, who previously came here for an investigation, are twins. Fang Guoli married Zhu Yufan because she was pregnant and asked for his help, so the two divorced shortly after the marriage to give the child an identity. As for the investigation of AI Qing Song, it was discovered that he had also worked at the planning bureau, being classmates and colleagues with Li Fang. After Li Fang was murdered, he took over her job and was targeted in his work, even poisoned. In 2000, after multiple unsuccessful reports, he was forcibly dismissed from his position. The 270,000 yuan taken in bribes by Zhang Chuguang were for him helping Yu Guangyao and Zhang Kujiang's company to forge related design drawings, company qualifications, and bidding affairs. Before the county-to-city reform, Zhang Chuguang's uncle was the deputy county magistrate in charge of construction projects and bidding pilot work. The municipal engineering fraud case uncovered after Yu Guangjiao's death was previously reported by AI Qing Song in 1999, but was not accepted. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. The issues of shoddy work in the building of number 7 in Luyuan community by Zhang Qiujiang had also received whistleblower letters before Zhang Kujiang's murder, but those two were suppressed. That's the situation from our investigation. Lu Yufei arrived in Husheng City and spoke with the doctor and AI Qing Song himself. Lu Yufei and Mr. Zhang are bringing AI Qing Song back on a flight, estimated to arrive at 9. I've already arranged a car to pick them up. Su Dayuan nodded and looked around. All right, everyone is aware of the situation. Now that the investigation has yielded some results, Li Hua and Zhu Yufan have been brought in. We'll interrogate them separately later. Li Hua, Zhu Yufan, and AI Qing Song all left fingerprints and DNA at the primary crime scene and the body dumping site without a doubt. This is conclusive evidence. My principle is to clarify the course of the case without omission. Jinshan and Chuanbua will be responsible for the interrogation later. Now, the meeting is adjourned. Everyone immediately started discussing, after so many days of turmoil, the relationships were now somewhat clearer. However, Zhou Ning's face didn't show any sign of relief. But his work was essentially finished, and what was left now was dependent on the abilities of Su Dayuan and his team. At that moment, Zhou Ning always had a feeling, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. These three people coming together to take revenge on the three victims couldn't just be because of their corruption or the disadvantage caused by the whistleblower reports. There had to be some hidden reason. As for what that reason was, Zhou Ning couldn't say. Perhaps it was related to Cui Yushang, or perhaps it was similar to Cui Yusheng's situation, yet even more heinous, something that could affect the lives of the three of them. He remembered reading a lawyer's memoir before, which told a story. In the north, a girl was bullied by a man, bullied terribly not only beyond repair in terms of her value system, but she also had her face disfigured and one eye blinded, with the other retaining only the sense of light. The man who bullied her thought she was dead and fled. But the girl, who was resilient, crawled out of the coal pit to report the crime and was rescued. She didn't die, and her single goal in surviving was to make the man who bullied her pay with his life for the injuries she suffered. The man was captured and the sentence handed down. He was given a fixed-term imprisonment, not the death penalty, because he was under 18 years of age when he committed the violent acts. But the girl, unable to escape the shadow of the event for the rest of her life, kept seeking help from various people to apply for a retrial, contacting legal scholars and leaders, employing every method she could think of. Trapped in that event, nobody could help her out. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Many years later, on the very day the man was released on parole, the girl committed suicide by jumping from a building. Zhou Ning closed his eyes, pondering over this case. If someone was bullied in their youth, their entire life would be lived in hatred, unable to escape from it. For their entire life, they would only think about how to take revenge, so perhaps Zhu Yufan wasn't the only one who was bullied. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak Prosody, P. Chapter 321 to 312 Old Memories _1 Chapter 321 Chapter 312 Old Memories _1 March 13, 2012, 8 a.m. Notification tone rang out. And Zhou Ning quickly rushed to the computer, clicked to receive the email, while Lu Yongxin also leaned in. Mr. Chu went to the printer, fetching the printed report. Zhou Ning stared at the computer, flipping through it once, and when he got to the end, he leaned in closer to the screen, holding his breath. The fingerprints collected from the 3 axes belonged to AI Qingsong, but what was unexpected was that residual DNA was found on 2 of the axes, and after comparison, the DNA matched that of Zhu Yufan. Seeing this result, Zhou Ning was stunned. He had indeed suspected that Li Hua and Zhu Yufan were involved, but he didn't expect Li Hua to leave fingerprints on the plastic cloth and Zhu Yufan's DNA to be on the murder weapon. Could it be a collaboration among 3 people? For a moment, Zhou Ning was somewhat confused. Just then, the inbox flashed several times, and a few more emails came in. Zhou Ning glanced at them and saw that the items sent for testing all had sample numbers, which obviously were the ones Mr. Zhao and his team had collected after inspecting the scene. Regardless, Zhou Ning clicked print. Mr. Zhao and the others, I wonder what time they finished. Before he could finish, the door to the office opened, and Mr. Zhao and others walked in, with Bai Hua following. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody. /speak. Speak, prosody, p. They had bloodshot eyes and looked weary, but their spirits were definitely high. Miss me already after such a short while? I saw Mrs. Cui sent some things you'd sent for testing. I was asleep by midnight last night, and you still hadn't come back. What time did you finish up? We sent the samples for testing at 11, and after we thoroughly cleaned up the scene, it must have been past 1 o'clock. Dr. Bai has been with us the whole time. I've found that the forensic doctors in the county offices are incredibly well-rounded talents. When we were inspecting, Dr. Bai's sampling methods were simpler, which was an eye-opener for me. Lu Yongxin hummed in agreement and smiled at Bai Hua. Of course, there's no trace evidence technician here, so we have to do everything ourselves, at most have someone to run errands. Bai Hua felt a bit embarrassed. She was well aware of her abilities. After all, on this headless serial murder case she studied daily, she hadn't noticed so many details. However, once Zhou Ning and his team arrived, in less than a week they had all but solved the case, showing real professionalism. Stop flattering me, I'm too embarrassed to listen. Zhou Ning smiled and made way from the front of the computer, then said to Mr. Zhao and the others, All right, come over and take a look. Mrs. Cui sent the report. You didn't precisely label the names of the items sent for testing, just lots of numbers. What's all this about? Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Dao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly tossed his bag to Zhu Xingxing, sprinted to the computer, clicked print, inspected the results carefully, and gestured to Bai Hua and Yang Xuedong to come over. After a glance, Mr. Yang was filled with surprise, while Bai Hua looked incredulous and Lu Yongxin cleared his throat. Picking on the old man, eh? Hurry up and tell me what all this stuff is about? Mr. Zhao grinned, throwing a USB drive to Yang Xuedong. He and Mr. Chu fiddled for a bit, then directly displayed some images through the projector, showing a wall of collectibles. Zhou Ning was shocked. He turned back instinctively, looking towards Mr. Zhao. I'm saying, did you play the wrong thing? Mr. Zhao glared with a frozen smile and placed his hands on his hips, humming at Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiao, don't you tease me. What's that look mean? In your eyes, am I really that bad? This was found in a room at Hongqi Road number 29, the largest office room, which had a lounge. Several doors were locked, but the key to this lounge was hidden under the doormat. By the looks inside, it hadn't been visited by anyone for a long time. As he spoke, Mr. Zhao looked at the test results and pointed at a spot with a laser pen, continuing, unexpectedly, on these collectibles, most of the DNA found belonged to Zhu Yufan and Zhu Kelin. Zhu Yufan's uncle really isn't a good person. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the bathtub, the floor crevices, steps, the decorative panel of the bedhead, the light fixture's top crossbeam, and so on, remnants of splattered or rubbed bloodstains were found. Even though they had been cleaned, DNA from the 3 victims was still recovered. Zhou Ning dialed Cui Lily's cell phone. The report he had just received was missing the DNA comparison results for Zhu Yunping and Zhu Yunhai. Cui Lily would not forget about that. Could there be some issue here? Sis, arrived at the office yet? Yeah, hang on a sec. 2 more comparisons just finished. I'll send them to you right away. Let me check. The names are Zhu Yunhai and Zhu Yunping, right? Yes. Have their DNA been compared with Zhu Kellen and Zhu Yufan? I was about to ask you the same thing. Are both members of the couple surnamed Zhu? The situation is somewhat complicated. Zhu Yufan is the daughter of Zhu Kellen's aunt. After her father died and her mother disappeared, she was adopted by Zhu Kellen. She is considered a foster daughter of the Zhu family, but Zhu Yufan's aunt has been dead for 20 years now. Oh, what a messy relationship. The report has been sent, and it turns out that both children are indeed the biological offspring of Zhu Kellen and Zhu Yufan. Click, the phone was hung up, and at the same time, an email was received in the inbox. Mr. Chu went to open the email, and Zhou Ning waved at Mr. Zhao. Please call Director Su to the conference room, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Our investigation on this end is essentially complete. We need to summarize the results with him. This relationship is so tangled, I wouldn't even know where to start explaining it. Mr. Zhao hurried out and Zhou Ning, together with his team carrying all the reports, also arrived at the conference room. Before long, Su Dayuan, along with Tao Jinshan, Zhang Chuanbua, and a group of personnel, had all arrived. Have the various tests and inspections on your side yielded results? Zhou Ning nodded. Let me introduce the findings separately, starting with the test results. On the 3 axes found at the grave of Cui Yushang, we found fingerprints of AI Qingsong and DNA of Zhu Yufan. Previously, within the layers of the 3 tarps where the body was dumped, special methods were used to discover latex glove fingerprints and the fingerprints of Li Hua. Furthermore, at Hongqi Road number 29, we found a specially decorated room with many unusual collectibles on display, bearing the residual DNA of Zhu Yufan and Zhu Kellen. In the floorboard crevices of the scene, we found DNA from the residual blood of the 3 deceased. Based on these remnants, we believe this room to be the primary crime scene where the 3 victims were killed, as well as the place where Zhu Yufan was abused. Furthermore, Zhu Yunping, the son of Zhu Kellen, and Zhu Yuhai, the son of Zhu Yufan, are both children of Zhu Kellen and Zhu Yufan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After Zhou Ning finished speaking, Zhang Chunba's face was filled with shock, and he took a long time to recover. Su Dayuan, on the other hand, remained composed, glancing at Zhou Ning and the others before nodding firmly. Thank you for your hard work. Jinshan, please share the findings from this side of the investigation. It's good timing since everyone is here and the involved parties are on their way. Hearing this, Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan. Li Hua and Zhu Yufan were locals, and Su Dayuan had people watching them since last night. Those 2 weren't going anywhere. We investigated Zhu Yufan's ex-husband, Fang Guoli. He and Fang Guiying, who had previously come here for questioning, are twins. He married Zhu Yufan because she was pregnant and asked for his help. Thus, the 2 quickly divorced after marriage, which was done to give the child a legal identity. In the investigation of AI Qingsong, it was found that he was once a member of the Planning Bureau and a colleague and schoolmate of Li Fang. After Li Fang's murder, he took over her job and was subsequently targeted at work, even poisoned. In 2000, after unsuccessful reports and being forcefully dismissed from his job, the 270,000 bribe Zheng Chuguang took was for assisting the companies of Yu Guangyao and Zheng Qiujiang in forging related design drawings, company qualifications, and tendering matters. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Before the county was upgraded to a city, Zheng Chugwang's uncle was the third in command, responsible for construction engineering and tendering pilot projects. The municipal engineering fraud case that came to light after Yu Guangjiu's death was reported by AI Qingsong as early as 1999, but it was not accepted. The issue of Zhang Kujiang's Luoan Community Building No. 7 cutting corners was also reported before his murder, but the complaint was suppressed. That's all for the investigation on my end. Lu Yufei arrived in Husheng City and spoke with the doctor and AI Qingsong. Lu Yufei and Mr. Zhang are escorting AI Qingsong back and should arrive by 9. I have arranged for a car to pick them up. Su Dayuan nodded and looked around. All right, everyone is up to speed on the situation and the investigation is yielding results. Li Hua and Zhu Yufan have been brought in. After this meeting, we'll interrogate them separately. Li Hua, Zhu Yufan, and AI Qingsong all left fingerprints and DNA at the first crime scene and the body dumping site, which counts as solid evidence. My principle is to clarify the details of the case without missing anything. Later, Zhenshan and Chuanhua will lead the interrogation. Now, meeting adjourned. Everyone started to discuss animatedly. After so many days, the relationships were finally becoming somewhat clearer. But Zhou Ning's face showed no sign of relief. However, his job was essentially done, and what was left was up to Su Dayuan and his team. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning always had this feeling. That these three people could come together to retaliate against three victims surely wasn't solely due to corruption or ineffective reporting. There had to be some deeper reason behind it. As for what these reasons were, Zhou Ning couldn't say. Perhaps it was related to Cui Yushang or something similar to Cui Yushang's incident, but even more atrocious, possibly affecting the three people's entire lives. I remember reading a passage in a psychology case study that told a story. There was a girl who was bullied by a man terribly, not just with her value system irreparably destroyed, her face disfigured, one eye blinded, and the other left with just a sense of light. The man who bullied the girl thought she had died and subsequently fled. The girl, however, was lucky to survive, crawling out of the coal pit to call the police and get rescued. She didn't die, and her only goal in living was to make the man who bullied her pay with his life for the harm she had suffered. The man was caught and the judgment was delivered. He was sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment instead of the death penalty because he was under 18 when he committed the violent act against her. But the girl exhausted her entire life trying to escape the shadow, persistently seeking various people to apply for a retrial, thinking of every method she could. She was trapped in this incident, unable to escape. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Years later, on the same day the man was released early from prison, the girl committed suicide by jumping off a building. Zhou Ning closed his eyes, putting himself into the case. If someone in their youth was bullied, then they would live in the shadow of hatred for the rest of their life. For the rest of their days, they would only think about revenge, and perhaps Zhu Yufan wasn't the only one bullied back then. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 322 to 313 Unbearable Memories _1 Chapter 322, Chapter 313 Unbearable Memories _1 In the interrogation room. Li Hua was handcuffed to the interrogation chair. On her face, there was no sign of excessive surprise or panic. She looked up at Tao Zhenshan across from her without averting her gaze, as if she were quite looking forward to his questions. Inviting you here again and changing the interrogation venue, I believe you know that our investigation has uncovered substantial evidence. It'll give you a chance to speak up voluntarily. Li Hua continued to look at him but shook her head. There's nothing to say, she said. Tao Zhenshan grabbed several photos, laying them out in front of Li Hua. They were fingerprint comparison charts. Using a special method to extract fingerprints, we found your prints on the plastic sheeting under Zheng Chuguang, Yu Guangyao, and Zhang Qiujiang. This proves you participated in the dumping of the bodies. It's just that the technology back then was not sufficient to extract DNA for comparison. I know something must have happened back in the day. I'm not referring to the question of whether these three caused your sister's car accident, but rather the harm inflicted upon you in your childhood. If you don't want to talk about killing, how about we talk about that? Li Hua paused, the words seeming to sting her, her breathing turning a bit labored. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. She tried to shift her posture, wanting to raise her hand to tidy her hair, but as she lifted her hand, the handcuffs struck her forehead, and she stopped moving. Was it Zhu Yufan who told you? Tao Zhinshan shook his head, pulled up a chair, and sat down in front of Li Hua. Before coming to the interrogation room, the director of the forensics department at our technical division told us a story. A girl had been humiliated and hurt by a minor, even left with a permanent disability, yet that person wasn't sentenced to death, didn't even spend many years in prison. That girl sought help from many departments, but in the end, she chose to take her own life on the day he was released. We found the room on Hongqi Road number 29, and we know what Zhu Yufan went through. We don't know about your experiences, but we're aware that the harm you suffered was no less than Zhu Yufan's. In another hour, AI Qingsong's flight will arrive. We know he took over the job from your sister Li Fang, blocked those 3 men and their associates from some illegal operations, and was later retaliated against and forcibly removed from his position in 2000. We picked him up from Husheng Tumor Hospital. Do you know what the doctors said? You're a professional. You must understand that he was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer, but that's just a metastasis. His most severe condition is lung cancer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The doctors said surgery is not an option unless he undergoes a transplant, but even with a transplant, the hopes of living through the surgery are less than 10%. I don't want to say much. Give it some thought for yourself. Zhou Ning folded his arms. He suddenly didn't want to listen to this case's interrogation anymore and took a step back. Su Daiwan's hand was already on Zhou Ning's shoulder. Listen carefully. We're in a society ruled by law now. All actions must be based on compliance with regulations. I understand her actions and am not such a high-minded person. If my siblings went through something like this, perhaps I would act even more ruthlessly. But people must take responsibility for their actions. If everyone plays the role of a judge, society would be in chaos. Zhou Ning nodded, feeling a bit more at ease in his heart. In the interrogation room, Li Hua fell silent for a while before raising her head. My family has been in the shipping business since before the founding of the country, one of the earliest forms of trade. The capital in our overseas accounts hasn't been touched. In the summer of 1979, my father's company was established next to the Hongqi Road community, at that Hongqi Road number 29 you've been to. The building originally was a printing factory that couldn't sustain its operations. My father bought it outright to use as an office. Initially, there was only one building on the north side of the yard. The rest was added later. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Our house was on the east side, and I also started attending experimental primary school in September 1979. I became my sister's little shadow, going to school and coming home together. However, on April 15, 1980, I didn't find my sister after school. Her class had activities she had forgotten to tell me about, and I waited and waited. It was dark, and my sister still hadn't come. So, I started walking home alone, but just as I was about to leave the first-floor corridor of the school, I heard some boys shouting behind me, asking who I was. I said I was Li Hua from the first grade, second class. They approached with smiles, asking how I was related to Li Fang. I said she was my sister. I was too young to understand the malice in their eyes, and then they grabbed me saying they'd take me home, suggesting one of the brothers give me a piggyback and sleep for a while. I just went with them, but I wasn't taken home. Instead, I was taken to a pitch-dark storeroom. I was so scared that I cried continuously. They stripped me naked, then touched me all over and wouldn't let me cry. One by one, they removed their trousers, making me take them in my mouth. When I was sent back home, they kept threatening me. They said that if I dared tell any adults or my sister, they would chop me up and feed me to the dogs. I was terrified, but little did I know this was just the beginning of the nightmare. When I arrived home, I received no care from my parents. Instead, I was scolded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Later I found out that my sister had skipped a grade and gone directly to middle school, so I began commuting to and from school by myself. Nearly every week, I would be taken to that storeroom. I was covered in injuries, and when my mother saw them, she scolded me without asking how I got hurt. Later, she even moved in with my sister next to the middle school, leaving me in the care of a nanny. Those dark days continued for 2 months before they finally ended. But by then, I was battered and bruised, even having difficulty walking. My private parts had been violated with a tree branch, which had pierced my uterus. It was only when I was found unconscious by my nanny that I was taken to the hospital. Unfortunately, the infection was severe. To save my life, my uterus and parts of my intestines had to be removed. It was then that my parents realized what had happened to me. I started telling them about everything from the time my sister didn't pick me up from school. As soon as I began speaking, my mother accused me of lying. As I relayed the process, my father wanted to call the police, but my mother objected. Eventually, the police were not called because they believed it would tarnish our family's reputation. Then I transferred schools and went directly to Qidong to study. However, the ordeal I went through haunted me every night until I met Brother AI, whose consoling words gave me the courage to keep living. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Greater than. I checked my sister's classmates' directory, and the 3 names that came up were Zhang Chuguang, Yu Guangyao, and Zhang Qiujiang. I had no connection with them, but in 1993, when my sister died in a car accident, I returned home and encountered Brother AI, who recognized me at first sight. He asked how I was doing, and I couldn't help it. I cried and said I wasn't doing well. We talked a lot, and when I asked about those 3 men, he said I should try to forget. I told him I couldn't. I didn't want to live like this. I wanted them brought to justice. He told me that those guys were now doing well. Their relationship was not just between the 3 of them, but an entire web of connections, and even my sister's death was no accident. I was shocked at how much he knew. He said he might be the next victim. I said we should do something. We can't just wait for things to happen. He smiled at me and agreed, saying he would call me if he planned to do anything. He also mentioned another girl who had a similar experience to mine. I was really surprised and asked who she was. But our conversation was interrupted by my parents. My mother was almost hysterical by then. Her favorite daughter had died, and she saw everyone as a murderer, even trying to choke me. But Brother AI Chingsong stopped her, saying he had some things he wanted to discuss with my father. As for the content of their discussion, I had no idea, but afterward, my father's despondent state changed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He started looking into the accident with the traffic police and even hired a forensic doctor from Qidong to perform an autopsy on my sister. But it seemed like all the investigations merely covered up the truth. That's when I understood how powerful the network Brother AI mentioned was. In October, when I accompanied my dad to get the report, I unexpectedly ran into Zhang Chuguang. I felt a sharp pain in my stomach instinctively. I didn't tell my dad because he was consumed with the investigation of my sister's death and had no energy for anything else. Zhang Chuguang dragged me away, interrogating me, asking why I had transferred schools. He wanted to play with me, asking if I liked playing with him alone or preferred playing with all 3 of them. I was so scared I couldn't move. He took my pager, noted the number, and threatened to expose everything if I didn't respond to his pages. After Zhang Chuguang left, I dared to move. I went to find Brother AI, who then took me to meet Zhu Yufan. To my surprise, our meeting place was my former house, Hongqi Road number 29. After hearing everything she had been through, we finally came up with a plan. Sister Yufan told me that besides what she had gone through, there was something else she had to tell me. Zhu Kellen wanted my dad's company, and she could help me protect it if I wanted to. Thinking about everything my parents had done to me, I refused. On November 3, 1993, Zheng Chuguang sent me a message, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He wanted me to call him back, so I used the phone at the guard post of number 29 and told him I was at number 29. If he wanted to see me, he should come, but he shouldn't bring the other two. I didn't expect Zheng Chuguang to actually come. Perhaps he still thought I was the same little girl who couldn't fight back. I gave him a glass of wine laced with sleeping pills. I told him it was drugged and dared him to drink it. He didn't hesitate. After all, he had never tried foreign liquor before and wasn't guarded. While he was groggy on the bed, brother Ai Chingsong and sister Yufan came. I said I would do it. I lifted the axe and smashed his head. He didn't move at all. Brother Ai helped me chop off his head, and after cleaning up the scene, I was at a loss about what to do next. Brother Ai shared the evidence he had gathered, and that's when I learned that he indeed had a hand in my sister's car accident. After all, my sister was always so headstrong, never wanting to rely on my father for anything. But she seemed to forget that even the car she drove was provided by him. After 2 days of preparation, under pressure from me, brother Ai borrowed a car. On the night of the 5th, without involving sister Yufan, the two of us went to the Baisha River Central Bridge. We draped the plastic wrap that enclosed his body under the bridge and positioned his corpse in a kneeling pose. We thought that if anyone investigated, they would look into my sister's car accident, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. His head, along with the axe, was packed away and buried in front of Cui Yesheng's grave. Sister Yufan said it was a way to appease her brother's spirit. As for Yu Guangyao and Zhang Qiujiang, I used the same method to lure them over. Yu Guangyao was drowned in a bathtub, while Zhang Qiujiang was injected with adrenaline and then suffocated with a down jacket. That's how it all happened. It was all planned by me. I am the mastermind. You can arrest me and judge me. They were coerced into participating by me. As for Sister Yufan, she just watched the whole time, never laid a hand on anyone. She was coerced by me to lend this place. I plead guilty. After finishing her story, Li Hua closed her eyes tightly, clearly restraining her emotions, not out of anger but happiness. A smile formed at the corners of her lips, as if she felt her mission was accomplished. Tao Zhinshan pursed his lips tightly, walked over to the clerk, glanced at the transcript, then carried it over to Li Hua. No additions, then sign here, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 323 to 314. I coerce them _1 Chapter 323, Chapter 314. I coerce them _1. Li Hua was taken away. Mr. Zhao clicked his tongue and shook his head, the rare smile on his face disappearing. If I were her, I might also choose to kill those few people. They're simply too vile. Lu Yongxin sighed. What she hates most isn't those 3 people, but the fact that her childhood was neglected. Her parents focused all their attention on her outstanding older sister, completely ignoring her. Even after Li Feng's death, they didn't care about Li Hua. That's her deepest pain and burden, all of which she projected onto those 3, believing all her misfortunes stemmed from their bullying. Su Dayuan stroked his chin and didn't say much. Zhu Yufan hadn't been brought up yet, but his phone rang first. It was Lu Yufei calling, so Su Dayuan quickly answered the phone. Leader, we've arrived downstairs. The doctor has come with us. Should we not question Ai Chingsong first? After all, once we're done, we need to take him to the hospital for intravenous fluids and oxygen immediately. Without the monitoring equipment, we can't control his physical condition, and he's not in great shape after the long flight. Then hurry up and come up, just go directly to the interrogation room. After hanging up, Su Dayuan hurried out and gave instructions to Zhang Chuanbua and Tao Zhinshan. Zhang Chuanbo quickly went to arrange for someone to take Zhu Yufan to wait in the next room. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p soon. With a flurry of footsteps, Liu Yufei and the others hurried back. Liu Yufei held an oxygen bag in her hand. Mr. Zheng was pushing a wheelchair and a doctor on the other side was holding an 4 bottle. The man on the wheelchair was curled up, not short in stature, but so thin that he looked like a skeleton draped in skin. What was shocking was his abdomen. Despite the emaciated body, there was a belly as big as a barrel. Zhou Ning knew the man had lung cancer with liver metastasis and ascites. In such a condition, for AI Qingsong to have come along, he probably hoped to take all the blame upon himself. At this thought, Zhou Ning remained silent. In fact, at this point in the investigation, the truth about the case was no longer important. At least from his perspective, the case was considered closed, with only Zhu Yufan's DNA left unexplained. Liu Yufei whispered something to Su Daiyuan, who nodded and motioned everyone to move to the neighboring interview room, also instructing them to move out a chair. Then AI Qingsong was wheeled in, the doctor was asked to wait in the restroom, and Mr. Chu gave him a computer to watch the interview room's video, although without sound. Zhou Ning and Liu Yongxin followed to the observation room next to the interview room. Su Daiyuan and Tao Zhinshan entered together. Zhang Chuanbo sat with the clerk. Before any questions were asked, AI Qingsong already smiled at Su Daiyuan. Officer, I remember your voice. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You're investigating the headless serial killings, aren't you? There's no need to search anymore. I am the murderer. You can ask me anything you want to know. However, because of my illness and the many medications, my memory has declined, and I honestly can't recall many details clearly. Su Daiyuan nodded, placing the photos of the 3 deceased, as well as those of Li Hua and Zhu Yufan, in front of AI Qingsong. Before you came, Li Hua just underwent questioning. She spoke about her childhood and how it was marred by the abuse from the 3 deceased, even losing her ability to reproduce as a result. She planned the hunting and killing of the 3 deceased and chose the dumping site for the bodies. As for you and Zhu Yufan, she coerced both of you. AI Qingsong laughed. In such a frail state, his laughter seemed effortful, but it was clear from his expression that AI Qingsong had been quite handsome when he was younger. As the laughter stopped, AI Qingsong lifted his eyes to look at Su Daiyuan. You are a police officer, you have your own judgment. How could these be the truth? The fact that those 3 scumbags abused Li Hua is real, and it's also true that they caused Li Fang's death. Although there's no evidence, they confessed that they hoped Li Fang would die. Because Li Fang hindered their scheme, she rejected their prepared proposal for the municipal project tender at the meeting and chose a design institute from Qidong instead. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This move touched on their interests, involving subsequent material supplies and construction issues. Therefore, on Baisha River Road, they spread oil on the bridge surface and even tampered with the street lights. They had a young girl lure Li Fang back to the city center, leading to the traffic accident. By the time the traffic police arrived at the scene, they had already cleaned the road surface, even spreading a layer of sand on top. These are just the processes they described verbally. I have no evidence to prove it, and even after Li Fang's father had people investigate, the final investigative and autopsy reports remained unchanged. That's when I knew we couldn't rely on the law for justice. AI Qingsong paused, grabbing the oxygen tube and gasping for breath after that long speech, which had clearly been strenuous for him. After resting for a moment, he smiled apologetically at Su Daiyuan and then continued. However, I did collect some evidence and reported Zheng Chugwang's issues to the leadership. But before Zheng Chugwang's investigation came, the leadership called me in for a talk and even threatened to give me a demerit. That's when I truly understood what leadership meant. They were in cahoots with them. Late in October 1993, Li Hua found me, saying that Zheng Chugwang had approached her. I told her to hold Zheng Chuguang steady, and I also contacted Zhu Yufin to borrow the house at Hongqi Road number 29, asking Li Hua to lure Zheng Chuguang there on November 3 RD/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. They didn't know what I was planning, and I didn't intend to discuss it with them. Once the person, Zheng Chuguang, arrived, driven by lust, he didn't think twice before drinking the red wine I had prepared, which had been drugged by me. Not long after consuming it, Zheng Chuguang started getting drowsy. I went in with an axe, and at that moment, Li Hua was terrified. She told me not to get too worked up, just report his harassment, but she was too naive. I told her to step aside. As I pushed Li Hua away, I smashed Zheng Chuguang's head. Zhu Yufin, who heard the noise upstairs, rushed up trying to stop me, wrestling with me for the axe. But I am a man, how could she be as strong as me? Yet her hand got cut in the struggle. I chopped Zheng Chuguang's head and threatened both of them, saying no one was allowed to talk about today's events, or else I would claim they threatened me to do it. I had no idea how to handle the corpse at the time. In the end, I remembered how my grandfather used to kill chickens, cutting off their heads and then letting the blood drain so they wouldn't flutter about. Since no one in my family ate the head, thinking of this, I had them prepare a basin and a bucket, and I chopped off Zheng Chuguang's head. Then I began to let the blood out until it stopped flowing. I had them clean Zheng Chuguang up quickly and put his clothes on, then wrapped him in the kind of plastic sheeting used for covering greenhouses. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. After that, I borrowed a vehicle, and on the evening of November 5th, I took the corpse to Baishao River Central Bridge. I wanted to arrange him in a pose of penance, revealing Zheng Chuguang's criminal records as well. That way, even if there was an investigation, it would be linked to Li Fang's death. But what I didn't expect was that, even though the news blew up, it didn't affect anyone else. Whether it was bribery or any other illegal activities, it was all pinned on Zheng Chuguang alone, and everyone else got off scot-free. Officer, do you know that feeling? A huge rock thrown into the water, disappearing without a trace, without even a splash, as if nothing had ever happened. Under my threat, Li Hua and Zhu Yufin kept silent about the incident. However, my investigation into Yu Guangyao and Zhang Qiujiang never stopped. By the year 2000, I had secured solid evidence, but at that time, I was poisoned. I coughed up blood and, despite many tests, no problem could be found. I was marginalized, dismissed from my position under the threats of leadership. I couldn't fight back because they threatened to cut off my parents' pensions and refuse their medical reimbursements, something I couldn't resist. I knew it was time for me to take matters into my own hands again. I arranged for Li Hua to encounter Yu Guangyao by chance, and he took the bait. Zhu Yufin set up surveillance equipment to capture Yu Guangjiao's confession. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhu Yufin urged me to back off, but I knew if I stopped, it would mean letting Yu Guangyao off the hook, and in doing so, it would be the time when my parents would be harmed. So, I lured Yu Guangyao to Hongqi Road number 29, and, following the same pattern, I spiked his drink and then smashed his head. However, Yu Guangyao, being a large man, got up and lunged at me. In the struggle between us, he fell into the bathtub and all the bath salts and bombs fell in with him. Seeing that he was dead, I directly chopped off his head. After that, I cleaned him up, dressed him, and stuffed him into his car. Both women were horrified, but I forced them. Zhu Yufin wrapped the axe, and under my coercion, Li Hua drove the car to dispose of the body in the courtyard behind the Cultural Palace. Do you know why I put Yu Guangjiao's corpse in the courtyard of the Cultural Palace? Zhou Ning rubbed his chin, and Mr. Zhao bumped into him. Zhou Xiao, do you know why? Zhou Ning paused. Noticing that Su Deyuan wasn't in a hurry to answer, he then slowly said, "I'm thinking there must be someone living in the backyard of Han City Cultural Palace, someone who could see Yu Guangjiao's death, call the police right away. And not only not suppress the news, but even let it ferment further. especially since AI Chingsong had control over Yu Guangzhou's criminal evidence. That could come in handy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Lu Yongxin seemed skeptical, shaking his head. If such a person existed, AI Chingsong wouldn't need to go through such elaborate schemes. Wouldn't it have been simpler just to find them earlier? Mr. Zhao, not the sharpest tool in the shed, leaned closer to the one-way glass. I always knew this kid was sly, with numerous tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would have been played to death by these people a long time ago. Su Dayuan, tapping on the table, stared at AI Chingsong. As far as I know, the courtyard behind the Cultural Palace is also the backyard of a hotel. In the Millennium Year, a new 4-star hotel opened, considered the most upscale place in Heian City. Is there some local celebrity who is temporarily staying there? AI Chingsong's eyes lit up, and he gave Su Dayuan a thumbs up, with his other hand pressing on the oxygen tube and taking several deep breaths. You really are impressive, an official of the Municipal Bureau. The man's name is Chen Mushing, a Hong Konger and a director who specializes in police and gangster movies. He has his family roots in Heian, Ludong City. I stumbled upon his information in the news casually. It said that this person is quite upright. I left the corpse there intentionally and also hid the collected account books in the car. This way, even if someone wanted to cover up the case, it would be difficult to keep it hidden. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan, not surprised, handed AI Chingsong a cup of warm water and then gestured. Let's talk about the last victim, Zhang Qiujiang, shall we? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 324 to 315. I believe this is the truth _1. Chapter 324. Chapter 315. I believe this is the truth _1. AI Chingsong nodded. There was no panic or rejection on his face, but rather excitement and joy. Whether it was Su Dayuan or Zhou Ning, everyone knew that today, by clarifying these matters as a case within a case, the investigation would naturally extend to Zhang Chuguang, Yu Guangyao, and Zhang Qiujiang for their suspected involvement. Even the people connected to them and that entire circle would be investigated. Although it might not be Su Dayuan and his team who were responsible, Mr. Hu knew that there would be a deep dig into the matter, which was also why he had sent Su Daiwan's team down, to cut out the rot and facilitate new growth. Zhou Ning, in particular, felt deeply that AI Chingsong's arrival was very much prepared. The detail with which he described each murder was enough to completely absolve Li Hua and Zhu Yufan of any guilt. He even mentioned from time to time that he had threatened the two of them. It could be said that he had taken all the blame upon himself, even providing clear explanations for the various reasons their traces were left on the physical evidence. His account was seemingly impeccable. And now, it was exactly 19 years since the first case. If this matter dragged on until the end of next year, it would surpass the statutory limitation period, and he might not even make it until then. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. With this thought, Zhou Ning looked toward Zhang Chuanbo, who was sitting beside the court clerk. Zhang Chuanbo wasn't looking at AI Chingsong, he was just staring at the court clerk's computer. This headless serial murder case was an old, unresolved case listed by Heian City. By bringing them here and shifting the focus to AI Chingsong, could it be that there was an impending change in the direction from the city authorities? Zhou Ning's thoughts were interrupted by AI Chingsong's words. He quickly gathered his thoughts and looked into the interview room. In 2000, I suspected that someone had poisoned me. I was coughing up blood and had difficulty breathing. After treatment, the symptoms kept recurring. Later on, I became physically unable to work, but a cause for these symptoms was never identified. It wasn't until early March 2006 when I ran into Zhang Qiujiang at Qidong Medical University affiliated hospital. Seeing my emaciated and sickly appearance, he laughed joyously, put his arm around my shoulders, and dragged me to a small park in the hospital. He said he knew that the deaths of Zheng Chuguang and Yu Guangyao were connected to me, but he was not as foolish as those two. He asked me if I had been feeling unwell in recent years, feeling weak, suffering from pneumonia or bronchitis, with no doctors able to identify the problem. The moment he said this, I knew that my suspicion of being poisoned was related to him, or even that he was the one who had arranged it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. However, I had always lived alone. My parents passed away from illness one after another in 2005. The only person who often came to my house to clean and cook was a distant aunt of mine. At this thought, I was stunned. Her son was seriously ill, and it was our family who helped pay the bills. Even when they were struggling, it was my parents who helped them. I had also provided her with a job to make it convenient for her to care for her daughter and to supplement her household income, especially since she was illiterate. I just never thought that such a person could also be used by those with money. Seeing my expression, Zhang Qiujiang laughed and asked if I knew what polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons were, like benzopyrene. Then he laughed happily again, took out his cell phone, showed me a phone number and a bank transfer text message. The number was my distant aunt's, and as for the texts about the bank transfers, there were dozens upon dozens of them. The earliest one dated back to the year 2000. Every month, she transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Ha ha. A monthly salary of 5,000 yuan could be enough to poison me. Zhang Qiujiang told me to stay in line and not to cause them any more trouble, and to stop suing and complaining all the time, as none of that would do any good. Instead of wasting time, I'd be better off selling my house and gathering some money for medical treatment, since I didn't have many days left to live by the look of it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Greater than I knew it was time to take action. I organized various pieces of evidence against Zhang Qiujiang, which I had collected long ago. The only reason I hadn't made a move earlier was that the timing hadn't been right. On the evening of March 14th, I called Li Hua and Zhu Yufan over and had Li Hua lure Zhang Qiujiang here. I thought it would be impossible, but to my surprise, Zhang Qiujiang showed up. Unlike the other two, he didn't drink the alcohol I prepared. As soon as he saw the bed, he started undressing on his own. While he wasn't paying attention, I hit him on the back of the head and injected him with a large dose of insulin. Then I covered his nose and mouth with a ragged down jacket I found at a construction site. It was a long time later when he stopped moving that I finally let go. What happened afterwards is something you all know. Under my coercion, I decapitated Zhang Qiujiang and had the two women help me transport the body to the top floor of building number 7 in Luyuan community. After arranging the body, we left. Of course, I left physical evidence in the car and reported the crime to the police with an unregistered phone. That's how the murder went down. Those three deserved to die, and if I had to do it all over again, I would do it the same way. However, Li Hua and Zhu Yufan were coerced by me, as I held secrets over them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. When Li Hua was young, she was violated by those three with a tree branch and was blackmailed into not telling her family, which made her miss the best chance for medical treatment. She couldn't even be considered a complete woman. Using this to coerce her turned out to be quite effective. As for Zhu Yufan, well, there's no need to say more. Her uncle, Zhu Kelin's second son, Zhu Yunping, is the result of Zhu Kelin's exploitation of Zhu Yufan. Zhu Yunhai is also their son. Although Zhu Kelin provided her with a comfortable life, Zhu Yufan still detested him. For the sake of her two sons, she would also obey my commands. If they were participants, would they have let Zhu Kelin live a good life? Zhu Kelin indirectly caused the death of Li Hua's parents and ruined Zhu Yufan's life. Surely, they must despise Zhu Kelin more than those three, right? Alright, I've said everything I should and shouldn't have said. Do you have any more questions? Su Dayuan jotted down notes in his notebook and looked up at AI Chingsong, as if he had finished relaying the story. His spirits weren't as high as before, and his face had turned quite pale, with his chest heaving intensely. One last question. Where is your distant aunt now, after 2006? AI Chingsong smiled, not at all surprised by the question. Dead, but not by my hand. I did want to kill her, and to know exactly what poison she used on me, how she did it, and to have a confrontation. But after I met Zheng Qiujiang, she disappeared. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. When I heard from her again, it was in 2009 when relatives notified me to contribute to the funeral costs. I didn't attend the funeral, and as for the cause of death, I heard it was lung cancer. It seems that in poisoning me, she did not escape unscathed. That's what her 5,000 a month bought her. I wonder if she regretted it. Su Dayuan glanced at Tao Zhinshan and Zhang Chuanbua, both of whom shook their heads, indicating they had no further questions. Su Dayuan waved his hand, and the court clerk rushed to print the statement, as if fearing that 1 second late and Su Dayuan would add more to it. After AI Chingsong signed his name, Lu Yufei called the doctor over, and Zhang Chuanbua sent 2 detectives along, all hastening to the hospital. Mr. Xing glanced at Lu Yufei and noticed the serious expression on her face, then poked Lu Yufei's arm. Mrs. Fei, are you still thinking about AI Chingsong's case? Hasn't he confessed already? Lu Yufei sighed, casting a sideways glance at Mr. Xing. When you're silent, you're quite a decent criminal detective. After saying that, she caught up with the doctor and gave him a few instructions. Su Dayuan came out of the room, and Zhang Chuanbua hurried to catch up with him. Director Su, do we still need to interrogate Yu Yufan? Su Dayuan nodded. Interrogation is necessary. You go with Zhinshan. I want to accompany you. Zhang Chuanbua was taken aback. You mean Zhu Yufan's testimony is not important anymore? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. No, you think what AI Chingsong said is the truth? Su Dayuan waved his hand but, before he could speak, was dragged off to the interrogation room by Mr. Tao. Soon after, Zhu Yufan was brought in. Su Dayuan sighed and instead of going next to the interrogation room, he gestured to Zhou Ning and his team, and Zhou Ning, Lu Yongxin, and Lu Yufei followed Su Dayuan into the room next to the conversation room. Looking up at the 3 of them, Su Dayuan was silent for a long while. Just as Zhou Ning was about to speak, he was stopped by Lu Yongxin, who coughed, rubbed his hands together, and said with a smile, "Leader, this case is as good as closed with conclusive evidence, right? All fingerprints, DNA, and confessions are perfectly matched. Even if Li Hua and Zhu Yufan might have tried to cover up for AI Chingsong, that's only human nature, considering these 3 people caused the death of Li Hua's sister and damaged her body and mind. As for Zhu Yufan, they are also responsible for the death of Cui Yushang. The necessary procedures should proceed as normal, and we should report to the leaders as usual. At most, they could be considered accomplices under duress, and according to Criminal Punishment Article 28, those coerced into committing a crime should receive a lighter sentence or be exempted from punishment based on the circumstances of their crime." Su Dayuan was taken aback and looked at Zhou Ning, then his gaze settled on Lu Yongxin. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Old man, you've done well. Going to Qin University has had its benefits, learning the penal code by heart. You truly deserve to be the special consultant. Lu Yongxin gave him a look, not keen to pick up on Su Daiwan's self-satisfied quip. Just looked it up on Baidu. The crime process, as well as the account of their coerced involvement, was clearly confessed by AI Chingsong. There's nothing to second-guess here, and there's no need for us to seek validation. Convincing Mr. Hu, that's the real concern. As for how this case will be handled after it's handed over to the prosecution, I think it will depend on public opinion. Su Dayuan laughed, and his furrowed brows relaxed as he nodded at Lu Yongxin. All right, I apologize for calling you an old man. Director Zhou, quickly get them to prepare the documents. I will report to the leadership immediately and get the handover preparations for this case ready. With that, Su Dayuan walked away swiftly. Lu Yongxin let out a long sigh, and Lu Yufei turned to salute Lu Yongxin, leaving him momentarily startled. "Mrs. Fei, what's the matter?" Liu Yufei shook her head. "From now on, I will also call you Mr. Liu, like them. I'm going to get someone to prepare the documents." Liu Yufei left as well, and Zhou Ning let out a long sigh. This ending was what AI Chingsong wanted, a conclusion that could be considered the best. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, with such a significant case. Even if it were transferred to the local prosecution, the trial would not take place here, as several other cases were implicated. "Master, do you think we can still get to the bottom of the previous cases?" Liu Yongxin shook his head. "No." Zhou Ning was taken aback. This response surprised him. Liu Yongxin sighed. "There are some things you can't comment on, but I can. This outcome being the most satisfactory for the case, I believe, is the truth." Zhou Ning was internally shocked, but indeed, as Liu Yongxin had said, this conclusion was the most satisfactory. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 325 to 316 I think it's feasible _1 chapter 325. Chapter 316 I think it's feasible _1 Zhu Yufan's interrogation. They did not hear. The next day early in the morning, Su Dayuan looked through the transcript once and handed it over to Zhang Chuanbo. "Since the materials are ready, let's follow the normal procedure. I've already reported this case to Mr. Hu." Zhang Chuanbo nodded and sighed, looking at Su Dayuan as if he had a lot to say. However, in the end, he clenched the transcript of Zhu Yufan, swallowed back all his words, laughed at himself mockingly, and turned his gaze towards Zhou Ning by Su Daiwan's side. "I mentioned before, I have another ongoing case here." The victim's face was destroyed, making it impossible to identify the deceased. "I don't know if Dr. Bai has told Director Zhou about this." Zhou Ning nodded. He knew about this matter. "Yes, Dr. Bai and Mr. Chu have scanned the victim's head. The facial damage is too extensive for software reconstruction. However, it has been sent to the lab, and later Mr. Xia will help with the sculptural facial reconstruction. This will take time, though, because Mr. Xia is still teaching students, given that software purchases are ongoing in various provinces." Zhang Chuanbo laughed. That's good. I'm aware there are other places with cases, so I won't keep you any longer. Thanks to Director Su and Director Zhou for your help. When you have the time, I'll take you out to eat in Qingdao." Su Dayuan waved his hand. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, we're all in the same business. Let's skip the pleasantries. But once the case is transferred, you need to follow up. You know who to keep an eye on, right? No need for me to remind you. I know. I've looked up the detailed data on the corruption cases involving the 3 victims. I've compiled a list and held a meeting last night, assigning tasks to keep an eye on certain places. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong, at least not until the case is transferred to the intermediate court. I will have people watching. Su Dayuan patted Zhang Chuanbo on the shoulder. I used to work in Qidong. I know many tasks down the line are tough. But the fact that the Bureau is exerting such effort to clean up backlogged cases, it speaks volumes, and you should think about it. All right, we're leaving. No need to see us out. Su Dayuan led everyone to the car. Bai Hua and Zhang Chuanbo still walked them to the door. Bai Hua approached Zhou Ning. Dr. Zhou, if there's anything I can't resolve later on, I hope I can still consult with you. It's not about consulting. If there's a problem, we can study it together. After all, Qin University's lab is still at the City Bureau's technical division. Besides, your software here has just been put to use, and as for the upcoming upgrades, someone will still come over to handle them, like for this deceased with the destroyed face. It would eventually be possible to use the software for symmetrical reconstruction. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Bai Hua also smiled and waved to Zhou Ning, and the car slowly pulled away. Mr. Zhao drove the Iveco, looking at Su Dayuan through the rearview mirror. Boss, give me a direction. Just saying let's go without telling me where exactly. What am I supposed to do? Or are you thinking of finding a place to eat again? Lu Yongxin, who was sitting behind Mr. Zhao, slapped his head. Eat, 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 that's all you think about. Last time, you even tricked me during a meal. Just drive towards the return route to the city center. The remaining sub-bureaus are all around the urban area. At least we can go home to stay. What's there to ask about? Mr. Zhao sheepishly twisted his mouth and pressed harder on the accelerator. The car sped up and merged into the traffic flow, with the police cars behind following his lead towards the direction of the highway entrance. Lu Yongxin turned back to look at Su Dayuan, who had his eyes shut. He knew Su Dayuan was conflicted at the moment. What's wrong, boss? If you feel troubled, why not talk to us? Zhou Ning opened his eyes, glanced at Lu Yongxin, and seeing him making eye signals and miming the turning of a page motion, Zhou Ning realized Su Daiwan's low spirits must be related to having just seen Zhu Yufan's transcript. Previously, during Li Hua's interrogation, which Zhou Ning had watched, she narrated content similar to AI Qingsong's, but she took all the blame upon herself. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, when it came to coherence and key evidence, some things didn't quite align. Li Hua was just a head nurse. The people and matters she dealt with rarely involved these aspects. Thus, her testimony appeared feeble in wanting to take responsibility. AI Qingsong, on the other hand, had been writing whistleblower materials for many years and collecting relevant evidence. When he confessed, he was fully prepared. Zhu Yufan, although similar to Li Hua, had been abused by her uncle for many years, giving birth to 2 children. The aunt who took her away that year might have died because of this, and her short-lived ex-husband Fang Guili turned out to be the twin brother of Fang Guiying, a classmate of AI Qingsong and others. All this could be AI Qingsong's help, and for someone who pulled her back from hell, Zhu Yufan would undoubtedly assist without hesitation. This testimony might reveal even more secrets. Zhou Ning looked at Su Dayuan and slowly said, in Zhu Yufan's testimony, did she talk about the process of how Zhu Kellen abused her? Did she also mention that AI Qingsong helped her escape from Zhu Kellen's control, even finding an identity for her son, Zhu Pinghai? Su Dayuan was taken aback and glanced at Zhou Ning with a wry smile on his face. You, my boy, are far more perceptive than Mr. Xing and Mr. Bai. Zhu Yufan disclosed a lot of things. When she was taken to Zhu Kellen's home, she was only 10 years old, and at first, Zhu Kellen didn't think much of this niece of his. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After raising her for 2 years, Zhu Kellen noticed Zhu Yufan had grown up and become increasingly beautiful, so he took his wife's advice, changed her surname, and that was when she officially became the Zhu family's adopted daughter. But that was also when her nightmare began. Back then, her cousin was found to have allergies to over 100 foods, but Zhu Kellen was too busy to care for him, and her aunt took the child to Jing City and Husheng City for treatment for over a year. Zhu Yufan was left at home, to live with Zhu Kellen. Zhu Kellen started to lay his hands on Zhu Yufan, at first just touching her without any substantive act, but Zhu Yufan was beaten when she resisted, and was threatened to be sold. One night, when Zhu Kellen had drunk too much, he raped her, and she was sent to the hospital the next day due to excessive blood loss. When she was discharged and Zhu Kellen returned, it marked the beginning of Zhu Yufan's abuse. It wasn't until she got into university that she managed to escape his clutches. However, in May 1991, she fainted at school and was found to be pregnant at the hospital. She was terrified and didn't know what to do. Her classmates and teachers couldn't possibly help her, and if the school found out about it, her life would be over. Desperate, she contacted Zhu Kellen, as surgery required a signature, but by a stroke of bad luck, her aunt overheard the call. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. At that time, her cousin had just been diagnosed with leukemia and was preparing to go to Husheng City for treatment. Her aunt, mad with grief, insisted on finding Zhu Yufan. Zhu Yufan knew seeking help was futile, so she took leave from school and went straight back to Heian City, hiding out at Hongqi Road number 29. In August, her cousin died, and her aunt was crazed with grief. She was placed in an old house by Zhu Kelin for someone to take care of her. Zhu Yufan was found by Zhu Kelin, and due to extreme fright, she gave birth prematurely. Zhu Kelin took the baby away as soon as it was born, and she didn't know if the child was alive or dead. To avoid being controlled, she returned to school. After the turn of the year, after New Year's Day but before the winter vacation, Zhu Yufan received a message from her teacher that her uncle was coming to pick her up, saying that her aunt had died. Zhu Yufan, trembling with fear, met with Zhu Kelin, who took her away to arrange her aunt's funeral and then started going to various temples to stir up trouble. She wanted to know where her child was. Zhu Kelin told her if she wanted the child to live, she had to graduate properly and return to Heian to take care of him. Otherwise, he would torture the child. With no choice, Zhu Yufan graduated and went back to Heian City. That's when Zhu Kelin made the child's existence public. Of course, Zhu Kelin strictly forbade Zhu Yufan from seeing the child. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p for the sake of the child's safety, she could only submit to him. In 1993, she accidentally got in touch with her brother's classmate and met Ai Qingsong. Ai Qingsong liked her and Zhu Yufan knew it, but she didn't want to ruin him, so she told him of her childhood experiences. Ai Qingsong wanted to take her away, but Zhu Yufan refused. Her child was registered as Zhu Kelin's son. What would happen to the child if she left? Subsequently, when Li Feng had her accident, Zhu Yufan felt that Ai Qingsong was also in danger, so she told him about Zhu Kelin's plans, saying that they couldn't stop them. Moreover, Zhu Yufan revealed the true circumstances of Cui Yesheng's death at the time, as she was on the other side of the railway track. Actually, Cui Yusheng tried to ditch the car and run, but Zheng Chuguang, Yu Guangyao and Zheng Qiujiang called out from Zhu Yufan's side, saying that if the car broke, her father would kill her. This caused Cui Yusheng to miss the chance to escape, and she was killed by the oncoming train. Ai Qingsong said that those three people were responsible not only for the death of Cui Yusheng but also for Li Feng. After understanding the whole story and learning about Li Hua's experience, the three of them decided to seek vengeance. As for the details that followed, they were similar to what the two of them had said. Only, Zhu Yufan took all the plans upon herself, claiming that everything was her design and she was the mastermind. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for the marriage, at that time, she became pregnant again in 1995. Keeping it from Zhu Kelin, she found Ai Qingsong who, not wanting to involve Zhu Yufan in his problems, got his classmate's younger brother Fangguoli to marry Zhu Yufan. The child was born and they divorced soon after. Zhu Yufan completely broke away from Zhu Kelin. As for the previous child, he never lived with Zhu Yufan and was raised crooked by Zhu Kelin. Zhu Kelin only gave Zhu Yufan a sum of money regularly and didn't bother her further. Having said all this, the car fell silent. These three people, to a greater or lesser extent, had their lives ruined by those three deceased individuals, and Zhu Yufan's case was even more tragic. Both of her children were fathered by the man she most despised in the world, Zhu Kelin, and one of them was forever recorded on the family register as her elder sister. After a long silence, Su Dayuan let out a sigh. All right, stop thinking about it. Mr. Liu was right, the case is already concluded, and it's the best outcome possible. Mr. Liu snorted twice, dissatisfied, glancing sideways at Su Dayuan. Focusing on the future rather than the past, now that I am of no use, you keep bringing up Mr. Liu. Why didn't you call me that before? This old man, really fussy. You're unhappy when I call you old man, and you're still unhappy when I call you Mr. Liu. Should I call you Forensic Doctor so we don't become estranged? Or would you prefer, like Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Zhao and the others, that I call you Uncle Liu? Mr. Liu laughed. I think that's fine. Mr. Zhao coughed, interrupting the conversation between them. So, Where are we going? We're about to get off the highway. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, chapter 326 to 317. The supercar with a golden egg yolk _1 chapter 326, chapter 317. The supercar with a golden egg yolk _1 first go to the city bureau. I need to meet with Mr. Hu and talk about the details of this case. As for the remaining backlog of cases, I see several that resemble the previous white bone case in the Qidong district well, where the identities of the victims couldn't be determined. Clear up some of this work these days. Isn't your software also due for an upgrade? Zhou Ning nodded. This truly required a trip to Qin University. There were many problems found during the application of the software. As Mr. Chu had said, making changes would be somewhat troublesome, but it wasn't impossible. If these could be improved, then the software's application could be expanded further, such as in the field of archaeology. That's good, then let's head back to the city bureau first. Lu Yufei edged closer. Can we take a few days off? Su Daoyuan smiled. Lu Yufei rarely initiated such requests. But everyone truly was exhausted recently. It had been less than 2 weeks, but the nonstop work during this period was too much even for an iron body, especially since Lu Yufei and the others had also been to Husheng City. Take a week off. Just as he finished speaking, the car made a sharp turn, and everyone lurched to the left side. Zhou Ning's face was pressed against the car window, and from the corner of his eye, he saw a car whooshing past, cutting off their Iveco. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The other car was turning its wheels one moment and slamming on the brakes the next, clearly engaging in malicious road rage. The police car that was following them was a bit far from their Iveco, but at this point, it caught up as well. Mr. Zhao's anger flared instantly. Damn it, is this how you welcome me back to Qidong? Come on, Mr. Yang, come here and film this for me. Let's see how arrogant this guy can get. He just crossed over 3 lanes, from the very left to the right, without even signaling. With the hazard lights flashing, Mr. Zhao slowed down the car and Yang Xuedong quickly grabbed the camera, sitting next to Mr. Zhao. As Mr. Zhao slowed down, the car in front also reduced speed, provocatively weaving left and right. Zhou Ning looked up at the car ahead. He recognized the brand. Having seen it during his long search for a car and heard about it from Mr. Zhao, it was a Lexus Elfay Nürburgring, in egg yolk yellow with 3 exhaust pipes piled in the middle. It looked great indeed, but the driver's manners were not so fine. Mr. Zhao shouted to the car behind them. Check the plate on that car. The driver is not right. It's not just the road rage. What's he so fired up about when I have not even provoked him? Su Daoyuan threw his police device to Mr. Chu, who quickly searched, being fast with his hands, and as soon as he saw the information, he said urgently, the vehicle registration shows that the owner is named Zhu Yunping, with the ID number. That name startled everyone. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. They had just investigated a beheading serial killing, and Zhu Yufen's eldest son was named Zhu Yuping. Could it really be such a coincidence in this world? At that moment, the window of the Lexus Elfay rolled down, and the driver flipped Mr. Zhao off before slamming on the brakes. Mr. Zhao, prepared for this, flashed his lights and steered into the middle lane. The following police car, seeing the warning, also changed lanes. Seeing that he hadn't managed to cut off Mr. Zhao and now stopping at the intersection, the driver became angry, rolling down all the car's windows as a young lad poked his head out, unleashing a tirade at Mr. Zhao. Idiot, think you can play chicken with me driving an Iveco, huh? I'll show you what kind of skills the young master has. A life not spent following me is a dog's life. After his outburst, he didn't even roll up the window. As the traffic light countdown reached 3 seconds, he floored the accelerator and shot out, just as a ready-mix concrete truck was crossing the intersection from the left side, at a considerable speed to beat the light change. Mr. Zhao reached out to shout something, but it was too late. The 2 vehicles collided with a bang. The egg yolk yellow Lexus LF spun like a top and was knocked into the air sideways, rotating twice before landing in its original spot. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The impact caused the ready-mix concrete truck to twist toward the other side, and the rotating drum body, affected by the collision, came loose from the truck and rolled down. Mr. Zhou reacted swiftly, driving the vehicle toward the right lane to avoid the debris, and the vehicles behind followed suit. The drum body slid and slammed onto the ground, spilling concrete along with it, but it stopped when it hit the guardrail near where Zhou Ning and his group had just been. Yang Xuedong, with the camera in his hands, pointed at the scene in front of him, speechless for a moment. Zhou Ning looked over to see that the front of the ready-mix truck, due to the excessive twist, had flipped over and crashed down onto the body of the Lexus LFA below, with plumes of white smoke rising from the vehicle. Su Dayuan raised his voice. Zhou Ning, call the police and also get an ambulance here, 120. Everyone from the forensic and lab team stay in the car until I give the order. The brigade people, follow me to inspect the situation. Zhou Ning knew he couldn't argue with Su Dayuan and quickly admonished him. Director Su, just check and don't rush. Be sure to stay safe. Su Dayuan nodded, then hurried out of the car. Zhou Ning quickly dialed the number and handed the phone to Mr. Zhou, who certainly knew the area better. Looking at Lu Yongxin getting out of the car, Zhou Ning promptly stopped him. Master, don't rush. I'll go down and check once I've reported the accident. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Lu Yongxin waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm not going up there, just checking to see where we are. Mr. Zhou also got out of the car but didn't let Zhu Xingxing and the others follow. He handed his phone to Zhou Ning. This is the intersection of Tonggan Road and Shiling Road in Tangshan District, just over a kilometer away from the Tangshan District Traffic Police Brigade. Someone will be here soon, and I've also called 119. I'm just worried the driver of the vehicle is trapped. I didn't see Director Su and the others do anything except stand around. Zhou Ning waved his hand. Let's go over and look. Zhu Xingxing, Sun Gaotai, and Mr. Chu are in the car. As they said this, they sprinted toward the scene. The car that was smoking just now wasn't smoking anymore. Getting closer, they saw Lu Yufei holding a fire extinguisher. Perhaps she had put out a small flame. Mrs. Fei indeed was Mrs. Fei. Approaching the scene revealed how horrific it was. The concrete mixer's front was twisted and smashed onto the Lexus, and the Lexus itself, utterly distorted from the earlier rollover, had its metal parts intertwined with the concrete mixers. You couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. The cabin of the concrete mixer had completely caved in, the glass shattered from the collapse, and the driver was invisible, only his continuous shrieks resounding, a heart-wrenching howl that raised goosebumps on those who heard it. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao, tiptoeing, careful not to step on any part of the wreckage, supported Zhou Ning's shoulder and jumped up to look, his face turning pale. Damn it, the person is trapped. The steering wheel is flipped down, pinning the person directly under the seat, and the gear stick is stuck in his chest. Zhou Ning didn't speak. A conscious victim was actually a good sign, especially considering Zhu Yunping in the Lexus below showed no sign of life at all. Just then, the sound of police sirens and ambulance calls rose. Several vehicles pulled to a stop, and a swarm of people rushed out, medical personnel, traffic police, and firefighters. Seeing the responsible person from Su Daiwan's traffic police team, they paused and saluted Su Dayuan. Director Su, what are you doing here? Lu Yufei cast a glance at the man and gestured to the firefighters. There's a driver in the concrete mixer, constantly screaming in pain, trapped by the steering wheel, the gear stick stabbed into his chest, and there are 2 people in the Lexus. There was no response when we called out. We checked the information. The Lexus belongs to Zhu Yunping, the driver himself. As for the female passenger, we don't know her information. After that, The firefighters and traffic police approached to assess the force on the vehicles and discuss rescue plans. Zhou Ning had already briefed him about the incident, especially introducing the Lexus driver's connection to a previous case. The traffic police brigade quickly nodded. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Director Zhou. Don't worry, we'll handle it right away. We'll do our best to rescue. Zhou Ning and others stepped back to make way for the firefighters and traffic police. With professional tools in place and a rescue plan settled, the pace picked up. Paramedics intermittently climbed up to give the concrete mixer's driver 4 fluids, as the Lexus below couldn't be reached without moving the concrete mixer first. Just then, groaning emanated from below. The Lexus driver woke up. Whether it was delirium from severe blood loss or he was just in a crazed state, he shouted out, "Stupid cops, can't you see me here? Save me first, I'm dying here. I'll give you money, is $1 million each enough?" His shouts paused all sound at the scene for a moment. Paramedics stepped forward, while Zhou Ning shifted his view, as a part of the concrete mixer was cut away, revealing some of the Lexus interior. The car was completely crushed. Zhu Yunping's lower body was not visible, his chest trapped by the steering wheel, blood gushing from his head, and with every roar, blood spewed from his mouth. Zhou Ning squinted his eyes. This man had serious lung damage, likely rib and sternum injuries that had punctured the lung lobes. As for the lower limbs, the situation was probably even worse. The paramedics administered IVs, which he tore off. His only mobile left arm kept hitting anyone who got close and rattling the steering wheel and car door. Zhou Ning had approached, his shout making everyone around shiver. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhu Yunping. Shut your mouth. If you want to live, stay still. If you disrupt the rescue workers, ITLL only delay your rescue time. If your legs can't be saved, you'll be useless. Don't talk about who your dad is. With no legs, let's see how arrogant you can be. With that shout, Zhu Yunping froze and stopped struggling, which also sped up the rescue efforts. The steering wheel was cut, and he was pulled out without screaming in pain. Glancing at his legs, which the paramedics were carrying, they were fractured in multiple places, and despite the contortions, Zhu Yunping didn't yell. There were traces of waste beneath his trousers, clearly indicating this was more than just a lower limb injury, likely his spine, lumbar or thoracic, was damaged. Zhou Ning shook his head as the ambulance roared away. Zhou Ning gestured to Zhou Ning, who quickly approached. The traffic police want you to take a look at the female in the passenger seat to see if she is already dead. Zhou Ning stepped forward, peeked through the space where Zhu Yunping was rescued, and saw the woman in the passenger seat. There were shards of glass and several metal rods embedded in her neck, colored like parts of the concrete mixer's front, her pupils wide and no longer breathing. Blood had splattered all over the passenger and driver seats, everywhere. Just as Zhou Ning was about to stand up, he noticed ligature marks around the edge of the woman's neck wound. Zhou Ning sighed. It looks like this can't be left to Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Pang. Take her back, she was dead before the car accident. What? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 327 to 318 fishline_1 Chapter 327. Chapter 318 fishline_1 Downstairs at the technical division. Mr. Peng straightened his stuck-up hair from a distance when he saw Zhou Ning and the others getting out of the car, and he hurriedly approached them with enthusiasm. It really hasn't been easy. Just these two places have had so many cases. Upstairs, Cui Lily and her team are so busy they're practically sparking. I don't know if your ears have been burning, but she's definitely mentioned you numerous times. Zhou Ning also cracked a smile, knowing this was something Cui Lily would do. We didn't want to, but we didn't hope to stay outside for too long. However, on our way back, we encountered a car accident. The scene was extremely gruesome, and it started with us in another car. Mr. Peng blinked his eyes, and Mr. Zhao leaned in close. He had a way with words and quickly recounted the events. By the time he had finished, the vehicle carrying the bodies had also entered the backyard. You're suggesting that this girl and the Lexus driver were drunk driving? Zhou Ning shook his head. Check the para-modem blood. But we also need to run a drug test. I think we can't rule out the possibility of drug driving. Mr. Peng was taken aback, as drug driving was not yet a practice in Ludong/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. In September 2011, Jiangxia Province published the Jiangxia Province Drug Prohibition Ordinance, revised draft, which categorized driving a motor vehicle after consuming nationally controlled psychoactive drugs or anesthetics as a crime of dangerous driving. Here in Qidong, we don't have drug driving included in the crime of dangerous driving, but rest assured, I will reserve a sample of the driver's blood at the hospital shortly. It's not just the blood sample, but also hair. Peng Xiaoya's expression became serious as he glanced at the deceased in the passenger seat. I think we should first ascertain the identity of the deceased, get the family to come for identification, then sample the interior of the vehicle, do a full scan to analyze the extent of the deceased's injuries, and then proceed with the disassembly. As for the autopsy, we still must wait for the traffic police to come have a look. Peng Xiaoya's words warmed Zhou Ning's heart. He didn't believe the person had died before the traffic accident. This was beyond the realm of a traffic incident. Peng had thoughtfully outlined solutions, as well as his approach to handling the situation. Let's do as Mr. Peng suggested, check the identity of the deceased. Mr. Zhao, take photographs. Yang Xuedong, collect fingerprints. Mr. Chu, search for information. Zhu Xingxing, measure the rectal temperature of the deceased, and check the pupil condition as well. /P break time equals 300 ms. //prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. The four hurried to their tasks, each of them wearing gloves and trying to avoid contact with the vehicle. Since the car was severely deformed, it was a bit of an effort to pull the deceased's hand out without touching the interior, but after a struggle, they managed to collect the fingerprints. Zhu Xingxing found it difficult to measure the rectal temperature as it was not possible at that time. When Zhu Xingxing looked up at Zhou Ning, he pointed to his own liver area. Zhu Xingxing quickly found a liver thermometer. The body temperature of the deceased is 35.9 degrees Celsius. Pupils are dilated, corneas are not full. I estimate the time of death was within the last hour. Although the Lexus driver was carrying the deceased, the drop in body temperature was not rapid as he had only opened the windows during a stop in the journey. Zhu Xingxing spoke with crisp determination. Zhou Ning nodded and gave a thumbs up to Zhu Xingxing. With just that simple gesture, Zhu Xingxing already started to smile, but quickly reined in his expression, realizing it was not appropriate for the moment. Lu Yongxin turned away. This girl was one of the better new people, but she was nowhere near Zhou Ning's level when Lu Yongxin had trained him. The remaining people acted swiftly this time. Without needing facial photography, Mr. Chu had already found the information. /P break time equals 300 ms /prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. The deceased is named Fu Wendan, from Beiwang Village in Quanshan District of Qidong City, born on February 2, 1995, 17 years old. There's a contact number for the family here. Her father is Fu Yingjun, and her mother is Dong Yuhong. Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan, who had already walked over to Mr. Chu, looked at the number, entered it into his phone, and then made the call. It took 7 or 8 rings before it was answered. Fu Yingjun, is that right? This is the Qidong City Public Security Bureau. Your daughter is Fu Wendan, correct? The person on the other end clearly hesitated, tense at receiving a call from the Public Security Bureau. Yes, I am Fu Wendan's father, Fu Yingjun. What's happened to my daughter de Monaire? There's been a traffic accident, and through fingerprints, we've identified one of the deceased as Fu Wendan. Could you come to the Public Security Bureau now? Enter from the east gate and head straight to the technical division in the backyard for identification. Also, was Fu Wendan in high school? The person on the line was obviously confused, unable to process the information, and simply answered in a dull tone, no, she wasn't in high school. She attended the Qidong Art School, previously known as the Oriental Beauty Model School. She wasn't doing well academically. What happened to my daughter Demonair? Can you tell me, officer? I'm a bit lost here. Just come over. You will understand everything once you see for yourself. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Remember to bring your identification, both you and your spouse. After finishing, Su Dayuan hung up the phone and gestured boldly to Zhou Ning. Carry on with the inspection, take samples, cut open the car, get the body out. You first perform the external examination of the body. After the family has seen the deceased for the last time, proceed with the autopsy. Zhou Ning nodded. This was already the optimal plan. All right, no rest now, let's get started. Bring it in for scanning, Mr. Chu. Check the deformation and twisting of the car. Give me a skeletal diagram of the deceased. Then get the body out. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang, prepare to take samples from inside the car, especially from the headrest of the seat. Everyone gave an okay sign and got to work. Sun Gaotai operated the chain conveyor device and, under Mr. Chu's direction, they hoisted the car to the specified location. Then the spiral scanner started scanning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 328 to 318 fishline _2 Chapter 328. Chapter 318 fishline _2 Zhu Xingxing made a circle and, after the scan was finished, hurried over to the car door. Using tweezers, he picked up several pieces of white flakes stuck on the neck pillow. Dandruff. The victim doesn't seem to have a dandruff problem, so if it's not from the killer, it must be from someone who once sat in the passenger seat. Zhou Ning had already briefed Mr. Peng by then. The driver of the concrete mixer truck and Zhu Yunping were still undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. Mr. Yang's video came in handy this time and was shown directly to Mr. Peng, who was quite unsettled after watching it. I must say, that person's behavior was too frenzied. It's not how a normal person acts. The Lexus ran the red light at a speed exceeding 80 through the intersection, while the concrete mixer entered the intersection at a speed within the legal limit. The Lexus is completely at fault here. Zhou Ning nodded. So we have to check whether the Lexus driver, Zhu Yunping, was driving under the influence of drugs. Additionally, this person is a family member of a suspect involved in a sediment case we just processed. Mr. Peng raised an eyebrow, and Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan, who nodded in agreement. Zhou Ning briefly described Zhu Yunping's background and his mother's connection to that case. Mr. Peng's mouth fell open upon hearing it. Isn't this just spoiling someone rotten? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Greater than a typical case of a rich second-generation playboy. I'll send someone to the hospital to photograph the wounds, and I'll arrange the coordination with the traffic police. You just proceed as normal and let me know if you need anything. It's so hard to even think of resting. After speaking, Mr. Peng walked away quickly, making calls and shouting as he went. Zhou Ning listened and couldn't help but smile. It's good to be back, at least it's not a one-man fight anymore. Su Dayuan patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Quit being sentimental. I'm going up front to wait for the victim's family. I'll have a detailed talk with them later, and after calming them down, I'll come over. You need to speed up your work here. Su Dayuan left briskly with his team. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't need to personally manage such an incident, but Zhu Yunping's special identity and its connection to the previous case, along with another death in his car, meant the case took on a different nature if he was indeed driving under the influence. Zhou Ning returned to the garage where, under the operation of several mechanical arms, the Lexus was positioned in the middle, having been mostly cut open. Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaotai were fixing the victim's position from different directions, and with the last sound, the tail of the car came off, along with the seats separating. Zhou Ning approached and observed the victim Fu Wendan's neck closely after Young Xuedong and Mr.P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhao finished taking photographs and samples. The glass shards and metal that penetrated were not very deep, and none had damaged the carotid artery. The most severe piece was stuck in the gap of the C-shaped cartilage, but several of the choke marks were quite deep. These marks were extremely fine, cutting through the skin on both sides of the victim's neck in 3 places from top to bottom. Zhou Ning rolled up the victim's sleeves and looked at the hands. Sure enough, the victim's index finger, middle finger, and ring finger all had corresponding marks, with wounds deep enough to expose bone. Bloodstains were also found dripping from the victim Fu Wendan's neck onto her body and the seat, columnar, splattered, spindle-shaped, with various marks densely scattered. Aside from the missing windshield which prevented observation, the bloodstains on other parts were distributed evenly. This meant the victim was strangled while in the passenger seat. Could it be that the driver, Xu Yunping, didn't know? High on drugs, thrilled to the point of hallucinations, he kept challenging other vehicles on the road and dragged a body around with him? This seemed somewhat implausible, but under the victim's buttocks there was already a dried-up pool of blood, and the body hadn't been moved post-mortem, an indisputable fact. Gazing at the victim's scars, Zhou Ning squinted slightly. Such fine strangulation furrows, with visible multi-layered cut marks forming 3 lines in total, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. What kind of thin yet resilient material could do this? Metal wire? No matter how fine, a metal wire cutting the neck would cause different damage, without the same layering, more like a fishing line, the kind used in professional sea fishing. However, this Lexus LFA was a 2-seater sports car. Sitting in the driver's seat, it would be impossible to create strangulation marks from this angle, right? Zhou Ning stood up and took a look at the ruined tail of the car, waving to Mr. Zhao. When the trunk of the sports car is open, is it possible to strangle the victim to death with a fishing line from the passenger seat? Mr. Zhao hurried over, glanced at the remains of the car's rear, and nodded toward Zhou Ning. I think it's possible. When the trunk of the Lexus LFA is open, with the current angle of the seat, no special adjustment is needed to strangle the victim's neck. However, the perpetrator's hair or face might have brushed against the rear windshield, which is now shattered. Zhou Ning also took a look, and indeed, the rear windshield was completely broken, with only the edges still clinging to the frame, the rest of it turned to rubble in the car. Then try to extract it. Judging by the state and pattern of the blood drips, the victim Fu Wendan hasn't been moved, and the time of death is within an hour. Be careful with dismantling the vehicle. Look for remnants of the rear windshield and the fishing line. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The body of Fu Wendan, along with the seat, was transported to the autopsy room. Mr. Zhao waved his hands at Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaodai, urging them. What are you two waiting for? Get moving and help with the autopsy. Mr. Yang and I will investigate the vehicle here. We can't let Mr. Liu and Zhou Xiao do it. They are not up for carrying and lifting since the victim is still attached to the chair. Seeing this, the two hastily went up as well, and Mr. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Finding 2 storage bins, he started separating the fragments of the rear windshield with Yang Xuedong. It was easy to identify due to certain characteristics. Despite being shattered to pieces, the residual striped patterns remained intact, connecting some parts. The completely pulverized pieces were not picked up, as Mrs. Cui from the forensic department would have a fit if such samples were sent. After clearing most of the debris, a flattened trunk storage bin was revealed, housing a complete set of fishing rods and various sea fishing tools, marked with English and Japanese brands. Mr. Zhao whistled. Yang Xuedong glanced at it and looked toward Mr. Zhao. I don't recognize this brand, but it looks expensive just by the looks of it. The cases are made of crocodile skin. There are several brands here, but this Fuji one is the most expensive, a Sapporo brand, considered enthusiast-level fishing gear. It seems meant for sea fishing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The playthings of rich people's sons are truly beyond our imagination. But are these fishing lines all new? Mr. Zhou said, pulling out the bin even though it was crushed, with the contents inside remaining intact. As he drew out the bin, a tangled mass of fishing line also came out, mixed with some curled long hair and blood. Seeing this, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Young Qidong used tweezers to place the fishing line in an evidence bag, then climbed up from the side, his knees covered in glass shards. He shook off his feet and was about to go upstairs to deliver it for examination when Mr. Zhou stopped him. Hold on, buddy. We don't know whether the perpetrator was on drugs, whether it was through injection or ingestion. Moreover, the signs of the victim's struggle are not clear. She only hooked the fishing line with her fingers during asphyxiation. Could she have been on drugs too? Yang Qidong nodded and looked toward the cut-in-half front part of the car. Easy, you keep searching the back half. I'll check out the front. Mr. Zhou pointed at the car door and the area in front of the passenger seat and said, "This car's interior is all custom-made with black velvet cloth, which can make it hard to notice details. There's a shallow slot under the door handle that can be used for storage, and the glove compartment button is quite hidden on the side. Take a good look, it doesn't seem deformed." Young Qidong smiled, as he was completely convinced by Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P.'s knowledge about cars. By the way, this car isn't cheap, right? Lose the right. This is the 2012 Alfa 4.8 model with a base price of 5,988,000 yuan. Add custom interior and various taxes. How much do you think it takes to drive it on the road? Besides, this color, it's the classic 2008 edition color, which this model didn't have. Customization would definitely cost extra, but my aesthetic cannot accept this shit yellow color. Isn't it eggshell yellow? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 329 to 319. Open the skylight _1 Chapter 329. Chapter 319. Open the skylight _1. Mr. Zhou rolled his eyes. What's the difference? Let's get on with it. Young Qidong went over to the front half of the car that had been cut open. It had suffered a violent collision. Many parts were deformed. The car windows had long been gone, and the doors were seriously distorted, although the passenger door seemed to be relatively intact. Reaching into a crevice, he felt a few Care Bears. There was nothing else. The glove compartment wouldn't open. After jimmying with a screwdriver for quite a while, Yang finally pried open a small gap and forcefully took it apart. The contents nearly slipped out, but Yang quickly caught them. Syringes and a plastic pot with tubes scattered everywhere, and among them fell a not-so-large bag, containing many small white bags filled with a bulging powder that stood out prominently. Mr. Zhou, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, hurried over with a collection box to gather the items, all the while lamenting. Damn, he went all out. No wonder he was so agitated, challenging me to a race. He must have been hallucinating. Check the door on that side, see if there's anything? What do you mean by went all out? Don't you know? Going all out refers to injecting drugs directly into the carotid artery or femoral vein. The drugs go straight to the brain through the bloodstream. It's incredibly dangerous and can lead to instant death from cardiac arrest. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Young nodded, reached into the driver's side door gap, and pulled out a sticky substance. He nearly dropped it with a shudder of disgust. Mr. Zhou, save me, quick. Hand me an evidence bag. Mr. Zhou glanced over and laughed until his eyes were nearly shut. You dive in whenever you're told. Look at it, brother, don't move, don't shake. What's the fuss over a snot-filled Care Bear? Take off your gloves and throw them in together. Yang hurriedly complied, pulling off his gloves and tossing them into the evidence bag. What kind of hobby is this? Why keep used ones? People with special fetishes are a dime a dozen. The world of the rich is not like ours. This kid seems to have been spoiled rotten. But he won't be causing trouble now. Seeing the way he was carried out, he's probably suffered damage to either his lumbar or thoracic spine. Zhou Xiao has mentioned such injuries are hard to repair. He'll likely rely on a wheelchair for life. As they talked, their hands didn't slow down, quickly conducting a second thorough search. They didn't overlook a speck of dust on the ground and extracted more than 20 fingerprints. Let's go. Let's take this stuff to the forensic department. The victim's family should be arriving soon. It's been over an hour. Carrying 4 large organizers, they struggled toward the main entrance of the technical division. From a distance, they saw Su Dayuan approaching with his team. Spotting them, Su hurriedly waved to Mr. Bai and Mr. Zhang, who came over quickly to help. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P, just the two of you? Mr. Zhao gave a disdainful look. We're the only 2 trace examiners in our group. What are you implying, that you want to switch to trace examination? I'll have a word with Director Su for you. He'll definitely approve. Mr. Bai instantly shut up, a simple, honest smile on his face. Mr. Zhao, I'm just here to help. No need to get worked up. Get to work, and keep the chatter to a minimum. We're so busy we could kick ourselves in the back of the head, and you don't even think to get some auxiliary police to lend a hand. This isn't a call for reinforcements, and you blame me for being impatient? Just then, Su Dayuan approached. Glancing at Mr. Zhao, who instantly put on a smile, he saw the middle-aged couple following behind, presumably Fu Wendan's parents. Mr. Zhao quickly gestured upstairs with his chin. Director Su, please go on in. They are waiting in the autopsy room. We'll send the sample and join you shortly. Su Dayuan hummed an acknowledgement and led the couple toward autopsy room number 2. Initially a high decomposition autopsy room, since Zhou Ning started working here, it had essentially become his personal domain. Lu Yufei entered the room first and, after a moment, opened the door to signal Su Dayuan to come in. Come on, go in and make the identification. The couple, clutching each other's arms, entered the doors of the autopsy room. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Upon seeing the body on the autopsy table, the woman's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground before crawling towards the table. Demonaire, please wake up. Mommy's here to pick you up. The man also broke down in tears and helped his wife to her feet. They reached out to touch the deceased's cheek, but Zhou Ning stopped them. Take a look at the deceased and confirm if she is your daughter Fu Wendan. The body can't be touched for now. We haven't conducted the post-mortem examination yet. Touching it could tamper with our findings, which wouldn't be conducive to catching the killer. The man looked bewildered, his gaze shifting woodenly to Zhou Ning, and then finally resting on Su Dayuan. Killer? My daughter was murdered? Su Dayuan nodded, took the confirmation document that Lu Yongxin handed over, and gave the man a pen as well. We urgently called you here for this purpose. We found Fu Wendan's body at the car accident scene, but she didn't die from the accident. She had been killed before the crash occurred. If you are certain this is Fu Wendan, please sign the confirmation document. Then come out and talk with me. We need to understand Fu Wendan's background in detail. The more precise we are, the better the chances of solving the case. I assume you also want to catch the killer as soon as possible, right? The same words, spoken from Su Daiwan's mouth, carried such sincerity that it was hard to refuse. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Fu Wendan's father, Fu Yingjun, took the document, while the woman beside him shook her head continuously, grasping the white cloth that covered the body. No, we can't let them dissect our demonaire. She loved to look pretty. I can't let her be left in ruins. Su Dayuan glanced over, understanding the state they were in. After all, many people's first reaction to such an incident is to refuse. Parents express it differently, but it all stems from love for their child. In criminal cases, we have the authority to perform autopsies directly. However, considering that this girl is so young, not even 18 years old, we hoped you could come and see her one last time before we proceed. After all, I am a father myself and understand your feelings. At those words, the woman could no longer bear it and burst into tears. Lu Yufei helped her out of the room. Fu Wengjun quickly signed the document and handed it back to Su Daiyuan, then bowed to him deeply. Thank you. I'm not a good father. I failed to educate my child well and protect her. I just want to know who the killer is and hope that justice will be served. We trust the government. Su Daiyuan helped Fu Wengjun up and led him outside. Mr. Zhao and his colleagues, having finished sending in the sample, had just returned and entered the autopsy room. Seeing that the examination had not started yet, they quickly approached. Wasn't our speed just the ticket? We found quite a few things and already sent them off for testing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning looked towards Mr. Zhao and asked with a slight tilt of his head, what did you find? Mr. Zhao connected his camera to the large screen, which displayed a series of photos. He gave a detailed introduction of the findings, emphasizing where each item was discovered. Zhou Ning listened and furrowed his brows slightly. A 17-year-old girl attending an art school and involved in model training, a notoriously chaotic industry well known to everyone. But seeing these tools, Zhou Ning was still surprised. Could it be that this girl was also involved with drugs? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 330 to 320. Scratches reappear _1 Chapter 330. Chapter 320. Scratches reappear _1 glancing at the autopsy table. He had just finished examining the body and discovered an injection needle mark beneath the strangulation furrow on the victim's neck. Zhu Xingxing had already stepped forward, pulling back the white cloth. The victim's clothes had been completely removed and placed on the stainless steel trolley beside them. With such weather, only a pair of jeans were left, accompanied by a tight, high-slit sweater which could barely cover below the chest. There was a dark green down jacket on the outside, quite fashionable in style. The down jacket was propped behind the body, so only the bottom part was soaked with blood, with no splattered bloodstains present. All this indicated that the victim had not been moved after being strangled. Had Zhu Yunping really not noticed that the girl in the passenger seat was already dead when he drove her around the city for a ride? Zhou Ning put away his thoughts and waved to Mr. Chu. The large screen switched to a skeletal scan of the victim, Fu Wendan. Zhu Xingxing, start recording and introduce the situation of the victim. Zhu Xingxing quickly stepped forward. This procedure was second nature to her. She briskly introduced the victim's information, the discovery of the car accident, and the physical evidence that Mr. Zhao had just presented, then nodded towards Zhou Ning after finishing. /p break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning looked at the scan and began to speak. The victim has 3 strangulation marks on her neck, a broken C-shaped cartilage, a fractured trachea, and glass and metal puncture wounds on her neck and face. These puncture wounds are all post-mortem. The victim's 6 fingers show defensive wounds, strangulation marks reaching the tendons and ligaments of the fingers, and a complete pubic hair follicle was found in the oral examination. There is a needle mark below the victim's strangulation furrow, with no evidence of abuse. There are glass and metal puncture wounds on the chest and abdomen, and the direction of blood flow inside the vehicle and the pattern of blood spatters indicate that the victim had not been moved after being strangled. The autopsy will now begin. Zhou Ning took the scalpel handed to him by Zhu Xingxing and made an incision from the neck down to the upper margin of the pubic symphysis. He then cleaned out the thoraco-abdominal organs one by one, examined and took samples, especially collecting several tubes of blood from the heart, under Zhu Xingxing's careful handling. With meticulous scrutiny, no signs of manual strangulation were found beneath the skin near the strangulation furrow. It seemed a fishing line was used to strangle the victim, who only resisted by reaching out during the asphyxiation. Zhu Xingxing collected the fingernails and cleaned around the victim's lips. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. After attending to these, at Zhou Ning's signal, Zhu Xingxing examined the victim's external genitalia. Upon seeing the external genitalia, Zhu Xingxing hesitated, looking at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning quickly approached and discovered 2 bite marks near the groove of the victim's thigh. Mr. Zhao, come take photos and attach a scale. Mr. Zhao and young Xuedong hurriedly completed the task following Zhou Ning's instructions. Zhou Ning carefully wiped the victim's external genitalia with a cotton swab. The area around the external genitalia was somewhat swollen, suggesting that Fu Wendan had been active before death. Moreover, there were some fine tears around the edge. Upon spreading the area open with a speculum, injuries were also found inside, with one after another damage marks. Seeing this, Zhou Ning couldn't help frowning, as these marks were similar to those found on the last victim of the Red's serial killings. These were scratch marks. Someone had deliberately scratched the inside of the victim's genitalia, even causing skin damage to many mucosal parts. Such severe injuries, yet no skin flakes were found beneath the victim's fingernails. Could it be that she hadn't resisted? Zhou Ning checked the victim's wrists again. There were rope marks on her wrists and signs of adhesive tape, although the marks were not pronounced. On the back of the hand, at the metacarpal bones, fingernail imprints were found. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody. Zhou Ning compared his hand with the victim's, making a grasping motion, and found that the nails could just reach that area. Zhou Ning, being tall with long limbs, had hands much longer than the average person. Zhu Yunping, whom Zhou Ning had observed just now, was about 172 centimeters tall, skinny, weighing no more than 120 pounds, with relatively small hands and feet. Such a hand size could not have caused such imprints, which meant that the person who had grasped the victim's hands and had sexual activity with her was someone else. Zhou Ning lifted his head and waved at Zhu Xingxing. Sample the nail marks on the back of the deceased's hand multiple times, and be thorough with both hands. Zhu Xingxing hurried forward, carefully collected the samples, then pointed to the head of the deceased. Zhou Ning shook his head. The cause of death was apparent, and there was no need for identification, and since there were no fractures on the skeleton, there was no need to take samples from the skull or pubic symphysis. Zhou Ning glanced at the victim's toenails. Surprisingly, the girl hadn't painted her toenails. Signaling Zhu Xingxing to start stitching, Zhou Ning looked once more at the deceased's face. Given her height, her head was exceptionally small, a classic case of big face, small head, her body slim, lacking any pronounced curves, just slender. She was 177 centimeters tall, much taller than Zhu Yunping. Her face, however, appeared youthful. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody. At a cursory glance, the girl hadn't undergone any cosmetic surgery, possibly due to her family circumstances. She might not have had the financial means. Zhou Ning stared out the window at the Iveco, slightly lost in thought. They were coming back from Heian City, and the journey had been quite uneventful until they descended from the overpass and encountered the Lexus. Recalling it now, it seemed that the Lexus had cut off a car in front of them. Mr. Zhao, being a skilled driver, overtook and avoided getting stuck between the two cars, which caught Zhu Yunping's attention. So, where did Zhu Yunping come from in the Lexus? Mr. Zhao called out, and Zhou Ning lifted his head, snapping out of his reverie. What's up, Zhou Xiao? Zhou Ning shook his head. Are you finished? Mr. Zhao nodded and gestured for Sun Gaodai to summon people to transport the body, as there were many formalities to take care of. Still, the most crucial examinations would require a long wait. Stretching his stiff neck, Mr. Zhao hummed in discomfort. What kind of situation is this? We've been driving tiredly for over 10 days to get back to Qidong for a break. Everything was fine all along the way. How come we ran into Zhu Yunping driving so aggressively, and then there's a corpse in the car too? Didn't check the almanac before leaving the house today. This is just plain bad luck. Zhou Ning shook his head, helpless. He didn't want this either. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak Speak, prosody. P. Zhao had tried as best he could to avoid road rage, and even had young Qidong record footage to preserve relevant evidence before the accident occurred. Stop lamenting. Mark it on the map. Where did we encounter those two Lexuses? I remember coming down from the overpass and running into them, but am not clear on the exact location. Mr. Zhao thought for a moment, took the camcorder from young Qidong, looked at it, then walked to the computer where Mr. Chu handed him a pen. As Mr. Zhao pointed, Mr. Chu began marking the location. We encountered the car even before descending from the overpass, back at the Xiang'er Mountain Park section. The Lexus sped past us from behind. I thought it just floated by, definitely at speeds exceeding 130 kilometers per hour, then started competing with the car in front in a game of one-upmanship. We came down from Qidong Overpass and took Liaoyang East Road Overpass, then turned from Liaoyang East Road onto Shirling Road. That's where it cut off the other car and turned. I got dazzled for a moment, and the Lexus started messing with me, stirring up trouble, and the accident happened at the intersection of Shirling Road and Tongan Road. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 331 to 321 searching underway _1 chapter 331. Chapter 321 searching underway _1 Mr. Chu, following Mr. Zhao's narrative, had already marked the location. Along this route, it's almost 5 kilometers, and Eastleigh Overpass on Liaoyang Road is quite congested. Where did he come from? I didn't see any signs of collision on his car. Does that mean he was still sober before that? Zhou Ning paused, not to mention Mr. Chu's analysis was very reliable. This place was an elevated bridge. The nearest entrance to the bridge was Eastleigh Overpass, but that area was very complex. Given the state Zhu Yuping was in, it seemed quite difficult. Mr. Chu, go find the people from the tech department to authorize the access to relevant surveillance. I want to know the Lexus travel route. Director Su is coming soon, and he will definitely ask. By the way, I haven't asked in detail just now, which hospital was Zhu Yuping taken to? Mr. Zhao smiled, playfully nudging Zhou Ning. He was taken to the closest hospital, the Central Hospital. It was the 120 emergency services choice, not ours. Remember the principle of treating the closest? But I advise you not to call Mr. He now. He might be in the middle of a surgery. At the very least, he's coordinating a multidisciplinary consultation or developing a surgical plan. I got the impression from Director Su that they've left someone there. Glancing at the time, it was already 12:30. Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao placed his hand over his stomach, rubbing continuously as his once round belly seemed to have shrunk a bit. Zhou Ning gestured to everyone with a wave of his hand. Let's stop here. Let's do everything after lunch. Mr. Chu, you too. We have been up since 5 in the morning and am hungry now too. Mr. Zhao grinned, showing his teeth. If you didn't say that, I was about to revolt from hunger. But what are we going to eat? Zhou Ning really hadn't ordered anything. Su Dayuan usually wouldn't bother with this, and if they headed to the cafeteria at this hour, it probably wouldn't be prepared for anything. Just as they left the autopsy room, they saw a forensic technician gesturing to Mr. Zhao and giving Zhou Ning a polite greeting. Director Zhou, Mr. Zhao, our Mr. Peng has sent a lot of lunchboxes to your office. You can just go back to the office to eat. Mr. Peng said to see if the dishes suit your taste. If you find something particularly tasty, let him know. The cafeteria has made some recent adjustments, and the flavors are pretty good. He wants us to also give it a rating. Mr. Zhao quickly thanked the person. The arrangement was really thoughtful. Without wasting any words, they rushed to the office. Upon opening the door, they saw Su Dayuan and Lu Yufei sitting inside, with more than a dozen lunchboxes placed on the coffee table, sending a delicious aroma wafting into their noses. Seeing Su Dayuan, Mr. Zhao's face fell in an instant. The leader? What are you doing here? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Weren't you guys gathering information from the victim's family and then split up to investigate? Su Dayuan gave him a look, an expression that Zhou Ning wasn't surprised to see. You talk too much. You try to manage everything, always asking questions. Just eat your lunchbox. Are you afraid I'll compete with you for food, causing all this unnecessary chatter? Everyone find a seat. Let's eat quickly so we can get back to work. Also, Mr. Liu, you don't need to follow us this afternoon. You should go back and rest. Hearing this, Zhou Ning paused. Su Dayuan rarely gave such orders. To speak so casually about it, he must feel a strong sense of control over this case. Could it be that even though the inspection results hadn't come out yet, he already had some leads? Mr. Zhao didn't care about all that. He rushed forward to grab the lunchboxes and quickly distributed them to everyone. Zhou Ning didn't rush to open his, but sat down beside Su Dayuan. Have you found anything? Su Dayuan nodded slightly, gently smiling at Zhou Ning. Don't be in a hurry to ask me. First, tell me what you've found here. Have you determined the time of death for the female victim and found the murder weapon? Zhou Ning quickly gave an update. Based on the timing of our recorded video and the temperature of the victim's liver, we deduced the time of death to be around 9 a.m., about 20 minutes before the Lexus was stopped by us. /P break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. There are 3 ligature marks on the neck. The murder weapon is fishing line, which has been sent for inspection. The victim had been sexually assaulted before death, with signs of someone scratching her genital area and biting the inside of her thigh. There is pubic hair in her mouth, and all these areas show vital reactions, confirming that they are ante-mortem. However, the victim put up no resistance. No skin cells were found under her nails. We will need to see the test results for more details. Additionally, a white powder was found in the car, suspected to be a controlled substance. After Mr. Zhao weighed it, it was found to be over 15 grams. We need to wait for the test from Mrs. Cui to determine the specific type. There were also many syringes and a plastic kettle with a tube found. Su Dayuan looked at the photos passed by Mr. Zhao, looking somewhat surprised. It seems you've discovered quite a few problems with the autopsy. Didn't you do a quick controlled substances test? Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao who, after aggressively getting a mouthful of food, reluctantly called Cui Lily on speakerphone while gulping it down. Sis, are the drug test results out yet? Director Su is here in our office, urging us on. Cui Lily hummed twice in response. We did it. To clarify the type, I used a test kit to perform a drug analysis first. The urinalysis of the female victim showed that she had consumed BD, which was also verified in the blood test, and in significant amounts. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The contents of her stomach and the samples collected from her esophagus contain bile. The victim likely vomited after consuming the drugs, which suggests she's not someone who frequently takes narcotics. Additionally, her blood work did not show typical fluctuations associated with long-term drug use. We've seen similar cases before with accidental ingestion or drug-facilitated crime, and her biochemistry aligns with such a scenario. Thanks, sis. When the other test results come out, please send them to us immediately. It looks like Director Su is prepared to wait here for the results. With a click, Cui Lily hung up the phone. Mr. Zhao rubbed his nose and looked toward Zhou Ning. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 332 to 321 ongoing search _2 Chapter 332. Chapter 321 ongoing search _2. We sent it over less than 2 hours ago. And I think the earliest we can expect results is around 4 o'clock. Zhou Ning nodded and looked at Sun Gaotai. Gaotai, wait in the testing department later and let us know as soon as there's any news. Remind Mrs. Cui to be especially careful when collecting samples from the parts of the fishing line without blood where it's folded. If someone strangled the victim with the fishing line, they might have left DNA. Of course, it's very likely they wore gloves, given the fishing line is so fine and can easily cut. The same principle applies to the vaginal swabs. If the nails could scratch, it means no gloves were worn. This is similar to the technique used in the red dress serial killings. If we find male DNA in the victim's mouth or vagina, we need to compare it with the DNA of Mi Qingzi from the semen spirit case. Sun Gout, I was diligent, carefully jotting down all that Zhou Ning had said before nodding. Don't worry, boss, I'll go over and keep an eye on it. I'll also explain these points to Mrs. Cui. Zhou Ning waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to eat, without asking Su Dayuan, who smiled, not feeling left out, grabbing 2 boxes of takeout, giving one to Lu Yufei, and speaking while eating. I just went to the hospital and saw Mr. He, who happened to be the one attending to Zhu Yunping, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The injuries are severe. Compression fractures in the thoracic vertebrae from T3 to T8, 3 broken ribs on each side, a fractured sternum, bilateral fractures of the tibia and fibula, a comminuted fracture in the right humerus, avulsion injuries to 3 fingers on the right hand, contusion to the lungs, and a ruptured spleen. Rambling, pupils contracted, typical symptoms of AD overdose. Mr. He convened a medical consultation with specialists from thoracic surgery, general surgery, orthopedics, and fiber surgery. They are performing surgery right now. I've had the traffic police contact Zhu Kelin, only informing them that Zhu Yunping was in a traffic accident. They didn't disclose anything about the dead body in the car. Zhu Yunping's blood sample has just been delivered to Mr. Cui. Mr. Zhao blinked. You guys seem to have made no progress. I thought you'd found the primary crime scene. According to Zhou Xiao's analysis, the victim's hands were held with interlaced fingers, leaving nail prints behind, and this person might have had sexual contact with the victim and could even be the murderer. Su Dayuan snorted, not really caring, and then continued. Mr. Zhang and Jinshan went to investigate at Qin University and the modeling school separately. I talked with Fu Wendan's father. That girl, aside from being pretty with a great figure, was always lagging at the bottom of her class. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Her total scores for all subjects didn't even reach 200 points, which is why she became a model. However, her parents didn't have the means to help her, and the school has a rife culture of comparison. She was obedient during her first year there, but from last year, she started just asking for money, barely contacting them otherwise, demanding 4,000 or 5,000 each month. Since last New Year's Day, Fu Wendan began taking part-time jobs and asked them for money less frequently, not staying home during the entire winter holiday, always running around, and sometimes not returning home for 10 days. Her father didn't approve of her dress style, but he couldn't say much. It would only lead to arguments. Regarding part-time work, it was an agency called Xingshi that was arranging her jobs. Sometimes she would do catwalks at nightclubs, sometimes at opening ceremonies. However, after the new year, it seemed like she stopped doing those gigs, and what she did instead, Fu Yingjun couldn't explain clearly. Lu Yongxin squinted. So, you're saying that through these part-time jobs, she met some people and no longer needed to work hard like before. That's why she stopped doing part-time work? Su Dayuan nodded. That's what I'm thinking, but it's all speculation. That's why I asked Mr. Zhang and the others to ask around at the school. I think the people there would know something since everyone's in the same circle. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Girls are especially jealous and more prone to notice their classmates' business. Su Dayuan felt frustrated. Stop with the wisecracks. I've consulted with the traffic police to analyze the vehicle's trajectory and have followed through several surveillance cameras. They came from the Eastleigh overpass, though which ramp exactly they came up is still being analyzed. I just wanted to see what Mr. Chu had found here. Mr. Chu shook his head. I got up to here too. I just found that the Lexus appeared on the Eastleigh overpass. At various ramps, we spotted 3 vehicles of a similar color, but haven't tracked them further. Then you showed up. Su Dayuan waved his chopsticks. You're the reliable one, kid. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, help me take a closer look. Later, I'll have the traffic police grant you network access privileges, so you can directly look things up. Mr. Chu smiled, pleased with this arrangement. Without much conversation, everyone hurried to finish their meal. Mr. Zhao opened an extra box and picked out the broccoli for Zhu Xingxing, who ate silently without daring to look up. Su Dayuan glanced over, pretending not to notice, and after they finished, Sun Gaotai cleaned up and went straight to stake out the forensic department. The group went directly to the laboratory, where Mr. Chu began searching rapidly. Lu Yongxin, sipping tea, pulled Su Dayuan aside. Did you call Zhu Kellen here because you found something? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan nodded, aware of Lu Yongxin's sharpness from their years of cooperation and mutual understanding. There wasn't much point in hiding anything. I had Jinshan check Zhu Yunping's call records and bank information. The amounts in his bank statements are quite alarming. Even for a second-generation rich student, such spending is inconceivable, not counting buying cars, yachts, or modifying vehicles. Just eating and drinking alone, he spends hundreds of thousands in a month. Moreover, he has many transfer records, with 4 people receiving regular monthly transfers, happening quite frequently, almost every 3 or 4 days. I suspect this is related to buying D products. Comparing the call records, one of those people is the second son of Bai Xinfeng, the vice president of He Changlong, and someone who was involved with Zhu Kellen in forcing Li Fang's father out of the company as part of a cleanup operation. That person used to be a financial manager and now oversees real estate business. This second son is Bai Xiangrong, a year older than Zhu Yunping, but started school a year later. He has been attending school with Zhu Yunping since elementary school and is currently studying computer science with him at Qin University. Lu Yongxin slapped his forehead in realization. I forgot about that, yes. That kid is studying computer science at Qin University. We even had Dr. Lu collect his DNA before. But isn't today March 15th Thursday /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Shouldn't they have classes at the university? How do they have time to race cars and use D? And Bai Xiangrong, did he also not go to school today? Su Dayuan nodded. The last call was from a Qin University office to Zhu Yunping this morning. We checked, and it came from the computer science department's office. We asked about it, and they were looking for Zhu Yunping and Bai Xiangrong since neither of them showed up for class today, and the teacher was bound to ask questions. They called in sick yesterday and said they were going to see a doctor because Bai Xiangrong had a stomach ache and Zhu Yunping took him. The instructor, fearing the kids were really sick, wanted to contact their parents. Zhu Yunping answered the phone, saying they would return by noon. As for Bai Xiangrong, we haven't been able to contact him yet. Zhou Ning frowned slightly. Since he took on this line of work, encountering such events forced him to consider the worst in people. Yet, even so, sometimes it was impossible to imagine the depths of human depravity. Bai Xiangrong and Zhu Yunping could hang out together, likely with some encouragement from Bai's father. If such close companions were involved with these substances, it was unlikely the other would be clean. As for the victim, she might have been their plaything. After all, many affluent young men like to seek out female students from nursing, modeling, or flight attendant schools. These girls often look outstanding, but fall short academically. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, they are very savvy in certain respects, knowing how to sell themselves. They are picked up by various luxury cars at the school gates on weekends or after school. Some even take pride in such competition, rather than feeling ashamed, thinking highly of themselves. Fu Wendan came from a less wealthy family, and in such an environment, her choices were limited, almost a foregone conclusion, especially given her beauty. Her father also mentioned the changes in the girl. If they hadn't encountered them today, Zhu Yunping wouldn't have received timely treatment, and the ready-mix concrete truck driver would hardly have escaped death, potentially turning the incident into what might be considered an ordinary traffic accident. Who would benefit from such an outcome? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody, P. Chapter 333 to 322 amphetamine_1 Chapter 333. Chapter 322 amphetamine_1 Zhu Yunhai. Upon mentioning this name, Zhou Ning dismissed it because according to household registration relationships, Zhu Yuhai was the son of Zhu Yufan, who was the adopted daughter of Zhu Kelin, so legally he was the grandson of Zhu Kelin. According to the law of inheritance, Zhu Yufan was the legal heir of Zhu Yunhai's estate. Even if succession was determined by order, Zhu Yuhai would not qualify, unless there was a will. Therefore, there was no conflict of interest here. Instead, it was by Xiangrong's father who once played a cunning trick with Zhu Kelin. Could he not harbor such intentions? It seemed crucial to find Bai Xiangrong at the moment. Having been classmates since childhood, as closely connected as Meng to Jiao, if they really were that close, would Bai Xiangrong watch Zhu Yinping take drugs and drive away? Thinking this, Zhou Ning looked towards Mr. Chu, who just then raised his hand. I found the intersection where the car came out. Director Su, come and take a look, it's right here. The three of them hurried over. Mr. Chu played a surveillance clip, slowed down the footage, and there it was, the yellow Lexus speeding out of the intersection. Even in slow motion, the car's speed was evident. They then traced back to the intersection the car had come from, which had no surveillance. Afterward, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chu opened a map, pointed, and said, I've traced it to the intersection of Shunyan Road and Lushui Road. The car came out from this side road, but following the road across Lushui Road, I found no record of the Lexus coming or going. I reckon the car came from this stretch. According to the map, there are 4 areas here. One is Jinshuikyo Kindergarten, one is the south gate of Ideal City Royal Garden, another is the under-construction Tulip Garden, which isn't inhabited yet, and the last is Cloud Top Guest House. Su Daiwan's finger landed on the Cloud Top Guest House, then he looked towards Mr. Chu. Disregarding the construction site, there are 3 places. We can rule out the kindergarten, and among a community and a guest house, the latter is more likely. Yufei, get in touch with Mr. Xing. Isn't he around Eastleigh Overpass? Have them go there immediately to check for registration records of Zhu Yunping and Bai Xiangrong, and of course, they can also use the name of the deceased to search. Lu Yufei hurried to make the phone call and soon returned. They are already on their way. Also, Mr. Bai called. Zhu Kelin is arguing with the doctors at the hospital. He wants his child sent to Husheng City for treatment. He said some very distasteful things, how the local facilities aren't good enough, and neither are the doctors. This angered the doctors, who said that it's suicide to transfer hospitals during surgery. But he's very insistent and keeps asking why the police are there. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Is his son a prisoner? Su Daiyuan knew Mr. Bai couldn't handle the situation, so he quickly dialed Tao Zenshin's number. Where are you? Near the central hospital. I'm going to take a look before heading back to the squadron. Is something up, boss? Get to the central hospital as quickly as possible. Zhu Kelin is there causing a scene, wanting to transfer Zhu Yinping. Mr. Bai can't keep things under control. Go study the situation. Tell him his son is now a criminal suspect and that they can consult with out-of-province doctors or invite them to participate in the treatment, but the patient cannot leave our site. Consider it done. With your word, I'll stand firm. Don't worry, boss. I'll go put out his arrogance and get him to cooperate with the investigation properly. Teach him that money isn't everything. Su Daiyuan. March 15th, 1544. Sun Gaotai, running and carrying a stack of test reports, rushed into the lab. Zhou Ning stood up, with Su Daiyuan also turning quickly and reaching out his hand. Sun Gaotai ran towards them, stepped over Su Daiwan's foot, ignored his hand, and placed the reports into Zhou Ning's hands, speaking nonstop. Boss, take a look quickly. The report is out, and a lot has been found in Fu Wendan's blood work. Zhou Ning quickly took the report to read. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Knowing Su Daiyuan was anxious, he directly said, For Fu Wendan's blood test, the components of ICE-D and HLY that we suspected earlier were found, along with amphetamine and an enoxaparin, which is a class of phosphodiesterase inhibitors. Su Dayuan was confused. He knew the former, but was baffled by the string of latter terms, recognizing the characters but not their combined meaning. Speak in a way I can understand. Zhou Ning looked embarrassed. Mr. Zhao bumped Su Dayuan and snickered cheekily. Zhou Xiaozhou, you too, insisting on being so cryptic. You know what Spanish fly is, right? It's even more potent, and it's for women's use, you get it? Su Dayuan gave Mr. Zhao a glance. Stop talking in riddles. I don't know what that's all about. Zhou Ning pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and explained. It means this girl was drugged with substances that can speed up the heartbeat, constrict blood vessels, raise blood pressure, and enhance excitement, and they were used in combinations. Amphetamine, in particular, is a controlled substance with addictive properties, roughly equivalent to what men call the blue pill. Su Dayuan realized the implication. According to your previous analysis, the girl had vomited bile in her esophagus and stomach, which means she threw up. Even so, to find so many prohibitive substances in her blood, she must have been given an unknown quantity of drugs. Whoever drugged her didn't intend to let her live. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning's expression turned serious as he flipped to the next page and looked further. The deceased's nails had scratch marks on the back of his hand containing male DNA, which did not match the DNA found in the smooth stuffed between the driver's door and seat. However, the portion of the fishing line without the deceased's blood, as well as the pubic hair found in the deceased's mouth, both tested positive for the same male DNA, consistent with that found under the nails. Zhou Ning flipped through to the back, where the remainder was various trace evidence collected inside the vehicle. Fingerprints at the scene, I forgot to mention earlier, belonged to 3 people in the car, Zhu Yunping, Bai Xiangrong, and Fu Wendan. As for some fingerprints that were too old or incomplete, they were not screened. All the bloodstains inside the vehicle were Fu Wendan's. The outer packaging of the syringe found in the glove compartment had fingerprints from Zhu Yunping and Bai Xiangrong. The bag of white powder was HLY. It seems necessary to find Bai Xiangrong promptly. There's no way Zhu Yunping stuffed the smuff full of goods in the car door. Maybe the killer wanted to set someone up. But it's unexpected that DNA was left on the fishing line. Didn't he wear gloves? Lu Yongxin leaned in. If he thought it through that far, how could he not wear gloves? Maybe the glove got torn. After all, the fishing line is so fine and strong, not everyone is aware of anti-surveillance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We still need to hurry and find the primary crime scene. Su Dayuan nodded in agreement. Pack up. Let's also prepare to take a look at the Cloud Top guest house. After speaking, Su Dayuan dialed Mr. Xing's phone number. Have you asked the front desk at Cloud Top guest house? Do they have a record of his stay? Director Su, I arrived early. Zhu Yuping is a VIP customer here. He always has a suite open, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. I talked to their manager, who said there are still sounds from the room. They called but no one answered, and they can't just go up, or the VIP customer will complain, affecting their performance. Su Daiwan's face darkened instantly, and he switched to speakerphone. Who did you go with? Is Yufei there? From the other end of the phone, Lu Yufei quickly took the call and greeted him. Director Su, I'm here. I don't want to hear excuses. Get up there and check the room thoroughly. I need to know where Bai Xiangrong is. Tell their so-called manager that if they want to keep running the hotel tomorrow, they'd better cooperate with me. Otherwise, forget about the VIP room. Tell him he might lose his job. With your support, I can get to work freely. The speaker is on, you heard that, didn't you? But Miss Police Officer will suffer losses. At Cloud Top Guest House, Lu Yufei hung up the phone and stretched out her hand to stop the man's words. I'm informing you, not negotiating. Can you understand that? We're looking for a murder suspect. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. Are you trying to shelter him, or maybe you want to obstruct police investigation and have the hotel shut down for a while? It's okay if you choose this, I understand. Mr. Zhang, check the legal representative of the hotel and notify them about the incident. The manager quickly clasped his hands and apologized to Lu Yufei. I'm sorry, Miss Police Officer. He'll have someone find the keys right now. Lu Yufei waved her hand dismissively. Mr. Zhang, you stay downstairs. Keep an eye on the front desk staff. No one moves or makes calls. Inform the housekeeping staff on the floors via the intercom to wait in front of the VIP room. Which floor and what's the room number? The intimidated manager glanced at the computer screen. 8th floor, room 801. After speaking, he picked up the walkie-talkie, but at Lu Yufei's gesture, handed it over to the girl at the front desk, who was visibly shaking. After all, it's not every day one encounters such a situation, and it was quite frightening. Housekeeping on the 8th floor. Go to room 801 and wait outside now. Manager Lu will come up and open the door for you. Lu Yufei grabbed Manager Lu's sleeve, just the corner of it, but Manager Lu was already stiff. The criminal police they had brought took the elevators in pairs and went straight to the 8th floor. The East Side housekeeping staff was already standing at the end of the corridor, just about to speak when they saw so many police officers. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P, especially seeing Manager Lu being pulled by the sleeve by a female police officer, she was momentarily speechless, as if realizing something, and quickly raised her hands. Lu Yufei approached quickly, whispering in the housekeeper's ear, "Give me the master key to the room. Stand at the corridor's window and cover your mouth. Don't make a sound. Got it?" The housekeeping staff was not young, probably in her 30s. She had seen all sorts of people working every day in the hotel, but with the police instructing her like this, she no longer looked at Manager Lu's warning glances. She quickly covered her mouth, retreating to crouch by the corridor window, her actions obedient and swift. Lu Yufei gestured to the officers behind her. All the criminal police positioned themselves on both sides of the door, and Manager Lu was taken by an officer to stand next to the housekeeping staffer, covering his mouth. Lu Yufei drew her gun, covered the peephole with her head, and held up the card key with 3 fingers raised. She then rhythmically withdrew them one by one, and as the last finger went down, she scanned the card to unlock the door and was the first to enter with her gun raised. Upon entering, the scene inside left Lu Yufei stunned. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, chapter 334 to 323. Who is O_1 chapter 334, chapter 323. Who is O_1 inside room 801. Upon entering, there was a living room, where clothes and shoes were scattered all over the floor, belonging to both men and women. The female garments, made of very little fabric, were glittering and not the kind meant for everyday wear, but rather resembled the kind worn for performances, like stage or runway costumes, all of which were now shredded. The windows were open, and with the opening of the hotel room door, the cold wind whooshed in. There was a door to the left and right, presumably leading to the 2 bedrooms mentioned by Mr. Lu. Lu Yufei gestured behind her. Everyone stopped in their tracks. She stepped up to the door on the left, pressed down on the handle firmly, swung the door open quickly, and stepped aside, not encountering any expected screams. Only then did Lu Yufei look into the room. A man lay face down on the large round bed with only a towel around his waist, leaving all other parts of his body exposed. Mirrors adorned the ceiling, walls, and cabinets above, making it possible to see oneself on the bed from every angle except the floor. The man didn't stir at the sound of the door opening, and he remained motionless even when Lu Yufei approached and kicked his foot. The man shook slightly but did not react. A bad feeling washed over Lu Yufei, prompting her to rush to the bedside and check the man's carotid pulse. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. His pulse was feeble, and he appeared barely to be breathing. Lu Yufei waved her hand, and a detective stepped in. Don't touch the person on the bed, call for an ambulance immediately, and also ask Director Su where they are and whether Director Zhou is coming too. The person left to make the call, and Lu Yufei glanced at the room before heading towards the bathroom to the north. When the door opened, a naked man was squatting on the floor, handcuffed to the handle next to the bathtub. His wrists were raw and bleeding from struggling, with dried blood on his hands and a pool of yellow liquid on the floor. Startled by someone opening the door, he shuddered and shuffled towards the corner, continuously pleading. I was wrong, I won't dare do it again, Yunping. Please let me go. Lu Yufei grabbed a towel and threw it over the man's buttocks to cover him, then put away her gun and gestured to the detectives. Go to the adjacent room and take a look. Don't touch anything, just check for any people and secure the scene. Another team swiftly rushed to the other room in the suite and returned shortly after. No one's in the next room, but it's even messier. Have Director Su and his team arrived yet? The young man who made the call rushed over. They're here. They've just arrived downstairs, and the ambulance will be here soon. Should I open the curtains? Lu Yufei waved her hand, pointing to the man next to the bathtub. Don't touch the handcuffs or move him. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Have a housekeeper find a bathrobe for him. It will be soon enough for him to dress after Director Zhou checks him. As for the person on the bed, don't move him either. Lu Yufei exited the room, and everyone sprang into action. Just as she reached the door, she saw Su Dayuan and his team sprinting towards her. Upon seeing Lu Yufei, they asked urgently, What did you find? Is the ambulance coming behind us because there are other victims? Lu Yufei nodded. Let's have Director Zhou take a look. There's a man lying on the bed undressed, with a very slow heartbeat and breathing. I kicked him and got no response, so I'm not sure what happened. There's another man handcuffed on the bathtub handle, also undressed, with numerous injuries, though none life-threatening. It seems like he might have been forcefully treated. As soon as I opened the door, he started shouting, Yuping, let me go. I checked the IDs. This one is likely by Xiangrong, but am not sure about the man on the bed. Lu Yufei spoke very rapidly, and Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan understood everything she said clearly. Zhou Ning put on gloves and directly entered the room, with Mr. Zhao and others closely following. Su Dayuan stood in the living room, glancing at the out-of-breath Mr. Xing, who hadn't followed the elevator but had run up the stairs, looking towards Lu Yufei as if genuinely worried. Mr. Zhao turned on the light and quickly started photographing the person on the bed. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhou Ning lifted the man's eyelid, noted his pinpoint pupils, extremely slow breathing, slow heartbeat, cyanosis, and cold, clammy skin. Zhou Ning opened the man's mouth to find a slack jaw, and he spotted track marks in the groin area. 2 deep pits. This was a classic case of someone who had opened their skylight much worse than Zhu Yunping and his group, apparently due to a drug overdose. Looking around, he saw a plastic bottle with a tube on the table and frowned, gesturing to Mr. Zhao and others. Quickly collect samples from his mouth, nose, fingers, and the surface of the groin area for fingerprint evidence, and it's best to draw some blood too. He's overdosed on drugs. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang rushed forward and swiftly completed the tasks outlined by Zhou Ning. By this time, the emergency medical personnel had arrived. Seeing so many police officers, they looked a bit bewildered. Sun Gaodai stepped forward to take the stretcher. This is a crime scene, and we found a person who has overdosed on drugs and still has vital signs, but we can't disturb the scene. We'll put the person on the stretcher and bring him out. Please wait a moment. The doctor immediately nodded upon hearing it was a drug overdose, handing over the stretcher to Sun Gaodai. Comrades, do you have a specified hospital? Su Dayuan turned to look at the doctor, who felt somewhat intimidated by his gaze. Go to the central hospital and head directly to Mr. He for admission. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The doctor hesitated with a puzzled look and finally couldn't resist speaking up. Comrades, I'm not trying to be difficult, but the central hospital is overrun today. There was a car accident and 2 people with serious injuries were taken there. Sending more patients now, I'm afraid they might be treated by other doctors. Su Dayuan, trying to be patient, nodded. I know, we sent those as well. It's all part of the same incident. No sooner had the words been uttered than Sun Gaodai and his team were already carrying out the stretcher. The doctor hurried forward to examine him, checking the pupils, groin, prying open the man's mouth to inspect the tongue and gums, the entire process echoing Zhou Ning's exactly. Give him epinephrine, high-dose fluid resuscitation, quickly. The accompanying medical staff didn't fuss over rescue positions, each squatting on the ground and getting busy. After the hustle, they put an oxygen mask on the man and carried him away. Lu Yufei gestured toward the direction of the bathroom, lifting her chin. Bai Xiangrong is still inside. Zhou Ning nodded in acknowledgement. I know. Mr. Zhao has closed the bathroom door. There's someone taking care of him inside. Let's start the investigation. 1 room per person, move quickly. As for the sheets and any suspicious items, take photos to secure them first, then bring them back for a thorough inspection. Look mainly for bloodstains, mitragynine, hairs, and various drug packaging. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. With that, everyone sprang into action. Sun Gaodai volunteered to investigate the next room on his own, with Zhu Xingxing following. After all, it looked relatively better here. Clicking sounds kept coming from inside the room. Once the bedroom inspection was over, the bathroom door was finally opened, and Bai Xiangrong was supported out, wrapped in a bathrobe. The room opposite was ready. Bai Xiangrong was taken there, with Su Dayuan and Lu Yufei talking to him. Zhou Ning followed into the bathroom. Mr. Zhao held the camera, continuously taking photos, and young Xuedong sampled alongside him. The two worked in perfect sync, moving very quickly. After they finished collecting the sample of the yellow stain on the floor, Mr. Zhao stood up and exhaled a long breath. Phew, what a busy spell. But they sure know how to play. One glance at this room, and it's clear that they've rented it long-term. They have every tool you can think of. Even the enema kits are so professional and diverse. But now I'm a bit confused. What exactly is going on here? Aren't Bai Xiangrong and Zhu Yunping childhood friends, grown up together? Yet, suddenly, there's an air of gayness, with handcuffs and all these aids, and incontinence on the floor. Hold on. Didn't the lab report find Bai Xiangrong's DNA inside Fu Wendan and on her hand? Zhou Ning shook his head. It wasn't matched. We only know it belongs to a male. Yang Xuedong moved closer. It's DNA they found, not mitragynine. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Traces of mitragynine haven't been matched yet in the crime scene. I suspect it's this high flyer. But from the car accident on our way back to now, it's been more than 7 hours. Has he been handcuffed here the whole time? I remember Mrs. Fei said that when he spoke, he pleaded, Yunping, please let me go. Before Zhou Ning could respond, Mr. Zhao had already grinned, patting Yang Xuedong on the shoulder, his chubby flesh shaking with laughter. Mr. Yang, what are you on about? Mrs. Fei is only a few months older than Zhou Xiao and me. You're much older than her. Calling her Mrs. Fei makes it seem like she's some sort of gang boss. Yang Xuedong shook his head. Wrong. It's a sign of respect. Just as Mr. Zhao was about to speak, he felt a chill on his back and quickly composed himself, patting Yang Xuedong on the shoulder. You have good taste. Mrs. Fei's capabilities are rare in the bureau, decisive and accurate in her judgments, acting swiftly and boldly when faced with issues. Yang Xuedong laughed, Mr. Zhao laughed, and Zhou Ning shook his head. The two of them have been interacting for a long time, seemingly influencing each other. Mr. Yang has been increasingly Chinibu, following Mr. Zhao's lead astray. All right, hurry up with the lab submissions. Go check whether Gao Tai and Zhu Xingxing are done. You two do a run-through, make sure nothing's missed. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief, and just as they were turning to leave, it was as if they had just realized that Lu Yufei was standing beside Zhou Ning. "Oh, Mrs. Fei is here. Carry on with your talk. We'll go check on the others." Lu Yufei snorted twice, ignoring Mr. Zhao. Su Dayuan also came over at this point, surprising Zhou Ning with his speed, and he glanced questioningly at the opposite room. "Did you two finish questioning him?" Both nodded simultaneously. "No need to ask too much. He told us everything himself. You'll go there shortly to examine him." Lu Yufei cast a glance. "Let the chief tell you the details. I'm going to see if the report is printed out yet." Zhou Ning was puzzled, as Lu Yufei's abrupt evasion clearly suggested that the content of Bai Xiangrong's confession was rather embarrassing. "What's the matter, chief? Don't look like that. Could it be that Bai Xiangrong is an O and Zhu Yuping is bisexual?" Su Dayuan paused, and realizing Zhou Ning's explanation hadn't registered with him, quickly raised a finger to form a 1 and then an O, motioning the meanings to Su, explaining who is who and what it signified. Su Dayuan had an epiphany. "All right, all these new terms are beyond us now, we're out of the loop. But this description is very detailed. Bai Xiangrong said he's always followed Zhu Yunping since childhood, even though he's a few months older than Zhu Yunping and taller. But he just likes Zhu Yunping, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Zhu Yunping loves to play around, always looking to flirt and changing girlfriends faster than clothes, and to not be ditched by Zhu Yunping, he would always stick with him. He thinks he's the main wife. I can hardly bear to repeat these words myself, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 335 to 324 boss. We should buy lottery tickets. Thanks to the club president for the reward. _1 chapter 335, chapter 324 boss. We should buy lottery tickets. Thanks to the club president for the reward. _1 Mr. Zhao's eyes bulged as he leaned in closer. It's that explosive? Bai Xiangrong doesn't even try to avoid it, doesn't hide it, and even takes pride in it, relishing the fact. Zhou Ning nudged him. This guy was spurting idioms nonstop. He told him to shut up and be honest. After all, Su Dayuan was itching to find a scapegoat right now, and it wasn't wise to talk back at this moment. Moreover, having seen Bai Xiangrong's posture in the restroom just now, he was certain that the guy was definitely a bottom. Of course, he didn't discriminate against sexual orientation, as long as it didn't disrupt social order. It was a personal choice, irrelevant to others, but this case was different. Su Dayuan swept a glance over Mr. Zhao, and then his gaze settled back on Zhou Ning. You guessed it without me saying? Zhou Ning nodded. That's not the key point. What did he confess? He can't possibly say he was handcuffed in the bathroom by Zhu Yunping all morning and didn't move an inch? Even without eating or drinking for 7 or 8 hours, the volume of excretion would be off. Right? Didn't you get a test kit from Mrs. Tui, Mr. Zhao? Do a quick test on Bai Xiangrong's urine sample to see if he's taken any D, and also the mail just escorted out. Didn't we collect his saliva and blood samples? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p test those quickly too. Mr. Zhao hurriedly got to work. Although he was gabby, over the past year he had picked up some skills thanks to Zhou Ning's training, and these tests were not difficult for him. The results came out momentarily. HLY and ICE positive. Looks like we've got a double whammy. Su Dayuan gestured with his hand. Go check Bai Xiangrong's injuries. If it's nothing serious, take him away directly. Zhou Ning wasted no words and quickly went next door. Meanwhile, Yang Xuedong and the others were wrapping up, as many items from the scene needed to be packed up and brought back. Mr. Liu, the manager, wanted to say something, but seeing Su Daiwan's expression, he smartly kept his mouth shut. Mr. Zheng was thrown out to accompany Mr. Chu and Mr. Liu in checking all the surveillance footage. Upon entering next door, Bai Xiangrong sat in a chair, wearing a bathrobe with his feet bare and his eyes tightly shut. Sensing they had come in, he glanced their way. He swiftly and subconsciously lowered his head because, after all, it was this man who had entered the restroom earlier and told everyone to leave him alone. Zhou Ning looked at his hands and torso. There were numerous scars, but mostly were bruises and marks, not wounds from whipping or belts. Only a few places were broken skin. The most severe injuries seemed to be on his fingers, but the wounds were no longer bleeding. Zhou Ning didn't focus too much on them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Unable to discern anything else after inspecting him, Zhou Ning stood up. Find him some clothes to wear. He can't go to the criminal police detachment like this. We've got enough to do at the station without having to look at him. Mr. Zhao grinned, handing a camera to Bai Xiangrong. You have clothes in the wardrobe, right? Take a look at these photos and tell me which ones are yours. Bai Xiangrong glanced awkwardly at the camera and nodded to Mr. Zhao. These here are mine. Mr. Zhao put away the camera, glanced at Bai Xiangrong's feet, and quickly left. Soon he brought back a set of clothes and a bunch of sample boxes. Come on, take off the bathrobe. I need to sample your wounds first. Don't dawdle and don't be shy. Hurry up. If you're slow, you'll get cold, and it's exhausting for a big guy like me to squat here. Let's cooperate to suffer less. Zhou Ning turned and walked out, letting 2 officers enter to assist, since this kind of sampling required at least 3 people present. Su Dayuan caught a glimpse of Zhou Ning. With a look, the 2 moved to the corner at the end of the hallway to meet with Liu Yongxin. Each of them lit a cigarette, and Su Dayuan already had a worried look on his face. Mr. Hu just called. Barely had we found Bai Xiangrong when people in the city reached out to Mr. Hu to inquire about this case. Seems like neither Zhu Kelin nor Bai Xiangrong's father, Bai Xinfeng, are easy to deal with. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. And about the scene, I've had a look myself and didn't feel this place was the site of a murder. What do you think? Tell me your opinion. Zhou Ning thought for a moment and glanced in the direction of the backyard. They've completed the investigation at the scene. The only thing missing is a mobile phone. I don't think this was an accident. We can search the area later. Maybe it was thrown from upstairs or hidden somewhere. Also, I observed on arrival that there's a parking lot in front of the hotel, though it's not big. VIP guests would likely have fixed parking spots in the backyard. Just not sure if there's surveillance back there. The process of the victim's abuse might have been done in the hotel, and the murder took place in a car. The pool of blood and splash marks are all found inside a car. Bai Xiangrong's fingers have cuts, and although he's clenching his fists, from what I've seen, they're likely caused by fishing line, with several slashes. The binding wounds on Bai Xiangrong's wrists seem a couple of hours old. He's not stupid. He didn't ask about Zhu Yunping once we arrived at the scene, but as soon as something happens to Zhu Yunping, the school would make contact with him since they came out together. Su Dayuan nodded, took a hard drag on his cigarette, then stubbed it out. You're right, Bai Xiangrong is playing dumb. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. When I just asked him some questions, he was either evasive or complaining about feeling unwell, claiming he needed to go to the hospital for a checkup, and he was rambling on, saying he's from the main family and such. All of this is clearly trying to cover something up. Evidence doesn't lie. As for the DNA and blood on the fishing line, I believe it's Bai Xiangrong's. So, what we need to do now is to cut off Bai Xiangrong's contact with the outside world and wait for the DNA test results. As long as it matches, we'll have a solid case. Let's go and have a look in the backyard. Liu Yongxin glanced out the window and pointed at a circle of greenery and said, We're on the 8th floor. Anything thrown out the window from here would be smashed to pieces on the ground. There's not much traffic on the road, and the nearby Mr. Chu's place and the kindergarten aren't densely populated, so it's unlikely anyone would notice. Of course, if someone were to smash a phone in the backyard and throw it in a garbage can, that's also possible, depending on when they take out the trash. Su Dayuan nodded, and the 3 of them, as they talked, walked towards the direction of the room. Mr. Zhao poked his head out and pointed inside the room. but Su Dayuan gestured with his hand. Let Yufei escort the suspect back and cover his face so no one sees him getting into the police car. Zhou Ning beckoned with his finger, and Mr. Zhao quickly leaned in. You and Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P Young, bring all the equipment and follow me downstairs. As for upstairs, have Sun Gaodai and Zhu Xingxing stay here to check again if the evidence we collected is all there. Then take photographs from the window towards the outside, capture any places that can be reached by throwing objects from a height, and then come down to meet us. Mr. Zhao gave an okay gesture and hurried off to call people. Zhou Ning gave such orders naturally because he didn't want people outside the forensic department to know, needless to say. He understood that their actions had been leaked, though they didn't know if it was an insider. It was better to be cautious. Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin followed Su Dayuan down the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom, they saw Mr. Xing, who was standing in the backyard, drenched in sweat, running up to Su Dayuan. The manager Mr. Chu checked the surveillance footage. They found images of Zhu Yunping and the victim going down the elevator, but nothing in the hallway. In the backyard, there's only surveillance of entrances and exits to the courtyard, but no panoramic surveillance. It's one of those systems where each car is logged. Zhou Ning wasn't surprised by this result. He stood on the steps, looking over the whole courtyard, which wasn't a perfect square. Due to the irregular walls of the hotel's perimeter, there were several protrusions, blocking a full view from this position. Su Dayuan stared at Mr. Xing and asked, "Where's the manager, Mr. Liu of the hotel? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P, don't they have VIP parking? Or did you forget what I told you? What's the meaning of this? Do I have to write down the tasks I give you, or you won't remember them?" Mr. Zhang looked embarrassed. Zhou Ning didn't look at him, and instead walked towards the parking spaces between the two protruding walls. The parking lot spots here were the most spacious, with no other spaces marked on either side, and the protruding walls effectively blocked everyone's view. If a car was parked far into the spot, only part of the back of the car would be visible. Lu Yongxin followed, and the sight of a few drops of blood on the ground made the old man's eyes light up, and he quickly took out his phone. Are you saying you've climbed down yet? Hurry up, we've found bloodstains. We'll be right there, just 3 more floors. After hanging up, Lu Yongxin sighed and glanced at Mr. Xing, who was still getting scolded. This kid should go down and exercise more. He's capable, but he doesn't fill his mind with work, and he doesn't have a clue. The way he operates is so single-minded, how can he do a good job? And he's always thinking about Lu Yufei, completely oblivious to her disdain for him. I don't know which idiot gave him such bad advice. Persistent pestering doesn't work on Lu Yufei, it only backfires. Zhou Ning turned his head in surprise and stared at Lu Yongxin for a while. Mr. Xing likes Lu Yufei? How come I didn't know that? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Lu Yongxin rolled his eyes. His apprentice was good at many things, but had a seriously low EQ, which no amount of prodding could help improve. You're clueless about matters of the heart. It's a good thing that Mr. Xia is persistent. Anyone else would have been driven mad by now. I could tell upon my arrival that Mr. Xing likes Lu Yufei. He's always hanging around her, either setting her up for jokes or chiming in. Have you seen any task he's done to Lu Yufei's satisfaction? Didn't he just make her mad last time? Zhou Ning slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that Lu Yufei had smashed a chair last time, giving Mr. Xing a demonstration of what violence looks like, and continually saying Lu Yufei was hot-headed, which indeed was a bit annoying. He hadn't realized it was because of this. It was done by a rival, right? Lu Yongxin paused, then gave a thumbs up, fully approving Zhou Ning's conjecture. You might be right. However, the kid is not bad at heart. He just lacks the practice to stand on his own. Like He Chunyang before, who used to just follow Su Dayuan and never think for himself. Now, see how well he's doing. While they were talking, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang had already come over with a carrying case, followed by a crowd. As they approached the parking space, Su Dayuan stopped everyone. Su Dayuan handed out the printed photographs to everyone, instructing them to start a thorough search. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Actually, even without the phone, they could still retrieve call logs, but they wouldn't know the content of the texts. Mr. Zhou approached Zhou Ning, looking expectant of praise. Zhou Ning couldn't help but smile. Well done, and fast too. Hurry up and collect any traces around this parking space, take photographs to secure the scene, and the ground has a few spots of blood. They both quickly moved forward, and just as young Qidong reached a spot close to the wall, he squatted down behind a yellow and black parking barrier and picked up a bundle of something with tweezers. Boss, maybe we should go buy lottery tickets. We found a glove, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 336 to 325 you should ask, _1 Chapter 336. Chapter 325 you should ask, _1 Young Qidong, with his bright disposition, directly elicited laughter from Zhou Ning. It should be known that when this guy first arrived, he hardly talked. Now he's becoming more and more like Mr. Zhou. At a glance at the glove, Zhou Ning instantly understood why the perpetrator had cut himself and left a blood trace. The glove was not the kind with all fingers intact. The index and middle fingers were cut off at the halves. Very good, collect it and send it back for testing. It seems our judgment was correct. The Lexus was indeed parked in this spot. The victim may have been tortured upstairs, but the process of strangling the victim to death was completed with the car parked here. Mr. Zhou sampled the blood on the ground before sauntering back. It's all done. I feel like even without testing, I know that this spy Xiangrong is definitely the murderer. I just can't understand why there's a ghost-catching charm full of things stuffed in the driver's seat. Does he think with that little bit of intelligence, he can frame someone else? Su Dayuan waved his hand dismissively. Enough talk, let's all head back. The items for testing won't let us leave early today, but with blood on the gloves and the fishing line, the test should be quicker, right? Zhou Ning nodded. If only the blood is compared, the testing will be very fast. But with the case this clear, do we still need to follow along? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan cast a sideway glance. The case is indeed simple, but the identity of the people involved is complicated. We need to handle the case as quickly as possible. I just have this bad premonition, and I can't pinpoint what it specifically is. Glancing at Su Dayuan's furrowed brow, Zhou Ning no longer wasted words. Su Dayuan rarely appeared so anxious and unsettled, but considering the situation, it made sense. Zhu Kelin was now on the verge of madness. His son, so dearly loved, had been in a car accident and was found to have been driving under the influence. Although Qidong didn't criminalize drug driving, punishment was inevitable. Especially with someone dead in the car and the status of the concrete truck driver still unknown. He would use all means to exonerate his son. Indeed, speed was of the essence. 1822 inside the interrogation room, Bai Xiangrong was handcuffed to the interrogation chair. Zhou Ning, holding a hand-drawn insulated cup, sipped at his ginseng tea while looking at the situation inside the interrogation room. Mr. Zhou snorted sourly and sidled up to Zhou Ning. I mean, just by us watching, this interrogation will go quickly? Zhou Ning didn't engage, and Lu Yongxin, blowing on the red beans in his cup, shook his head with a smile. I remember an old doctor once said that the end of Western medicine is Chinese medicine, and the end of Chinese medicine is metaphysics. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's the same with investigating cases. Everything is ready. If the last interrogation went well while wearing red underwear, next time, you'll definitely wear them again. After my apprentice came to the city bureau, he assisted Su Dayuan with a few major cases. No matter how complex they were, no matter how difficult the interrogations, as long as my apprentice was outside watching, the interrogation would generally succeed. So, just stay here for now and act as a makeshift mascot to give Su Dayuan some peace of mind. Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Zhao barely held back a laugh at this string of comparisons, effectively turning Zhou Xiao into a red underwear charm. But what Lu Yongxin said was indeed true. Forget it, let Zhou Xiao stay here and watch. Mr. Yang, let's go get something to eat. We just gnawed on bread for lunch, and we can't skimp on dinner. Zhou Ning stopped him. No rush to come back. Check with Mr. Chu to see if the phones that Mr. Xing and the others found are beyond content recovery. All right, I'll go now. Having said that, Yang Xuedong left with Mr. Zhao. Zhu Xingxing and Sun Gaodai went to sort out the items brought back. Although they had been sent for testing, they still had to be examined under a microscope, which would be training for the two of them, as they needed to determine in which room the victim had been tortured. Zhou Ning took out his phone and dialed Mr. Chu's number. The interrogation has started here, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, didn't you find relevant footage in the surveillance? Hurry and copy it over and send it to Lu Yufei. I found some footage in the elevator. A man wearing a duckbill cap was dragging the victim downstairs. His face wasn't captured, and the two of them staggered as if drunk. According to the hotel staff, this person is Zhu Yuping. Just now, I found another piece in the first-floor corridor. Here I saw Bai Xiangrong appear from the staircase, peeking out and then disappearing. Comparing it to the building plan, there's a door in the hallway that leads directly to the backyard. Good, pack up the video content and send it to Lu Yufei. They're in the interrogation room. As for whether the man with the duckbill cap is Zhu Yuping, Director Su will surely decide. After hanging up, Zhou Ning looked towards the interrogation room. It seemed Lu Yufei had received the video and was reviewing it with Su Dayuan. Su Dayuan laughed after watching it once, crossed his hands behind his back, and turned towards the one-way glass, giving a thumbs up. He then approached Bai Xiangrong. Are you clear-headed now? Mr. Zhao nodded his head and sat dejectedly in the chair without looking up. Su Dayuan patted the small desk. The metal tapping sound was loud, startling Mr. Zhao. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, your rapid poison test results have come out, he said. According to Article 72 of the Public Security Administration Punishments Law, you're facing detention of no less than 10 but not more than 15 days, which may be concurrently imposed with a fine of no more than 2,000 yuan. However, we've checked the guest house surveillance. Zhu Yunping, Zhang Zhigao, and the others stayed with you for over 16 hours at the Cloud Top Guest House before 9 o'clock today. Fu Wendan arrived before dawn. And we found HLY 15.7 grams in Zhu Yunping's car. Over 10 grams and group drug consumption with 3 or more people is at least imprisonment for no more than 3 years. So, drop that innocent look, answer whatever I ask, understood? Mr. Zhao raised his eyes to look at Su Dayuan and, shedding his previous dejection, appeared unconcerned. Don't try to fool me, I know these legal provisions by heart. This is harboring others to consume drugs. The room was rented by Zhu Yunping, and I was called over by him. I didn't know what he had hidden in his car. At most, I'm looking at detention and a fine. Su Dayuan laughed, pulled over a chair, and sat opposite Mr. Zhao, nodding at him. You didn't waste your time in university, even learning about legal knowledge. But I wonder, if Zhu Kellen finds out Zhu Yunping was involved in this with you, do you think Zhu Kellen would let you off? From what I know, you're not the only son in your family. Your brother is a bona fide Qibei University talent. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. If you were Zhu Yunping's father, would you still allow such a comfortable life? Still let your father be the vice president of Heichanglong? Mr. Zhao was taken aback, then his gaze at Su Dayuan darkened, and he clammed up, not speaking anymore, well aware that the more he said, the more mistakes he could make. Su Dayuan wasn't discouraged. This kid may know a bit of legal knowledge, but it wasn't enough in front of him. Su Dayuan waved his hand, and Lu Yufei placed a laptop in front of Mr. Zhao. Come on, let me help you recall what happened after 9 o'clock, Su Dayuan said. I actually find it quite interesting and very fortunate. We were returning from an out-of-town case when we saw a chicken egg yellow Lexus sports car. This car not only weaved aggressively through traffic, but nearly hit our convoy, and at the intersection, it collided with a cement mixer. The rescue was very timely. Although both cars were smoking, we detectives immediately extinguished the blaze. What surprised us, though, was finding a female victim dead in the car. Lucky, right? We had a forensic doctor with us and determined immediately that the victim died from mechanical asphyxia, not the accident. The victim's neck had 3 strangulation marks, and her trachea was crushed. Discovering this, aside from rescuing the injured, the car and the victim were taken directly back to the criminal police unit. This dead woman practically delivered her case to our doorsteps. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. After an on-site inspection and related tests, we found a fishing line in the car. Apart from the victim's blood, a man's DNA was on the fishing line. Of course, this DNA was also on the back of the victim's hand, in the pubic hair in her mouth, and the scratch marks inside her vagina. Upon examination, these did not belong to Zhu Yingping. As for other evidence, there's still a lot. Oh, someone also stuffed a sperm-blocking elf full of goods into the gap of the driver's door, perhaps to confuse the police. Even if the accident uncovered anomalies, they would have to find the owner of this sperm-blocking elf. Am I analyzing correctly? Mr. Zhao listened quietly, and when he heard this, he looked at Su Dayuan with a dodging gaze. Su Dayuan took a sip of water and lit a cigarette. He now completely controlled the pace. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, he had to wait a bit for the test results. The longer the case dragged on, the greater the psychological pressure on Mr. Zhao. As he finished his cigarette, Su Dayuan extinguished the butt, walked slowly towards Mr. Zhao, and continued speaking, as if telling a story. I guess you're lucky. At least you kept one more person from dying in this case. We ran into the traffic accident and promptly reviewed the surveillance to find that guest house, managing to save Zhang Jigao, who had overdosed. If we'd been an hour late, he probably wouldn't have survived. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. When we rescued you, the wounds on your wrist, as well as your story, were indeed very confusing. However, you overlooked something. Although you knew to wear gloves when committing murder, you failed to dispose of said gloves properly. You just carelessly tossed them aside. Moreover, those were fishing gloves designed to prevent punctures in winter, which wouldn't stop a fishing line from cutting your fingers. Mr. Zhao clenched his fists instinctively, covering the wounds on his fingers. In moments of extreme agitation, adrenaline surges, dulling sensitivity to pain, which is why he hadn't noticed the cuts. Su Dayuan placed his watch on the small desk, looked at Mr. Zhao with a smile, and said, "We've been talking for over an hour now. Time passes so slowly. But don't worry, I'll have someone bring you a meal box soon. Be patient for a little while longer. The test results will be out soon. We'll find out if that male DNA matches yours. Once the results are out, we'll know if you're the suspect, and then you won't even need to confess. Those who stubbornly resist and refuse to admit guilt will face heightened conviction. I'm looking forward to it." After speaking, Su Dayuan got up, put the chair back in place, and gestured to Liu Yufei. "Take the laptop. Did the clerk get everything I said just now? Later, mark down that Mr. Zhao refuses to confess. Print it directly, well, sign it, and file it for reporting." Su Dayuan ignored Mr. Zhao with every move and glance. At this point, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Zhao panicked. He moved the handcuffs against the small desk, making a crisp noise, and even knocked Su Dayuan's watch to the floor. Su Dayuan merely crouched to pick it up and dust it off. "I'm going to rest for a bit," Su Dayuan said. "Once the lab results come in, we can prepare the documentation to transfer the case." The leadership said to expedite this case to prevent outside influence from affecting its progress. Once transferred to the prosecutorial authority, no one can alter the nature of the case. At this, Su Dayuan, still wagging his neck, stood up, while Liu Yufei stood up and packed away the laptop. Should I ask about the hospital situation? I heard they're still resuscitating. Zhu Kelin is roaring in the hospital, and according to the doctors, Zhu Yunping has a 70% chance of paralysis from the waist down. Whether he can survive is uncertain. Su Dayuan replied casually, and by now, Mr. Zhao couldn't sit still, waving his hands at Su Dayuan, shouting, "Ask them. Whatever you want me to say, just ask, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 337 to 326. Resuscitation failed _1 Chapter 337. Chapter 326. Resuscitation failed _1. This reaction made Liu Yongxin laugh. I've noticed that since you came to the brigade, Director Zhu's interrogation methods have changed a lot. Now he's completely unorthodox, but it has allowed him to control the killer's mind tightly. Bai Xiangrong is just a college junior. No matter how scheming he is, he can't outwit an old fox. Zhou Ning also laughed along. We are all exhausted. Director Su is hoping for a swift and decisive resolution. Besides, once Bai Xiangrong confesses, all of Zhu Kelin's anger will be directed towards Bai Xinfeng and his father. Then there will be no more obstacles to this case. Liu Yongxin nodded and stretched lazily in agreement. My apprentice is right. Indeed, we're all worn out. Lengthening the battle is bad for everyone, and it could also lead to unforeseen problems. Let those rich people fight amongst themselves. Both of them laughed, and Zhou Ning checked his phone. Mr. Zhao and his team had been gone for quite some time without any update, leaving Zhou Ning wondering whether Mr. Chu's end was delayed or if they were held up getting food, and then he dialed Mr. Zhao's number. Mr. Chu hasn't sorted it out yet? I've tried many times, but the phone is completely destroyed. It smokes as soon as it's connected to power. However, Mr. Chu is cracking their QQ accounts, and the content has been compiled. It will be sent to Mrs. Fei shortly, and it's quite substantial. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I'll forward a copy to you in a bit. After hanging up the phone, he looked back into the interrogation room. Liu Yufei's computer chimed cooperatively, signaling received data. She showed it to Su Dayuan and printed it out. Bai Xiangrong, sitting in the interrogation chair, didn't hesitate this time and began confessing. I've liked Zhu Yunping since I was a child. However, I also knew that this kind of cross-gender affection was not accepted by society, so I never admitted it. After all, we grew up together, and he has always treated me as his best buddy and friend. I've been by his side to do whatever he wanted. Be it skipping classes, chasing girls, consuming recklessly, or throwing all sorts of parties, anything you can or can't think of, I was willing to indulge with him. When he took drugs, he would sometimes go wild with me. Having him was all I needed to be content. But everything changed when he met Fu Wendan. Zhu Yuping actually told me he had fallen in love with her, saying she was different from anyone he had met before. Although she seemed like just a pretty face, she was actually very proactive. Fu Wendan, striving for a better life, worked multiple jobs and didn't accept a penny from Zhu Yuping. She just wanted to date him. That moved him, and Zhu Yunping wanted to change his ways, not wanting to continue in such disorder. He said he wouldn't touch me anymore, but still considered me a good brother. Is that what I wanted? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If I couldn't have what I wanted, then I would destroy it. That was Zhu Yunping's teaching since we were kids. If he wanted something, he had to have it. If he couldn't, he'd have someone destroy it. I could do the same. I told him that since that's the case, we should go wild one last time and quit messing with this nonsense. I said I would help him quit drugs. When I said this, Zhu Yunping was deeply moved and hugged me, crying. I had been planning for a long time and called over a classmate from the sports academy. The three of us were quite close. Last night, we went to Cloud Top Guest House and played all night. While on me, he actually called out Fu Wendan's name. Do you know what it feels like to be mocked like that? When dawn came, Zhu Yunping fell asleep. I used his phone to contact Fu Wendan, telling her that Zhu Yunping was very drunk and kept vomiting, hoping she would come over to take care of him. Fu Wendan agreed, and I gave her the address, then I dumped Zhu Yunping in another suite. Fu Wendan arrived soon, and she didn't like me. I could see it in her eyes. I handed her a bottle of water because she must have been thirsty from the rush, and she drank it without suspicion. Then I took her to Zhang Zigao's room. Of course, I had already fed Zhang Zhigao a blue pill, and he had been moaning under the blankets for a long while. Fu Wendan was caught off guard, but as soon as she entered the room, she felt something was wrong. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. She tried to leave, but how could I let her go? I injected her neck directly. Someone who had never touched that stuff, getting a dose like that, it's indescribable to those who haven't experienced it. They simply can't resist. Seeing someone come in, what could Zhang Zhiga know? He grabbed Fu Wendan and got down to business. After they were done, I went in to check. To my surprise, that guy had actually used protection, but it didn't matter much. Seeing Fu Wendan unconscious and having thrown up all over, my hatred overflowed. I roughly dug into Fu Wendan there and even bit her a few times. I wanted to do more, but I was too flaccid, so I just poked around her mouth, vented my anger, threw her clothes on in disarray, put on Zhu Yunping's cap, dodged the cameras, and took her to the car. At this point, Bai Xiangrong paused. Su Dayuan, with his arms crossed, stared at Bai Xiangrong without urging him to continue, showing no interest and asking no further questions. His gaze seemed like his patience was running out and he might leave at any second. Bai Xiangrong took a deep breath and shifted his position. I stuffed Zhang Zigao's used condom into the crack of the car door on the driver's side, put a seatbelt on Fu Wendan, and after everything was arranged, I went to open the trunk. Wearing gloves, I strangled Fu Wendan's neck with fishing line. But I didn't check her breathing. I didn't know if she was dead. I wrapped a scarf around her neck, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After all this, I was somewhat scared, and I discarded the gloves and other items in a panic. I came back through the stairwell, going straight up to the 8th floor. I don't know what time it was, just that I could smell the breakfast from the 2nd floor's restaurant. As soon as I got up, I went to wake Zhu Yunping. Zhu Yunping was still high from last night, and he was a bit groggy when I woke him. I had him drink some water, gave him the car keys, and told him Fu Wendan had said she was waiting in the car and that he should hurry down to meet her for breakfast. Zhu Yunping laughed and ran, but I grabbed him, telling him to take the stairwell instead so the front desk people wouldn't bombard us with questions. Besides, Fu Wendan doesn't like the breakfast here. Hearing this, Zhu Yunping put on his coat and dashed down the stairwell. I watched from the stairwell window as he went to the car. My heart was about to leap to my throat, but Zhu Yunping didn't linger long. The car roared off, and I knew he had taken too much last night, twice his usual dose. How could he possibly handle that rush so early in the morning? Back in the room, I thought about leaving, but I figured if anything happened to Zhu Yunping, they would naturally contact the school. I left a note for the instructor, saying we were at the Cloud Top Guest House. I guess he didn't find it because you guys took forever to come, and I really panicked. I realized I couldn't keep the phone, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. So I broke the SIM card and threw all 4 of our phones from the 8th floor to the small road opposite. Around 1, Zhang Zhiga woke up, and seeing that I couldn't let this give us away, I hurriedly gave him another shot. He kept moaning, but I knew he wouldn't die. I flushed all the remaining drugs down the toilet, handcuffed myself in the bathroom, and soon after, you all arrived. Actually, when I cuffed myself next to the bathtub, I regretted it because that's when I discovered the wound on my finger, but I don't know when it happened. Zhou Ning's brow furrowed, lacking the ease of Liu Yongxin at his side. Although Bai Xiangrong's confession was comprehensive, explaining the absence of their images from the surveillance footage, but waking Zhu Yunping and sending him off with Fu Wendan while still in an excited state was not intending to let him live. After all, right out of the Cloud Top Guest House. One could directly get onto the overpass or the elevated expressway. The minimum speed limit there is 60 kilometers per hour, not exceeding 120 kilometers per hour, and especially since Zhu Yunfeng's car was a sports car, its windshield wouldn't make you feel like you were driving fast or easily perceive the speed. So when Bai Xiangrong sent Zhu Yunping off in the car, he didn't plan on him surviving. Su Dayuan shook his head. You've explained this much, yet you still want to argue? You knew perfectly well if he had overdosed and what the effects were. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You hoped had die in a traffic accident, with the car and its driver destroyed. Who would then pay attention to Fu Wendan in the passenger seat? If you were from an ordinary family, this might still be plausible. But your father is Bai Xinfeng, who followed Zhu Kelin to obtain He Changlong out of nothing. All this isn't as simple as you've put it, not just a love gone sour or an affection for Zhu Yuping. I think you desire He Changlong even more and want Zhu Yunfeng's life. All right, sign the statement. Su Dayuan stood up and ignored Bai Xiangrong's cries for attention. The testimony obtained was sufficient to fit all the evidence. Killing Fu Wendan and the premeditated unsuccessful attempt on Zhu Yunfeng's life left him without a defense. As for the rest, Su Dayuan didn't need to judge. Zhu Kelin had grown He Changlong's strength, and he was no fool. Just as Su Dayuan was heading to the observation room, Zhou Ning's phone rang, alerting him to 4 new emails. Mr. Zhao rushed in energetically, with Mr. Yang following behind holding lots of takeout containers. It looked like lunch was ready. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Mr. Zhao blinked. What's with that look? Did Bai Xiangrong not confess? Su Dayuan didn't respond. Despite obtaining Bai Xiangrong's confession after the interrogation, he still felt somewhat irked, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Lu Yongxin poked Mr. Zhao and tilted his chin toward Yang Xuedong, who was behind him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Take the food to the office, then print out the reports. Director Zhou just got some emails. We'll have a look at the report. If there's no issue, we can wrap up and finish compiling all the materials. Yang Xuedong quickly turned and ran, while Mr. Zhao sighed in relief and bumped Su Daiwan's shoulder. Come on, boss, the case is over. Why the long face? We're just cops, tasked with recreating the crime and finding all the evidence to prove the murderer's acts. The rest is out of our hands. If you let every case get you down, there's no point in living. Su Dayuan didn't kick Mr. Zhao, while Zhou Ning nodded on the side. Right now, I just want to know the test results. I haven't had a proper meal all day and am starving. Su Dayuan patted Zhou Ning's shoulder, knowing everyone was trying to cheer him up. But just as Zhou Ning finished speaking, Su Daiwan's phone rang. It was Mr. Bai, who had been left at the hospital. Could it be that Zhu Yunfeng's surgery was done? What's happened? Director Su, the doctor just came out to say that Zhang Zhigao didn't make it through resuscitation and has died. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 338 to 327. Recommendation trap _1 Chapter 338. Chapter 327. Recommendation trap _1 Su Dayuan had the speakerphone on, and everyone heard the content of the conversation, falling silent for a moment. 2 dead and 1 seriously injured, all at such an age. Indeed, it was lamentable. However, there were certain things that one simply should not touch. Once touched, a lifetime could be ruined. Bai Xiangrong said Zhu Yuping liked Fu Wendan and wanted to say goodbye to his past for her, to change himself, to quit these filthy substances, but it was not something he could quit just because he wanted to. If he had only been using, there was still a possibility for people with strong willpower to quit, but they were injecting, people with open skylights, who would have to struggle against it for life. Their lifespan and quality of life would be greatly affected. According to data published by an international medical journal, indulging in these substances reduces average life expectancy by 10 to 15 years, and the average lifespan of those who use D is 36 years old. They generally do not live past 40. At that moment, young Xueding returned, one hand carrying a stack of reports and the other hand carrying a boxed meal, running back. Clearly, he did not go to the technical department to print, but had found a place to print in the team building. Seeing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, he didn't know what to do with the reports. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning took the reports from him and flipped through them. The comparison results show that the male DNA we found on the fishing line and gloves, etc., matches by Xiangrong. Let's go to the office and finalize the content of the autopsy report. We'll work overtime to get everything finished and hand it over to Director Su. The next day, as soon as Zhou Ning had parked his car, Mr. Zhao ran over. Seeing his hurried appearance, Zhou Ning was puzzled. Hadn't they finished everything last night? Could there be some arrangement from Su Daiwan's side? What's the matter? Mr. Zhao waved his hand. Last night, Mr. Bai sent me a video. Before Director Su arrived at the hospital, Zhu Kelin and Bai Xinfeng started fighting. During their scuffle, they revealed many secrets. Bai Xinfeng accused Zhu Kelin of being ruthless back then, colluding with the cleansing group, to which Zhu Kelin retorted by calling the police, claiming Bai Xinfeng had instigated Bai Xiangrong to inject Zhu Yunping with D and stage a car accident. Zhu even burst out that last February in Heian City, people were sent to kidnap Zhu Yuhai. The kidnappers have since turned themselves in, with Zheng Chuanbo personally escorting the culprit to our team building early this morning. The car information, transfer information, recorded conversations, etc., a whole lot of evidence was produced, essentially nailing Bai Xinfeng to the wall. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Director Su handed the case over to Tauda, and all those witnesses are currently undergoing examination up front. Tauda is to be pitted. He hasn't slept all night, and his blood pressure was 180 this morning. On my way here, I saw Mrs. Fei throwing a fit in the hallway. Oh, and a large pile of evidence was delivered that needs to be tested. Zhou Ning listened, bemused. During the kidnapping case last year, when they investigated in Heian, Zhu Yufan had not mentioned it. Perhaps it was done secretly, and they didn't want to cause the child too much distress. But Zhu Kelin was definitely no ordinary man. His son was in trouble, and while resuscitating him, he immediately realized that all these issues were related to the Bai family father and son and revealed all the ace evidence he controlled. Without much thought, the evidence he presented must be genuine and the kind of evidence that delivers a decisive blow. On the other hand, the collusion accusations made by Bai Xinfeng were 20 years old by now. The parents and sister of Li Hua have already passed away, making it nearly impossible to unravel the intricacies. What's left to see is whether Bai Xinfeng, back then, left anything behind to save his own life, any pertinent evidence. After all, he was from a financial background and might be more sensitive to financial evidence. But this was just a dog-eat-dog situation. It's such a mess. The bigger the industry, the more people covet it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, especially these two, who once colluded and gained Heichanglong through unscrupulous means. Everybody in the industry knows it. They're both not good characters. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao, who continued to rant angrily. Director Su letting Tauda take over shows his stance, and I think it's also Mr. Huss meaning. Enough with the spectating. Have they transferred Bai Xiangrong's files yet? They've been transferred. I mean, we got back so late last night, and these past days we've been constantly working on entrenched cases out of town. Can't they give us a few days off? Zhou Ning smiled. In fact, he too wished to visit his grandfather. After all, being so busy these days, he hadn't had time even to call his grandpa, who must be worried sick. Let's go, let's head up. I'll ask Director Su in a bit, if possible. We'll take a few days off. I also want to go back to Qidong to check on things. Mr. Zhao came over, beaming, nodding continuously. Honestly, we just happened to be at the gunpoint yesterday. If we hadn't run into Zhu Yunping when we got back, that case would have been handled by those two groups. Zhou Ning nodded. Actually, if it weren't for your quick reaction yesterday, we might have got in trouble too. Furthermore, if Zhu Yunping didn't slow down while we were blocking him at the red light, he might have just sped through the intersection. A high-speed collision with the concrete mixer truck would have been disastrous. /P brake time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Even in a low-speed state, the accident was grave. If speed had been a factor, there might have been an explosion on the spot, leaving nothing but debris. Mr. Zhao also felt very emotional. Yeah, if he had been going over 80 when he hit the concrete truck, it would have been fatal, nearly igniting as is. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the concrete truck driver is out of danger now. Moreover, it seems Zhu Kelin has had a change of heart. He had his lawyer handle compensation matters, assuring that the driver's losses and medical bills will be somewhat covered. As for Fu Wendan, Zhu Kelin specifically asked Tao De, and in addition to normal compensation, he had his lawyer give the Fu family a sum of money as restitution and consolation. After all, Fu Wendan did truly care for Zhu Yuping. Zhou Ning remained silent. The Fu family was a typical working-class family, with just one daughter. Now that the child was gone, the couple had lost their drive. It was a difficult obstacle to overcome, and they might end up like Cui Yushang, a single accident destroying a family. The case is closed. Hurry and get ready to take the intermediate level exam. There's still enough time to prepare. Don't get caught unprepared. I'll find you some materials to memorize tonight. Mr. Zhao wanted to refuse, but swallowed his words under Zhou Ning's gaze. All right, I'll take the exam. I trust your ability to guess the questions. /P brake time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He went upstairs, arrived at the office, and to his surprise, Cui Lily was actually inside the office. Zhou Ning was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly approached, asking, Mrs. Cui, what brings you here? Please have a seat. What's the matter? Cui Lily hesitated before sitting down, looked at Zhou Ning, then glanced at Mr. Zhao, who quickly put on a smiling face. Sis, you guys talk. I'll go check on the laboratory. Mr. Liu's blood pressure wasn't too good yesterday. I brought him some medicine, and I want to see if he's arrived. Mr. Zhao left, closing the door behind him. Only then did Cui Lily speak up. I want to ask you for a personal favor, and I really find it difficult to broach the subject. Mrs. Cui, just speak your mind. If it's something I can do, I'll certainly try my best. Cui Lily hesitated for a moment before biting the bullet and saying, My niece is called Cui Liwen. She's studying clinical medicine at Qin University and is in her senior year, currently preparing for the graduate entrance exams for forensic medicine. Her mentor told her that he has a recommendation spot reserved that he could give to my niece and also move her into his research group. I want you to help me find out if it's possible for someone from the clinical medicine specialty to apply for a graduate program in forensic medicine. Also, I think Qin University's forensic medicine graduate program was just established this year. This mentor of hers is from the software field, not from forensic medicine. /P brake time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. I'm a bit confused and unsure if this recommended spot really exists. Zhou Ning found a notebook and recorded the detailed information, including her name and specialty, and also inquired about the girl's personal details. It is indeed possible to switch to forensic medicine for graduate studies. Qin University allows that since they're merely recruiting graduate students. Since the forensic medicine specialty is new, they wouldn't have their own pool of undergraduates to draw from for graduate studies. However, I'm not familiar with the mentor. In our country, unlike me country, clinicians are not allowed to also work as forensic doctors unless they switch professions. But this requires passing a professional qualification exam for forensic medicine. Mrs. Cui, do you know the name of that mentor? Cui Lily took out her phone, found a text message, opened it, and handed it to Zhou Ning. I've forwarded it to you. These are screenshots of their conversation. The mentor is named Zheng. I just don't feel he's reliable. Could you please find some time to ask around for me? Li Wen really likes forensic medicine, and after hearing about how you're involved in solving cases, she admires it even more. Zhou Ning smiled and reassured her, "We'll be taking a break these next few days, and I just so happen to need to visit Qin University to check on some software updates. While in there, I'll make inquiries since Dr. Liu is also the associate dean now." Cui Lily stood up, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, then I'll leave it in your hands. Li Wen is academically strong. I think she could succeed in the entrance exams on her own merit. I don't want her to seek shortcuts and end up doing something regrettable. After seeing Cui Lily off, Zhou Ning sent a text message to Dr. Liu, explaining the situation. Mr. Zhao returned soon after, looking at Zhou Ning with a gossip-hungry expression. "What's all the secrecy about? Mrs. Cui has never come like this before. Did something happen?" Zhou Ning nodded. Mrs. Cui's niece is a senior at Qin University's School of Medicine. Her mentor mentioned a guaranteed recommendation for postgraduate studies, but her niece wants to apply for forensic medicine, which is cross-disciplinary. How could he have such a spot? Mrs. Cui felt uneasy and asked me to inquire on her behalf. Mr. Zhao was momentarily puzzled. "I've never taken the postgraduate exams, so I don't understand the ins and outs, but I have heard of guaranteed recommendations. Why don't you just ask Dr. Liu and clear it up instead of worrying here?" "I just texted to ask, and he hasn't replied yet." While they were speaking, Zhou Ning's phone rang. It was Dr. Liu calling. "Zhou Xiao, I saw the text you just sent. Is this recommendation matter personally claimed by Zheng? Yes, there are chat screenshots where he insists it's true, which has confused me too. Could he be teaching anatomy or clinical medicine and giving lectures in different faculties? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, it's true that one can teach in different faculties. I've just inquired, and this Zheng has been an assistant in ethics. He was assigned here in 2010, recently selected as a lecturer. It's true there are recommendation spots in the School of Medicine, but they're only for those within the same specialty. Tell that girl, Cui Li Wen, not to make this public. We'll start an internal investigation right away. That guy has other motives, and we absolutely won't let him go." As for her desire to apply for the Forensic Medicine graduate program, we'll soon begin internal screening, and I'll arrange for her to have a chance to compete. Hearing this, Zhou Ning understood and his face grew more serious. "All right, Dr. Liu, I'll send you the screenshot shortly. I hope to see strict penalties for such misconduct." Qin University is advancing swiftly in research and development. The reason for choosing to collaborate with Qin is partly due to you, and also because of Qin's educational philosophy, and now there's even a partnership with Professor Li Chengbin. I don't think this is an isolated incident. I hope to provide clarity to the students' parents. If this inquiry hadn't come to me, she might have taken him at his word, possibly making a wrong decision, being deceived or hurt, ultimately damaging the university's reputation. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation and will announce the investigation and disciplinary results within the school. After hanging up the call, Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Zhao, belatedly realizing the gravity, blinked in astonishment. She was being scammed, huh? Damn, there are even traps in recommendations. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p chapter 339 to 328. Squid Ink Dumplings _1 chapter 339. Chapter 328. Squid Ink Dumplings _1 Zhou Ning didn't dare to delay and immediately went to the inspection department, rang the doorbell, and a young man opened the door, quickly stepping aside to let Zhou Ning in with enthusiasm. "Director Zhou, you've arrived. Please come in." Zhou Ning waved his hand. "I won't go in. Call Mrs. Cui out for me. I have urgent business with her. Ask her to put aside whatever she's working on." Hearing this, the young man hurriedly turned around to find someone, and when Cui Lily was called over, she was neatly dressed in isolation gear, seemingly engaged in some biochemical test. Zhou Ning pulled Mrs. Cui out, waved to close the door behind them, and the two came to the end of the corridor. Seeing Zhou Ning acting so seriously, Mrs. Cui wore a worried expression and quickly tore off her gear. "What's wrong? Is this about Qin University?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Right now, you contact Cui Liwen and tell her not to say much to Xing, but also don't reject him outright. Just say she'll think it over. I just got off the phone with Dr. Liu. We're starting an investigation immediately. There are positions reserved for recommended postgraduate admissions, but only within the same field, and this Xing is just a chemistry lecturer. He doesn't have the qualifications to recommend anyone for postgraduate studies. Nor does he have any laboratories he can be involved with. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The university will have a screening process for recommendations next month, and Cui Liwen can try out for the Forensic Science graduate program. Cui Lily nodded in a fluster, pulled out her mobile phone, and made a call, carefully conveying Zhou Ning's instructions. After hanging up, Cui Lily patted her chest. "Thank you, Director Zhou. I just felt something was off about this." Zhou Ning also breathed a sigh of relief. Cui Liwen's initiative to discuss it with you shows that the girl has noticed something amiss. She's observant. Tell her to review hard, especially anatomy and biochemistry, as she hasn't covered these topics in a while. These are crucial subjects for the forensic science field during the selection process. Cui Lily smiled. "I'll visit her home this evening. We need to talk in person about these things. I have to go and finish the tests. Another day I will have Liwen come thank you. I've told her about you. The girl idolizes you to no end." This remark made Zhou Ning a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head and waved his hands with a smile. "Please, no need. If she needs reference books, I can give her some. You go ahead with your work. I need to see Director Su. There's more business to handle." After that, Zhou Ning visited the laboratory on the 4th floor, only to find that neither Mr. Chu nor Lu Yongxin were present. Upon asking, he learned that Lu Yongxin's blood pressure had risen, causing him some confusion in the morning, and Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu probably exhausted himself and now had a fever of 39 degrees and was on N4 in the hospital. Zhou Ning immediately dialed Su Daiwan's number, and the latter picked up quite promptly. "Leader, I need to discuss something. Several of my team are down, either with high blood pressure or fever and dehydration. This high-intensity work is just too draining. How about we slow down the work pace and give everyone some time to breathe? I could give them a few days off. What do you think?" Su Dayuan coughed a few times and said in a hemming voice, "Can't you ask me first why I didn't assign you any workload? Is it because you're not feeling well?" Zhou Ning froze. His words carried a tone as if he was preemptively accusing someone else. "Leader, I'm not a worm in your stomach. Who can withstand such exertion? I heard that Bai Xiangrong's case has already been transferred. As for the police report by Zhu Kellen, you've passed it on to Tauda. I thought you didn't want to deal with it. Talking about this just gives me a headache. I've told Mr. Hu, let the economic investigation team work with them on the investigation, but with kidnapping cases, where there is clear evidence and testimony, Bai Xinfeng can't clear himself. And I also suspect Bai Xinfeng had a role in Bai Xiangrong's case. These two are ruthless people, and with their capabilities, getting to know a child's social circle or the people and things they encounter isn't difficult, yet they let everything happen. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Perhaps Zhu Kellen has given up on Zhu Yunping. After all, comparing the two, Zhu Yuhai has greater ability, more brainpower, and excels in many areas. All right, no more of this. Let Jinshan deal with this. Our work team has been decimated. I'll speak with Jinshan in a moment. If the forensic department needs to cooperate, contact the other two groups directly. You can assign some work and then take a few days off. Return to the team by next Monday." Zhou Ning hung up the phone cheerfully and went straight to the offices of Zhu Zhuozhang and Feng Jijian. Both men were there, and upon seeing Zhou Ning, they were somewhat at a loss for words. After all, since Zhou Ning was appointed director of the second department, he immediately joined Su Dayuan in the task force, and although the sign on the door had changed, the nature of their work hadn't, and Zhou Ning hadn't called them for any arrangements. They used to be in comparable leadership roles, and meeting now was somewhat awkward. "Director Zhou, have you returned?" Zhu Zhuozhang gave Feng Jijian a blank look. The plump man was spouting nonsense. "What returned?" "Director Zhou came back yesterday. The second autopsy room has been lit up." "Are you blind?" Feng Jijian was taken aback, his expression frozen, while Zhou Ning rubbed his nose and smiled. "Let's not stand on ceremony with director this and that." Externally, we're the forensic department's second team. Internally, we all know the situation. We're just the workers here. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. These past days, we've been following the task force down to the counties and cities. You must have been swamped here. I just came to check in. The task force has been broken up, they're looking into other cases, and we won't be leaving in the short term. If anything comes up that you need my support for, or if you need the laboratory's help, just say so. Also, the face reconstruction software has been installed in all autopsy rooms. No need to rush learning the steps. Someone responsible for training from Qin University will come over first next week, and it'll let you know in advance. Our own people should get the hang of it first. After all, it can solve many problems. When the time comes, those who can learn on this side should follow along. Joy was hard to hide on Zhu Zhuozhang's face. That's fantastic. I've been coveting that software for a while now. Even though we haven't encountered cases with facial damage in all years, this thing has many applications. Zhou Ning nodded. In a bit, I'll talk to Mr. Pang and suggest that the mechanics of traffic accidents would be more useful for him. I'll have him send someone to study it as well. That way, even if people from other provinces come to visit, we can demonstrate it at any time. Feng Jijian nodded vigorously, his chubby cheeks trembling with emotion, no less than Mr. Zhao's. That's a good arrangement, but director, now that you've been promoted, why haven't you treated us to a meal so we can all share in the joy? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. That comment caught Zhou Ning off guard. What promotion was he talking about? It seemed like just a few hundred more on his payslip, but the workload that came with it was a headache. It really wasn't something to be happy about. Still, he thought it over and realized he had indeed never socialized with them, so it might be a good opportunity to strengthen their camaraderie. Fine, I'll check my schedule and invite a few people from the squad. We'll get together then. Ever since I came here last year, I've been so busy, we've never really had a chance to gather properly. All right, I'm going to get some sleep. It's been more than 10 days since I've had a good night's rest. Feng Jijian and Zhu Zhuozhang saw Zhou Ning off. After a bit of chatter, their relationship seemed to have warmed up a little. After watching Zhou Ning walk off, Zhu Zhuozhang shook his head and sighed. I tell you, despite our age, neither of us has the capacity for work or the resilience compared to Director Zhou. We should get that training arranged properly, step up the pace on our cases, and make sure everyone who can learn attends next week, or there won't be another chance like this. After hearing this, Feng Jijian nodded along. I'll arrange it right now. I lost. But Grandpa, you cheated. How can you look at a chess manual while playing? Isn't that bullying me? The old man took off his reading glasses, his face blooming into a smile as he waved a dismissive hand at Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You little rascal, you're deliberately letting me win. Don't think I can't see through that. But when it comes to playing chess, Shansuan is the best at it. Your tactics are too obvious. It's no fun. Zhou Ning pouted. I know you like Shansuan, and even though it's Friday, Mr. He is overloaded with work, and Xiaoyu just started school again. I asked on my way back, they won't be coming this weekend. What? Isn't a grandson's company good enough for you? The old man slapped Zhou Ning on the back, unable to hide his joy. You scoundrel, always teasing your grandpa. How can I not be happy seeing you? But you've lost so much weight in less than half a month since joining the work team. Zhou Ning shook his head. Can't help it, I've been working nonstop. I covered 2 county-level cities and dealt with 5 difficult cases. They were old and evidence was hard to gather. I only rested 4 or 5 hours a day. I feel like I've gotten thinner, that's why I hurried back to have Auntie whip me up a feast. I want Grandpa to dote on me a bit, too. Otherwise, you'd only have eyes for Mr. He. The old man chuckled again, but his face showed his concern. I heard from your second uncle that the city has set up a team to clear up backlogged cases, and you're working with that team. It's really a good thing. Behind every case, there's a family that can't find peace. They've waited so many years to bring the criminals to justice. That's their lifelong plea. Alright, let's not talk about work at home. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, don't you have confidentiality rules? Zhou Ning nodded, preparing to set up the chess pieces again when Auntie quickly came over. She wiped her hands on her apron and patted Zhou Ning on the back. Weren't you saying you were hungry? Dinner is ready. It's all your favorites. And today I was able to get fresh cuttlefish, so I used the ink to make dough and prepared dumplings with a cuttlefish filling. At that, Zhou Ning quickly got up and helped the old man up. I knew Auntie cared about me the most. Let's hurry and wash our hands, Grandpa. My stomach is growling just thinking about it. At this, both the old man and Auntie couldn't stop laughing. Auntie touched Zhou Ning's head, her affection as clear as the old man's. She gave a sideways glance at the second uncle watching TV. It's like you don't even notice Zhou Ning has lost so much weight. How can you be so blind? Help me bring the dishes in and pour some wine for Dad, but remember, only 1 glass for him today. He's been controlling his blood pressure, so we need to manage it strictly. Second uncle raised his hands in compliance, a look of obedience on his face as he smirked at Zhou Ning. See, Auntie rules the roost. I'll go get ready. You all come eat quickly. Once everyone was seated and faced with a table full of delicious food, Zhou Ning's mouth watered uncontrollably. Though he could eat these dishes outside, his taste buds seemed to remember the flavors of home. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, like these cuttlefish dumplings. Auntie liked to add a bit of half-fat, half-lean pork, Chinese chives, and diced lotus root to the filling. With this combination, the tender and savory cuttlefish was accompanied by a crisp texture, enriching the taste beyond what could be bought outside. The grandfather watched his grandson, his smile never fading, as he placed dumplings in front of Zhou Ning. Eat up, your auntie made these especially for you, knowing you love this taste. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 340 to 329 Good Uncle Zhou _1 chapter 340. Chapter 329 Good Uncle Zhou _1 After the meal ended, Zhou Ning was so full he could barely move. Much to the horror of his second aunt, who shooed him out to support his grandpa while walking several rounds around the lake outside the neighborhood, helping digestion. After he escorted his grandpa back, Zhou Ning finally returned to his own home. The room was very clean. Obviously, his second aunt had been coming over to tidy it up when she had nothing else to do. Even without the presence of his parents, Zhou Ning was not lacking in love. The way his second uncle and aunt treated him, it was truly as if he were their own. After taking a bath, Zhou Ning sat on the edge of his bed, intending to take off his long-sleeved shirt to sleep, but as he lifted the long-sleeved t-shirt, a large screen that had not appeared for a long time popped up, displaying a sentence. Congratulations, bound person, you have successfully advanced 2 levels, unlocking a new round of permissions. All rewards have been doubled. Please see the details page for reward contents. Does the bound person wish to see the detailed contents? Zhou Ning, with his head covered, was startled. Just as he was about to touch the little speaker on the screen, he lost his balance and fell directly onto the bed. He scrambled up in a panic, tossed aside the t-shirt, and then looked at the details page. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Bound person. Zhou Ning age, 28 Forensic Doctor level, for overall evaluation. Good learning ability reward utilization. 51% accumulated upgrade value, 170. Requires 30,000 for upgrade. To his surprise, he had leveled up. And it was a jump in levels too. Previously, he was always pressed by a countdown, advancing at a slow pace. Now, without paying attention to it, by ignoring it, he had seen such a progression, which brought waves of joy to Zhou Ning. In fact, for a long time, he had forgotten about the existence of the system since it had turned off notifications. It was almost as if it did not exist, and Zhou Ning was even more engrossed in handling cases, with no room left to think about anything else. By keeping himself busy, he was able to avoid thinking about matters related to his parents. Zhou Ning put his thoughts aside and clicked on the details page. The rewards he received were astonishing. The knowledge content that was originally grayed out had all become rewards, covering 3 whole pages. Of course, much of the knowledge was what he had originally acquired, but the level had increased. Randomly clicking on a forensic anatomy subject, it indeed showed a publication date of December 19, 2022. Zhou Ning browsed contentedly, looked at the time required to acquire the related knowledge, and felt much more settled. He turned over, closed his eyes, and just as he was dozing off, he did not appear in the small black room equipped with a dissection table. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He found himself thrown back into the room without doors or windows, with various books strewn all over the desk and floor. After looking around, Zhou Ning felt much calmer. These books were all contents from the recent rewards. It seemed he wouldn't be put through intensive training for a short while. He would have to finish studying these books to unlock the next round of intensive training. He opened the top book, Overview of Crime Scene Reconstruction, and started studying seriously. The next day, a series of urgent rings from a phone call pulled Zhou Ning out of the small black room. Staring at the ceiling for a long time, he finally remembered that he was back at his home in Qidong. He grabbed the incessantly ringing phone and saw Xia Momo's name on the display before quickly answering. "Hello, Mr. Xia? You're still in bed, aren't you? I'm sorry to disturb your rest." Zhou Ning looked at the time, and it was already past 9. It seemed he wasn't particularly a bad student, as he had been so engrossed in reading Overview of Crime Scene Reconstruction that he had lost track of time. "It's okay, I was just sleeping in. Is there something you needed by calling at this time? I heard from Dr. Liu that you reported a chemistry teacher named Zheng Like, who seems to be manipulating things covertly and even provided screenshots and such. Do you know that student? That girl is Cui Liwen, Mrs. Cui's niece. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. She came to me yesterday to ask if it's possible to take the graduate entrance exam for another major while still maintaining her recommendation. That's when I talked about Cui Liwen's experience. I think Zheng Like has questionable character and is trying to lure female students with the promise of reserved spots for admission without exams. I went to Dr. Liu to verify this. On the other side, Xia Momo obviously breathed a sigh of relief and quickly spoke. Got it. Dr. Liu has already had the school start an internal investigation, and Zheng Like has been suspended. I'll go find Cui Liwen in a bit. Zhou Ning blinked, not immediately understanding what that meant. Dr. Liu mentioned yesterday that there's an internal selection for recruiting forensic graduate students. I told Mrs. Cui to inform Cui Liwen to study up on that aspect. Don't worry about it, I'll go find her. Also, when you have time, come to the lab at Qin University. After the software modification, you can check it for any issues with its application. Zhou Ning looked at the time again before replying, Okay, I'll drive over in a bit. It's been a while since I last visited, and I should indeed check on the modifications. Xia Momo laughed. All right, see you in a bit. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning got up, washed, and only then noticed 2 covered bowls on the dining table. Lifting the lids, he found 2 large bowls padded with towels underneath. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P1 contained millet porridge and the other 7 or 8 small buns that were unmistakably made by his second aunt, still warm at the time. Zhou Ning quickly sat down and swiftly devoured everything. Waking up to food ready to eat gave him such a sense of home comforts that he couldn't help but smile. After cleaning the dishes, Zhou Ning went downstairs, drove to Qidong University, and called his second aunt on the way to compliment her on the consistently delicious flavor of her pork and celery buns. He knew they were freshly made that morning, but suggested not to bother so much next time. Of course, this brought on a cascade of mild chiding from his second aunt, who scolded him about not eating properly in the mornings and not touching the food she sent over in the fridge. She also admonished him to drink fewer soft drinks and went on, but Zhou Ning listened with a smile the whole drive. This kind of concern warmed his heart. When Zhou Ning drove up to the west gate of Qidong University, the guards didn't stop him upon seeing the car's number, letting him through directly, which suggested that Dr. Liu had already given instructions. The smooth entry without a pass made Zhou Ning somewhat relieved. He went straight to the R&Amp winking and laughing building, and just as he parked, he saw Mr. Chu waiting for him at the entrance. "Why are you here? Didn't you rest?" Mr. Chu shook his head with a smile. "Dr. Liu said you might come today, so he asked me to hurry over and wait for you downstairs. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning realized that Xia Momo must have informed Dr. Liu about his schedule. "Let's go up then, it's still a bit cold outside." The two went upstairs together and headed straight for the R&Amp winking and laughing office. Dr. Liu came over with a smile when he heard the door open. "I've been looking forward to your arrival. Come in, I've had everyone gather in the meeting room. We can do a demonstration to see how the latest improvements work and whether they meet our practical application expectations." Zhou Ning nodded with a smile, feeling somewhat sheepish. The money kept being transferred into the account, but as the designer, he had taken a hands-off approach and busied himself and the lab team with clearing backlogged cases and following up on major ones, accomplishing nothing substantial. It wasn't fair not to contribute. "All right, let's go take a look. Mr. Xia called me just now. She seems to want to talk to that Chui Liwen. I didn't see Mr. Xia just now, though." Dr. Liu slapped his forehead, realizing, "I asked her to take care of it. This thing like daring to do such a thing makes me feel disgraced. But since we started an inquiry and accepted anonymous complaints yesterday, we've received a lot of allegations. Now we're checking them one by one. It's surprising what you find when you look. This isn't an isolated case. However, I've looked at Chui Liwen's records, and this girl's academic performance is quite exceptional, with high praise from all teachers. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P greater than I think with her grades. There's no need to wait. She can directly be fast-tracked to start graduate courses. Moreover, I've discussed with the school's leadership, and for our software, we have already applied for international patents. These developments are cutting-edge technology, and we're not rigid about completing coursework in a set number of years. We need to keep up with the times and select courses based on students' abilities. We should increase the weight of practical applications, but this requires discussing with your city bureau. We need places for our interns to really learn while on the job. This is the true meaning of nurturing talent, isn't it?" Zhou Ning nodded continuously, agreeing that the direction was correct. Their technical department truly needed people, like Sun Gaodai, who grew through their internships. However, making such a decision was beyond Zhou Ning's authority. 1. It was up to what Mr. Hu thought, and 2. Mr. Ping's opinion mattered. After all, according to Zhou Ning, students from the computer science department could also intern at the city bureau. Having 1 or 2 talented individuals like Mr. Chu in the technical department wouldn't restrict their work. Later, I'll communicate with Mr. Hu about this. We must report to the provincial department and also see what Mr. Ping thinks. I believe it's not just the forensic department that needs forensic science talent, but also a large number of computer science professionals. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. If our software is well applied, it will require professionals. Such complementary services would also solve employment issues and meet the technical staff needs of various provincial and city bureaus. Otherwise, even if the software is bought, its practical use and promotion could be affected. Dr. Lu nodded nonstop and patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. I always say, I should talk with you more often. You've just broadened my thinking. We can directly offer an elective course for this batch of computer science graduate students, train them with a targeted focus, and accompany the software. Wouldn't our Qin University talent be in high demand? Haha. Dr. Lu suddenly felt his spirit lifted, laughing more heartily than before, and, while laughing, he took out his phone. Can't waste time, let me give Mr. Lu a call. You probably don't know, but the appointment has just been announced. Mr. Lu is now the dean of our Qin University. This reflects the recognition of our research center's development and the 5-year plan's direction. You just wait, I'll have Mr. Lu join us for our progress meeting. Saying this, without waiting for Zhou Ning to respond, he turned away to call Mr. Lu. After making arrangements, Dr. Lu pulled Zhou Ning along, heading toward the meeting room on the 3rd floor. When they reached the stairwell turn, they happened to see Xia Momo talking to a young girl, who appeared to have just cried. Xia Momo was comforting her tenderly. Dr. Lu called out to Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P Xia, and only then did Xia Momo turn around, seeing Zhou Ning and smiling warmly. She patted the girl beside her and pointed at Zhou Ning, saying, All right, no more crying. Look, this is the forensic Doctor Zhou Ning you admire so much. It's largely thanks to him you weren't deceived. Say hello to him, okay? With those words, Zhou Ning immediately knew who the girl was and hurried over to Xia Momo's side. Cui Liwen's face still had tear stains, but her expression went from surprise to disbelief and finally excitement. She wiped her hands on her clothes and bowed deeply to Zhou Ning. Hello, Uncle Zhou. In Cui Liwen/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P chapter 341 to 330 improved results display _1 chapter 341. Chapter 330 improved results display _1 Zhou Ning was momentarily taken aback. Almost sent away by the phrase Uncle Zhou, he found the sensation indescribable as a girl a few years his junior looked up to him with admiring eyes and called him uncle. Xia Momo tried to suppress a chuckle, nudged Zhou Ning's arm, and tilted her chin towards him. Say something. Only then did Zhou Ning come to his senses, realizing he had just lost his composure, and nodded towards Cui Liwen. Hello, there's no need to call me uncle, just call me Dr. Zhou. Have you two finished talking? Xia Momo nodded her head. We've finished talking. I'll go through the formalities tomorrow and Liwen will take the exam in the afternoon. Zhou Ning was taken aback. He remembered Dr. Lu mentioning that they would schedule a selection process later. So soon? Dr. Lu leaned in. It has to be quick to avoid leaks. We want to select truly outstanding candidates who are eager to pursue this career, not just assigning research positions to teachers so that they can control students' futures. Right, you'll leave a bit later today. Help me review the exam content. You're the specialist after all. Zhou Ning watched Dr. Lu a bit dumbfounded. What was this all about? A visit wasn't complete without making the most of it, and Dr. Lu wouldn't let him off easy. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P thinking it over, Zhou Ning didn't dare resist. After all, the compensation from Qin University was substantial enough that with his current savings, he could afford to buy 2 houses and still have money left over. A scenario he couldn't have imagined before. Okay, let's start the meeting first and see the effects of the software upgrade. That's the most pressing issue. After all, we've already sold quite a few copies of the software. The operations haven't fully normalized yet, so upgrading shouldn't be too troublesome. Cui Liwen quickly stepped back, bowed to the group. Uncle Zhou, Mr. Xia, and Mr. Lu, I'll go back and study now. May I ask if the placement test will include forensic medicine material? Dr. Lu raised an eyebrow and looked mysteriously towards Zhou Ning, clearly hoping Zhou Ning would answer. But Zhou Ning was inwardly groaning. This was putting him in a tight spot. Despite being trained for 2 years by the system, his professional grades had been terrible, and having to create a test for non-specialists left him at a loss. I think there will be some, but with the knowledge you've learned, you should definitely be able to analyze and answer. Go back and hit the books. After Cui Liwen left, the group moved to the conference room where the heads of the development and design teams arrived one after another. Seeing the large screen in the room made Zhou Ning quite envious. He only learned it was developed by Qin University after reading the small print at the bottom, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The various sections of the screen displayed different contents. Mr. Lu arrived at the last moment and gave an impassioned speech, much to everyone's encouragement. The initiative in the room was sufficiently stirred up. Zhou Ning looked at the little old man and noticed he seemed much more vibrant than he was 2 years ago. That he had become the director was expected. Going against common opinion back then, he had collaborated with Zhou Ning and the Qingdao City Public Security Bureau, which were very advanced initiatives at the time. These bets paid off immensely for him in the end. Dr. Lu, on the other hand, didn't say much but let each department speak about their progress. The 6th phase was already in design, and everything was moving along smoothly. The rate of data collection and database expansion was 20% ahead of schedule, a result that exceeded expectations. By the end of the year, the 6th phase should be fully online. The analysis data from the mechanics department, combined with animations, would automatically simulate the sequence of impacts at an accident scene, as well as the order in which they occurred. This would be applicable to traffic accident analysis and in analyzing large-scale major incidents, though this would require some preliminary data input. After discussing these matters, Dr. Lu asked Zhou Ning for his insights and suggestions on the software development. After giving it thought, Zhou Ning closed his notebook, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In terms of design, my role has always been just to come up with ideas, while the true implementation has relied on the collective effort of everyone here. However, now that the development of the software is nearing the completion of its 6th phase, it seems to have reached a bottleneck in forensic medicine and traffic accident analysis. I can sense your concerns, but I don't see it that way. The software's database still needs constant expansion. One aspect is moving towards the overseas market, which my mentor, Professor Li Qianbin, has already started to help us negotiate. Another aspect to consider is the direction of our design. Archaeological survey and exploration work have long been carried out using quite primitive methods, with the Luoyang shovel still being their main tool to this day. Combining our software with this field, could we expand into archaeology? One application could be in the restoration of skeletal remains, and another in aerial scanning analysis at archaeological sites. Although many metal elements can obstruct detection, we could analyze factors such as soil layer density and excavation traces. Beyond that, I have another vision. Our university has been developing 3D printing technology, and many research institutions are considering cooperation with the medical field. However, there are significant barriers to its practical application. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Consider artificial bones, which are expensive and require individual customization, hindering the technology's development. Could we combine our software technology with further development in 3D printing materials and even create relevant machinery and equipment? Of course, this would require applying for the necessary patents. Enabling more medical institutions to independently complete the production of bones in a short time based on data such as the patient's missing bone parts, shape, size, and so on, ensures that surgeries requiring artificial bones to be completed quickly are not constrained by foreign technological barriers. Of course, these are all my aspirations. Everyone needs goals and imagination. If it wasn't for Dr. Lu realizing my vision back then, today's software would not have been launched. And the sixth phase of the software's development is not an end. I believe this is just a beginning. Perhaps in the near future, mentioning Qin University will signify the breeding ground for all cutting-edge technologies, making the once proud international universities inferior. Moreover, within our research institute, we can establish a reward mechanism, proposing new directions and intentions. Once adopted, one could receive rewards like dividends, inspiring everyone's creativity. That's all I have to say for now. I believe my abilities are limited, but our collective creativity is boundless. As Zhou Ning's voice trailed off, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Liu and Dr. Liu both stood up, followed by everyone else in the room, one by one. After a long round of applause, the excited expressions on the faces of each elderly gentleman spoke volumes. As Mr. Liu, he was acutely aware of what everything Zhou Ning spoke of meant. Wasn't it his ultimate dream? What Director Zhou mentioned exactly matches my thoughts. I am someone about to retire, and yet I feel the blood boiling in my veins. Rest assured, we will start researching the reward system tonight. As for the direction of development, I think archaeology is very promising, especially since an old friend of mine is an expert in that field. He was inquiring about the software a few days ago, wondering if it could be applied to their archaeological work. I think we can talk to him later to understand their needs in detail and combine them with the software, just as Director Zhou suggested, avoiding metallic interference and expanding our thinking from the content of various substances in soil layers. I am quite supportive of this point. Dr. Liu laughed. Every time he met Zhou Ning, he was presented with new opportunities. After speaking his thoughts, he looked toward Mr. Chu and slapped his forehead, continuing, "I was too busy being happy. Mr. Chu, please introduce the application of the software's upgrade, and it would be best to give a live demonstration." Mr. Chu, visibly nervous, approached the podium. Those in technology often found such presentations challenging. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Once he connected his laptop to the big screen, he began explaining, pointing at a damaged skull with a laser pen. First, I'll demonstrate a part of the bone reconstruction from Phase 5. This skull was found during a case Zhou Ning and I dealt with in Rudong City. The skull was severely damaged, with less than 55% preserved, and almost completely collapsed on one side. The police tried to look for the bone fragments, but due to 10 years of weathering and severe gnawing by small animals, it was impossible to piece together. This limited our system's ability for autonomous restoration. Afterward, Director Zhou and Mr. Xia tried a symmetrical repair method. Although there were some discrepancies, it allowed us to reconstruct the bone based on its overall framework and avoid any technical issues that could affect the comparison results. Let's now look at the improved demonstration process. Mr. Chu swiftly operated the system, but to Zhou Ning, he seemed to have slowed down his actions. Once the skull scan was displayed, an analysis frame appeared next to the software, which then began automatic calculations. After completing the calculations on the relatively intact side of the skull, it replicated data and then merged it onto the other side. However, this wasn't a mindless copy and paste, but a skeletal analysis based on the heights at the point of damage. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Continual calculations were performed below, and after completion, green lines flashed across the surface of the skull on the screen. A selection box appeared below, asking whether to manually modify the data. Mr. Chu hurriedly explained, this step allows for manual modifications. If any important facial bone characteristics were found at the scene that needed modification, one could complete it here. It's not overly complicated. Adjusting various lines can achieve the alteration. Of course, if the adjustments exceed a reasonable range, the system will prompt a warning. Please watch. Mr. Chu dragged the lines around the eye socket downwards by about a centimeter, causing the screen to flash immediately. A prompt dialog box appeared, warning that such a modification exceeded the skeletal structure of a normal human and suggested caution. Mr. Chu canceled the change and moved to the next step. The skull repair was completed, and then, based on the state of the bone, the software analyzed the age. Options on one side included hair color, hairstyle, eye color, skin tone, professional features, and more. There were over 20 options. The options here can be searched vaguely, but the region still needs to be selected. After all, the character generated by the system will be built referencing regional characteristics. Let's now look at the generated facial images and a comparison with real photographs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p as he spoke. He displayed 4 generated images alongside the real photo of the deceased, enlarged to full screen, prompting a collective intake of breath from the audience. Zhou Ning paid close attention. Inside that option box, there was a setting for the year of birth, which was quite useful. After all, the nutritional intake of people born after the 1990s is completely different from that of those born in the 1960s, making it a point worth analyzing. Glancing at the comparison image, he exchanged glances with Xia Momo, acknowledging that the software's analytical capabilities had indeed significantly improved after the update. However, there was a limitation. If the deceased were a person with well-proportioned features, at least a 50% completeness of the facial bones was needed. And if there was damage on both sides, the resemblance after repair would be very low. But if that level of completeness was achieved, then there would be no need for repair in the first place. Seeing Mr. Chu finish, Dr. Liu raised his head toward Zhou Ning. Director Zhou, how do you think this section has improved? Zhou Ning waved his hand dismissively. This Phase 5 is faultless, but what about Phase 4's galloping, that micro-expression recognition, has it been improved? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 342 to 331 selfishness _1 chapter 342. Chapter 331 Selfishness _1 Mr. Chu muttered to himself as he analyzed the word Zhou Ning had just blurted out, repeating it a few times. After eventually uttering the words carousel, he looked completely disconcerted. Zhou Ning's face was full of embarrassment, and Mr. Chu blinked, suddenly at a loss for words. Xia Momo instantly lowered her head, her hand covering her mouth, trying hard to control the smile on her face. But that's the thing with people, the more you try to hold it back, the less you're able to. Eventually, even tears appeared in the corners of Xia Momo's eyes, while Dr. Liu looked puzzled. What's the matter? Zhou Ning waved his hand hurriedly and said, It's nothing, just an inside joke from before. If there's no improvement in this 4th iteration, we don't need a demonstration. We can wait for another opportunity to see it and then. Before Zhou Ning could finish, Mr. Chu raised his hand, adopting a rather nonchalant attitude, took off his suit jacket, and gestured towards Zhou Ning, who paused without moving. Dr. Liu pointed at himself and then stood up directly. Mr. Chu, do you want me to help with the demonstration? Mr. Chu glanced at Zhou Ning before reluctantly nodding, gesturing to Dr. Liu to come closer to his side. Mr. Liu, please come in front of me. Turn your back to the big screen and face Director Zhou's direction. Just stay still, and I'll ask you questions. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p then. Your answers and whether you're lying or the meaning of your expressions will be analyzed and displayed on the big screen. Dr. Liu's face lit up with interest. As a chemistry doctor able to manage such a large research center and participate in such interesting experiments every day, he was very enthusiastic. No problem, I'll definitely cooperate. Just to clarify, this is my first time participating in the 4th phase of the experiment. Zhou Ning remained silent, watching Mr. Chu locate several cameras aimed in Dr. Liu's direction, which then appeared on the big screen and began recording. Within 10 seconds, the collection of the initial raw footage was completed. Then Mr. Chu began asking questions. Your name? Lu Chengxian. Date of birth? November 1953. What's your spouse's name? Su Zhizhong. Up to this point, Dr. Lu's speech rate and tone had not changed, and even the features on his face hadn't moved. On the big screen, ticks kept appearing in the comparison box, affirming the accuracy of his answers. Mr. Chu then abruptly changed the question. Was your marriage a love marriage? No. The big screen started to flicker, but in the end, it accepted the answer. The evaluation given was that the answer was dialectical. It might not be considered a negative answer from the perspective of the respondent. Zhou Ning thought about it for a while, not quite understanding what this meant. However, Mr. Chu's next question came a bit faster. Do you have children? Yes. Boy or girl? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p one of each. Would you accept your daughter or son having a same-sex partner? Yes. The moment the word yes left his mouth, the comparison box on the big screen immediately signaled an alert. Everyone looked up and laughed, but Dr. Lu just scratched his head without much embarrassment. Generally, parents would outwardly agree, but deep down, they'd probably wish they could redo their child. Indeed, that was against my true feelings. Zhou Ning waved towards Mr. Chu. There were no carousel effects this time, just red comparison boxes flashing, which really looked much better to the senses. The improvements are quite good. This could be separated from the 6th iteration. It's quite suitable for the simple operations of a criminal investigation interrogation. After all, interrogation rooms nowadays are equipped with multiple cameras that can capture suspects' micro-expressions at any time. It can be promoted along with our software, but how about we settle the billing separately? Dr. Lu laughed. His smile reached his eyes, clearly delighted. Professionals are indeed professionals. But we should give it a name, shouldn't we? Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhou Ning didn't know what to name it at the moment. Xia Momo poked Zhou Ning and whispered, "This is like a psychological test, isn't it? It's not just for lie detection, but also for analyzing the meanings within micro-expressions. I think calling it a psychological testing system would be appropriate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning nodded continuously. Mr. Xia is right. It could be called the psychological testing system. It's perfect since it would be a sister product to our facial reconstruction system. They have different applications. Of course, we could also enlist experts who are adept in criminal psychology to give us suggestions to expand into new research directions. I think we could ask Professor Li Chenbin. Dr. Lu's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I'll contact Professor Li later to have him check it over. Besides, let's get this to the laboratory for the Qidong City Bureau to test for any practical issues. We're not afraid of making improvements. We just fear the system encountering unrecognizable situations in real-world applications. A multifaceted approach will definitely enhance it, just like our facial reconstruction system. Director Lu made a concluding remark, and naturally, the gist was to have Zhou Ning visit the research center at Qin University more often, since every visit he made provided everyone with directional insights. Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, he was just a hands-off manager who felt somewhat guilty about spending the money. The meeting ended, and several technicians surrounded Zhou Ning, bombarding him with numerous questions. Zhou Ning explained everything he knew, from the books and cases provided by the system to the technologies involved. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He thought his explanations were rather superficial, but these technicians listened intently, continuously taking notes, which made Zhou Ning feel a bit awkward. In the end, only after repeated interruptions from Dr. Lu did they let Zhou Ning go. He quickly returned to the office with Xia Momo and 2 others. Dr. Lu pushed a laptop in front of Zhou Ning. That's enough. I know you're busy with work and hardly have time to rest. It's rare for you to come back to Qidong, only to be tricked by Mr. Xia into coming here. But don't feel down. The competent are always busier. This time, we don't want to follow the same old paths for the internal selection of forensic postgraduate students. We don't want those who are only good at exams, but lacking in practical and analytical abilities. I want to do the opposite. After all, understanding this profession, it's clear that one must extensively engage in dissections and on-site observations. As for theoretical knowledge, I'm not worried about that. After all, anyone who can make it into the clinical majors and pass Qin University's standards is not bad. So, would it be possible to discuss this with you? Once these kids are selected, we'll create an experimental class for targeted training. You all will take turns taking them to crime scenes, guiding them through autopsies. This way, they'll become hot commodities. After all, the talent we cultivate is most valuable in terms of practical abilities, just like Mr. Zhao by your side. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. His educational background may not be the best, but in his field of trace evidence, he is irreplaceable. His words reminded Zhou Ning, who glanced at the date on his phone and nodded at Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu, you're different as a dean. All right, I'll dutifully be at your disposal. I'll do whatever you ask of me today. So, you want me to come up with real questions, is that it? I selected a few real cases and then listed some details that were discovered during the autopsy process, asking them to choose whether these events could happen, to judge their acuteness, as well as their observation skills and their control over details. Zhou Ning said. Dr. Liu looked up and laughed. I said it. Once I talk to Zhou Ning, he knows what I want to do. We'll test these people's abilities for real. We don't need many, we just want the best. Students trained this way will certainly be able to stand on their own once they graduate. Zhou Ning didn't say anything, just smiled. Dr. Liu made some valid points. Coming out of school, Zhou Ning had seen dissections and never missed a class of a senior anatomy teacher. However, actual hands-on opportunities were too scarce. But this field truly requires talent and a heart that seeks the truth. The three of them had already arrived at an office. Zhou Ning asked Xia Momo to look up some pictures online, or to connect directly to a computer to find the electronic versions of previous autopsy reports. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Xia Momo went even further, creating a hand-drawn illustration that clearly organized the content Zhou Ning wanted to convey. Zhou Ning chose 3 cases. One was the 9.17 homicide of a female student from the medical college whose body was hung from a tree. This one had a unique aspect as the body was flung over 100 meters, a special phenomenon that could easily be mistaken for a traffic accident and very meaningful to explain. Another was the case of a body hidden under a bed, which wasn't particularly unusual, but it could engage the student's sense of justice, as well as what they could do in an investigation, and expand their thinking with the use of facial reconstruction systems. The last one was the gold bar theft and family annihilation case. In this case, the forensic doctor's role in the secondary autopsy, as well as the criminal psychology aspect, presented a significant challenge. Having chosen these directions, Xia Momo completed the relevant illustration work, provided scoring points, and the correct answers. Then Zhou Ning stopped what he was doing and stood up to look at Dr. Liu. I think that for ordinary students, even if they like this profession, there's a limit to what they can understand. But the parts I've selected from these cases will show their analytical abilities. Sometimes the standard answer is a category, not something that can be completed with options A, B, C, D. Dr. Liu nodded vigorously, his face full of emotion. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Greater than I will always remember when I first met you. That one thing you said, speak for the living, give a voice to the dead. You wanted to tell the last testimony for each victim, to bring their killers to justice. You don't know how shaken I was the first time I encountered such a professional young man. When I first approached you, it was because of your ability to write papers. You could explain such professional matters in simple terms, clearly, and find detailed directions for comparison from various traces. It was also for this reason that I felt ashamed. Suddenly, I thought that before I retire, I should do something. Not just for titles or my own reputation, not just to co-author papers with others, but to help Qin University develop further under my efforts. If I can achieve that, I will have no regrets in death. Dr. Liu was very emotional, able to speak his mind openly, and even mentioned the issue of authorship, which surprised Zhou Ning. But indeed, as Dr. Liu said, when he had approached Dr. Liu in the past, it really was for the $3,000 manuscript fee. However, as Zhou Ning spent more time working and encountered more cases, especially solving the red dress serial murder, his mindset changed dramatically. He wanted to excel more, to bring many more criminals like Cui Guanglin to justice, to prevent them from harming others. Once this idea surfaced, it couldn't be stopped. That was the reason he had always been actively working with Su Dayuan, /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p of course, there was also a private motive. According to the system's hints, once he reached level 5, he would be able to regain some of his memory. Would he then be able to clearly see the two men accompanying the scar-eyed man? In any case, to know the past and to find out the truth about his parents was also a way to give an account of their lives. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 343 to 332 Enjoying the Good Life with My Grandson _1 Chapter 343 Chapter 332 Enjoying the Good Life with My Grandson _1 The next day at noon. Zhou Ning was playing chess with the old man before lunch when his phone started ringing. He put down the chess piece and stared at the board for quite a while, leaving the old man with a puzzled face. Hurry up and answer the phone. What are you looking at the board for? Zhou Ning was on guard. I have to make sure I remember the positions. Otherwise, Grandpa might swap them and I wouldn't even know how I lost. You've cheated more than once or twice, so I need to be cautious. The old man was speechless, then picked up a cushion and threw it at Zhou Ning. Stop your jabbering and answer the phone, you brat. Zhou Ning took out his phone, glanced at the name on the screen, and begrudgingly answered the call. What's up, Dr. Liu? Seeing the old man raise his hand, Zhou Ning instinctively dodged further away, escaping the old man's striking range before he paid close attention to Dr. Liu's voice coming from the receiver. Hee, when I call you, it should tell you it's about the exam. Aside from the multiple-choice questions, the short answer ones are all varied. Mr. Xia and I have been looking at them for a long time, and we can't determine if they are right or wrong. Zhou Ning was startled. Isn't there a teacher specialized in forensics? Dr. Liu sighed. I was fine until you mentioned that. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p. Now it just makes me angry, almost to the point where I want to fire them all. They're all like crooked melons and cracked dates. I had them answer in advance, and clearly, they all perfectly avoided the standard answer you provided. They didn't even touch on the question stem. The first one even thought it was a traffic accident. Zhou Ning was stunned. Had he not explained it clearly, or had they all overlooked the stab wounds under the edges of the ribs? Did anyone get it right? Dr. Liu sounded very cheerful. Believe it or not, a few got it right. But the one with the most standard answer was that student, Cui Liwen. I even suspect you might have leaked the answers to her, but I trust your integrity, especially since she calls you uncle. I bet you definitely wouldn't contact her on your own, ha. Zhou Ning was at a loss for words. This old coot was truly excited. It was a rule-breaking, excellence-selecting screening, and it made him so happy. Zhou Ning found it hard to continue the conversation, and after thinking for a moment, he said, How many papers are there in total? I can only help you take a look. Mark how many points each question is worth. I can help you review the papers, but as for the final score, you guys can tally it up, right? Dr. Liu laughed again. Not too many. How about this? Have you eaten yet? I've already sent someone to your house, directly delivering the papers. Just move your lips and take a look. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for recording and organizing the scores, I'll leave that to them. How does that sound? It's not someone from the forensic department, is it? Zhou Ning was somewhat intimidated, as his own postgraduate graduation had involved some indescribable events with his supervisor, making him somewhat resistant to teachers from that discipline. Mr. Xia and Mr. Chu are heading over together since you're more familiar with them. After you've looked at them, they can just bring them back. Zhou Ning was about to say something when the old man kicked him and pointed toward the dining table. He had already gotten up and was calling out to the kitchen. Today, his second aunt was out, so it was a cook who was responsible for preparing the meals. The old man asked her to prepare additional food. Hearing this, Zhou Ning couldn't say much else. All right, then ask them to eat at my place. Since the cook is already there, she's made quite a lot of dishes. Okay, that's settled then. Also, I want to let you know that the property deed will be ready next week. Should I have it couriered to your office or sent to your hometown? Zhou Ning was surprised. Send it to the office. Even if I'm not there, someone will help me receive it. Thanks, Dr. Liu. What's there to thank me for? I've got another call. It's from Mr. Chu. I think they've arrived. After hanging up, Zhou Ning walked over to the north side window. The old man followed, and together they looked down. Sure enough, Xia Momo and Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu were quickly getting out of a car. Mr. Chu was holding a pile of papers, and seeing the quantity, Zhou Ning was shocked. Weren't there hundreds of papers? Seeing Zhou Ning stunned, the old man patted him and went ahead to open the window, waving to Xia Momo. Xia Momo, you've arrived. Hurry up and come in. I'll ask Zhou Ning to come down to meet you. Xia Momo looked up when she heard the voice and flashed a sweet smile upon seeing the old man. They interacted for a bit, and soon they were coming upstairs. When Zhou Ning opened the door, they had already arrived, and he put down 2 pairs of disposable slippered booties. Change into these shoes. Both pairs are disinfected. Just set the papers aside for now. Well, look at them after we go to my place. Let's eat first. What time did you guys leave? The old man ran over, took Xia Momo by the arm without waiting for Zhou Ning, and sat down in the living room. The two chatted merrily while Zhou Ning felt a bit awkward. Mr. Chu put down the papers and sniffed the delicious aroma permeating the air. What delicious food have we got here? It smells so good. My stomach started growling at the scent. The cook made beef ribs and a chicken. You're in for a treat. Hurry and wash your hands so we can eat. Once everyone was seated, the cook was quite efficient. The old man's hints were not lost on her. In addition to the 4 dishes already prepared, she added a babao sticky rice and a fruit salad. The taste and presentation were impeccable. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Without any formalities, they dug in, as they had been busy all morning. They quickly finished lunch, and during the meal, the old man took such good care of Xia Momo that she felt quite embarrassed, only being let off the hook by the old man after she truly couldn't eat anymore. All right, after you finish eating, hurry over to Zhou Ning's place to discuss business. If you want to eat something another day, just tell Grandpa, and I'll have your aunt make it and send it over to you. By the way, I forgot to ask Xia, are you still neighbors with Zhou Ning? Xia Momo smiled shyly and glanced at Zhou Ning. Yeah, I still live in building number 7 behind Qin University. Grandpa, don't bother, I can cook too. If Zhou Ning wants to eat something later, I can make it for him. The old man beamed with joy upon hearing this and nodded continuously. You can't spoil the boy. It doesn't matter what he wants to eat. It's what you like that's important. Later, just let me handle it. I'll have your aunt prepare it. Zhou Ning knew that if he didn't end this conversation, the next part would be about urging him to marry. Grandpa, you should rest. We need to work on these exam papers. There are so many, we probably won't finish reviewing them all this afternoon. The old man gave Zhou Ning a knowing look, fully aware of his grandson's character, and patted Xia Momo's hand. Go on then, don't just focus on work. Boil some hot water to drink. Xia is a girl, she can't catch a cold. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. You young man just don't know how to take care of others. Zhou Ning, almost as if escaping, dragged both of them back to his place. They kept laughing, but no one pointed out Zhou Ning's urgency. After putting down the papers, Zhou Ning took a glance and felt overwhelmed. Isn't this just an internal selection? How come so many people have signed up all at once? Xia Momo shook her head. I don't know either. Originally, when the announcement was made last night, there were only about 30 applicants. Later, perhaps seeing that the institute was serious and that you all had gone to the research center, people thought it was reliable, with the promise of directed placement and a degree, so they all became interested. However, some of these writings are really good. Zhou Ning was somewhat speechless, but since things had reached this point, he couldn't just throw in the towel. Glancing over the exam papers, he saw the first one covered standard topics on both sides, touching on a bit of knowledge in various areas, even forensic knowledge, which was definitely beyond the scope. Nonetheless, some students managed to answer them, impressing him with their intense study habits. On the second sheet of paper were 3 cases that Zhou Ning had set up, each worth 20 points, featuring a mix of multiple choice, fill-in-the-blank, and short answer questions. They were quite diverse and even more meticulous than the ones Zhou Ning had written before. He glanced at Xia Momo, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p who revised these questions? They are really well done. Mr. Chu leaned in to take a look and immediately laughed. Mr. Xia thought the questions were too simple, so he increased the difficulty and broadened the scope. Like Mr. Zhao, his hobby is various vehicles. Mr. Xia said we could look among these students to see if any have similar strengths. After all, we still need to establish the discipline of trace evidence examination for the graduate students in June. Zhou Ning nodded, admitting that their approach was more thoughtful than his own. Without further contemplation, Zhou Ning began to check the answers. Seeing their responses, he was somewhat amused and frustrated. Some were just answering for the sake of answering. The questions had stated that based on the case, they should find detailed characteristics, something that could be discovered upon careful analysis. However, some went completely off on a tangent, writing hundreds of words of self-indulgence, not even touching on the actual points. Time ticked by, and as the sky outside darkened, Zhou Ning finally finished the last paper. Mr. Chu quickly entered the scores while Xia Momo took photographs to upload the results. Their collaboration was not slow. Rubbing his sore neck, Zhou Ning looked at the two of them, who were also quite tired. While he could rest, they had to keep pace with the research center, even coming out on a Saturday to take care of things. Finally done. They both sighed with relief. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chu held the papers and quickly packed them up, taking a glance at the upload progress on Xia Momo's end. Let's go back now. Dr. Liu and the others are all waiting for the papers. They need to select some and check their regular performance for comparison. Zhou Ning looked out the window. It's already this late. Why not eat before we go? Xia Momo waved her hand. Dr. Liu and Director Su are equally impatient. They want quick results to publish, so no one takes advantage of loopholes. After all, we genuinely want to cultivate talent and don't want others to use it as a tool just to get a degree. Zhou Ning couldn't argue with that. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted them. Zhou Ning hurried to open it, and as the two were already prepped to leave, they moved toward the door. The old man greeted them at the door with a smile. I knew you'd be in a hurry to leave. Xia, take this with you. It's dumplings with Spanish mackerel filling and wontons, all homemade. You young folks don't have time to cook, just boil these, and they're ready to eat, convenient. Zhou Ning thought Xia Momo would refuse, since she still had to return to Qin University, but she accepted them with a big smile. Thank you, Grandpa. I love the filling Auntie makes. This girl, always considerate. Go on then, be careful on the road. Xiao Ning, go downstairs and see them off. Zhou Ning saw them off downstairs. Mr. Chu drove off hastily, obviously eager. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Back in his room, the old man sat on the sofa and gestured to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning felt a headache coming. He knew the old man probably wanted to talk about his marriage prospects again. Zhou Ning, from today onward, I won't rush you about getting married. But Mr. Xia is a good person, and I hope you'll treasure that. Don't talk about family, and don't force yourself to dwell on your parents' issues. I hope you can let go. That's not what they would want to see. Your happiness and joy are what's most important. I can tell you're very happy with your current job and have a sense of accomplishment. So, commit to it seriously, but remember, life isn't just about work. Slow down and enjoy what young people should. I'm not an old fogey, I don't mind if you don't get married. Did you hear me? The old man's words left Zhou Ning a bit at a loss, but he slowly nodded and smiled at the old man. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm not fixated, nor do I insist on anything. Besides, after I'm through with this busy period, I will buy another house. I have spare cash on hand, and with housing prices rising so quickly, it's better to invest in property. Aunt's retiring in a few months, you and I could move there. Let Uncle eat in the cafeteria. Moreover, this way, we can take care of Xiaoyu. It was rare for the old man not to argue but to nod and smile instead. Great, I'll go live it up with my grandson, stay in a big house for a change. It'd be nice to have Xiaoyu look after the kids. My life would then be complete. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 344 to 333. Pregnant _1 chapter 344. Chapter 333. Pregnant _1 June 21st, 2012. The meeting at the city bureau ended. Zhou Ning had yet to stand up when Mr. Hu from next to him came over, patting Zhou Ning's shoulder, his heart and eyes brimming with satisfaction. Not bad. I thought the cleanup of the dormant cases wouldn't show results until at least the end of the year, but you guys finished them all in less than 4 months. That's more than 20 cases, each one of them complicated and challenging. I noticed Mr. Zhu's hair has turned quite white, but you've all done well and made us proud. When I submitted these to the provincial department yesterday, everyone looked incredulous. All right, the Dragon Boat Festival holiday starts tomorrow. Rest up well, and take some time to recuperate. As Mr. Hu spoke, he laughed heartily, Su Dayuan pouring cold water on the side. Come on, leader, are you trying to get people to poach us? Mr. Hu sighed with a sense of emotion. You don't understand. If I don't say it, I feel uncomfortable, but letting them feel a bit anxious makes me comfortable. As for Vo Xiaozhou, he's tied up with Qin University. Even if I could let him go, Qin University wouldn't agree. But this means you'll be restricted from working at the provincial department. Zhou Ning laughed. He had never considered working at the provincial department. I'm just a worker, not leadership material. I wouldn't fit in at a bigger unit. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I'm quite happy at the city bureau, where we have cases to work on and everyone helps out. That's not a problem, just give some perks. For example, our city bureau's DNA testing system is a bit outdated. Maybe they could update that. Mr. Hu was surprised, then his eyes lit up as he poked Su Dayuan. Listen to him, listen to him. He's young and has a good head on his shoulders. Why didn't I think of this? I slipped up. Next time Mr. Liu asks, he'll do a good job of putting it on his tab. As for what Zhou Xiao mentioned about the equipment, file the request. We'll tighten our belts if we have to, but we need to arm ourselves technologically. Zhou Ning remained silent while Su Dayuan nodded along. The last time people from Huining province came here, they did mention that their equipment delivered results faster and could handle more samples at a time. If we had one more set, our various investigations would indeed become much more efficient. Mr. Hu nodded and pointed at Su Dayuan. Ask Mr. Ping about this. Why didn't he mention it earlier so I could be in the loop? Zhou Ning had a headache. He had heard Mr. Ping mention this several times. It seemed the suggestion was raised, but never feedbacked. However, Mr. Hu was too busy, and Zhou Ning couldn't really say anything else. Following the cleanup of the dormant cases, all the divisions were adjusting the aftershocks of Mr. Ren's dismissal. But the dormant cases were not really considered resolved. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan, who showed no reaction. Zhou Ning tried puffing his cheeks, but Su Dayuan looked puzzled, as if they were not on the same wavelength. Mr. Hu noticed Zhou Ning's gesture and coughed. Quit acting in front of me. Speak up. I came up from a managerial position at the brigade. What can I know? Don't tell me you want to get married and are expecting a gift from us. That's not a problem. Zhou Ning's face warmed slightly. Although Mr. Hu was decisive and strict outside, he was genuinely good to them, him, and his impressive ability to derail conversations. No, there's one case that wasn't included in the over 20 dormant cases prepared for investigation. Hey Race, what happened? After handling a case in Qidong, we met an old, chubby man during dinner. Zhou Ning recounted the visit to Fatty's noodle house, repeating exactly what Mr. Zhao had told him. Mr. Hu listened intently and fell silent for a while. When he looked up at Zhou Ning again, his gaze carried a meaning that Zhou Ning couldn't fathom. Since you've all been given the go-ahead, then do it. But this case must be investigated in secret. I hadn't started working in the City Bureau in 2004, but I did hear about this case. The issue of leaked investigation details was probed, but the bureau chief at that time clamped down on it and took no action. I will have someone cooperate with you to find the materials from back then, but it won't be easy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. If it was suppressed without accountability, naturally the evidence was destroyed. Su Dayuan sighed and rubbed his increasingly white buzz cut. Leader, you didn't see that old man, Fatty. He smiled the entire time we were there, but behind that smile, there was so much sorrow. It's heart-wrenching to think about. And with the murderer of this case still at large, if it happens again, our Qidong will become infamous. No past achievement could offset something like that. Mr. Hu glared at him. Don't try provoking me. Investigate however you need to, and just say the word if you need my support. Also, I will have someone pull up the City Bureau's personnel information from that year. As for evidence and materials, I remember when I first arrived, I came across this case, and there were very few evidence and materials. Zhou Ning blinked. His leader's words carried a lot of weight. It seemed that when Mr. Hu first arrived at the City Bureau, he had wanted to start with this case, but there was too little evidence to establish a direction for the investigation. How very few is that? Mr. Hu pursed his lips, and Zhou Ning, believing his question was inappropriate, looked at Su Dayuan with some worry, but Su Dayuan waved his hand. Look, leader, we're about to start the investigation, and you're here being all melancholic. You've already got a handle on the cleanup of dormant cases, so is there some secret you can't share? Come out with it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Xiao knows Dr. He, so he can introduce you to a good urologist. Hu Guangjian slapped Su Dayuan on the arm. Su Dayuan chuckled twice, and Mr. Hu then sighed deeply and said, There's only the autopsy report, the crime scene inspection report, and photos related to the case. As for physical evidence, there's almost none. And we have no idea where the 3 victims were abducted or how it was done. Their vehicle was found a month later by the seaside, completely corroded by seawater, yielding no information. After listening, Su Dayuan fell silent, but Zhou Ning was not discouraged. He was mentally prepared to handle the case. The absence of various pieces of evidence was within his expectations. No problem, just give us the access to pull the relevant evidence, that's enough. After all, it's been 8 years. The technology back then was not what it is today. Even if there were oversight in the autopsy, without corresponding video recordings, we'll search for them. In not being naive, I've always believed that the vast majority of our system's personnel hold the original intention of punishing evil and promoting good. Mr. Hu laughed, lightly placing his palm on Zhou Ning's shoulder. My boy, you're quite something. Seeing you today, you're no less determined than I was back in the day. I'll have someone prepare the relevant materials for you later. You can start the investigation after the holiday. A few days' delay won't make a difference. After Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P, who finished speaking. He didn't wait for their response, waved his hand, and walked away swiftly, as if escaping, leaving Su Dayuan unable to hold back a laugh. Look at you, Zhou Xiao, scaring the leader like that. Better clock out now. By the way, what are you planning to do during these 3 days off? Zhou Ning looked wary, examining Su Dayuan up and down. If there's something you want to say, Director Su, just say it. Your opening remarks are making me nervous. During the past couple of weeks working through the backlog of cases in Rudong City and Heian City, it was a battle of brain cells. Dealing with the cases from the 7 districts in the city, it was a fight of hair loss. I'm genuinely exhausted. Not even a production team's donkey could be worked this hard. Su Dayuan gave him a dismissive look. Talking nonsense. You're worth 2 men easily. I'm just asking if you're going back to Qidong. I wanted to hitch a ride with you so I could sleep in the car instead of driving. What's a young guy like you gotta be tired about? As for me, a middle-aged man, if I don't get some sleep, I'll be going back just to get scolded by my wife. I haven't been home for months, and when I do, I just play dead. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose and pointed towards the door. Mr. Zhao is heading back to Qidong. Seems like he's going to his hometown for someone's birthday. You should go with him. My second uncle has brought my grandfather and the others over to my place. We have some things going on. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Su Dayuan rubbed his nose, eyeing the sly look on Zhou Ning's face. No, that's not it. Zhou Xiao, you must have something else. Come on, are you meeting the parents-in-law or setting a date? Zhou Ning looked surprised and, seeing Su Daiwan's relentless posture, shook his head and said, I bought a house right next to mine, in Wanhai Garden, adjacent to the sanatorium. There are a few small buildings inside. It's a 3-story house with a private entrance and a front and backyard where you can grow some vegetables. Many retired folks live around there. My grandfather has visited a few times and thinks the environment is nice. Now that we've finished cleaning up, we're moving in. Su Dayuan moved his lips, swallowing back all his words, and pointed at Zhou Ning with his finger. You're 28 this year, right? My son is 18 this year. Damn, people really can't be compared. Don't even talk about 10 years from now. Even in 20 years, if he can manage not to starve to death and handle his own mortgage, I could wake up laughing for my urn. While Su Dayuan was still lamenting, Mr. Zhao came in through the door. Seeing Su Daiwan's excitement, he quickly came over with a grin. Wow, what's the leader reflecting on so emotionally? Don't get so worked up. Did you not take a close look at your physical exam report? Your blood pressure is heading towards 180. Just keep it under control, and without getting agitated, the blood pressure will naturally come down. Su Dayuan glanced at him. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Cut the chatter. You're no less of a worry yourself. Come on, take me back to Qidong. Mr. Zhao was taken away, and Zhou Ning chuckled as he called his second uncle. This time, the call was quickly answered. Second uncle, where are you? It's your grandfather. Your second uncle is driving. We'll be at your neighborhood soon. Last time you took me to that building, we went through the south gate, right? I still need to go around to the south gate to find the way. Zhou Ning couldn't help but laugh. The old man was clearly excited. Don't worry if you can't find it. Just come to my house. You remember the password, don't you? No rush. Work comes first. Our family doesn't fuss about all this nonsense. Drive safely. I trust your grandfather can definitely find that door. After soothing his grandfather, Zhou Ning headed straight for home. The newly purchased small building was in a community next to the expert apartment complex. Separated by just one road, it was only a few hundred meters away in a straight line. Getting out of the car and entering through the north gate, he saw his aunt bustling in the kitchen. Hearing Zhou Ning's voice, she hurried over. Xiao Ning, you really are doing big things on the sly. This house is so beautiful, but it's such a large area. Let your second uncle and me chip in some money. Before his aunt could finish, Zhou Ning shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, auntie. I have the funds. I didn't even take a loan for this house. I bought it outright. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You're retired now, and the air is good here on the mountain. It's beautiful outside at night, and you can exercise by climbing the mountain. The environment is truly nice. As for my second uncle, let him eat in the canteen. As for my grandfather, Aunt Lou has taken good care of him until now. I think it's best he comes over too, to enjoy some comforts and see how I've arranged the place. Let me know if there's anything missing so I can get it. The old man chimed in to support Zhou Ning, and his aunt seemed a bit swayed. Zhou Ning held up his phone to her. What's there to hesitate about? You're here to get used to your new role ahead of time, and to start taking care of Xiaoyu. Look, what's this? His aunt stared for a long while at the image of a white plastic strip with one dark and one faint red line on it, puzzled by the partial view of the object. What is this? The old man took a quick glance, stood up immediately, and excitement was clear on his face. Zhou Ning, tell us quick, is Xiaoyu pregnant? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 345 to 334. Such a special weapon _1 Chapter 345. Chapter 334. Such a special weapon _1 June 25th. 2012. Zhou Ning parked the car, hung up the call with Mr. He, and his head ached all the way from Mr. He's nagging the guy did nothing but show off. How should he even put it? Were all soon-to-be dads this restless? Shaking his head, Zhou Ning quickly made his way to the office and saw that there were quite a number of people standing inside upon entering. Several from the lab, plus a few people Su Dayuan had brought with him. The office was already too crowded to enter. Glancing at Mr. Zhao, who had been squeezed to the edge of the crowd, Zhou Ning was puzzled. What's going on here? Su Dayuan heard the voice and waved his hand to the others. Hurry upstairs to the meeting room. We've been waiting for you. We've brought some files over, and there are still more downstairs. We might as well put them in your meeting room. Hold on, Director. What files are these? Su Dayuan was holding a large stack, big boxes one after another. It was impossible to tell what they were from the outside. Cut the chatter. Didn't we all agree on the day before the holiday that we would take over the 2004 4.14 kidnapping case? Mr. Hu also said he would prepare the relevant files for us. Did you forget everything after moving house during the holiday? Mr. Zhao was startled. Moving? When did you move, Zhou Xiaozhou? How come I didn't know? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan looked up at the sky, his arms already struggling with the files. Pivoting, he deposited the boxes into Mr. Zhao's arms and finally took a breather before continuing. The investigation isn't public, so it's not suitable to hold meetings at the Criminal Police Brigade. I thought it would be more convenient at your place. I've spoken to your Mr. Peng. Well, occupy the meeting room for now. Clear now? Zhou Ning nodded, understanding that if he didn't give a definite answer now, Su Dayuan might lose his temper. All right, everyone upstairs, get those files to the meeting room. I'll go find Mr. Ping first. Let's temporarily close off the 4th floor to others. Director Su will send someone to guard the stairwell. After all, the case files involve leaks, and it's very likely that it's someone from our own department. Su Dayuan hummed twice and was the first to head upstairs. Zhou Ning quickly followed, with Mr. Zhao calling others to help move the materials. Once the people cleared out, Zhou Ning could see that the remaining space on the floor was filled with files. What was all this? Didn't Mr. Hu say there weren't many files for this case? With full curiosity, Zhou Ning went to the meeting room but first stopped by Mr. Peng's office. After knocking and being told to come in, he pushed the door open to find Cui Lily also present. Mr. Peng, should I come back later? Mr. Peng gestured with his hand. I was about to call you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Director Su just called to requisition our meeting room and the 4th floor area. Cooperate with that, please. There's a case that needs a secret investigation. Also, Mr. Hu found me, said you suggested to him purchasing new DNA testing equipment for the forensic department. Mr. Hu approved it first thing this morning. "I'm discussing the matter with Mr. Cui." Cui Lily smiled at Zhou Ning. From the matter of her niece to fighting for new equipment for their department, Zhou Ning always silently got things done. His character was beyond reproach. "Thank you, Director Zhou. I'll express my gratitude by making sure we provide cooperation wherever needed. Just let me know in advance and I'll assign someone to be on standby." Zhou Ning smiled. "Let's not be so formal with each other. If anyone should be grateful, it's us. You've always been busy when we are busy." With one case, sometimes up to 3,000 samples need to be tested, and that workload, even I think, is too much. But the difficult thing with many dormant cases is the determination of evidence, and I feel this case will be no different. Mr. Ping smiled. When Cui Haibin was there before, his abilities were SOSO, but he knew how to ingratiate himself, making Mr. Ping feel the prestige of being the chief. But since Zhou Ning's arrival, their technical capabilities had improved, and his own standing in the bureau had risen correspondingly. Now when Mr. Hu called him, it was more of a consultative tone, which was a new experience for him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p will be busy when we need to be. Don't worry about bonuses and treatment. I'll have no shame in fighting for those. Just do your jobs, and leave the logistics to me. Also, if the staff working overtime need to eat, send them directly to the cafeteria. I've already explained, to serve our people on the spot, no waiting. If anyone fails to cooperate with work, let me know, and I'll handle them." All three laughed. This was where Mr. Peng excelled, fully aware of his position and clear-sighted about everything, knowing what to do and say at the right times. Without further delay, Zhou Ning quickly returned to the meeting room, only to be surprised to find that the conference table was now covered with all sorts of boxes. "Are all these files from the 4.14 case?" Su Dayuan shook his head. Mr. Hu had people use the holiday time to also pull personal information from various branches of the City Bureau, as well as some investigations related to the 4.14 case. Some of this includes press reports and content of subsequent investigations by others. It's all sorted out but needs to be reviewed. Zhou Ning stood in place for a while and spotted a box labeled autopsy reports. He reached out and pulled it out. "Let's focus on this. Each to their own expertise. Leave this detailed sorting to you guys. If Mr. Chu needs to help convert these into electronic documents, you'll find him. You can't let us do all of this, and since we are investigating the case, it can't just be the few of us, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After finishing his statement, Zhou Ning looked around. This time Su Dayuan had only brought Mr. Xing, Liu Yufei, and Mr. Bai over, with Tao Jinshan not included. With the handling of Zhu Yunping's case before, they had put Tao Jinshan forward, so it seemed this time it was again for diversion. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 346 to 334. Such a special weapon _2 Chapter 346. Chapter 334. Such a special weapon _2 Su Dayuan waved his hand with indifference and said, "The technical team will arrive soon, let them handle the details. You just focus on the autopsy report. You can do it here or in the laboratory. Don't worry, I'm not thinking of making you help me with sorting all these things. But once the sorting is done, we need to consolidate and go over the case in detail, including the timeline. Knowing these things, I believe, will aid in untangling the case." Zhou Ning caught the key point in Su Daiwan's words. Once the sorting is done, as if these things could be sorted out in a moment, it would already be pretty good if they could get a handle on it in a day. However, Zhou Ning didn't dare to object. He knew Su Daiwan's personality all too well. "Then let's go to the laboratory. We won't disturb each other. Once we are finished, we'll come down and discuss. How does that sound?" Su Dayuan gestured with his hand. "Fine, go ahead. It's a mess here, which might affect your analysis. Besides, many people will be arriving soon, and we can't avoid the loud ones. Anyway, the laboratory is just diagonally across." Mr. Zhao came over and picked up the file. He was the most proactive in investigating the case because he had known Fatty the longest and was familiar with the events of those days. Su Dayuan and the team taking on this case had already filled him with joy. "Leader, we won't bother you. See you later. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. As for the lunchbox at noon, I've arranged for it to be left at the door. Just come out and pick it up at 12 o'clock sharp." Su Dayuan grunted twice in response. Zhou Ning took the team back to the laboratory, which now had 2 glass whiteboards provided by Qin University. Everyone knew Zhou Ning's working habits, and he liked using these boards a lot. Upon opening the file, inside were the autopsy reports for 3 individuals. Zhou Ning scanned through and picked up the autopsy report for Fatty's granddaughter Julie and began to read it carefully. Then came her father Zhu Guotai and her mother Fangyu. As he found important information, he marked it on the glass whiteboard. After an unknown amount of time, once the sorting was finished, Zhou Ning looked at the glass whiteboard. Julie died at the age of 2, autopsy done on April 23, 2004. The body was found and sent for examination on the same day. The abdomen had a network of decayed veins, and there were slight decay blisters in the groin area, indicating a death approximately 5 days prior. The left index finger was missing, the wound was festering, bone was exposed, and there were lacerations in the genital area that reached the muscular layer. The injuries did not appear to be caused by forceful sexual activity. It was suspected that the wounds were made with a sharp, metallic object longer than 30 centimeters, resulting in damage to the genitals and internal organs. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. During the autopsy, it was discovered that Julie had a ruptured spleen, internal bleeding, multiple perforations in the intestines, a puncture wound in the liver, gastrointestinal bleeding, multiple soft tissue contusions, a fracture on the left humerus, a fracture at the base of the skull, and 2 5-centimeter circular skin lesions on the back. The cause of death was due to the circular skin lesions on the back, causing comminuted fractures of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th thoracic vertebrae. Zhu Guotai died at the age of 33, autopsy done on April 23, 2004. Both ears were missing. The first 2 segments of the right middle finger were missing, and both hands had multiple defensive wounds, all reaching the tendons and muscle layers. The left hand had several fingers connected only by skin. There were puncture wounds in the abdomen, and decay blisters could be seen in the groin area, indicating a death 5 to 7 days prior. The autopsy revealed that Zhu Guotai had puncture wounds in the stomach, lungs, and spleen, multiple cuts and puncture wounds in the intestines, and clear signs of tearing in the mesentery. About 4 meters of intestines were missing, and the liver had 3 perforations, with the largest triangular lesion being 1.8 centimeters in diameter. The cause of death was hemorrhagic shock. Fangyu died at the age of 30, autopsy done on April 23, 2004. The bodice surface was relatively intact, with no puncture or internal organ injuries found. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The left little finger was missing, with the area cauterized to stop the bleeding. The cause of death was asphyxiation. The only injuries were to the front of the chest where the double R-shaped features were missing, with no vital reactions at the wound sites. There were lacerations in the genital area and traces of sexual violation, with no detection of methylene blue or male DNA residues, only lubricant components found. Curly hairs were extracted from the victim's mouth, which were identified as synthetic fibers through testing. At that point, Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. From the autopsy, it is evident that the son Zhu Guotai and the granddaughter Julie sustained the most severe injuries, particularly Zhu Guotai with many defensive wounds. The state of decay indicates that these defensive wounds and cutting punctures were inflicted at different times. Fangyu seems to have been spared the more brutal injuries. As for the missing part at the front of the chest, that too was a post-mortem injury. Mr. Zhao, based on the wound morphology, Could you search for a metallic weapon longer than 30 centimeters in length and with a diameter of 1.8 centimeters, triangular in shape, and not sharp at one end? Is there such a thing? Mr. Zhou raised the tablet in his hand and showed it to Zhou Ning. As you were speaking earlier, I began searching and indeed found a type of weapon called the Type 56 military bayonet. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. It is 38 centimeters long and 1.8 centimeters in diameter, but the only thing that doesn't match what you mentioned is that this one has a sharp tip. Are you sure it has a blunt round head? Zhou Ning looked at the inspection photo of Julie and then nodded his head. I'm certain. Although her body has stab wounds, you can see that when it pierces through the organs, there's a laceration present. This indicates that the tip is not only not sharp, but it could also be blunt or unsharpened, thus delaying the death process and increasing the victim's pain. Mr. Zhou thought for a moment, then covered the tip of the object in the photo with his hand. Based on what you said, did the murderer repolish this Type 56 military bayonet? Zhou Ning turned his head and looked at the partially covered picture. The object was slightly thinner at the tip and thicker at the bottom, with a catch for mounting at the very base. The depth of the bayonet that entered Julie's body reached 30 centimeters, which means someone used a similar triangular bayonet to modify it by grinding off 8 centimeters of the length, or was it already shortened when the murderer obtained it? Lu Yongxin leaned over, wearing patterned glasses to inspect the autopsy photo for himself, and then looked at the image Mr. Zhou had found. I think it's possible. You see, the cross-section of the victim's finger bones has an angled cut, and there's a shallow slice on the lower side. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P greater than. I think the tool used to sever the fingers was not a dagger, but this triangular knife. Not a triangular knife, a triangular bayonet. Lu Yongxin gave a sideways glance. Stop calling it a military bayonet. Just call it a triangular knife. Besides, this thing wasn't rare even decades ago. However, the defensive wounds on Zhu Guotai do surprise me. Zhou Ning looked at Lu Yongxin, awaiting what he had to say next, knowing his mentor had seen a lot due to his age and would always bring him new insights, something not just anyone could do. After thinking for a bit, Lu Yongxin slowly said, "Many years ago, before I started working and was still in high school, there was a blacksmith in our village who would sneak out at midnight. At that time, any unusual activity would result in close surveillance or conversations. As expected, a few days later, he was caught by the women's director of the village. A large group from the village committee and the police station went to question him thoroughly, as everyone thought he went out to fool around with some widow, especially since his wife had caused a scene before. But upon questioning, we learned that behind our village was a deep ravine, where cattle and sheep often fell and died. He said the bottom of the ravine was full of bones, along with some firearms and even iron artifacts. One time, he accidentally slipped down and discovered an exit on the western side, so he went there every night in search of items. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. He collected quite a few iron artifacts, melting most of them down, of course. Those that were probably steel and not rusty he kept, burying them in his backyard. After hearing his confession, those questioning him were skeptical but still took the blacksmith to the ravine, as the elders had said it was very deep, so for generations, no one approached, nor was there any known battle there. But upon inspection, they found that the blacksmith hadn't lied. The ravine indeed contained hundreds of skeletons wearing Sapporo country military uniforms and well-equipped. It was unclear why they had all died there, and many experts visited later. They found out that the small path the blacksmith discovered was formed by the Great Flood in 52, and before then, the ravine was even deeper and more dangerous. It was likely obscured by the heavy fog, unseen, and one by one, they fell in. With a nearly 10-meter drop and rocky vertical sides, falling would at least result in broken limbs or death upon impact, and survival with the hope of escape was impossible. Thus, There were no records, and after cleaning up and reporting, the blacksmith faced no punishment, and all the items he dug up were turned in. So, artifacts from that era aren't strange, and according to Mr. Zhou, it's even more likely if broken. But the abductor's method and the way of threatening Zhu Yantao give me a somewhat familiar feeling. A familiar feeling /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 347 to 335 similar cases _1 chapter 347. Chapter 335 similar cases _1a sense of familiarity. Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhou both paused. Lu Yongxin rarely spoke, but when he did, he had his own opinions. He felt something familiar. Could it be they had encountered a similar case before? Lu Yongxin nodded emphatically. There was a case in Qidong in the year 2000 where a businessman's child was kidnapped. The businessman was in the fireworks trade, earning a substantial sum every new year. His toddler, just over 2 years old, was abducted, and the ransom demanded was precisely the amount he could afford. They, too, sent one of the child's fingers. We all thought it must have been an inside job, so after a thorough investigation, we noticed a young worker under his employ as a suspect. Just as we were about to place him under surveillance, the kid realized and attempted to flee during the sting operation. He was shot dead on the spot, and the kidnapped child was found in a wardrobe in that house, though the ransom was never recovered. Could it be? Lu Yongxin didn't finish, but Zhou Ning had already caught on. It seemed that Lu Yongxin thought the young worker might not have been capable on his own, but the method was indeed similar. Master, do you remember the shape of the child's cut-off finger? Lu Yongxin gave Zhou Ning a look. It was only because he was his prized apprentice that he might ask such a question. Anyone else would likely have been met with a fiery retort. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, Lu Yongxin knew that Zhou Ning was anxious. After all, there weren't many leads in this case. There was plenty of information from the autopsy, but not a single detail that could hint at the real crime scene. I'm not a computer, but Director Su should remember this case. He was in the criminal police force at the time, just an ordinary detective. However, we can retrieve this case file for review. Moreover, the child would be around 14 or 15 by now. Even though he has no memory, perhaps we should get him scanned? Zhou Ning nodded vigorously. This was indeed something they could do. Let's go. We should get together with Director Su first to see how they are progressing. As for the forensic reports, I just had a glance. A significant number of chemical substances were found on the 3 victims, their clothing and hair, though we don't yet know the specifics. Zhu Xingxing raised a hand. Chief, I'll stay here with Gao Tai and Mr. Yang to sort out the details. As for the forensic results, well, categorize them. You go to the meeting. Zhou Ning didn't object, feeling pleased with his meticulous assistant. They returned to the conference room and, upon opening the door, found the scene inside quite impressive. The case files were split into 2 large portions, one neatly piled, the other splayed open, being sorted and entered by several groups. At the sound of the door, Su Dayuan set down his lunchbox and looked toward Zhou Ning. Well, that was quick. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, but I hope you weren't too quick. If you were, it means there isn't much information. Zhou Ning nodded, noticed there were untouched lunchboxes next to him, handed one each to Mr. Zhou and Lu Yongxin, and began to eat while he spoke. We've finished with the autopsy report. Not much of use there. As far as the forensics reports, Zhu Xingxing and the team are working on it. I have made a discovery, though, so I came to discuss it with you. Speak up. Before Zhou Ning could say anything, Lu Yongxin began expressing his thoughts. I was there to inspect the kidnapping scene and saw the child's severed finger. I wasn't part of the capture, but do you remember the condition of the young worker's wounds? If we could retrieve the case file, Zhou Ning wants to compare them. Of course, it would be best to get that child scanned to observe the wounds. Su Dayuan seemed troubled by this, leaving Zhou Ning somewhat puzzled. What's the matter, Director Su? Is the family no longer in Qidong? No, I was on the case back then. Although I wasn't the one who shot during the takedown, I saw it all. The young worker was desperate to escape, tried to climb over the wall, and that's when Mr. Sun ordered us to shoot. However, the owner who deals with fireworks treats that child as the apple of his eye. I don't think he'll necessarily cooperate. So, I'll contact He Chunyang and have him make a personal visit. Whether it works out, we can discuss in person. The case back then wasn't led by me, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There are many details I'm not privy to. I only followed along for the arrest. According to our speculation, if the mastermind is someone else, that poses a threat to his son as well. I think from this angle, it might be a breakthrough. Zhou Ning very much agreed with this view. After all, as a parent, one always wants to protect their child. It's not really about scaring the owner. After all, the ransom was never recovered, which indirectly proves that at least this young fellow had accomplices. Lu Yongxin added, "Prepare more comprehensive information. It's best to ask Mr. Sun to find the detailed information of that young guy from back then. I remember he was a local, seems to be from a village near Qidong." Su Dayuan went to make a phone call. Zhou Ning glanced at the busy crowd. Many were faces he didn't recognize. According to what Su Dayuan said, they should be the technical department people who had come over. But Zhou Ning realized he didn't recognize a single one. However, on reflection, he understood. These were likely personnel transferred from somewhere else, to be placed under unified closed management, to prevent the case details from leaking. After just a short wait, Su Dayuan returned. His expression gave nothing away. Walking up to the group, Su Dayuan spoke in a low voice. He Chunyang is on his way to find the person now. Mr. Sun is personally overseeing the retrieval of the information. With this arrangement, I'm at ease. Mr. Zhao nodded, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I forgot about that part. Director Su is now Mr. Sun's superior. It's like a wheel of fortune, isn't it? Mr. Sun never imagined he'd see this day. Having said that, Mr. Zhao dashed behind Zhou Ning, a movement that definitely didn't seem like one a 250-pound person could make. Zhou Ning held back a laugh. Mr. Zhao really had a mouth on him. Kicking him wouldn't be too much. Su Dayuan couldn't be bothered with him and looked towards Zhou Ning. "How's it going on your end? Found anything?" Zhou Ning shook his head. "Nothing much discovered other than the murder weapon. We suspect it's a specially sharpened triangular bayonet. The length and diameter match up. As for the forensic report, it hasn't been organized yet. Part of me is here just to grab a bite to eat and also to see how your investigation is going. Besides, my master said, this kind of bayonet is quite common in the countryside." Lu Yongxin quickly explained, and Su Dayuan finally understood what had happened. He nodded along. "Actually, not just this thing. Before, there were bird guns and those so-called turtle shell boxes and such. Even though there's been a crackdown on firearms for many years and the propaganda's been effective, there are definitely still privately hidden ones. We can't say they've been completely eradicated. In a bit, I'll arrange to have the subdivisions conduct a campaign to check for these relics from the war era." Mr. Zhao joined in. "Won't that be like poking the grass and startling the snake? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p." Zhou Ning shook his head. "Now, even if the killer walked right in front of us, we wouldn't know who he is. So, there's no question of startling the snake. I imagine such items aren't just lying around everywhere. There must be some distribution area. Based on that area, we could ascertain where the killer is from and narrow down the investigation radius." Su Dayuan nodded. "That's exactly the point. It's like looking for a donkey while riding one." Before he could finish, Su Daiwan's phone rang. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Su Daiwan's face showed a hint of nervousness. "Hello, old leader. How come you're contacting me? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 348 to 336. Uncle Policeman, are you a hacker? _1 Chapter 348. Chapter 336 Uncle Policeman, Are You a Hacker? _1 with that single sentence. Everyone already knew who was calling. Mr. Sun was now the head of the Qidong Subbureau. Although his promotion wasn't as rapid as Su Daiwan's, he was a solid leader in his own right. Mr. Liu seemed to think of something, his eyes lighting up as he moved closer to Su Dayuan, who reluctantly activated the speakerphone. The sounds of page-turning and keyboard tapping in the room also came to a cooperative halt. Didn't I say I'd coordinate with you? When I thought about He Chunyang going to find that pyrotechnics owner Cheng Ji, it seemed not serious enough, so I personally called him. Besides, have you forgotten? I was the one who handled this case back then. Why didn't you come directly to me? Su Dayuan gave an embarrassed smile. How could I forget that? I just thought if He Chunyang could handle it, we wouldn't bother the old leader. Don't give me that nonsense. You're my leader now. In a bit, I'll bring Mr. Chung and the child over to you. As for checking the fingers with X-rays, I think Zhou Xiao can handle it, unless you prefer to look yourselves. Of course, Su Dayuan had no objections. All right, but isn't the child in class today? Is it convenient for them to come over? Mr. Sun grunted twice, and one couldn't help but notice that Su Dayuan shared some of his subtleties. Stop playing games with me. I told Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chung that we've come across a case extremely similar to the kidnapping of his son years ago. After police analysis, the young man doesn't seem like the real culprit. It's possible the real culprit is still at large and motivated by revenge, especially since the recent case involved a victim being killed. I've learned my lesson. You're still as cunning as ever, Mr. Sunday Fine. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Give me a call when you arrive. After finishing the conversation, Su Dayuan quickly hung up the phone, though one could still faintly hear Mr. Sun's irritated voice through the handset. Once the call ended, everyone resumed their work. Zhou Ning gestured towards the door after Su Dayuan hung up. Since Mr. Sun will be here soon, they'll go over the examination report. After meeting with Mr. Sun and the kidnapping survivor, we can all debrief, okay? Su Dayuan didn't object, and several of them returned to the laboratory. Zhu Xingxing and her colleagues seemed to be examining something. Zhou Ning approached, asking subconsciously, "Have you found anything?" Zhu Xingxing looked up as she saw Zhou Ning and the others return, trying to stand up. However, it seemed she had been squatting for too long and her legs were numb, causing her to stumble to one side. Mr. Zhao quickly steadied her. "What's wrong? What are you guys studying down there for? Don't you know to find a seat? Shake your legs now, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhu Xingxing gave him a glare, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and managed to struggle to her feet, pointing to the examination report and saying, "Boss, look at this. The chemical substances found on the deceased's clothing, we've reorganized the information, even asked Mrs. Cui for the original lab records, and consulted with Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu said, the combination of these sulfur, nitrogen, oxygen, and other compounds is likely a special type of grease, not the kind used in common automotive or marine applications. Because of some special particles within the compound, it bears similarities to a grease used in the Navy. This grease is typically solid and is applied to reduce friction on easily damaged parts, often used in precise and vulnerable components of ships." Zhou Ning furrowed his brows slightly. This discovery, along with previous analyses of the murder weapon, led Zhou Ning to suspect that the killer might have a particular identity. Mr. Zhao took the records and gave them a serious look, an uncommon seriousness on his face. "I'll ask my old man to see where this stuff is used and who might have access to it." After speaking, Mr. Zhao walked away. Zhou Ning had never asked about Mr. Zhao's family background, but he could guess a thing or two. Having grown up in a military compound with both parents serving in the army, his family likely held some significant military positions. It wasn't long before Mr. Zhao returned. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. My dad says this solid grease is unique to them and that many people can come into contact with it, mainly those responsible for ship maintenance. This grease isn't very useful when brought home, so the control isn't very strict. However, this grease does have its flaws when it comes to high-temperature resistance, and now they're using a more advanced grease that's recently developed with a substantially different composition. It's essentially an obsolete item from before 2003. Though his statement was quite general, it did narrow down the scope to Navy personnel and those involved with ships, individuals who could have access to this grease, especially along the 2003 timeline. If the 2000 Qidong kidnapping case was also committed by this person, then it's possible that the perpetrator could have been a soldier who enlisted before 2000. New soldiers, although they get leave, can't just leave, so they must have enlisted even earlier, and by this time, might have already retired. But what was he using this grease for? Could it be for maintenance of his cutting tools? At this thought, Zhou Ning took out his phone and dialed Shui Lily's number. She answered almost instantly. "What's up?" "Sis, I have a question." Zhu Xingxing mentioned that the grease found on the victim's clothing had many chemical components. "So I want to ask, have the victim's wounds also been tested for similar substances? Are there any matching components?" "I just checked my work notes, and indeed, I did a comparison. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, it was Cui Haibin's team that sent it for analysis. Although they collected samples from the wounds, there was no directive to test for chemical residues, so I didn't provide them with a corresponding report. I'll check my experimental process records. I think I should have a copy. If I find it, I'll send it to you." After expressing his thanks, Zhou Ning hung up and Liu Yongxin approached. "Apprentice, do you suspect the killer used this as a lubricant to maintain the triangular bayonet?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Otherwise, I can't think of any other reason he would keep this grease. After all, it's hard to come across such high-density grease in daily life. It might just be a habit to prevent the blade from rusting or corroding." Liu Yongxin nodded, acknowledging the analysis. It is indeed possible. However, if we follow that analysis, the killer might be a retired soldier. If we can confirm this identity, then it would make sense that he managed to escape the arrests at the crime scenes of the 2000 February 3rd and 2004 April 14th kidnapping cases, he said. Zhou Ning said nothing, staring at the information organized on the glass whiteboard, examining it carefully. Yet turmoil was already churning inside him. If the killer really held that identity, then the complexity of the case had just increased. But why did he choose Zhu Yantao's family to strike against? Was it because of Fang Yu's identity? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Logically, a semi-retired actress shouldn't attract much attention, unless it's the modern phenomenon of obsessive fans, but Fang Yu wasn't that famous. She only had one notable film to her name, and if it weren't for her murder, she would have likely been forgotten by now. Then, was Zhu Guotai flaunting his wealth? When he met Zhu Yantao in Rudong City previously, the chubby old man's smile was very healing. Such a genial person's son couldn't be far off in character, and naturally had his own outstanding qualities to have been chosen by Fang Yu. Being the owner of a chain of restaurants, he didn't rank among the top tycoons in the Qidong area in 2004, but he was rather prominent among the younger generation. The resistance wounds and torture injuries on his body were the most severe, with his intestines even being pulled out several meters. Such treatment was something he had seen during training in dark rooms, typically associated with seeking revenge. But what grudges could a restaurateur harbor? Especially where a child was concerned, having been stabbed in the lower body and even stirred around, with multiple fractures elsewhere on the body. These injuries were caused by being thrown around. What kind of cold-blooded person could do such things to a child? Despite receiving the ransom, the kidnapper did not release the hostages. Rather, he tortured them even as he received the money. Fang Yu was relatively better off. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Could it be that the perpetrator was an old suitor of Fang Yu's, or someone she once knew well? Zhou Ning shook his head, overwhelmed by too many suspicions. It seemed he would still have to wait for Su Dayuan and his team to finish organizing the information and then investigate Fang Yu and Zhu Gotai's social relationships. 1514 Mr. Sun rushed in noisily, raising his voice as soon as he came upstairs. I say, couldn't you have someone wait for me downstairs? Without any respect, it's still the first time I've come to your technical department, you know. Do you have a problem with me? He complained. Mr. Sun has finally arrived, come on in. Su Dayuan quickly walked over, and when they shook hands, they slapped each other's arms vigorously. Zhou Ning was about to step forward, but immediately stopped, as this manner of greeting was a bit too much for his build. However, Mr. Sun caught sight of Zhou Ning and smiled excitedly. Can't call you Zhou Xiao anymore. Now you're Director Zhou. I always said you were talented, and look at you living up to my words. But all of you being so capable also reflects well on my judgment, he said. With that, everyone laughed. He Chunyang only then pushed the door open and came in, looking tense, as were the two people behind him. He Chunyang nodded at Su Dayuan but did not exhibit much warmth. Director Su, I've brought the people. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. This is Cheng Ji, the owner of Qidong Kaiyun Fireworks Wholesale, essentially the largest fireworks dealer in Qidong. And this is his son, Cheng Xinghui, he said. Su Dayuan smiled and nodded, shaking hands with Cheng Ji. The son looked about 172 centimeters tall, quite mature for his age, but his eyes betrayed his youth. Surrounded by so many police officers, he was nervously blinking. Thank you for cooperating. How about we go to the next room to talk? The child can stay here and play for a while. I'll have a doctor check him out. Don't worry, this place is absolutely safe. Whether it was 12 years ago or now, the police's duty is to protect the safety of people's lives and property, Su Dayuan said. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Ji nodded in agreement, having made up his mind by coming here. Actually, it's not about the money. I just hope my son can be healthy and safe. After all, this boy wasn't easy to come by. His mother almost didn't make it giving birth to him, and we treasure him like the apple of our eye, Cheng Ji expressed. Mr. Sun patted Cheng Ji on the shoulder and sighed. Buddy, don't say that. We understand. Isn't everyone a parent? It's about preventing future problems. Let's go and have a chat. Director Zhou, take care of the kid, Mr. Sun said. Zhou Ning nodded, and the group swiftly exited. With this, Cheng Xinghui became even more nervous. Zhou Ning didn't move, but gave Mr. Chu a look. Mr. Chu had already prepared his phone, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P with a bang, a celebratory screen popped up, and he even feigned wiping sweat from his forehead dramatically. That scared the life out of me. The boss just came by, and if he saw me playing games for a bit, wouldn't I get chewed out? Mr. Chu exclaimed. Cheng Xingui's attention was instantly caught, and he looked at Mr. Chu with admiration. Mr. Chu gestured for Cheng Xinghui to be quiet with a sign. Don't tell them, okay? He whispered. Cheng Xinghui nodded vigorously, his eyes not leaving Mr. Chu's phone screen. Mr. Chu casually moved closer to Cheng Xinghui and resumed another round of the game. In a few minutes, Cheng Xinghui had relaxed, and when Mr. Chu won once again, he gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome, officer. I bought the purple diamond too, but I can't move up in rank. Cheng Xinghui exclaimed. Mr. Chu waved his hand dismissively as Mr. Zhao joined them. Don't call him officer. He's not a cop, he's a tentacle monster, a hardcore computer aficionado. Small games are nothing, even hacking into other people's computers is a piece of cake for him, Mr. Zhao explained. Cheng Xinghui looked astonished. Officer, are you a hacker? He asked in amazement. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P chapter 349 to 337. Good and evil are but a thought away _1 chapter 349, chapter 337. Good and evil are but a thought away _1 Mr. Zhao chuckled slyly and patted Mr. Chu on the back. A hacker, what's that? He can catch hackers. Cheng Xingui's eyes shimmered with tiny stars. By then, he had let his guard down and, at Mr. Zhao's gesture, he sat down beside him. They chatted idly for quite a while, steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. When Cheng Xinghui heard that they were investigating a case that seemed similar to his childhood experience, the smile faded from his face, and his complexion turned a shade paler. Zhou Ning noticed something was amiss and was about to speak when Mr. Zhao nudged him. "Scaredy cat, you were just a 2-year-old baby back then, unable to protect yourself. Now you're a young man. Do you think you can still be easily kidnapped? Actually, we didn't bring you here expecting you to remember anything. We just want to take a look at the scars of your injuries and the condition of your severed fingers. Did you see that handsome brother over there? He's a forensic doctor. By examining the remnants of the details, he can determine what kind of weapon inflicted your injuries and also analyze whether these two cases are connected. Got it?" Cheng Xinghui nodded vaguely, somewhat understanding. Yet his gaze became firmer, and only after looking towards the door did he speak up. "To be honest, I'm afraid of worrying my dad. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Ever since I was little, I've had this one dream. Not every night, but occasionally it recurs. I can't tell if it's real or just my imagination. I don't mind talking to you about it, but I can't guarantee its truthfulness." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning approached. The description resonated with him too well. After all, it was under the guidance of a psychologist that his tormenting dreams had become progressively clearer. Thinking of what Dr. Shi had said, Zhou Ning replied, "Don't worry, just relax. Pretend you're just telling us about your dream. If this position is uncomfortable, feel free to sit in that armchair, relax your body, and try to recall as much as you can. Well, just listen to it as a story, no pressure, okay?" Cheng Xinghui nodded, gaining confidence from the seriousness and validation he was given. "When I was little, I told my dad about it, and he said it was just a fright, that it was hysteria. He took me to a healer's house where they pasted talismans and chanted prayers, and after that, I never spoke of it again. But I knew in my heart it wasn't hysteria. In the dream, I'm wearing very thick cotton clothes with one of those floral bibs over it, the ones you tie at the back, kind of like an apron. When I was a child, that's how kids in my village were dressed. In the dream, as soon as I opened my eyes, I'm being held by my cotton-padded coat, the bib choking my neck, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I struggle continuously, and then I'm hit hard on the buttocks, not with a hand, but with something like an iron rod. It just hurts so much. I dare not cry. The person hitting me is wearing a hooded hat that covers his mouth as well, like in those Flying Tigers movies, but with 2 long slits for the eyes." The hooded man and Dagong kept talking. Dagong was the young helper my dad hired, big enough to work in the shop. I don't remember what they were saying, but on the table, there was a dark green, elongated bag with many zippers and pockets and lots of red writing in the middle, along with 5 pointed stars. They started talking peacefully, but then began to argue. Dagong tried to come and take me, the hooded man disagreed, and they fought. Then the hooded man dragged me by the bib, snatched me away, and raised something black towards my hand and chopped down. I didn't know anything after that. Of course, now I know my fingers were chopped off. That kind of pain is indescribable. I shudder whenever I think of it. When I came to, everything was pitch black, and Dagong was lying in front of me, crying and saying sorry, bowing to me repeatedly. But as a door opened, the hooded man returned, threw down a red and blue-plated bag heavy on the table, opened it, and started stuffing bundles of money inside the green bag. Pointing at me, Dagong bowed to the hooded man, who kicked him over and lifted that black object towards me again. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But Dagong, seemingly crazy, rushed over, holding me as he hid in a corner. The hooded man spat out a curse and continued stuffing the money. After he finished, he slung the bag over his shoulder and left. Once the hooded man was gone, I, starving and in immense pain, started to cry. Dagong covered my mouth. I heard lots of noises then, Dagong stuffed me into a grimy wardrobe, kept repeating he was sorry, and then ran out. Afterwards, it was like fireworks. 2 blasts sounded. That's where the dream ends. Of course, each time I have this dream, I can make out a bit more of their conversation, but I don't know if it's all in my head or if it really happened. Brother, I'm not sick, am I? Cheng Xinghui looked hopefully at Zhou Ning, seeming to seek answers in his expression. However, this narrative left everyone filled with questions. Lu Yongxin and Mr. Zhao were somewhat prepared, knowing about Zhou Ning's similar experiences, but Zhu Xingxing and the rest had their eyes wide open. Zhou Ning felt the hair on his back stand up. According to the boy's account, if this was real, then as Lu Yongxin initially surmised, the mastermind behind the case remained at large, and Dagong was merely an accomplice. Perhaps he provided information about the Chung family or was momentarily greedy for external wealth. When faced with temptation, it isn't as simple as choosing not to be swayed. Good and evil are just a thought apart. It's not an illness. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I had a similar adverse memory when I was young, but it wasn't until I grew up that I slowly remembered. At first, I thought I had a psychological illness, but it turned out those weren't dreams, but actual experiences. When you talk about it, the pressure and torment diminish somewhat. I'll talk to your father later. You should have a good conversation with him. Once the knot in your heart is untied, you'll let it go. The dream might still appear, but you won't be as afraid anymore because you'll know that in the end, you were rescued. As for whether Dagong is dead or the hooded man got away, that's irrelevant to you. By collaborating with him to kidnap you, he bears inescapable responsibility. Even if you regretted it halfway, a crime is a crime. Cheng Xinghui nodded vigorously, showing Zhou Ning a smile. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Ning glanced at his hand. From this angle, it was not visible which finger was missing. May I take a look at your hand? I need to take a picture to determine whether the cross-section of the severed finger is similar to another case. Cheng Xinghui nodded, raising his left hand which had half of the index finger missing. The skin flap was done very beautifully. The remaining part of the finger still had some functionality, clearly the work of an absolutely professional hospital. However, such a neat incision with such surgical traces meant that the value of comparison wasn't significant. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning had thought that the severed finger was closer to the base since generally, injuries to the hand don't opt for amputation at the joint. Joint capsules secrete synovial fluid, which can affect wound healing and cause swelling at the stump. Usually, the plane of amputation is determined by the condition of the finger injury. Seeing Zhou Ning's close examination, Cheng Xinghui pulled his hand back and opened his backpack, which was behind him. Inside were some very old x-rays. Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised that Cheng Xinghui had brought these. Cheng Xinghui said, Dad said that you wanted to see me, to see if the bad person who harmed me had committed another crime. You needed to compare my wound, so I found these things. I don't know if they are useful because my finger has undergone surgery, the cross-section isn't neat, and I needed some sort of skin flap. Zhou Ning smiled. You kid, you've been watching plenty of crime dramas, huh? Impressive that you even knew to prepare the materials yourself. Not bad, quite meticulous. We especially need the various x-rays taken before the initial surgery. With such praise, Cheng Xinghui also smiled, no longer the tense look he had when he arrived. Zhou Ning looked at the x-rays. Zhu Xingxing took him to have them rescanned and photographed. Zhou Ning asked Mr. Chu to process the x-rays. After all, they were old and not very clear. After reprocessing them, Zhou Ning carefully examined the fracture surfaces on the front and side views. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Surprisingly, just like in the case of the 3 victims from the 4.14 case, the ends of the phalangeal bones showed step-like features. On the sloping 30-degree fracture surface, there was a bone defect spanning the longitudinal direction of the phalangeal bone. Mr. Chu adjusted the image, overlaying the measurements of the triangular bayonet against the scars on the skin and bone. Both lengthwise and crosswise, they matched perfectly. He hurriedly demonstrated his findings to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning's expression, however, was calm. He looked over it once and nodded slightly, then put the X-rays back into the bag. As he did, the sound of a palm-sized bottle rattled inside. Zhou Ning reached out and grabbed the bottle. Mr. Zhao glanced over unintentionally and was shocked to find a section of an index finger inside. The severed finger was small and ominously pale. On closer inspection, there seemed to be an even smaller segment of bone inside. The sight gave Mr. Zhao a start, and he looked at Cheng Xinghui in astonishment. "Is this your finger?" Cheng Xinghui nodded. "My dad said that life, sickness, and death should be complete, without any deficiencies. But the finger was severed a long time ago, and I was too young at the time, so reattachment was impossible. Thus, someone prepared a formalin solution for preservation. The part of my finger that was surgically removed is also in there. I don't know if this could be of any help to you." Zhou Ning nodded vigorously, but Mr. P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao looked on with skepticism. "Zhou Xiao, it's soaked in a formalin solution. Do you really intend to treat it like a fresh sample and go to Mrs. Tui to extract DNA from the residue? How could DNA possibly be extracted from that? Isn't that a joke?" Having said that, Mr. Zhao's face was full of disbelief. Zhu Xingxing and the others all turned their gaze to Zhou Ning, as if hoping to discern the answer from his face. After all, this case happened in 2000, and the sample had been soaked in formalin for 12 years. Extracting DNA from it now, and not just from the severed limb but searching for any residual traces on it, seemed far-fetched. Surprise showed on each face, but Lu Yongxin wasn't surprised at all. "My precious apprentice, you should first ask the lab department. Although formalin doesn't damage DNA and doesn't denature proteins, theoretically, if it's well preserved, your idea could work. However, this is as likely as winning a lottery. Whether the finger was severed by that masked man, whether his hand even touched it, everything is unknown." Zhou Ning nodded. "Of course I know that. Since the boy has preserved his severed finger, it's as if fate is giving us a chance to catch the perpetrator. They say that the end of Western medicine is traditional Chinese medicine, and the end of traditional Chinese medicine is metaphysics. We're the same. When progress halts, why not try something new? Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Before Zhou Ning could finish, Chengji's shout came from behind. "I disagree. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak.